When disaster truly struck, Ling Mo realized that the zombies depicted in apocalyptic films bore no resemblance to their real-life counterparts. In a world where survival should be the foremost concern during the end times, Ling Mo's life took an uncontrollable turn the moment he rescued his girlfriend from an abandoned bus. The cause of this chaos was simple. His girlfriend had mutated. Wait a moment, Shauna. Is that scythe you're wielding actually mine? Senior, must you always strike when I'm unaware? And you girl, is it really appropriate to hide there and snicker? Chapter 1. The Corpse Puppet. On a desolate street, a zombie wandered aimlessly, its mouth slightly agape, a strand of saliva hanging from its lips, and its bloodshot eyes radiating an unsettling chill. Not far ahead loomed an abandoned convenience store, its glass doors splattered with brownish blood. Through the ajar doors, one could vaguely discern the disheveled shelves within and some scattered food items. Behind the store's entrance, a middle-aged male zombie shuffled forward. Judging by his attire, he appeared to be a former employee of the store. As the wandering zombie approached, it brushed past the middle-aged one, suddenly drawing forth a cleaver from its coat and swiftly severing the latter's neck. Blood sprayed as the headless corpse collapsed to the ground. The peculiar zombie then hurried behind the counter, seizing a shopping bag and swiftly gathering food within the store. Phew, I'm exhausted. In a dimly lit residence. Beads of sweat glistened on Ling Mo's brow as he surveyed the bulging bag of food and various supplies in his hands. Seated before him was the zombie he had encountered in the convenience store. Yet, the gaze it cast upon Ling Mo held no malice, merely a vacant stare. I have made significant progress compared to a few days ago. I can finally maneuver it with relative ease, Ling Mo remarked, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he turned his attention to the zombie. Half a month prior, the emergence of a new virus had transformed the world into a gruesome slaughterhouse. Countless humans had succumbed to the infection, becoming mindless monsters driven solely by bloodlust. The surviving humans were left to scurry like rats, hiding in the city's shadows to survive. However, Ling Mo, an ordinary person, discovered that he had the uncanny ability to control zombies after the apocalypse descended upon them. He sensed a faint connection between himself and the zombie, which seemed akin to a thoughtless puppet, allowing him to infuse his thoughts into it and thus manipulate its movements. Initially, these attempts were fraught with difficulty. The zombie often slipped from his control, putting him in perilous situations. However, with repeated practice, Ling Mo gradually uncovered certain techniques that enabled him to maintain control over the zombie and direct it to scour for food and other essentials. Nevertheless, he found himself frustrated by the necessity of remaining within a limited distance. He felt akin to a puppeteer whose strings were too short and whose skills were yet to be refined. Despite this, the ability to utilize zombies for safer survival filled Ling Mo with satisfaction, and he dubbed the creature under his control the Corpse Puppet. During the process of manipulating the Corpse Puppet, Ling Mo sensed an undercurrent of ferocity affecting him as well. Whether this influence was beneficial or detrimental remained unclear to him. Over the past few days, Ling Mo had gleaned insights into the zombies' behaviors. Unlike traditional notions of the undead, these zombies were not merely reanimated corpses, but rather living humans overtaken by the virus. Though their flesh remained alive, their minds had been utterly consumed by monstrous instincts. They attacked uninfected survivors, tearing into their flesh with astonishing strength, far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. The virus obliterated their rationality, dominating their thoughts and rendering them as executioners driven solely by the urge to kill. In Ling Mo's eyes, these zombies were more fearsome than any he had encountered in games or films, for they retained their senses. Any sound or scent could draw their attention. The sun is setting, I should return for now. This residence was hardly a sanctuary, it merely served as a temporary refuge, while Ling Mo manipulated the Corpse Puppet. After stowing the day's collected supplies into his backpack, Ling Mo shook his head, which throbbed slightly, and commanded the Corpse Puppet to rise. Standing face-to-face with the puppet, Ling Mo felt an odd sensation stir within him. Though it lacked the putrid stench typical of cinematic zombies, the creature still exuded a potent scent of blood. The virus had rendered its complexion pale and devoid of color, its eyes glowing red, and through its slightly parted lips, remnants of red flesh clung to its teeth. It was evident that these were the remnants from its prior meals. The zombie bore a somewhat youthful visage, appearing to be around 17 or 18, yet its current state was nothing short of ghastly. Let's go. Let's go. Ling Mo suppressed his revulsion and led the Corpse Puppet down the stairs. Despite having the puppet pave the way, it did not guarantee his safety. Ling Mo wielded a sharp cleaver, cautiously trailing behind the puppet. To reach his temporary abode, he needed to traverse a street. During his earlier visit, Ling Mo had procured some firecrackers and created a ruckus in the opposite direction to draw most of the zombies away. Nonetheless, a few still loitered on the street. Upon reaching the intersection unharmed, Ling Mo was met with trouble. Two zombies blocked the path, having wandered in from an unknown direction, their bodies smeared with fresh blood. One clutched a severed arm, gnawing at it with fervor. In a province bustling with a population of millions, it was not uncommon for survivors to perish in search of sustenance. Death was an everyday occurrence. However, upon witnessing the severed arm, Ling Mo felt a pang of sorrow. It was precisely because of his newfound ability that he could afford to live better. He must not allow a moment of carelessness to render him as fodder for these monsters. Ling Mo cautiously maneuvered the corpse puppet closer to the pair. Raising the cleaver as he approached one of them, the sound drew the attention of the other zombie. He seized the opportunity to dash behind it and plunged the blade into the back of its skull. Both zombies fell simultaneously, and after forcefully extracting the cleaver, Ling Mo kicked the fallen corpse aside. In moments where he had the chance to strike, Ling Mo would not hesitate. While controlling the corpse puppet was advantageous, he recognized the necessity of having self-defense skills. Moreover, he sensed that as he dispatched the zombies, that feral sensation within him subtly stirred, and at the moment he withdrew the blade, he distinctly experienced a flicker of exhilaration. The virus surely cannot transmit through mental connections. If that were the case, I would have mutated long ago. If it is not the virus's influence, then what exactly is this? Ling Mo was acutely aware of this subtle change, yet he found himself without any clear answers for the time being. Nevertheless, the ability to dispatch zombies with precision and increasing proficiency was a positive development for Ling Mo. Before the apocalypse, he had been an ordinary individual. The first time he killed a zombie was a harrowing experience that left him shaken and dazed. Yet, to survive, his combat skills needed to be enhanced. Moreover, within Ling Mo's heart, there lingered a constant thought of a singular individual. The rapid enhancement of his proficiency in mastering the undead, alongside the relentless pursuit of gathering as many resources as possible, was all aimed at traversing this region to find her. Chapter 2. Traversing the danger zone. As the last vestige of light on the horizon faded away, Ling Mo had returned to his abode. This seemingly inconspicuous building, fortified with a sturdy iron gate, offered an escape route from the rooftop to the adjacent structure. Surrounding the premises was ample open space, and given that this locale was originally suburban, both survivors and zombies were considerably fewer in number compared to the city, rendering it relatively safe. Most importantly, this place had once served as a warehouse for a small furniture factory, permeated with the pungent odors of inferior paint and wood, effectively masking Ling Mo's scent. The monsters, infected by the virus, had not only retained their senses but had enhanced them. Even in the dead of night, their vision remained sharp, and their hearing and olfactory perception surpassed that of ordinary humans. Before retiring for the night, Ling Mo fed the corpse puppet a piece of putrid frozen meat, left it outside the iron gate, and secured it before finally allowing himself to rest. Even in slumber, he maintained a tenuous mental connection with the zombie, a practice that, while exhausting, served to hone his skills and act as a vigilant watchman. Balancing the need for rest with the necessity of connectivity proved to be a daunting task, one that Ling Mo had refined through countless attempts. Now, as he drifted into a light sleep, he remained acutely aware of the slightest sounds in his surroundings. Yet, on this particular night, he found himself unable to succumb to slumber as images of a certain figure danced through his mind. After the passing of his parents, the person he cherished most in this world was none other than her, his secret crush and childhood neighbor, Yilian. The last call he received before the catastrophe had been from her: "Ling Gu, hurry and escape." A brief 4 words followed by the monotonous tone of a busy signal. Deep down, Ling Mo understood the grim reality. Yilian was likely in peril. At the time of the outbreak, she had been en route to his residence, intending to prepare a proper meal for him to enhance his quality of life. This realization left a knot in his heart. Regardless of her fate, he felt an unwavering compulsion to find Yilian. Tomorrow, he resolved, he would set out in search of her. After preparing for so long, Ling Mo believed that with his ability to control the corpse puppet, he could navigate through this urban expanse. He had already envisioned the places where she might appear, relatively close. It's separated by 2 residential complexes, marking the most perilous segment of his journey. Nonetheless, in order to traverse this area as safely as possible, Ling Mo had made ample preparations. Everything hinged on the morrow. At dawn, as the first light broke, Ling Mo opened his eyes and sprang from a makeshift bed. After a final inspection of his backpack, he inhaled deeply and descended the stairs. The corpse puppet, under his command, stood dutifully outside the door, its garments dampened by the chill. Yet, despite its appearance, it bore no signs of fatigue. For reasons unknown, the sudden outbreak of the virus had not only transformed many living beings into monsters, but had also rendered their bodies remarkably resilient. However, Ling Mo also observed that it was precisely due to the need to sustain their body's intense consumption that they instinctively compelled themselves to eat continuously. And the source of their sustenance was none other than the uninfected survivors. Gripping the bone knife tightly, Ling Mo opened the iron gate, maneuvering the corpse puppet along a preordained path. Upon entering the residential area, the number of wandering zombies increased significantly. In such a place, attracting attention through sound was futile, as the environment was too complex, easily leading one into peril. The only viable strategy was to choose passages with fewer zombies and to traverse them as silently as possible. For an ordinary person to navigate this treacherous terrain was an arduous task, but fortunately, Ling Mo had a corpse puppet at his disposal. With its assistance, Ling Mo managed to eliminate over a dozen zombies before finally passing through this area and arriving at a once bustling avenue. This location served as a transitional zone between the urban and suburban landscapes, and Ling Mo surmised that when Yi Lian made that call, she must have been positioned somewhere along this street. The thoroughfare was littered with abandoned vehicles, and the stores along the way stood wide open, shrouded in darkness. Aside from the ubiquitous bloodstains, the only remaining presence was that of the zombies, even though he had dispatched numerous zombies in recent days. This was the first time Ling Mo encountered such a multitude gathered in one place. A cursory glance revealed dozens within sight, not to mention those lurking in the shadows. Ling Mo intended to ascend to a higher vantage point for observation, but unexpectedly, as he approached a residential building, he heard a nearby scream. Help! To his astonishment, survivors were still roaming in this place. Ling Mo hastily directed the corpse puppet toward the source of the cry, cautiously making his way closer. Outside a residential building, a throng of over 10 zombies was relentlessly battering the security door of the apartment entrance. Behind the door were two terrified young men, desperately bracing against it while calling for help. Fools! Ling Mo furrowed his brow, glancing anxiously around. Such loud cries would only attract more zombies. Initially, he had considered assisting them within his means, but it now appeared that acting recklessly would jeopardize his own safety. Indeed, some zombies were soon drawn to the commotion, relentlessly slamming against the security door, which began to visibly loosen at the joints with each impact. The two youths turned ashen, their cries growing ever more anguished in their extreme terror. With a resounding crash, the security door finally succumbed, and the screams of the two young men were swiftly drowned out. However, this presented an opportunity for Ling Mo. As many zombies were lured away, he could now traverse this area unimpeded. Just as he successfully navigated through the densely populated zombie zone, he was met with an obstruction ahead. A bus and several cars had blocked the intersection. During the outbreak, there had been no shortage of vehicular accidents, particularly involving buses filled to capacity with passengers. Whether due to mutations among those inside or sheer panic from the chaos outside, such tragedies were all too common. The circumstances suggest that the bus has been involved in a series of collisions with the reckless vehicles that fled in desperation, leaving it utterly deformed. The fate of the passengers within remains uncertain. They may be trapped, or perhaps they have transformed into the undead. Ling Mo initially intended to circumvent the bus. Yet as he gazed at it, an overwhelming sensation enveloped his mind. Each time Yi Lian arrived, it seemed she had taken the bus, and this thought altered his perception of the vehicle. A surge of anticipation mixed with trepidation coursed through him. There is a significant possibility that Yi Lian had been on that very bus, and if she had failed to escape in time, she might still be inside. Despite believing he was psychologically prepared, the reality of the moment instilled a sense of panic within him. What lay within? Decaying corpses, or perhaps nothing remained at all. After exhaling deeply, Ling Mo commanded the corpse puppet to ascend the crumpled front of the bus. The sensation of controlling the puppet was uncanny. Akin to possessing a doppelganger, through their psychic connection, he could not only direct its movements, but also receive sensory feedback from its features. Yet, A barrier lingered between him and the puppet, preventing him from fully mastering its actions. He surmised that true mastery would entail a complete fusion with the puppet. Although the prospect felt somewhat peculiar, he was nonetheless eager to reach that state. Chapter 3. An encounter with childhood sweetheart through the puppet's perspective. Ling Mo caught a glimpse of the interior of the bus. Inside the shadowy cabin, numerous indistinct figures remained motionless. As he navigated around the front, he observed that both the front and rear doors had been deformed by the impact, rendering them impossible to open. Several glass windows had shattered, yet none were sufficient for escape. Ling Mo directed the puppet to shatter one of the remaining windows entirely, and then crawled inside. The stench within the bus was overpowering. Even though it was perceived through the puppet, Ling Mo could not help but grimace. The mingling odors of blood and decay were nauseating. Upon entering, the puppet trampled upon a corpse, and as Ling Mo looked down, a wave of horror washed over him. The body, though decomposed, bore a grotesquely swollen face with glaring red eyes, evidence that it had transformed into a zombie prior to death. No one had escaped, nor had anyone entered. Could it be that this zombie perished of hunger? Ling Mo hastily commanded the puppet to venture further inside, but soon sensed something amiss. The cabin was stained with large patches of blood and tattered pieces of clothing, indicating a massacre had unfolded within after someone had mutated. Yet now, the only occupants were these transformed zombies, and Ling Mo noted that their skulls had been hollowed out. Who could have done this? A sudden chill gripped Ling Mo's heart, and in that moment of distraction, a shadow darted forth from behind a seat, pouncing upon the back of the puppet like an agile leopard. The shadow moved silently and with remarkable agility, although its strength was modest. By the time Ling Mo sensed its presence, the shadow had already thrust its hand toward the back of the corpse's head. Startled, Ling Mo instinctively directed the corpse to fall backward, forcefully pinning the shadow to the ground. However, in that moment, the back of the corpse's head had already been pierced, and blood gushed forth profusely. This hand is as sharp as a knife, Ling Mo thought, feeling a pang of sorrow for the young and vigorous corpse he had painstakingly nurtured, while simultaneously harboring a deep apprehension of the shadow beneath him. He pressed the shadow's neck with the corpse's elbow, while grasping its wrist with the other hand, leveraging the situation to rise. Unexpectedly, as he stood, the shadow's other hand plunged into the soft abdomen of the corpse. Though the corpse felt no pain, Ling Mo's expression shifted to one of complexity. Precisely, at the moment the shadow acted, he had prepared to counterattack, but upon recognizing the shadow's face, he was momentarily frozen in shock. Yilian, lying beneath him, with one hand buried in the corpse's belly, was the very target he had been searching for. Yilian. Ling Mo had envisioned many scenarios, but he never anticipated encountering Yilian in such a predicament. After mutation, her once beautiful eyes had turned blood red, but her expression was not twisted like that of a typical zombie. Rather, it appeared eerily normal and cold. For a fleeting moment, Ling Mo was entranced. But when Yilian withdrew her hand, pulling out the corpse's intestines, he was jolted back to reality. Her small hands appeared unchanged, yet the hardness of her nails was extraordinary, and her fingers possessed immense strength, capable of piercing flesh. This was a clear deviation from the norm of ordinary zombies. Moreover, typical zombies would not attack a fellow corpse. Glancing at the multitude of zombie bodies in the vehicle, Ling Mo suddenly grasped the situation. After the normal humans had been consumed, the remaining zombies, driven by hunger, turned on each other, and Yilian, having survived, seemed to have undergone even more bizarre transformations beyond mere zombification. While Ling Mo was lost in thought, Yilian had already yanked the intestines out, blood spraying forth and splattering onto her. Stimulated by the fresh scent of blood, her eyes appeared even more crimson, and her strength surged, allowing her to seize the corpse's arm and toss it aside. As the corpse fell, Yilian pounced, her hands wrapping around its neck. Her movements were far more agile than those of a typical zombie, and before Ling Mo could react, he found himself subdued by her, with the sensation of suffocation encroaching. The corpse's instincts were triggered, while Ling Mo felt a wave of emptiness wash over his mind. This indicated that the corpse was about to slip from his control. Finally, Ling Mo emerged from a shock of reuniting with Yilian. The transformation she had undergone was, to some extent, his own responsibility. As he exerted every effort to maintain control over the corpse, a bold thought suddenly surged within him. since the zombies are merely infected by a virus. And, given Yi Lian's condition, it appears that the virus within her has undergone some form of mutation. With this in mind, there might be a chance to discover a method to cure her. Even though such hope seems exceedingly slim, as long as there exists a flicker of possibility, Ling Mo is determined to attempt it. As this thought emerged, Ling Mo immediately directed the corpse puppet to fixate intently on Yi Lian's eyes. With his mind rapidly concentrating, he perceived her head transforming into a luminous orb. However, the hue of this orb significantly diverged from that of ordinary zombies. The zombies, having lost their rationality due to the viral influence, operate solely on instinct, resulting in a spirit orb that is merely a static blur. In contrast, Yi Lian's spirit orb appeared markedly brighter, subtly tinged with red. What could this signify? Yet, there was no time for Ling Mo to ponder further. He focused his attention on Yi Lian's orb, attempting to delve deeper within. Indeed, the experience was unlike that with ordinary zombies. While he had encountered no resistance previously, he now sensed a faint opposition from Yi Lian. Although it was slight, Ling Mo felt his heart momentarily halt. Could it be that Yi Lian had regained a semblance of thought? Yet, her appearance suggested otherwise. As Ling Mo finally managed to control Yi Lian, he found himself drenched in cold sweat, and the corpse puppet had been completely suffocated by her in the process. However, just as he cautiously guided Yi Lian to stand, he suddenly felt a wave of yearning. This craving emanated from her spiritual realm, directed towards an object nestled within the back of the corpse puppet's skull. While manipulating the corpse puppet earlier, Ling Mo had never sensed any emotional fluctuations, as the puppet possessed no desires beyond its primal instincts. Yet now, he detected this yearning from Yi Lian, leaving him both perplexed and exhilarated. If this mutation could elicit desire, perhaps further transformation might restore her rationality. With this thought, Ling Mo commanded Yi Lian to pierce through the back of the corpse puppet's skull. Guided by this craving, she swiftly extracted a small, gel-like substance that appeared to be infected from his brain. It resembled tissue that had been affected by the virus, exhibiting a slight redness and a rubbery elasticity when held. After examining it for a while, Ling Mo, suppressing his nausea, forced the gelatinous mass into Yi Lian's mouth. Immediately, a wave of warmth surged from his abdomen, swiftly circulating throughout his body, invigorating Yi Lian's previously weakened physique. To his astonishment, this repulsive gel had such an effect. Perhaps Yi Lian's mutation was indeed a result of consuming this substance. Once he guided Yi Lian to leap from the vehicle and approach his hiding place, Ling Mo finally stood face to face with her. Observing Yi Lian's blood-splattered body, her pallid countenance, and those eerily luminous red eyes, a torrent of emotions surged within Ling Mo. Though Yi Lian radiated an aura of icy danger, evoking a sense of profound peril, the familiarity of her visage sent a wave of disorientation through Ling Mo. Unable to resist, he reached out and wiped the bloodstains from her face, murmuring, "Do not worry. Brother will find a way to help you recover." In this fleeting moment of distraction, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Yi Lian's eyes, coinciding with a sharp pain that surged through Ling Mo's head. Fortunately, he quickly regained his focus and reasserted control over Yi Lian. However, the close call left him feeling a deep sense of dread. If the corpse puppet stood no chance against Yi Lian, Ling Mo feared for his own abilities. He neither wished to harm Yi Lian nor to fall victim to her. Now that he had found her, he could not afford to perish. He must discover a way to restore her. Realizing they could not linger, Ling Mo promptly guided Yi Lian towards his residence. In such a densely populated area, even with utmost caution, encounters with zombies were inevitable. Yet, unlike the arduous battles faced previously, Yi Lian rendered the undead nearly powerless. In terms of speed and strength, she surpassed ordinary zombies by a considerable margin. Initially, Ling Mo had hesitated to let her engage in combat for fear of injuring her. But the intense desire for battle emanating from Yi Lian ignited a fervor within him. From a moment Yi Lian charged forward, Ling Mo sensed he was only half in control. While her instincts surged to their fullest potential during the fight, his ability to influence the course of battle diminished. Realizing her formidable strength instilled in him a sense of urgency. If he did not enhance his own powers swiftly, it would not be long before Yi Lian broke free from his grasp. In such a scenario, not only would he fail to aid her recovery, but he might also fall victim to her. Even if he managed to escape, finding Yi Lian again in this vast city would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. With this thought, Ling Mo clenched his jaw, tightened his grip on the bone knife, and rushed to Yi Lian's side. At that moment, four zombies surrounded Yi Lian, who was in the process of twisting one of their heads off. These zombies did not actively assault her, but upon Ling Mo's arrival, the remaining three lunged towards him simultaneously. Facing such a multitude of foes for the first time, Ling Mo felt a surge of anxiety. Yet, inexplicably, the ferocity radiating from Yi Lian instilled in him a powerful urge to fight as he raised his bone knife. With a low growl, he surged into the fray of the three zombies. The zombies possessed considerable strength and did not exhibit the clumsy movements often depicted in films, but their instinct-driven attacks were relatively straightforward. As one zombie reached out to grab him, Ling Mo swiftly sidestepped, evading the attack while simultaneously driving the bone knife into the abdomen of another zombie. The sound of a blade piercing flesh resonated. Yet Ling Mo scarcely had the time to glance before he lifted his foot and kicked the third zombie. This creature was sent sprawling before Yi Lian, and before it could rise, she swiftly dispatched it by piercing the back of its skull. At that moment, the zombie Ling Mo had evaded had once again closed in, and only now, having regained his footing, did Ling Mo truly find himself in peril. The knife remained embedded, while the blood-soaked hand of the zombie reached ominously towards him. Should it grasp him, escape would be nearly impossible. Under the looming threat of death, Ling Mo remained unperturbed. He grasped the bone knife and yanked it forward, feeling the zombie lurch in response. In a flash, he deftly sidestepped. The two zombies collided, and in that instant, the bone knife sliced through one of their abdomens, seamlessly plunging into the other's skull with a vigorous twist. This all transpired in the blink of an eye. When Ling Mo emerged from his frenzy, only the lifeless bodies of the zombies remained. It was then that he recognized that his display had not only showcased composure, but also an extraordinary synchronization of mental and physical reflexes. While this was undoubtedly tied to the enhancement of his psychological and physical attributes, the wild exhilaration he felt must have played a role as well. Most importantly, gazing at the corpses beneath him with the bloody knife in hand, Ling Mo's body trembled slightly, not from fear, but from exhilaration. At this juncture, Yi Lian had consumed the gel from the zombie skulls, her eyes shimmering with an increased brightness, exuding a lively essence. Were it not for the eerie crimson hue, she would have appeared almost indistinguishable from an ordinary survivor. Strangely, as Yi Lian underwent this transformation, Ling Mo sensed a subtle shift within himself. Though faint, he distinctly felt his strength surging beyond its previous limits, his stamina replenished, and most significantly, the spiritual connection between him and Yi Lian deepening. Could it be that their mental bond allowed him to be influenced by her ongoing metamorphosis? Apart from this hypothesis, Ling Mo found no better explanation. Prior to this, he had been uncertain whether this change was beneficial or detrimental. Yet, the sensations he experienced now ignited a thrill within him. His rationality remained intact, and he could grow stronger alongside Yi Lian. He even began to anticipate further transformations. However, he understood the necessity of caution. Acting recklessly could endanger Yi Lian, leading to irreparable regret. On the return journey, Ling Mo found a clean dress and a pair of sandals in a clothing store, intending to replace Yi Lian's blood-stained attire. The grotesque appearance of the dead body was one thing, but Yi Lian was fastidious about cleanliness. Even as a zombie, she should not be left in such a state. Yet, upon returning to their dwelling and seeing Yi Lian quietly seated before him, Ling Mo found himself at a loss on how to proceed. Whether it is by manipulating Yi Lian to change herself or by taking matters into his own hands, one cannot avoid encountering the form that has appeared countless times in his fantasies. Previously, due to his own inadequacies, Ling Mo harbored deep affection for Yi Lian, but never confessed his feelings, nor did he ever dream of a change in their relationship. After all, he was merely a struggling recluse with a modest income, while Yi Lian was the belle of the university, surrounded by suitors of remarkable caliber. Yet now, he found himself in a position where he had to assist her in changing clothes. Even though Yi Lian was devoid of reason at this moment, Ling Mo felt an overwhelming dryness in his throat. Glancing at the basin of water beside his feet, and then at Yi Lian, who was soiled and disheveled, he hesitated for a considerable time before finally extending his hand. Calm, stay composed. It would be disingenuous to claim he felt no impulse in the presence of the girl he adored, yet gazing into Yi Lian's emotionless eyes pierced his heart with pain. When would she regain her sanity? Chapter 5. Virus evolution. A sudden jolt of awareness in the early hours roused Ling Mo from his slumber. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld Yilian, who had been seated quietly in the corner. Now cleansed and donned in fresh attire, she appeared much like her former self, the only distinction being the eerie red glow emanating from her eyes. The unusual sensation he had just experienced stemmed from Yilian's primal hunger. If she could articulate her thoughts, her first utterance would undoubtedly be, "I am hungry." Moreover, the sustenance she craved was that peculiar gel found within the brains of zombies. Judging by Yilian's demeanor, this special gel seemed to trigger further mutations of the virus within her with striking efficacy. Since she had this craving, he was compelled to fulfill it. It was indeed a perplexing sentiment. While ordinary survivors sought refuge from zombies, he was inclined to actively seek out trouble with them. Most notably, he was accompanied by a mutated zombie. After gathering some provisions, Ling Mo retrieved a pristine sharp knife from his backpack. The previous bone knife had sustained wear and tear, which could hinder him in combat. Thus, it was no longer suitable for use. He attempted to feed Yilian a piece of sausage, only to find that she showed no interest. Her appetite appeared to be limited solely to that gel. "Let us go. I shall take you to find something to eat." With a decisive pull, he helped her to her feet and led her downstairs. The city now lay shrouded in a pall of death. It lacked everything except for zombies. However, areas where zombies congregated posed significant danger to Ling Mo, compelling him to search for those that were isolated. During his cautious search, he found himself involuntarily pondering a question. For the wandering zombies outside, their sole source of nourishment came from survivors who risked their lives in search of sustenance. Under sufficiently careful circumstances, most survivors could manage to escape with their lives, even if their food supplies were meager. Thus, would these zombies, like Yilian, begin to turn upon one another in the absence of food? In certain locales, there may already exist mutated zombies akin to Yilian. This revelation is indeed a dire misfortune for the survivors. Following this strengthening of their psychic connection, Ling Mo found it significantly easier to control Yilian than the previous day. Through a night of exploration, he had also grasped the nuances of managing her. Unlike ordinary zombies, Yilian possessed not only primal instincts, but also a fierce desire to attack, coupled with the ability to communicate her needs to Ling Mo. Given her considerable strength, full control would merely stifle her abilities and provoke her resistance. Thus, Ling Mo maintained their psychic link, ensuring she would not assault him while allowing her autonomy. Despite her capacity for independent action, Yilian remained within Ling Mo's sight, closely trailing him. Fortunately, being in the suburbs where the population was sparse, Ling Mo swiftly encountered several zombies lingering at an intersection. Upon sighting these creatures, Yilian dashed forward eagerly, her movements swift and her attacks fierce. After a moment's hesitation, Ling Mo too charged in with his dagger. Within a mere minute, the zombies were dispatched, and after consuming the gelatinous remains, Yilian's eyes sparkled with newfound vitality. Concurrently, Ling Mo sensed a surge in his own mental fortitude and strength. Though this change was subtle, it was nonetheless a gratifying advancement for him. As Yilian engaged in battle, the ferocity he experienced became increasingly palpable. Hunting nearby for an entire morning, they eliminated dozens of zombies, finally satisfying her cravings. However, Ling Mo was taken aback when, after devouring the gelatinous brains of so many zombies, Yilian exhibited signs of extreme fatigue, her emotions wavering. Had it not been for the deepening psychic bond between them during this process, she might have broken free from his control. Sensing the precariousness of the situation, Ling Mo hastily sought refuge in an unoccupied apartment within a nearby residential building, bringing Yilian into one of the vacant rooms. At this point, Yilian, agitated, clenched her fists, yet her body seemed devoid of strength, rendering her completely limp. Ling Mo laid her gently upon the bed, only to discover her body felt as if it were on the verge of combustion, her temperature alarmingly high. Could it be that consuming so much at once had destabilized the virus within her? Just as Ling Mo worried, an overwhelming sense of rage surged through him, and the world before him seemed shrouded in crimson. Clearly, the changes in the virus within Yilian were affecting him through their psychic connection. The pain was excruciating. Severing the link would provide relief from his fury, but the uncontrolled Yilian would undoubtedly lash out. Ling Mo could only grit his teeth and endure. His body felt increasingly overheated drenched in cold sweat, as if he might explode. Particularly, a pulsating sensation throbbed in his head, as though something were trying to break free from within. Had it not been for the steadfastness of Ling Mo's willpower, cultivated during this period of controlling the corpses, he might have succumbed to unconsciousness. Meanwhile, Yi Lian gasped for breath, her previously pallid cheeks now adorned with a delicate flush, and the crimson hue in her eyes grew increasingly vibrant. Under Ling Mo's attentive gaze, she ultimately closed her eyes in silence and collapsed onto the bed. Initially startled, Ling Mo soon regained his composure. He possessed no prior knowledge of this peculiar virus, let alone its mutations. Even in his anxiety, he found himself powerless to assist. Yet, through the spiritual connection between him and Yi Lian, he sensed that her vital signs remained stable. It was merely the burgeoning force within her that proved too overwhelming, prompting her body to activate its self-protective mechanisms, leading her to faint temporarily. As he awaited Yi Lian's awakening, Ling Mo endured physical torment for several hours. Eventually, he felt the warmth coursing through his body, and a sense of tranquility washed over him. The power that lingered within him seemed to permeate every cell, invigorating him profoundly. Clenching his fists, he discerned that his strength had significantly increased. As for other transformations, he could only anticipate their revelation in the heat of battle. At that moment, Yi Lian slowly opened her eyes, and Ling Mo was momentarily rendered speechless. Following this mutation, her eyes had returned to the appearance of an ordinary human. To be precise, the eerie blood-red hue had transformed into a clear black, not only deeper in shade, but also lending her an air of icy detachment. Remarkably, the dangerous aura she once emanated had concealed itself. Those unaware of her true power might mistake her for an ordinary survivor, oblivious to her identity as a mutated zombie. The transformation she underwent resembled more an evolution of the virus, achieved through the consumption of her kind. Chapter 6. The Mutated Zombie. In the wake of his astonishment, Ling Mo was engulfed by a wave of elation. The restoration of her eyes to a normal state suggested that his hypothesis might indeed materialize. With the virus's evolution, there was a chance Yi Lian could gradually regain her sanity. However, following the normalization of her eyes, the rate of viral evolution within her notably diminished. 3 days passed, during which they hunted over 100 zombies, yet Yi Lian's strength had only marginally increased, and the anticipated changes in her mental state failed to manifest. Conversely, Ling Mo experienced significant personal transformation. As his mental fortitude grew, he attempted to manipulate other zombies while maintaining partial control over Yi Lian. To his astonishment, after several initial failures, he succeeded. The more he practiced, the more adept he became at puppeteering. Not only that, his combat prowess also intensified. Though his reflexes did not match Yi Lian's speed, his rationality allowed him to respond with greater agility. Now, he felt confident in his ability to safeguard himself should Yi Lian slip from his control. At this moment, Ling Mo encountered a rather disheartening reality. His stockpile of food had been completely depleted. Initially, he relied solely on the corpses for both combat and foraging, resulting in minimal personal consumption. However, as he began to engage in battles himself, his physical exertion escalated, consequently increasing his appetite. Being situated in the suburbs, this area had already witnessed a significant depletion of food supplies when the apocalypse erupted, leaving only a scant quantity. After the relentless searches by survivors, the remaining food sources had dwindled to an alarming extent. Following 2 fruitless attempts in small supermarkets, Ling Mo resolved to venture into the city center with Yi Lian. In contrast to this urban fringe, the city center boasted a far more abundant supply of resources. Yet, the immense population density likely meant a catastrophic number of zombies. Had it not been for Yi Lian's presence, Ling Mo might have considered retreating to the countryside or the mountains. However, such a move would likely spell starvation for Yi Lian. The densely populated city, teeming with zombies, was the ideal environment for both Yi Lian and himself to evolve continuously. Nevertheless, preparing adequately for the journey to the city center was imperative. He needed suitable transportation, easy-to-carry food and weaponry. While he had already secured a bicycle and food supplies, the absence of an effective weapon posed a dilemma. Ordinary household knives dulled and chipped too quickly to be of any real use. A proper blade was undeniably essential. Wang Lin's family specialized in crafting handmade knives. Wang Lin was a young girl residing in the same building as Ling Mo. possessing a pleasant appearance that often caught his eye during their brief encounters. However, since the onset of the apocalypse, he had not seen her again, and this sudden recollection stirred a pang of unease within him. A delicate girl like her, even if she survived without mutation, must be enduring a harrowing existence. At the break of dawn, Ling Mo packed his belongings and, accompanied by Yilian, set off towards Wang Lin's family knife shop. Despite his careful selection of relatively safe routes, he still encountered and dispatched a dozen zombies before finally arriving at the now desolate store. The bloodstains adorning the glass windows, the shattered glass door, and the ominous darkness within the shop evoked a sense of trepidation. Yet, such scenes had become commonplace in this new world. In this context, it was prudent to allow Yi Lian to enter first. Although she could combat zombies, they would not initiate an attack on her. Fortunately, the shop was devoid of any zombies, and both Yi Lian and Ling Mo encountered no complications as they stepped inside. The store was stocked with numerous knives, albeit all dull and intended for use. However, Ling Mo recalled that, at a friend's request, he had once purchased from this establishment and knew that they had sharpened blades hidden away, not displayed for sale. I believe the workshop should be located at the back, he thought, as he navigated behind the counter toward a security door. Upon grasping the doorknob and twisting it, he realized something was amiss. Typically, such doors could be opened with a simple pull, yet this one was locked. Did the people in the shop at that moment flee into the workroom? If so, there might still be survivors inside. Perhaps Wang Lin is alive, right here. The thought ignited a surge of excitement in Ling Mo, prompting him to gently knock on the door and softly call out, "Is anyone there?" Bang! After a brief silence, a muffled sound suddenly emanated from within, akin to something being knocked over. There truly was someone. Ling Mo was momentarily taken aback, then knocked on the door once more with greater force. But all that responded was a clattering noise, and the door showed no signs of opening. Could it be that they lacked the strength due to hunger? However, the sounds from within filled Ling Mo with an ominous premonition. Regardless, securing the tools inside necessitated opening the door. With Ling Mo's strength alone, he could not simply kick open the reinforced door. Yet, with Yilian's assistance, it became a trivial task. With a resounding crash, the door was forced open just enough for a hand to extend outwards. Upon catching sight of this hand, Ling Mo's pupils involuntarily contracted. At first glance, it appeared unremarkable, but the faintly reddish nails gripping the door emitted a creaking sound, eerily reminiscent of Yilian. Could it be that there was another mutated zombie within? Though he had suspected it, witnessing a mutated zombie aside from Yi Lian still astonished Ling Mo. Furthermore, judging by the hand size, it likely belonged to a man, suggesting that Wang Lin's fate was grim. The thought of this hand's owner possibly having torn Wang Lin to shreds and consumed him sent a surge of rage coursing through Ling Mo. He raised a sharp knife in his hand and struck down decisively. As half a hand fell to the ground, blood erupted in a splatter, and the reinforced door was thoroughly breached by the force of the blow. What lay beyond the door was a gruesomely bloody scene. The modest workspace was nearly engulfed in bloodstains, torn clothing, and scattered human bones. Among them were two complete corpses, both face down, revealing their hollowed skulls. The only survivor was a young man, knocked to the ground by the door. As soon as he hit the floor, he sprang up like a flash, transforming into a shadow that lunged directly at Ling Mo. This was Ling Mo's first direct encounter with an attack from a mutated zombie, and the speed of the assault left little room for reaction. Had this been the old Ling Mo, he would have likely succumbed in that instant. However, having undergone significant training, the current Ling Mo remained remarkably composed. Although the mutated zombie moved with astonishing speed, Ling Mo's reflexes were equally swift. Almost instantaneously, as the mutated zombie lunged, Ling Mo reacted. He took a slight step back, sidestepped, and with his arm wielding the knife, he swung forcefully towards the direction of the mutated zombie. Splash! A torrent of blood erupted in the moment of their intersection, and Ling Mo executed a swift 90-degree turn, driving the knife into the zombie's abdomen with a powerful upward thrust, then forcefully slashing downwards. If it were an ordinary zombie, it would undoubtedly have been struck directly by Ling Mo's swift attack. However, the mutated zombie exhibited remarkable speed. As soon as Ling Mo turned around, it swiftly crouched and charged at him, deftly avoiding his downward strike while lunging toward Ling Mo, its hands reaching for his chest. Being grasped by the powerful fingers of this mutated zombie would likely lead to far more severe injuries than mere superficial wounds, and from this angle, Yi was unable to intervene. In that moment of peril, the ferocious energy within Ling Mo surged forth. Instead of retreating, he twisted his wrist and struck downward once more. Simultaneously, he thrust his knee upward, crashing into the mutated zombie's chin, momentarily halting its movements. In the midst of combat, even a fraction of a second's vulnerability could result in fatal consequences. It was during this fleeting moment that Ling Mo's sharp blade plunged forcefully into the mutated zombie's nape. With a faint crack, the zombie's action ceased, while Ling Mo gritted his teeth and twisted the blade with all his might. A sharp sound echoed as the blade snapped, leaving a portion lodged within the mutated zombie's body, ultimately extinguishing its life. Clutching the broken blade, Ling Mo felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him, prompting him to gasp for breath. Chapter 7: The Girl Behind the Window. Upon witnessing the mutated zombie's body collapse, Yi rushed forward and deftly extracted its cerebral gel. With her current speed, she was capable of performing this extraction without a single drop of blood staining her hands. It was only after she released her grip that the gaping wound in the zombie's skull began to ooze a mixture of red and white substances. To Ling Mo's astonishment, the cerebral gel from the mutated zombie was entirely distinct from that of ordinary zombies. While the gel of typical zombies bore a faint reddish hue, the substance extracted from this mutated creature was enveloped in crimson veins, resembling a magnificent red gemstone at first glance. After signaling Yi to wait, Ling Mo took the gel from her hand and examined it closely. He had previously speculated that this gel might represent a viral infection, akin to a soft stone within the body. Perhaps it was precisely because this affliction resided in the brain that those infected lost their sanity and devolved into zombies. Consuming this affliction would likely purify the virus within Yi, deepening its influence on her. This might be a strategy of combating poison with poison. Bringing the gel to his nose, he was immediately met with a faint yet intensely acrid scent that caused him to frown, nearly overwhelming him. However, what would be intolerable for an ordinary person was considered a delicacy by Yi. Observing the gel, it was evident that the purity of the virus contained within was significantly higher than that found in typical zombie gel. Given the circumstances that had previously arisen, Ling Mo resolved to allow Yi to consume this gel when they found a suitable place to rest. Otherwise, she would have fainted on the spot, and even Ling Mo would lose his ability to act. At that moment, even an ordinary zombie could bring his demise. After stepping over the corpse of a mutated zombie, Ling Mo furrowed his brows as he entered a workspace that resembled a slaughterhouse. He left Yi outside to prevent the scent of blood from attracting zombies. The floor was coated with a layer of blood and flesh, making it feel peculiar underfoot, while a pungent stench assaulted the senses, causing a sharp pain in the head. The mere thought that Wang Lin might be among the blood and bones filled Ling Mo with a desire to drag the mutated zombie's body back and vent his anger. Inside the workspace lay numerous finished or semi-finished craft blades and weapons, but these were not what Ling Mo sought. After rummaging for a while, he finally uncovered a box beneath a bloodstained sleeve. Upon opening it, he found several daggers and short swords, each gleaming with a cold light. The sharpened edges appeared remarkably sharp, and their quality surpassed that of cumbersome kitchen knives, making them more convenient to carry. After testing the feel of the weapons, Ling Mo chose a short sword to hang at his waist and picked out a handy dagger. With these two items, he hoped to find some assistance on his journey to the main city. Though Yi was strong, the number of zombies would only increase as they approached the city, making it impractical to rely solely on her. Moreover, being with Yi instilled in Ling Mo a subtle psychological drive. He aspired to be stronger than her, rather than merely surviving by her side. This way, when the day came that Yi regained her sanity, he could stand tall before her. Establishing a mental connection with Yi and evolving alongside her provided Ling Mo with a chance to grow stronger. However, mere evolution together was insufficient. As a mutated zombie, Yi physical prowess far exceeded Ling Mo's, while his strength lay in learning and honing combat techniques. In the days spent fighting alongside Yi, Ling Mo had indeed gleaned much from real combat experience, as evidenced by his recent encounter with a mutated zombie. Yet, that was still not enough for him to leave the workspace. He cast a complex glance at Yi silhouette. It had been confirmed that mutated zombies like Yi Lian existed, and judging by her astonishing rate of growth, it was likely they would soon encounter beings even stronger than mutated zombies. Especially in the densely populated zombie-infested city, the number of mutated zombies would likely be considerable. Thus, it seemed his own pace of strengthening was not rapid enough. Having found nothing else in the shop, Ling Mo decided to depart with Yi Lian. Although her actions were entirely driven by Ling Mo's mental commands, in his eyes, she remained the beautiful girl who once used to act coyly, prompting him to speak to her without restraint. Unbeknownst to Ling Mo, just after they left, a delicate, pale hand pulled aside the heavy curtains of a two-story building across the street. Through a narrow gap, a pair of clear eyes watched as Ling Mo and Yi Lian vanished around the corner. Wang Lin, what happened? A voice emerged from within the room, laced with curiosity. The girl named Wang Lin promptly lowered the curtain and turned her gaze towards the dimly lit interior. Her finely contoured face bore little expression, appearing even more frail in the inadequate light. The mutated zombie had been dispatched, and the short knife within had been taken, the very finest one. The man speaking stepped out from the shadows, astonished as he inquired, "Is that possible? What method was employed?" "Direct confrontation," Wang Lin replied, her expression reflecting a mix of emotions. Initially, she had contemplated finding an appropriate means to deal with him, considering he was a relative of hers. However, she had not anticipated that someone could confront a mutated zombie head-on. She had noticed them upon their arrival. One was a girl with little combat prowess, while the other seemed somewhat familiar, yet she could not place him. He appeared rather unremarkable. Impressive. How unfortunate that we devised so many strategies only to be preempted, the man expressed, his face a tableau of shock, though predominantly overshadowed by frustration. At that moment, Wang Lin suddenly let out a disgruntled huff. "The key issue is that knife. I crafted it myself, and he had the audacity to take it. If not for that knife, she would not have returned so deliberately. It's already taken. Let's move on," the man said, momentarily taken aback before he spoke with a hint of resignation. A flicker of anger flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. "No. It took me over 6 months to create. Why should he have it? We should pursue him immediately. Don't invite trouble upon yourself. You are such a coward. Just ensure I don't encounter him again, or I shall make him pay. How dare he steal from me? A thief." "Indeed, you have a point," the man replied, rubbing his temples in exasperation, then cautiously asked, "The knife is gone. What shall we do now? Perhaps we should check your cousin's shop? Additionally, see if any of their family survived. I hope they all perished." Wang Lin's face twisted in disgust as she muttered. However, after a moment of silence, she reluctantly nodded. "There's no other option. That family has inherited skills from my grandfather. Their knives are not inferior. We might as well pay them a visit. If it weren't for the knife, I wouldn't bother going." On another note, that man earlier seemed increasingly familiar. In such a small place, one often encounters familiar faces. It's not surprising. Enough of that. Let us prepare and then head to your cousin's home. In stark contrast to Wang Lin's aloof demeanor, the man was brimming with excitement. Observing his reaction, Wang Lin merely grunted, "I sincerely hope they all meet their demise. Especially that one. Who dare to take my knife? May he perish swiftly and be reborn." At that moment, as Ling Mo hurried towards his temporary refuge, he suddenly felt a prickling sensation at the nape of his neck, a chill surging from his feet. He quickly turned around but saw nothing. Only a few recently felled zombie corpses. What is going on? A mere illusion? Ling Mo pondered cautiously as he scanned his surroundings, ultimately shaking his head in resignation before hurrying away with Yi Lian. Chapter 8. Transformation. Ling Mo chose a temporary refuge in a quaint family inn, where the accommodations were relatively clean and the scent of blood was faint. Most importantly, the location was quite favorable. He deliberately poured several bottles of disinfectant at the entrance, effectively diminishing zombie attention in this less densely populated area. However, such a tactic would likely attract the undead in a city overrun by them. After consuming a modest meal and meticulously checking the doors and windows, Ling Mo finally seated himself before Yi Lian, retrieving a piece of gel from his pocket. Perhaps due to prolonged exposure to the air, the initially mild, acrid odor had intensified, causing Yi Lian's eyes to redden upon its revelation. Had their mental connection not been so robust, she might have instinctively resisted. Yet, for Ling Mo, the scent was excruciating. He refrained from immediately placing the gel into Yi Lian's mouth, having noticed its peculiar hue, reminiscent of actual blood clots and strikingly vibrant. To his astonishment, the virus seemed to possess a preservative quality. At that moment, Yi Lian's primal needs surged strongly. Ling Mo, sensing this, gently brought the gel to her lips. Her mouth was cool, and as she swallowed the gel, her warm tongue brushed softly against his fingers, causing his heart to race. Observing Yi Lian's gradually calming demeanor, he felt an overwhelming impulse to kiss her. However, just as he tenderly cradled her face, the expressionless Yi Lian unexpectedly closed her eyes, her brow knitting slightly. This took Ling Mo by surprise. It was the first time he had witnessed an expression on her transformed visage. Despite her eyes being shut, a palpable aura of danger emanated from her, chilling the air around him. Simultaneously, a wave of alternating warmth and cold enveloped him, causing his body to shudder involuntarily, followed by an excruciating pain radiating from every pore, as if his head were on the brink of explosion. Unable to suppress a groan of agony, Ling Mo curled up, while Yi Lian, released from his grasp, collapsed back into the bedding. The indescribable pain surged from each cell within him, as if his body were being torn apart and then reassembled piece by piece. If merely the influence of their mental connection could inflict such torment, one could only imagine the intensity of Yi Lian's direct experience. With bloodshot eyes, Ling Mo knelt on the bed, trembling uncontrollably, yet his gaze remained fixed on Yi Lian. If she could endure this, what couldn't he, a grown man, withstand? After what felt like an eternity, the agonizing sensation began to subside, though it seemed as if he had endured 3 days and nights in that state. Fortunately, the subsequent wave of relief significantly alleviated the lingering aftermath of the torment. He could sense the subtle transformations he had accumulated over time, which were now crystallized and elevated through this intense pain, making him feel as though he had been reborn. The latent power within his muscles, coupled with an unprecedented clarity of mind, filled Ling Mo with exhilaration. Much like the mutated zombies, he too had undergone a form of evolution. Although it was not externally visible, Ling Mo could distinctly perceive it within himself. Whether it was merely an illusion, he mused. Perhaps it was precisely because he consciously endured this agony that his mental evolution surpassed even that of his physical form. The truth of this could only be revealed through experience. Meanwhile, Yi Lian remained in a deep slumber, her brow slightly furrowed, occasionally trembling in her unconscious state. Ling Mo vigilantly stayed by her side, his heart a blend of tenderness and anticipation. How much would Yi Lian grow after absorbing the gel from the mutated zombie's brains? To his surprise, fatigue overtook him, and he inadvertently drifted into sleep after a long night of vigil. However, the unique abilities honed in the apocalypse awakened him mere minutes later. This special mode of sleep, likely mastered by those surviving in such dire conditions, was characterized by an instinctual vigilance that kept him alert even in dreams, allowing his taut nerves a brief respite. Yet, as a puppeteer, Ling Mo rarely indulged in deep slumber, maintaining a mental connection with his zombie puppets. This was the first time he had done so. Upon abruptly opening his eyes, he was confronted with a startling reality. Yi Lian was gone. Had she somehow escaped his control in those fleeting minutes? However, as he calmed himself, he realized that the situation was not as dire as it seemed. Following his evolution, Ling Mo's psychic abilities had strengthened significantly, shifting from deliberate control to effortless manipulation. A transformation of quality. Although Yi Lian was not before him, he could still feel their mental connection intact. Since being under his control, Yi Lian had rarely acted independently, save for combat or scavenging. Why was she behaving differently today? Contemplating this, Ling Mo quickly shifted his perception to that of Yi Lian. Fortunately, she was still within the inn, though her behavior was peculiar. Typically, aside from attacking and feeding, Yi Lian exhibited little self-awareness, but now she wandered aimlessly around the hotel, intermittently pausing to observe her surroundings. What could this mean? Ling Mo hastily exited his room and soon found Yi Lian in the corridor below. The moment he laid eyes on her, he nearly gasped in astonishment. The morning sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating Yi Lian as she turned to face him, a look of bewilderment gracing her features. This mere flicker of emotion sent shivers coursing through Ling Mo, igniting a surge of excitement within him. Yi Lian, he exclaimed, rushing to her side and grasping her shoulders with fervent joy. To his astonishment, she regained consciousness so swiftly. However, after shaking Yi Lian a few times, Ling Mo was suddenly drenched in a frigid realization. In Yi Lian's eyes, he could only discern fleeting bewilderment and the same indifference as before. Perhaps the evolution of the virus had loosened the shackles on Yi Lian's rationality, but it had not yet reached a level of full recovery. It was also possible that the viral mutation had instilled a nascent consciousness within Yi Lian, who was otherwise blank. After calling out to Yi Lian a few more times, Ling Mo finally accepted the truth that she had not completely returned to him. Nevertheless, at least she exhibited a hint of emotional expression and began to act autonomously. Whether this was a precursor to her recovery or a brand new evolution of the virus, it at least indicated that Ling Mo's hopes might still be realized. Chapter 9. Encountering Survivors. However, as Ling Mo led Yi Lian outside towards the main city, he soon discovered that her shift in consciousness was not merely reflected in her newfound autonomy. It was also manifested in an amplification of her instincts. In the presence of ordinary zombies, Yi Lian's demeanor resembled that of someone confronting insignificant, lowly creatures. Her methods of slaughter became increasingly efficient, her gaze akin to that of someone crushing inconspicuous insects underfoot. Moreover, her speed of attack had significantly increased. If she had previously resembled a cheetah, she now embodied a humanoid version of one. The evolution of the virus, while rendering Yi Lian's exterior more akin to that of an ordinary person, seemed to draw her behavior ever closer to that of a true beast, particularly in her predation of weaker beings. To Yi Lian, ordinary zombies likely represented nothing more than weak refuse. Ling Mo could not help but wonder how Yi Lian would react in the presence of humans. Nonetheless, under his control, he could still prevent her from attacking indiscriminately. Riding his bicycle with Yi Lian, they swiftly navigated through the streets and alleys. If it weren't for the zombies lurking everywhere, Ling Mo would have found the scene quite enjoyable. However, the pleasant moment was short-lived, as he soon encountered trouble upon entering the city. More precisely, he stumbled upon two survivors besieged by a horde of zombies. The male and female survivors appeared quite young, and judging by the backpacks they carried, it was evident they had ventured out in search of food. Their battleground was situated just outside the entrance of the supermarket. Taking shelter behind the supermarket's entrance, the two managed to fend off the relentless onslaught of the zombies, but the ever-growing number of undead around them began to escalate their peril. These zombies moved with alarming speed and struck with great force, quickly shattering the glass entrance of the supermarket, forcing the two to retreat inside, maneuvering around shelves and counters to evade the relentless attackers. Ling Mo observed this scene from a distance, initially intending to circumvent the chaos. But he found himself captivated by the girl. Armed with a long knife, she maintained a smile, and each time they faced a crisis, her sudden, swift strikes effortlessly dispatched the approaching zombies. Her instantaneous speed could even be compared to Yi Lian's, were it not for his own eyes bearing witness. Ling Mo would scarcely believe that such an extraordinary young girl could exist among ordinary people. The most pivotal aspect lies in her smile. Typically, when an ordinary girl encounters such a situation, even if she is not rendered speechless by fear, her complexion would undoubtedly pale and her body tremble. Yet, the expression on her face suggests an almost profound enjoyment of this fierce struggle, even while clearly at a disadvantage. Regardless of her strength, faced with an ever-increasing horde of zombies, her stamina would inevitably wane. Even Ling Mo could discern that her rapid assault technique not only posed a considerable strain on her physical endurance, but also presented a significant challenge to her concentration. Nevertheless, under such circumstances, she remained remarkably composed. For a fleeting moment, Ling Mo was struck by a flicker of doubt. Could this girl possess some form of extraordinary ability akin to his own? This thought ignited a surge of curiosity within him. However, glancing at Yi Lian in the back seat, he resolved to refrain from meddling further. If she were merely an ordinary survivor, that would be one matter. Yet, should she indeed possess special abilities, she might discern Yi Lian's true identity, which could lead to complications. Just as he intended to steer clear, a loud call echoed from the direction of the supermarket. "Brother, help me!" Upon hearing this shout, Ling Mo felt a throbbing pain in his head. Setting aside the annoyance of being addressed as brother, the sheer volume of the cry was bound to attract even greater trouble. The zombies possessed a keener sense of hearing than ordinary humans, and at that moment, several zombies emerged from nearby alleys and shops. As soon as they appeared, they honed in on Ling Mo, charging directly towards him and Yi Lian. What a troublesome predicament! Ling Mo silently cursed. drawing his short blade as he leaped off his vehicle. Mindful of the girl's identity, he instructed Yi Lian to remain behind him, shielding her from engagement to avoid drawing any unwanted attention. However, facing nearly 10 zombies alone was an unprecedented challenge. Relying solely on his offensive capabilities would likely prove insufficient. Fortunately, Ling Mo possessed the ability to manipulate puppets, and this moment presented an opportune time to test his skills. Raising his short blade to meet the first zombie that lunged at him, his gaze swiftly shifted to the second. In the instant their eyes locked, his formidable mental strength forcibly took control of the second zombie. Thus, as he dispatched the first, the controlled zombie, almost as if willingly, collided headfirst into the tip of Ling Mo's blade. This was merely the beginning. As multiple zombies charged towards him, Ling Mo felt a shiver run down his spine. Yet his mind was clearer than ever. He had previously attempted to control 2 zombies simultaneously. What about 3? The prospect of concurrently manipulating 3 zombies was a novel challenge for him. In this critical moment, he had no time for hesitation. The thought barely flickered in his mind before he resolutely put it into action. With a swift strike against the foremost zombie, he simultaneously seized control of the 2 advancing behind it. As their movements momentarily froze, Ling Mo's blade swiftly sliced through their throats. This method of control only influences the actions of the zombies for a fleeting moment. Even Ling Mo did not anticipate its remarkable efficacy in actual combat. Under this meticulously crafted strategy, Ling Mo appeared to effortlessly plunge into the horde of zombies, dispatching nearly 10 of them with astonishingly swift strikes. In the blink of an eye, the ground around him was strewn with the lifeless bodies of the undead. Drenched in blood, Ling Mo resembled a deity of death, leaving a man and a woman in the supermarket utterly dumbfounded. By heavens! Shauna, did you see that? What on earth is that person doing so mercilessly? The young man exclaimed in shock, momentarily transfixed, oblivious to a zombie squeezing through a gap in the counter, reaching out towards him. With a swift motion, a gleaming blade flashed before his eyes, and the zombie's hand fell right at his feet. He stood there, drenched in cold sweat, staring at the girl nearby. Shauna cast him a cold, sidelong glance before plunging her sword into the zombie's abdomen and pulling it out with force. What does it have to do with me? We have a chance of escape. Come on, let's break through. Though Shauna's response was rather indifferent, the young man was filled with excitement, as the situation had taken a turn for the better. Without regard for Ling Mo's willingness to assist them, he dashed out from behind the counter, with Shauna following closely after a brief hesitation. Seeing these 2 making their way towards him, Ling Mo realized he could not shake them off for the time being. Rather than watch them lead a swarm of zombies his way, he decided to assist them in breaking free from the horde. With Ling Mo's support, the 2 quickly emerged from the throng of zombies. At that moment, dozens of the undead had congregated outside the supermarket, leaving them with no time to spare. Brother, follow me. The young man flashed a grateful smile at Ling Mo before turning to sprint down a narrow alley. Ling Mo glanced back at the street teeming with zombies and reluctantly followed suit, bringing Yi Lian along. The girl maintained her composure, trailing behind and occasionally dispatching any zombies that got too close. Observing her up close, Ling Mo was struck not only by her astonishingly rapid attack speed, but also by the long knife she wielded. It appeared exceptionally sharp and possessed a substantial weight. It was remarkable how she could wield it with such agility, given her slender arms. What truly captivated him, however, was her demeanor and expression while slaying the zombies. Eerily calm, even unsettling. The young man led Ling Mo and Yi Lian through the alley for over 10 minutes before finally ducking into a small building, successfully shaking off the relentless horde. As the young man paused to catch his breath, Ling Mo noticed clear signs of prior human intervention within the building. It was likely their refuge. Thank you so much, brother, the young man said, his face flushed from exertion, sweat dampening his hair. He leaned on Ling Mo's shoulder and spoke in a halting manner. I really appreciate it. Seeing the sincerity in his expression, Ling Mo felt compelled to acknowledge him. Even though he wished to downplay the necessity of gratitude, he simply nodded in response. The young man, having caught his breath, expressed his admiration with a touch of awe, remarking on his girlfriend's remarkable speed without so much as breaking a sweat. He jested, questioning if she had a background as an athlete, though she bore no visible muscle to speak of, unlike our own Shauna. Suddenly, Shauna, who had remained silent until now, furrowed her brow and interjected with a hint of displeasure. Who do you think you are to claim ownership Come now, we are classmates after all. Lu Yuhao replied playfully, then turned to Ling Mo with a smile. I truly appreciate your help today. How about we go upstairs and relax? He patted his backpack, suggesting, I have some beer. Ling Mo glanced at Yi Lian, relieved that her appearance, post-evolution, had become indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person. Observing Shauna and Lu Yuhao's reactions, he noted that they appeared oblivious to her true nature. However, considering Yi Lian's well-being, he decided it prudent to limit interactions with other survivors. After a moment's contemplation, Ling Mo decisively shook his head. Not today. We have other matters to attend to. Other matters? Lu Yuhao asked, taken aback. In his view, encountering fellow survivors in this post-apocalyptic world was a cause for celebration. Even if they were not banding together for survival, exchanging knowledge could be beneficial. Moreover, Ling Mo, being an impressive figure, must possess valuable information that could greatly aid them. What other matters could possibly exist in this desolate world but survival? Shauna, growing impatient, remarked, if they're unwilling, don't press them. However, her sentence was abruptly interrupted as her gaze fell upon the short knife in Ling Mo's hand. In a moment of surprise, she swiftly reached for the weapon at his waist, her speed leaving no room for reaction. Ling Mo, caught off guard, quickly adjusted his body just enough to evade her grasp as her fingers brushed the hilt. This unexpected maneuver left Shauna momentarily stunned, while Lu Yuhao gaped in astonishment. Shauna, what are you doing? The failure of her attempt altered Shauna's gaze toward Ling Mo, revealing a hint of intrigue, though her tone remained confrontational. Where did you acquire that knife? It's none of your concern. Her pointed inquiry, coupled with her earlier impulsiveness, prompted Ling Mo to furrow his brow slightly in response. Though he had not acted out of obligation, he had effectively aided them, and rudeness should have its limits. Noticing Lu Yuhao's cautious demeanor towards her, it was evident that Shauna was accustomed to asserting her dominance through her formidable combat skills. However, Ling Mo was not easily intimidated. You, Shauna shot a glare at him, yet her frequent glances at the knife betrayed her keen interest. After a brief silence, she adjusted her tone and inquired, can you tell me where you obtained that knife? It was rare for a girl to lower her guard so swiftly, as evidenced by Lu Yuhao's astonished expression. There was nothing to conceal. So Ling Mo briefly recounted his visit to the handmade sword shop in search of weapons, making only minor alterations regarding the mutated zombies, such as the mention of the red gel. Upon hearing about the existence of these mutated zombies, the two individuals exhibited no signs of surprise, which further affirmed Ling Mo's suspicions. Indeed, the number of mutated zombies within the urban area had significantly increased. You're referring to the Wong family shop, aren't you? Xian'a suddenly inquired. How did you know? Although the dagger was a finished product, it bore no engravings on the sheath or blade, leaving Ling Mo puzzled as to how the girl had discerned its origin. Upon reflection, he realized that the Wong family's handmade swords were quite renowned in the city, making it likely that she could deduce its origin. Xian'a cast a complex glance at the dagger and remarked, so that means everyone in the shop is dead, right? Never mind, it's not important. Since it's not important, could you please stop staring at me? Ling Mo felt a peculiar sensation as Xian'a's gaze fixated on his lower half, prompting him to speak up awkwardly. Xian'a was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled nonchalantly. What are you afraid of? Your girlfriend doesn't mind at all, does she? She gestured toward Yi Lian, who stood behind Ling Mo, adding, right, sister? I do mind, Ling Mo replied, momentarily at a loss for words. Xian'a appeared to be no older than 17 or 18, yet her words were remarkably sharp. As she conversed with Yi Lian, Ling Mo hastily interjected, sorry, she doesn't speak. Ah, such a beautiful sister, and she's mute? Lu Yuhao exclaimed, then quickly offered an awkward smile, apologizing profusely. Ling Mo was unsure how to clarify the situation, so he could only smile wryly and nod. To his surprise, after studying Yi Lian intently, Xian'a suddenly grasped her wrist. Had Ling Mo not swiftly restrained Yi Lian's impulse to retaliate, Xian'a might have been torn to shreds in that instant. Unaware of the peril she had just invited upon herself, Xian'a said, Sister, why don't you come to our home and rest for a while? You look unwell. Her tone carried a hint of sympathy, and after speaking, her gaze softened as it turned to Ling Mo. You're quite decent. Come sit with us. I'll treat you to a drink. Misunderstanding. Just as Ling Mo was about to decline, Xian'a had already pulled Yi Lian upstairs, while Lu Yuhao nudged Ling Mo from behind, urging him, come on, come on. It's not every day we see living people. Upon reaching the upper floor and opening one of the doors, Ling Mo was astonished to discover that more than just Xian'a and her companion resided in the building. A dozen young men and women turned their attention toward the entrance, all appearing to be under 20. One girl in a school uniform, upon hearing the door open, eagerly approached, exclaiming, "Sister, you're back. Oh, you brought two more people?" She glanced past Xian'a at Yi Lian and Ling Mo before shifting her focus to Lu Yuhao's backpack. "How was your haul today?" "Not bad. Having just plundered the large supermarket on South Street, I still have many items yet to retrieve. However, they're well hidden for the time being. Once I finish my meal, I'll go back for them." Lu Yuhao chuckled with a hint of pride, yet he completely omitted mentioning their perilous predicament, a brush with death. Allow me to introduce two individuals. This is my brother, whose name I regretfully forgot to ask." Lu Yuhao, brimming with enthusiasm, suddenly fell silent in embarrassment. "Ling Mo. This is my girlfriend, Yi Lian." With a soft sigh, Ling Mo introduced himself. So your brother Ling." Lu Yuhao swiftly regained his composure, throwing an arm around Ling Mo's shoulders and pushing him to the center of the living room. "Everyone pay attention. This gentleman has rendered us significant assistance today, so we have decided to treat him to a meal and drinks." The group of young men and women lounged on the sofas or the floor, initially indifferent to Ling Mo and Yi Lian's presence. However, upon hearing Lu Yuhao's words, they turned their astonished gazes towards Ling Mo. One young man, reclining on the sofa, sat up, scrutinizing Ling Mo with suspicion and remarked, "How is that possible? With Xian'a here, why would he need help?" "Exactly. With Sister Xian'a around, how could we possibly require assistance from an outsider?" Another chimed in, emphasizing the term outsider. Meanwhile, a female student approached and waved her hand dismissively, saying, "It's merely a meal. You needn't be so dramatic. If he's here for a free meal, let him be. Lu Yuhao, you're far too generous. We barely have enough food as it is." The young man who had initially questioned scoffed, his tone laced with disdain. Lu Yuhao's expression turned awkward once more as he glanced at Ling Mo, who appeared largely unfazed by the scornful remarks. "I assure you, I'm speaking the truth. You have no idea. When Xian'a gets carried away in a fight, she completely disregards her surroundings." Lu Yuhao struggled to navigate the situation, but the expressions of disbelief on the faces of the young men and women did not waver. Just then, Xian'a approached with Yi Lian, seemingly offering no assistance in clarifying matters. Instead, she bore a teasing smile directed at Ling Mo, her eyes clearly conveying, "Let us see how you handle this." How petty. That girl holds on to grudges. It was evident that, although she had lowered her guard earlier, she had not forgotten Ling Mo's earlier retort. However, she was gravely mistaken. Ling Mo had no interest in engaging with these parasites, who merely reveled in the fruits of others' labor and were fiercely exclusionary. He merely scoffed, turned, and grasped Yi Lian's hand, making his way towards the exit. "Apologies, but I have no intention of mooching off you. Please enjoy your meal." "Oh, quite bold. Aren't we?" Both Xian'a and Lu Yuhao were momentarily taken aback, while the young man who had spoken earlier wore an increasingly sullen expression, feeling publicly humiliated. He sarcastically remarked, "Such a person even brings along a woman. Can he even provide for her? Being offered food should be more than enough. How dare he act so arrogantly?" This was truly intolerable. Believing he was merely there to mooch off the food and drink, and fearing a depletion of his own provisions, the disdainful remarks were somewhat understandable. Yet, as I prepared to leave, I was met with a barrage of humiliations, as if I were but clay in their hands. Ling Mo's pupils constricted, and in the blink of an eye, he dashed towards the young man. In that instant, it was Xian'a who first perceived Ling Mo's intent. However, just as she reached out to intervene, Ling Mo had already swept past her, and it dawned upon Xian'a that although her speed was commendable, her reflexes paled in comparison to that of this seemingly ordinary man. As she extended her hand, Ling Mo appeared to foresee her movements, deftly evading her grasp. He not only bypassed her, but seamlessly positioned himself before the young man. The youth felt a sudden darkness envelop him, followed by a firm grip on his collar that lifted him off the ground. "You dare!" A sharp, resounding slap echoed through the room, leaving everyone in stunned silence. "This is a warning. Should you utter another word to irk me, I shall bestow upon you another." Ling Mo's icy gaze rendered the youth, whose cheeks were instantly swollen and reddened, incapable of uttering a sound. Humiliated and seething with anger, he found himself paralyzed, too intimidated to resist or retort. In Ling Mo's eyes, he could distinctly sense an unmasked chill, and from Ling Mo's prowess, he understood this was no mere display of bravado. Shauna, the youth muttered incoherently. His face contorted in an effort to mask his fear, but his panicked eyes betrayed him. Ling Mo's merciless actions astonished all present, including Shauna. Yet, upon hearing the youth's call, a flicker of disdain crossed her features as she stepped forth and spoke. Ling Mo, let him go. Apologize, Ling Mo replied coldly. Shauna furrowed her brow. You've already struck him. That is one matter. Now apologize. Why should I? The youth began, only to be met with another resounding slap. Shauna cast a complicated glance at Ling Mo before turning to the youth, whose cheeks were now swollen. Lu Exen, apologize. What did you expect with such a foul mouth? I had hoped Shauna would defend me, yet I found myself on the receiving end of another slap, with every gaze in the room piercing into me like needles. Lu Xian's expression mirrored one who had swallowed a fly, his heart brimming with indignation. I stood up for everyone to enjoy a bit more, and yet I am called out for my words. No one stood up for me when I was being struck. However, under Ling Mo's piercing gaze, Lu Xian could only swallow his words, managing to utter 3 reluctant syllables. I'm sorry. As those words escaped his lips, he felt a burning sensation on his face, as though Ling Mo had delivered 10 more slaps in rapid succession. Ling Montag disdainfully snorted, casting Lu Xian to the ground before resolutely taking Yi Lian by the hand and heading toward the exit. Wait, Lu Yuhao finally reacted, hastily pursuing them. He retrieved 2 cans of beer and several packets of chocolate from his backpack, thrusting them into Ling Mo's hands with an expression of profound regret. I apologize, truly. Who were those people? Are you really relying on yourself and Shauna to find food? Although Lu Yuhao had put himself in a predicament, Ling Mo felt no animosity towards him and couldn't help but inquire. We are classmates from the same boarding school. Lu Yuhao shook his head helplessly. That Lu Xian just now comes from a wealthy family and has always been spoiled. Don't take him seriously. Moreover, even if we let them go out to search, it would only complicate matters for us. As you can see, among our group, Shauna is the most capable. I'd hope you could join us as well. I do not nurture parasites. I lack the energy for that. Ling Mo interjected decisively. Well then, thank you for today. Lu Yuhao had not finished speaking when Shauna approached. She cast a deep glance at Ling Mo, then turned her sympathetic gaze towards Yi Lian, finally whispering, It's almost dark. You should stay the night. Even if you can manage, your sister won't be able to endure it. You need not concern yourself with Lu Xian. He wouldn't dare provoke you. Shauna's tone was sincere. Yet Ling Mo had no intention of remaining with this group. No need. I could find a place to stay in the city. Don't go. Just as Ling Mo turned away, he felt someone tugging at his sleeve. Turning back, he saw was Shauna. Noticing the questioning look Ling Mo cast her way, Shauna displayed a hint of shyness, and only when Ling Mo began to show signs of impatience did she seem to muster considerable resolve to say, I think you are quite impressive and unafraid of trouble. I would like to ask for your assistance. Chapter 12. The Transaction. Oh, I must decline, Ling Mo replied firmly, shaking his head. His initial decision to help them was born out of necessity, especially after the recent unpleasantness. He simply wished to expedite his departure with Yi Lian, lest they be trapped in darkness. How can you be like this? I haven't even said anything yet. Shauna pouted, biting her lip, seemingly unwilling to release her grip on Ling Mo's sleeve. Though her expression was stubborn, upon closer observation, Ling Mo noticed her youthful, doll-like visage appeared far younger than her actual age. Previously, he had only focused on her fierce demeanor while battling zombies, failing to realize she was, in fact, an endearingly cute girl. Perhaps it was due to the weight of so many people's hopes for survival and her experiences in countless battles that she exuded a maturity that belied her appearance. Hey, stop staring at me. Noticing Ling Mo's gaze fixed on her face, Shauna abruptly raised her eyebrows and shoved his arm away. We are all survivors, and you seem to possess some skills. Why won't you lend a hand? If you are truly that capable, why do you still need my help? Shauna's tone clearly indicated her reluctance to admit her inferiority to Ling Mo, prompting him to silently scoff. Let me be clear, I will not assist with matters concerning those parasites. Ling Mo harbored no fondness for those who merely reaped benefits without effort. Furthermore, since Shauna and the others returned, these individuals had shown no concern for their safety, but rather sought to exclude others for their own selfish gain. Slapping Lu Xian was to some extent, a way to indirectly strike at the face of these parasites. However, this is ultimately the choice of Shauna and Liu Yuhao, and Ling Mo had no intention of elaborating further. Yet, associating himself with these individuals was out of the question. To his surprise, after hearing his words, Shauna revealed a cryptic smile. So, if it has nothing to do with them, you are willing to assist, correct? Excellent. For this matter truly bears no relation to them. I never implied that, Ling Mo retorted. He had just overheard Liu Yuhao mention that they were students of Cheng Sanzhong, a school he was aware of, entirely boarding, well known in the city. However, for someone like Ling Mo, whose academic performance had always been mediocre, he had only heard of it, never attended. On the other hand, Yilian had graduated from there 2 years prior and was accepted into Cheng University. Unexpectedly, the insufferable Liu Xian was also from Cheng Sanzhong. At this moment, Liu Yuhao interjected. That Liu Xian, she got in through money. You're quite bothersome. Shauna shot him a glare and continued. When we escaped, some classmates remained at the school. We had agreed to retrieve them once we found a safe haven, but after returning once, we realized we couldn't approach the area at all. All I need from you is to help me enter the school. What do you say? To be honest, Ling Mo lacked the spirit of self-sacrifice, but he would not impose his standards on others. He exchanged a meaningful glance with Shauna and suddenly extended his hand. What about compensation? Huh? You don't think I'm some free laborer, do you? Ling Mo countered, his tone incredulous. Liu Yuhao's eye twitched, and in a fit of exasperation, he exclaimed, Who told me that after a disaster, everyone would help each other for mutual benefit? Lingo, I suddenly find this world so dark. That depends on the nature of the disaster. Do you think there's still order and morality left? Ling Mo scoffed. Indeed, the outside world was teeming with zombies, and the living scuttled like rats, struggling for survival in the cracks. The entire social order had collapsed. A week ago, they might have hoped for rescue, but now they understood that in such circumstances, self-preservation was the only option. During a catastrophe, anyone could instantly become a zombie, and no one could ascertain how the virus spread. However, the scale of this collective outbreak, sweeping across the globe within a single day, was likely airborne. These mutated zombies, upon encountering the living, would immediately tear them apart, offering no chance for transformation. Shauna stared at Ling Mo for a moment before suddenly breaking into a smile. Your demands are quite reasonable, but haven't you already received compensation? She pointed at the short knife at Ling Mo's waist. This was crafted by my relative. You're related to Wang Lin. Ling Mo was taken aback. The world seemed exceedingly small, yet this did explain how a young girl could possess such a sharp, long knife, which in this country had likely surpassed ordinary regulations, verging on a lethal weapon. However, when Ling Mo glanced at the long knife she wielded, he noticed that the inscription on the hilt was somewhat different. It did not bear the Wang family mark. Perhaps sensing Ling Mo's confusion, Shauna casually touched the exposed hilt at her shoulder, allowed a cold snort, and remarked, Stop staring. I forged this myself. By the way, that one in your hand was crafted by Wang Lin. Wang Lin? This revelation truly astonished Ling Mo. He had never imagined that the frail Wang Lin, who lingered in his memory, would possess the skill to forge handcrafted blades, and with such finesse. However, upon reflection, it was not surprising that Wang Lin, being from a family of craftsmen, would have inherited such skills. Yet, to possess such talent at such a young age, only to meet an untimely demise, leaving no trace of her existence, made Ling Mo's grip on the hilt tighten, his expression darkening momentarily. Shauna, oblivious to the subtle shift in Ling Mo's demeanor, continued, While it may not compare to my work, this dagger is still quite valuable. Wouldn't you agree? Consider it an advance on your payment. Then, if you're worried about your sister's safety, she can wait for us here. My classmate will look after her. No need. Ling Mo interrupted firmly. What are you talking about? Yilian is a mutated zombie. If she slips from my control by the time we return, all that will be left is a pile of flesh and bones. You may be a bit annoying, but I must admit, you excel in this regard. Though your sister cannot speak and seems rather reserved, she is truly beautiful. Cherish her well. Shauna raised her eyebrows and suddenly patted Ling Mo on the shoulder, adopting a serious tone. You're quite mistaken, little sister, Ling Mo replied. However, learning of the familial connection between Shauna and Wang Lin softened his heart somewhat. In a densely populated place like a school, the number of zombies was undoubtedly overwhelming, and the group left behind was likely facing dire consequences. It was apparent that Shauna had considered this outcome, yet she still chose not to give up. Was it determination, or merely foolishness? Just to the entrance. Ling Mo deliberated for a moment, concluding that with his skills, reaching the front gate should not pose a significant challenge. In case of any unforeseen circumstances, he still had Yu Lian by his side. Fantastic. Ling Ge, it's rare for you to agree to help. Tonight, we must celebrate with a feast. Lu Yuhao whispered enthusiastically to Shauna, giving her a thumbs up before casually draping his arm over Ling Mo's shoulder and grinning. Since this is a transaction, I won't say thank you, Shauna smiled slightly, also taking hold of Yu Lian. It was evident that she took a liking to the quiet, expressionless beauty. Chapter 13. A burden must have the awareness of being a burden. Regarding Ling Mo and Yi Lian's decision to stay, with Lu Xian as a precedent, the group dared not voice any objections. Yet, from the averted gazes of most, Ling Mo sensed their underlying fear of him. Although Shauna was formidable, she had yet to demonstrate her strength against them. It was only when Ling Mo seized Lu Xian that the group finally comprehended the wisdom of remaining submissive in his presence, as Ling Mo aspired to achieve. Though his slap landed solely on Lu Xian's face, the others harboring discontent toward him felt the burning sting as well, whether they voiced their agreement or merely muttered in their hearts. Upon hearing that Ling Mo intended to stay, Lu Xian promptly retreated into her room, too intimidated to show her face again. Ling Mo did not perceive his actions as excessive. This was inherently a chaotic world, and those with strength cannot tolerate humiliation from others. Do you all remember the teachers and classmates still present at the school? Lu Yuhao arranged for Ling Mo to take a seat on the sofa and, brimming with excitement, announced to the group that Ling Ge had agreed to assist him and Xiana in locating them. Everyone was momentarily taken aback, and their gazes toward Ling Mo grew profoundly intricate. The previously hesitant female student spoke up. There are countless zombies there. The implication was clear. She held little faith in the success of this endeavor. Others also displayed skepticism in their expressions. I had already told you all that I must return to find them. Had it not been for their assistance in covering our retreat, you would have long since become remnants within the bellies of zombies. Compared to Lu Yuhao, Xiana's words were not only direct, but also devoid of any niceties. Were it not for her holding on to Yu Lian like an overly attached little sister, she might have even seemed a bit leader-like. At that moment, a bespectacled young man seated to Ling Mo's left interjected. Since that is the case, let us all go together. Xiana is right. They might still be alive, waiting for our rescue. If we simply leave, it would be exceedingly selfish. What do you think? Upon his utterance, the expressions of the crowd soured, yet strangely, no one voiced opposition. No. Before Xiana and Lu Yuhao could respond, Ling Mo swiftly interjected. The proposal was dismissed, yet the bespectacled man remained unperturbed, redirecting his gaze to Ling Mo and inquiring, why? You all lack combat capabilities, and with such a large group, you become a conspicuous target. It was one thing to have been extorted by Xiana, but to play the role of caretaker for so many, Ling Mo deemed himself not so benevolent. Moreover, while the bespectacled man spoke eloquently, Ling Mo sensed their desire to accompany him stemmed from a profound insecurity, a fact evident from their reactions. The distance from here to the third middle school was considerable. If that group had perished, so be it, but if there were survivors, it would likely take Xiana and Lu Yuhao 2 to 3 days to return. Navigating through those densely populated zombie areas was no simple task. Naturally, this group felt no pressure. They merely needed to play the role of burdens. But there simply isn't enough food. The man who had previously echoed Lu Xian's sentiments suddenly spoke with a grimace, and his words effectively confirmed Ling Mo's suspicions. Indeed, we did not anticipate encountering Ling Ge today, hence we failed to prepare sufficient food for them in advance. Lu Yuhao slapped his forehead and turned a pleading gaze toward Ling Mo. Very well. Their fates are of no concern to you. All you need to do is lend us a hand in times of crisis. Is that acceptable? Shauna pondered for a moment before addressing Ling Mo. Her words caused a subtle shift in the expressions of those present. They were likely all aware of their roles, but having such truths articulated so plainly was perhaps a first for them, thus inducing a sense of discomfort. In truth, it was their awareness of being burdens that fueled their discontent towards Ling Mo's presence. Whether he was merely another burden like them, or possessed some capability, to this group that had banded together, he was still perceived as an intruder. As for Shauna and Lu Yuhao, they appeared to them as hosts, entities to be relentlessly exploited and monopolized. However, burdens must possess the self-awareness of their status. When the host spoke, regardless of their internal grievances, they could only endure. Since Shauna had articulated her stance, Ling Mo nonchalantly nodded in agreement. Very well. Excellent. Shauna, rest assured, as long as you provide us with weapons, we shall strive to protect ourselves, the bespectacled man remarked, a flicker of delight illuminating his features. Yet, the complex and tangled expressions of the others rendered it difficult to take his words at face value. They deliberated further on the details before Lu Yuhao retrieved the food from his backpack, and they settled down together for a simple meal. However, the food they had scavenged was scarcely sufficient to satisfy their hunger, while the provisions in Ling Mo's backpack were undeniably superior in both flavor and caloric content. It was no wonder. The urban area was teeming with zombies and survivors, and it was likely that every supermarket had been thoroughly ransacked multiple times. Nevertheless, Ling Mo had no intention of sharing. Hey, aren't you going to eat, sister? Shauna offered a half-pack of instant noodles to Yilian, only to find her utterly unresponsive. Is sister feeling down? Although Shauna seemed oblivious to the situation, Lu Yuhao detected a hint of chill in Yilian's gaze and cautiously inquired. No, she simply prefers not to engage with strangers, Ling Mo interjected, feeling a wave of frustration and eager to divert their conversation. Tonight, let us have Sister Yi stay with us, Shauna suddenly proposed. You can stay with Lu Yuhao. The boys will be over here, while we girls will be across the way. She gestured toward the house opposite. Ling Mo was inclined to refuse. Yet as his gaze swept over Shauna and the other girls, he found himself inexplicably nodding in agreement. All right. After all, the distance was not far enough to risk losing control over Yilian. Since his psychic abilities had significantly expanded, his range of control had notably increased as well. Ling Mo's acquiescence surprised Shauna, subtly shifting her perception of him. In the wake of the apocalypse, virtually all forms of entertainment had vanished. After their meal, despite the dusk only just settling in, the group fell into a silent consensus and retreated to their respective rooms for rest. Shauna, along with Yilian and several other girls, crossed over to the opposite house, while Ling Mo, maintaining his psychic connection with Yilian, was arranged by Lu Yuhao to sleep on a solitary bed. This can indeed be regarded as a special consideration, for he is to assist Shauna and her companions in their journey to the third high school tomorrow. Given his formidable combat prowess, even if he were to offer selective aid, it would hold immense significance for Shauna and her friends. However, no one anticipated that as Ling Mo lay on the single bed, appearing to rest with his eyes closed, his perspective had already shifted to focus on Yilian. How can I allow Yilian to be alone with you? I must keep a watchful eye, Ling Mo thought to himself. Chapter 14. The Game in the Girls' Dormitory. Ever since encountering Yilian, who had transformed into a zombie, Ling Mo has been continuously enduring a process that is both painful and pleasurable. The once fantastical body, which had only existed in his imagination, now stood defenseless before him, ripe for touching. Yet, each time he met Yilian's emotionless gaze, a pang of heartache surged within him. However, such compassion only emerged when he faced Yilian. Thus, when Shauna brought Yilian over to a mattress in the corner, Ling Mo complied with an air of cooperation. Sister, please sleep with me. There's no way to add another bedding at the moment, Shauna said. Her brow furrowed as she glanced around, a hint of apology in her tone. The girl, who exuded arrogance and pride, exhibited an unexpectedly gentle demeanor towards Yilian, prompting Ling Mo to let out a deep sigh within. If she were to discover Yilian's true identity, one could only wonder what expression would grace her face. As a zombie, Yilian did not require rest in the same manner as ordinary individuals, who needed prolonged sleep to recuperate their strength. After being mutated by the virus, these zombies, now wholly governed by instinct, had become adept at harnessing their energy. The zombies wandering the streets appeared lethargic, yet when prey emerged, they would instantaneously unleash a formidable display of strength and speed, transforming into terrifying beasts. Lacking pain perception and understanding of retreat, coupled with their agile movements, these zombies would not cease their assault until their target vanished. In the absence of prey, however, their movements would slow significantly, conserving their energy to a minimum. Compared to the sleep required by ordinary humans, zombies only needed this level of rest. Yet in front of Shauna and the other girls, it was imperative that Yilian did not exhibit any peculiar behavior. Thus, Ling Mo skillfully maneuvered Yi Lian to nod, and then laid down on the inner side of the mattress. To avoid any complications, he deliberately positioned Yi Lian against the wall, maintaining a certain distance from them. Unexpectedly, Shauna lay down beside her, questioning, "Sister, are you really going to sleep like this?" As she spoke, she reached out to remove the outer garment from Yi Lian, adding, "You might catch a cold sleeping in your clothes. Allow me to help you." Ling Mo's brow twitched, and he couldn't help but internally exclaim, "What on earth are you trying to do?" He had consented to let Yi Lian sleep with Shauna merely to experience the sensation of resting among flowers, never anticipating that it would lead to such an embarrassing scenario. As Shauna leaned closer to assist Yi Lian in loosening her attire, Yi Lian displayed a certain restlessness amidst her intimate contact with humanity, as if hinting at a latent awakening of her true nature. Ling Mo felt a surge of anxiety rising within him. Gritting his teeth, he suddenly seized Yi Lian's delicate, pale hand and grasped Shauna's collar, abruptly pulling her towards him. Shauna was momentarily taken aback. Given Yi Lian's speed and strength, coupled with her lack of preparedness, she had barely registered the situation before being drawn close to Yi Lian. "Ah!" Shauna exclaimed softly, yet she made no effort to push Yi Lian away, clearly rendered speechless. The distance between them shrank to less than 10 centimeters, and the breath she exhaled was enough to ruffle Yi Lian's hair. However, she failed to notice that Yi Lian's breathing was peculiarly slow, almost imperceptible. Nevertheless, when Yi Lian extended her hand, Shauna quickly regained her composure. "Sister, you are quite mischievous." Shauna laughed heartily, playfully knocking Yi Lian onto the cushion, tumbling together in a delightful heap. "Let me help you, haha." The other girls nearby gazed at the scene with amused expressions, and even a female student joined in the fray. Meanwhile, Ling Mo, lying apart, felt a twitch in the corner of his eye. The atmosphere in the girls' dormitory was undeniably embarrassing. After a raucous 10 minutes, Shauna finally nestled under the covers beside Yi Lian. "Wow," Shauna exhaled deeply, her face beaming with joy. It has been such a long time since it was this lively. Yi Lian remained silent, but subtly nodded under Ling Mo's guidance. "Sister, you are so cool to the touch," Shauna remarked, brushing her warm little feet against Yi Lian, turning to face her and whispering. In the spirit of reciprocity, Ling Mo prompted Yi Lian to reach out and touch Shauna, but as she did, her elbow collided with a soft mass. Although she did not directly touch it, Ling Mo couldn't help but cough awkwardly. Stop playing around." Startled by the unexpected contact, Shauna merely chuckled softly, surprised by Yi Lian's seemingly carefree demeanor. "If only you smiled more, you would look even more stunning. That fellow named Ling, he hardly seems worthy of you. At first, I thought he was forcing you." "Oh dear, please do not jest. I have principles," Ling Mo thought to himself, realizing how the girl perceived herself, which explained her earlier brusqueness. Now that he understood the context, he felt less anger and found Shauna rather endearing. At least her sense of justice was commendable, far superior to that of those who were parasitic in nature. Ling Mo rolled his eyes inwardly, while guiding Yi Lian to shake her head in response. I understand. Later, when I saw you looking neat and tidy, without any injuries, and heard him speak of you, I knew he wasn't scum," Shauna said, inching closer to Yi Lian until their bodies nearly touched. "Sleep now. We have to go to the 3rd middle school tomorrow. In any case, thank you in advance." The girl before him and the one beside Yi Lian were entirely different personalities. It is likely due to the considerable physical exertion during the day that she soon fell into a deep, even slumber after speaking. Ling Mo, meanwhile, gazed at her for quite some time through Yi Lian's perspective. In her sleep, Shauna's face not only lost its haughty demeanor, but also revealed a hint of vulnerability. It is indeed a heavy burden for such a young girl to bear the survival hopes of so many. Ordinary individuals already endure immense pressure just to secure their own existence. One can only imagine the colossal weight resting upon Shauna's fragile shoulders, despite it being a burden of her own making. After gently stroking Shauna's head, Ling Mo turned over, inhaled deeply, and soon succumbed to sleep. As Shauna had aptly expressed, there was always tomorrow. To ensure he had sufficient strength, it was wise to rest early. Chapter 15. The true intentions at the break of dawn the following day. The inconspicuous little building bustled with activity. Lu Yuhao divided the provisions equally among everyone, including Ling Mo and Yi Lian. For Ling Mo, burdened with a backpack full of food, The meager rations of 2 bottles of mineral water and a few snacks were of little use. Yi Lian, too, showed no interest in the ordinary fare. However, when the others accepted the scanty supplies and observed Ling Mo's nonchalant demeanor, their expressions soured. Lu Xian, whose cheeks had yet to return to normal, quietly complained to those nearby. He doesn't care about us at all. He even took our share? Enough. Do you want to be hit? The bespectacled man replied, frowning as he turned around. Isn't it your cowardice that has brought this upon you? Lu Xian's face flushed crimson. After muttering an angry retort under her breath, she abruptly closed her mouth. Even though Ling Mo did not spare her glance, she restrained her tongue when he entered the room. What weapons do you have? Ling Mo paid no heed to Lu Xian's complaints and approached Lu Yuhao directly. Lu Yuhao was rummaging through several large backpacks and, feeling a bit embarrassed, produced a kitchen knife, stating, "This is the best we have." In truth, for an ordinary person, it is exceedingly difficult to wield a kitchen knife effectively enough to decapitate a zombie with a single blow. Inflicting a fatal injury that would halt a zombie's advance is no simple task either. Furthermore, close combat, even with a weapon in hand, poses a significant challenge to the willpower and reflexes of an ordinary individual. Had it not been for the assistance of the corpse puppets, Ling Mo would have found it difficult to improve through combat. Nevertheless, possessing a kitchen knife is better than being empty-handed. Let us aim for at least 1 weapon per person. A lone zombie is only slightly stronger than an ordinary human, and with a touch of courage, one should not lack the ability to resist, Ling Mo remarked casually. Indeed, a solitary ordinary zombie can still be confronted by a normal person. It is for this reason that Ling Mo looks down upon those who, despite being physically capable and vigorous, rely solely on a young girl to sustain them. Such a simple notion, despite some murmurs of discontent, everyone quickly gathered around Lu Yuhao to receive their weapons. Observing Ling Mo's demeanor, it seemed unlikely they would intervene even if danger loomed. After all, if Xian'a and Lu Yuhao were preoccupied, they could hardly afford to wait for death. Soon, food and weapons were distributed, and Xian'a returned, wielding a blood-stained long knife. She had ventured out early to clear the nearby zombies, effectively paving the way. Let us depart. We must reach the 3rd middle school before afternoon, Xian'a declared, her stubborn and proud visage revealing a hint of resolve. Upon her pronouncement, the group exchanged glances, promptly following Lu Yuhao down the stairs, with Ling Mo and Yi Lian bringing up the rear. As the main door swung open, 2 lifeless zombie bodies sprawled outside, eliciting startled gasps from several girls. Silence will attract the zombies, Xian'a admonished with a frown. The girls immediately covered their mouths, while the boys, though silent, wore grim expressions. Observing this scene, Ling Mo shook his head inwardly. After enduring for so long, even ordinary survivors seemed less resilient than before. At this juncture, it was unlikely that many survivors would be frightened merely by the sight of corpses. The 3rd middle school lay in that direction, necessitating passage through 3 residential complexes and 2 main streets, as well as a hospital, all teeming with zombies. You need only assist when I cannot manage, Xian'a instructed Ling Mo. He nodded nonchalantly, taking Yi Lian's hand without revealing any emotion. Ling Mo's agreement to Xian'a's request stemmed from multiple motivations. While he felt compassion and admiration for the girl, he also wished to do something for Wang Lin. After all, the short knife was quite effective. Yet, with Wang Lin deceased, he could only extend help to her relatives. On another note, this presented an opportunity for Ling Mo, not only to gain insights into the city's conditions, but also to hone his puppet-controlling skills and enhance his combat experience. In truth, while coordinating with Yi Lian and attempting to control multiple zombies yesterday, Ling Mo had sensed that, despite his growing proficiency, he was still encumbered by an invisible barrier, likely what is commonly referred to as a bottleneck. He pondered what level of mastery might await him beyond this threshold. The swifter his own abilities advanced, the more he could facilitate Yi Lian's evolution, perhaps even hastening her return to consciousness. Since consuming the brain gel of a mutated zombie, Yi Lian had shown nascent signs of awareness, yet she had lost interest in the brain gel of ordinary zombies, finding the effects negligible. This indicated that he must lead Yi Lian to seek out more mutated zombies. Based on his encounters and analyses, Ling Mo surmised that mutated zombies typically appeared in more enclosed areas with a significant number of individuals, whether in hospitals or schools, especially full-time boarding institutions. The likelihood of encountering mutated zombies was exceedingly high. At the moment, Ling Mo acquiesced to Shauna's request. He had already resolved that upon reaching the school entrance, he would part ways with Shauna and her group, while he ventured forth to render aid. He would accompany Yulien in search of mutated zombies within the campus. With a considerable entourage of liabilities, Shauna and her companions advanced at a sluggish pace. However, witnessing Shauna's relaxed demeanor as she effortlessly dispatched zombies with her blade alleviated much of their collective trepidation. Although Lu Yuhao lacked Shauna's combat prowess, he adeptly synchronized with her offensive maneuvers. Whenever Shauna repelled several zombies, he would seize the opportunity to dart in and eliminate one or two before swiftly retreating behind her. In contrast, the others, despite wielding weapons, were paralyzed by fear. After navigating through the first small district with relative ease, the first casualty emerged. As they passed a store, a hand suddenly reached out from behind a collapsed shelf, seizing one of the boys. He had but a moment to emit a startled cry before being violently yanked into the wreckage. By the time Ling Mo kicked the shelf aside, the boy had already suffered a fatal bite to the throat from a 7- or 8-year-old zombie, his eyes wide open as blood gushed from his mouth, rendering him speechless. In the span of a mere second, a gaping wound had been torn into his neck, even his trachea ripped away. The small zombie, its mouth stained crimson, lifted its head, its bloodshot eyes coldly fixed on Ling Mo before lunging toward him. Confronting a singular zombie was a trivial task for Ling Mo, especially after mastering the art of momentary control through his puppet abilities. The instant his gaze met that of the small zombie, he briefly seized control of it. Even its seemingly aggressive advance was orchestrated by Ling Mo. As the small zombie approached, on the verge of collision, and with the others shrieking behind him, Ling Mo, with an impassive expression, deftly swung his short blade. With a splatter, blood was flung against the wall, and the small zombie plummeted heavily to the ground at Ling Mo's feet. It was lifeless. Ling Mo spared not a glance at the fallen zombie, instead directing his gaze towards the boy sprawled in a pool of blood, delivering a terse remark. The group fell into a profound silence, and moments later, a girl suddenly broke into tears. Yet, overwhelmed by the fear of zombies, she instinctively covered her mouth, stifling her sobs into muffled whimpers. The remaining girls looked on in abject terror at the still twitching corpse, their eyes nearly reddened with unshed tears. The boys fared little better. Chapter 16. This damn heroic rescue complex. Shauna approached the body with a grave expression, a flicker of sorrow passing through her eyes. However, she swiftly averted her gaze and, turning away, spoke softly, "Let us go." One girl hesitated, glancing at Shauna, but ultimately remained silent. The unexpected turn of events cast a heavy pall over the atmosphere, intensifying their anxiety and caution. They realized that although Shauna and Lu Yuhao were forging a path ahead, with Ling Mo trailing at the back, there was no assurance that a situation like the earlier one would not recur. After all, their objective was to traverse the terrain, not to clear minds. Aside from the zombies that lunged at them, Shauna and her companions would not deliberately search through the shops along the way. Shauna's attitude towards the deceased incidents provided Ling Mo with a deeper understanding of her character. Indeed, she was nurturing parasites and persistently engaging in foolishness. Yet her capacity for decisive action in critical moments remained undiminished. This, perhaps, elucidated why she could survive while leading a large group of individuals who merely extended their hands for sustenance. Wang Cheng, it's your meddlesome nature that led to this. Otherwise, how could there be casualties? Lu Xan glanced back at Ling Mo, noticing that he appeared remarkably composed, in stark contrast to their anxious demeanor, which elicited a flicker of disdain within her. However, having endured hardship and humiliation, she dared not confront Ling Mo again, opting instead to approach the bespectacled man and mutter an angry reprimand. Wang Cheng adjusted his glasses and responded quietly, "Without Shauna and Lu Yuhao, how would you survive? Besides, you've seen how that Ling fellow looks down on us. What if he sways Shauna? Most importantly, if those individuals are still alive, can Shauna and Lu Yuhao truly support so many?" Lu Xian cast a surprised glance at Wang Cheng, then furrowed her brow, asking, "What purpose do we serve by following them?" Cursing inwardly, she reflected, had it been in the past, she would never have cared about the opinions of someone like Shauna, let alone that obviously impoverished Ling Mo. The audacity to confront her was infuriating. Behind his glasses, A glimmer of coldness flashed in Wang Cheng's eyes as he interrupted Liu Xian's tirade. Why follow them? Don't you think that the more people who vanish, the more advantageous it is for us? Treat Shauna well. She is currently your benefactor. If I were you, I would abandon any petty thoughts. You failed to win her over before, and now it's even less likely. As for Ling Mo, if I were in your shoes, I would forget about him altogether. He is not someone you can provoke. Liu Xian was momentarily taken aback, looking up at Wang Cheng with a chill creeping into her heart. Who would have anticipated that this seemingly refined individual harbored such sinister intentions? Yet, in the brief moment of her distraction, Wang Cheng had already tightened his grip on a kitchen knife and moved to stand behind Shauna, seemingly ready to fight alongside them. However, upon regaining her focus, Liu Xian found herself unconsciously gritting her teeth and muttering, "Hypocrite! Had it not been for this predicament, I could have easily won Shauna over with a few gifts. As for that pauper, he doesn't even deserve to grovel before me." The drastic shift in identity since the apocalypse left Liu Xian feeling profoundly unsettled. Humiliated by Ling Mo and scorned by Wang Cheng, her eyes reddened with frustration. Yet, what could she do about this imbalance? As Wang Cheng pointed out, she could barely touch the hem of Shauna's garment, while Ling Mo could effortlessly overpower her. Cursing repeatedly, Liu Xian felt a slight alleviation of her pent-up frustration. However, he spoke the truth. Casting a glance at the surrounding classmates, Liu Xian began to quietly deliberate on whom could be sacrificed. The subsequent journey, marked by the presence of potential sacrifices, heightened their vigilance, allowing them to traverse without any injuries. The occasional zombies that emerged from behind were swiftly dealt with by Ling Mo, requiring no assistance from Yulian. Yet the calm was short-lived, as the group soon approached the vicinity of the hospital. Without needing Shauna's reminder, they were all acutely aware of the imminent danger. This area, situated in a bustling district and home to a densely populated hospital, conjured terrifying images of the potential number of zombies, enough to make one's legs tremble. In fact, some in the group were already reconsidering their resolve, but Shauna's fierce glare quelled any thoughts of retreat. Indeed, as they turned onto the main street, the sight before them was enough to send shivers down their spines. Countless vehicles, either abandoned or wrecked in transit, lay haphazardly strewn across the street, with at least hundreds of zombies aimlessly wandering amidst the debris. The closest luxury sports car bore a grim sight, a distorted, swollen face pressed against the front window, while the other half of the body had been violently pulled out through the side window by a zombie, leaving nothing but blood smeared across the car as exterior. How are we to pass through? A pallor of fear washed over the group, beads of sweat forming on Wang Cheng's forehead, prompting him to subtly inch closer to Shauna. Being near her felt safer than cowering in the back, albeit a touch more exhilarating. However, even Shauna found herself grappling with unease in such circumstances. In contrast, Ling Mo maintained an air of calm. Though the streets were teeming with zombies, there were ways to navigate through. Ultimately, Shauna's concerns stemmed from the burden of the group. I will devise a way to divert their attention. Ling Mo, you lead them, Shauna declared resolutely, gripping the hilt of her knife. I shall attract the zombies' focus. Ling Mo's sudden proposition left everyone momentarily stunned, even Shauna, who regarded him with incredulity. You? It was not that she doubted his capabilities, but the notion of him voluntarily stepping forward to alleviate their plight was difficult to fathom. Attempting to force our way through would pose a greater danger. You all should find a place to conceal yourselves. As soon as the zombies begin to converge towards my direction, you must pass through immediately. Drawing the zombies' attention was not inherently challenging. Ling Mo had previously employed firecrackers and similar items for this purpose. Whether through sound or potent odors, he knew they could attract the undead. Of course, to draw a large horde, a significant noise would prove most effective. Nevertheless, with so many zombies on the street, while it might not be difficult to lure them all, the individual baiting them would be in a perilous position, unless equipped with something akin to a timed explosive. Even with such an explosive device, how long could it truly hold back the zombies? Perhaps before they even gathered, their interest would have waned, leaving them to halt midway. Moreover, Ling Mo did not possess such a weapon. However, he had devised a far safer and more ingenious plan. Are you truly all right? Shiana asked hesitantly. Shall I take over? Let us move quickly. Ling Mo replied with a calm smile. Liu Yuhao gazed at Ling Mo with immense admiration, clapping him on the shoulder. Brother Ling, you are incredibly brave. On behalf of everyone, thank you. You're too kind. Ling Mo thought to himself, rolling his eyes inwardly. His motivations were not solely for this group, but rather his disdain for putting a girl in danger. It was evident to all that if Xian'an went, her chances of returning alive would be exceedingly slim. On the other hand, he had no desire to remain behind as a caretaker for this group. Ultimately, Ling Mo was merely an ordinary person. Despite possessing a selfish side, a flicker of the hero's impulse to save a damsel in distress inevitably surfaced within him. Furthermore, aiding Xian'an was also a means of helping himself. He had followed them here without exerting much effort, and now it was time for him to take action. Yet, he lamented that he was inherently bound to a life of hardship, never learning the virtues of humility or contentment as a burdensome bystander. Even when compelled by reality to bow down, he stubbornly held on his certain absurd yet unyielding principles. For instance, that damned impulse to rescue a beauty. Thankfully, this time it did not seem reckless, as he felt quite confident in his approach. Wang Cheng and others brightened, about to exchange pleasantries when Xian'an gritted her teeth and said, "Then we should hide." "Very well, I'll give you 5 minutes." Ling Mo waved his hand, declaring, in 5 minutes, this area would be teeming with zombies. As for Yilian, she chose to stay behind, leaving Xian'an somewhat perplexed. Nevertheless, it must be said that as they retreated, Ling Mo's calm demeanor, adorned with a smile, profoundly struck her. The thoughts of the others varied. Yet Ling Mo's willingness to face significant danger to assist made a lasting impression on many. A few even felt a twinge of shame and regret for their previous exclusionary sentiments toward him. However, at that moment, Ling Mo was not preoccupied with such considerations. For him, the opinions of others, especially those uninvolved, were entirely negligible. What mattered was the fulfillment of his own desires, without remorse. Of course, the crux of the matter was whether this endeavor posed a threat to his life. The answer was a resounding no. He was not one to recklessly leap into danger. Aware of the lurking tigers, even the most fervent heroics would not drive him to foolishly sacrifice himself. Once Xian'an and the others had vanished without a trace, Ling Mo finally scratched his nose and strolled into a nearby mobile phone shop as if he were merely window shopping. Upon my recent arrival here, a few zombies within the vicinity heard the commotion and rushed out, only to be swiftly dispatched by Xian'an. Their lifeless bodies sprawled across the entrance. Ling Mo left Yilian outside while he maneuvered past the corpses and entered the store. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, all public facilities, including communication systems, have ceased to function. However, Ling Mo was not in search of a common mobile phone. Rather, he sought a robust, portable sound system in the guise of a counterfeit device. Fortunately, this phone shop did not specialize in any specific brand, selling a variety of off-brand models. Ling Mo rummaged through the chaotic display and unearthed several fully charged phones, leaving the store with a sense of satisfaction. With the sound system secured, using it casually on the ground might attract some zombies, but luring an entire street's worth would be quite a challenge, and perilous for himself. Imagine the cacophony drawing zombies from all directions, while Yilian remained unharmed within the pile of corpses. Where could he possibly escape? Moreover, since he had already taken the initiative, he aimed to execute the plan to perfection. Otherwise, his abilities would be squandered. Indeed, for an ordinary person, such a mission would likely be fatal 90% of the time. Yet for Ling Mo, it felt rather manageable. He cautiously approached the street, employing his puppet manipulation skills to control 3 zombies. To avoid detection by Xian'an and her companions, who might be lurking unseen, Ling Mo deliberately chose a blind spot, allowing the 3 zombies to approach him. One for each, he thought with a peculiar smile, distributing the phones to the zombies. He specifically selected vigorous young male zombies to ensure their speed during the task. After a quick glance at the street situation, Ling Mo guided the zombies, phones in hand, back onto the thoroughfare, while he and Yilian concealed themselves in the blind spot, calculating the distance between himself and his puppets. Despite the challenge of controlling 3 zombies simultaneously, which would typically reduce his effective range, Ling Mo's mental acuity had remarkably evolved. Distances of 30, 50, 100, 150, and even 300 meters were now within his grasp. Furrowing his brow and wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Ling Mo noted that 300 meters was his limit before losing control, but it would suffice. His gaze shifted to the nearby hospital, and a plan began to form in his mind. The straight-line distance between him and the hospital was no more than 100 meters. "It's time to begin." Ling Mo directed the 2 zombies to the far end of the street, stopping them just as the pressure in his head felt unbearable. At the moment one of the zombies pressed the play button, Ling Mo nearly felt himself fainting. In this era, a particular song was guaranteed to feature in any counterfeit phone, and it was loud and boisterous. Once the play button was pressed, there was a brief silence, followed by an ear-splitting sound. 7 wooden sticks swinging. Are we doing it or not? Yes. 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 The instant the music blared, one of the zombies flung its arms wide and charged forth like an arrow, racing directly toward the hospital entrance. As the zombies roamed the streets, they swiftly turned their attention toward the humanoid sound device, soon emitting unintelligible howls from their throats and lunging forward. Just as Ling Mo had surmised, the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming. The device had barely made it halfway before being toppled by the horde, and the music quickly ceased. However, this was of little concern to Ling Mo, who had already relinquished control of the first zombie. At the very moment the music faded, the second phone rang out instantly. The same tune, the same movements, yet attracted even more distant zombies, drawing those meandering from afar closer. In an instant, the area over 100 meters away from Ling Mo was teeming with zombies. As the third phone chimed, the source of the sound was not amidst the throng of zombies, but at the hospital entrance. While controlling the 2 previous zombies, Ling Mo had already maneuvered a third one to the hospital's threshold, and, as the second phone was destroyed, he pressed the play button. A massive wave of zombies surged toward the hospital, and the sheer spectacle sent a shiver down Ling Mo's spine as he observed through the eyes of the third zombie. These zombies were unlike those depicted in films. They moved with remarkable speed and ferocity, creating an extraordinary sense of shock as they rushed forth. However, upon seeing the amassed horde begin to stir, Ling Mo promptly directed the third zombie to dash into the hospital. The number of zombies within the hospital was also substantial. Although the third zombie darted left and right under Ling Mo's control, it was ultimately halted in the outpatient hall. Few living beings could fathom the experience of being pursued and cornered by hundreds, nor could they truly comprehend the sensation of countless hands reaching out toward them, let alone the dread of witnessing their own dismemberment. Yet, in a bid to prolong his survival, Ling Mo had to endure this harrowing sensation. Fortunately, zombies lack the capacity for pain, a small mercy amidst the calamity. During this ordeal, the phone was nearly knocked to the ground multiple times. But Ling Mo summoned his mental fortitude, continuously shifting his control between the zombies, managing to stall for several precious minutes. A few minutes may seem brief, but when surrounded by hundreds of zombies, it could mean the difference between life and death for countless individuals. For Ling Mo, it was an immense test of mental strength and reaction speed. Meanwhile, Shauna and the others, upon the instant the music began to play, were thrown into disarray. Was this not a death wish? Fuming with anger, Shauna gripped her long knife and charged out from their temporary hideout, with the others unable to stop her in time. Yet, upon catching a glimpse of the scene on the street, she was momentarily stunned. The sight of hundreds of zombies racing in a single direction was something she had only witnessed at the outbreak's inception. A sight so rare and unfathomable that it was orchestrated by human hands. In that moment, Shauna felt a mixture of shock and joy, intertwined with concern. However, this was not the time for worry. After dispatching a few zombies drawn by the sound behind her, Shauna quickly ascended the building, exclaiming, "Let us go. Is it really possible to escape so swiftly?" Annoyed to the core, she lamented how others were desperately clearing the pathway for them, yet they remained stagnant. The streets were not devoid of zombies. Rather, some concealed in the shadows were drawn out. Nevertheless, Ling Mo's strategy of luring the majority of the zombies into the hospital significantly minimized the risk of attracting more hidden ones. Thus, while the streets could not be deemed entirely safe, they were certainly more passable than before. When Shauna and her group surged onto the street, she found no sign of Ling Mo, only noticing that most of the zombies had charged into the hospital. Had Ling Mo and Yi Lian entered the hospital? Was that not akin to courting death? Frantic, Shauna stamped her feet, yet she could not abandon the group behind her. Just then, she spotted a drenched Ling Mo, his expression stoic, emerging from a narrow alley with Yi Lian. "Quick, move," he urged. No sooner had Ling Mo spoken than a thunderous crash echoed from the hospital. Shattering glass, cascading from the second floor, accompanied by a dozen zombies tumbling down. Simultaneously, the hospital's entrance was utterly smashed. and several zombies immediately turned their focus to Shauna and her companions, charging towards them. Run! Shauna could hardly pause to inquire as, in this dire situation, even without her urging, the group would be racing for their lives. Any delay would lead to them being encircled by hundreds of zombies. Chapter 18. The Life and Death Battle Within the Revolving Door. In a complex terrain, evading the nearly 20 zombies would not have been difficult. However, aside from the broad street, this area was dominated by towering buildings. Moreover, without familiarity with the routes, recklessly darting into an alley could lead to swift demise. It was also impractical to lead the zombies away since Ling Mo, Yilian, and Shauna possessed good stamina. Yet Lu Yuhao was already gasping for breath, and the others appeared on the verge of collapse. Were it not for the imminent threat to their lives, they would likely have already succumbed to exhaustion. The most critical issue was that the number of pursuing zombies was increasing, drawing ever closer. After all, during their escape, numerous zombies appeared ahead, and a moment's delay could narrow the gap. Before long, they would find themselves caught between a relentless onslaught. This way, use cover to take them down. Ling Mo, realizing they could not shake off their pursuers, glanced around and pointed toward a nearby commercial building. Though it seemed a casual gesture, that building was indeed the most suitable cover in the vicinity. With only a revolving door and a relatively narrow entrance, even if there were other access points, they merely needed to eliminate these zombies to escape swiftly. As soon as his words fell, Ling Mo charged toward the building with Yilian, while Shauna hastily waved her hand, leading the group in pursuit. Just as they squeezed through the revolving door, the zombies were already upon them, their twisted faces, emotionless yet filled with a bloodthirsty glare, accompanied by the overpowering stench of blood, sent shivers down the spines of the group, despite the barrier of the revolving door. The speed of this horde of zombies was astonishingly swift, compelling Ling Mo and his companions to turn and confront the enemy immediately upon entering the revolving door. However, the advantageous angles created by Carmen certainly alleviated their predicament. At least they were spared from facing over 20 zombies at once. Each time, only 3 or 4 could squeeze through, and as soon as they showed their faces, Ling Mo and his allies swiftly dispatched them. Were Yilian to intervene, the situation would likely resolve even more rapidly, as her method of attack, using her bare hands, was far more expedient than the weaponry employed by Ling Mo's group. Yet, those accustomed to her gruesome methods were likely limited to Ling Mo. It remained uncertain how Shauna and the others would react upon witnessing such brutality. As Ling Mo and his comrades remained preoccupied with their tense battle at the entrance, they failed to notice 2 zombies, clad in skirts and high heels, suddenly springing forth from behind the reception desk of the upscale shopping mall. Once white-collar workers in this elegant establishment, they had now transformed into relentless predators. Despite their 10-centimeter heels, which impeded their speed, they managed to approach the group from behind, catching the attention of one of the students. A piercing scream erupted as the nearest girl was taken down without warning. She shrieked in terror, but found herself utterly unable to escape the clutches of the female zombie, which immediately sank its teeth into her carotid artery. Blood gushed forth with abandon, and at that moment, another female zombie lunged at a nearby boy who was paralyzed with fear. However, he reacted much more swiftly than the girl, retreating hastily. Yet just 2 steps back, he collided with Wang Chung, the bespectacled boy. Acting instinctively, Wang Chung shoved him forward, but in the chaos, no one noticed this crucial detail. Help! The boy, already in a state of panic, lost his balance from a push, and, as the female zombie pinned him down, he let out a desperate wail for assistance. Yet, in the next heartbeat, his voice was silenced, choked in his throat. This was an opportune moment for a counterattack, yet all were paralyzed by the gruesome spectacle before them. The sight of their classmate's torn throat, the gaping wounds in his chest, and his agonizing cries, all tested the limits of their composure. The zombies, however, would not relent simply because they had found sustenance. After feasting on these 2 students, they immediately turned their attention to the nearest survivors. One of the female zombies lunged toward a girl, student not far from Yilian. Meanwhile, the assault from the zombies outside the revolving door intensified, and despite hearing the screams behind them, no one could spare a hand to assist. Any moment of laxity might lead to a breach at the main entrance, resulting in even greater casualties. The girl student was completely paralyzed with fear, incapable of even moving a finger, her mind a void, as she faced imminent death. With her throat poised to be torn apart, Yilian, who had not yet engaged in the fray, suddenly appeared beside her. She snatched the fruit knife from the girl's trembling hand, and, at the very moment the female zombie charged forward, she struck with lightning speed. A flash of cold light pierced through the air as the fruit knife sliced cleanly into the neck of the female zombie. With a twist of Yi Lian's wrist, blood erupted forth, splattering the face of a nearby female student. The warm, crimson blood finally stirred the student's senses, and she let out a frenzied scream, her legs trembling as a rush of warmth trickled down her thighs. Yet, Yi Lian hardly spared her a glance. Nor did she concern herself with the fate of the female zombie, as she charged towards another one. The zombie had just pinned a male student to the ground, its foul mouth gaping open when a knife pierced through its skull from behind, emerging from its mouth. The entire ordeal, from the appearance of the zombies to their demise at Yi Lian's hands, transpired in less than a minute. In that brief span, 2 students had met their end. The male student, paralyzed by fear, stared blankly, unable to rise, even with the corpse of the female zombie weighing down upon him, now encircled by the terrified onlookers, who were still grappling with their shock. They had no time to ponder why this seemingly ordinary beauty possessed such ferocious skills. For the moment, she was their protector. In reality, it was Ling Mo, who was outside the revolving door dispatching zombies, who controlled Yi Lian's actions. To conceal their identities, he had deliberately armed her. However, amidst the trembling survivors, Ling Mo discerned through Yi Lian's perspective that 2 individuals were missing from the group. They had likely fled upstairs in terror. Yet, to escape recklessly was sheer folly. Without shelter, death would only come more swiftly. Zombies lurked in the lobby. Did they truly believe there were fewer upstairs? Sure enough, soon after, distant screams echoed from above, sending shivers through the remaining survivors. After several minutes of frenzied slashing, the zombies outside the revolving door were finally eradicated. Both Sha Na and Lu Yuhao were drenched in sweat, especially Sha Na, whose arms trembled slightly from the exertion of her relentless attack. Ling Mo, though somewhat less fatigued, bore a grim expression, his temples throbbing, a consequence of excessive strain on his mental fortitude. Gazing upon the bloody scene, Sha Na's expression was a complex amalgamation of anguish and guilt. Noticing her turmoil, Ling Mo approached and gently placed a hand on her shoulder, murmuring, "It is not your fault. Leaving them there could have led to a far worse fate." Sha Na replied softly, mustering a faint smile towards Yi Lian. "Thank you." Though she had not witnessed Yi Lian in action, the ability to dispatch 2 zombies in rapid succession clearly exceeded her expectations. Chapter 19. The door must not be opened recklessly. In that brief encounter, 4 lives were lost, a brutal reality that left the remaining individuals in a state of dread. Each survivor was engulfed in regret over their decisions. Had they chosen to stay, even the prospect of starving to death would have been preferable to their current plight. The threat of imminent death and the slow demise in a secure environment were 2 entirely different concepts. A young man, filled with rage, turned abruptly towards the bespectacled Wang Cheng, seizing his collar with trembling hands. "It's all your fault. I'll kill you," he shouted, tightening his grip on the small knife as he lunged at Wang Cheng. In a state of fear and fury, his eyes reddened, and his face radiated a murderous intent, his movements devoid of hesitation. Clearly, he was driven to madness. A person in such a condition is perilous, capable of anything in a moment of impulsiveness. Suddenly, though this scene unfolded unexpectedly, Sha Na reacted instantly, deftly using her long knife to disarm the young man. Lu Yuhao, taken aback, snapped to attention upon hearing the clash of metal, rushing forward to seize the young man and delivering a fierce punch. "Have you lost your mind?" At that moment, Wang Cheng's face turned pale, his body trembling uncontrollably. Once he managed to catch his breath, his gaze towards the young man transformed into one of deep resentment. The assailant, now bewildered, took a long while to rise, appearing utterly disoriented. As the adrenaline faded, he succumbed to a chaotic mental state. It was no surprise. Encountering death so abruptly would cause a fleeting psychological breakdown for an ordinary person. However, human resilience is remarkable, and after a moment of collapse, one often returns to a semblance of normalcy when confronted with inevitable reality. Ling Mo, who had been observing silently, now noted the look in Wang Cheng's eyes and felt a sudden chill run down his spine. Such a gaze, emanating from a seemingly gentle student, was quite unsettling. "Let us leave quickly," Sha Na urged, Her expression darkened as she recalled the 5 classmates lost in such a short span of time. Witnessing infighting only intensified her cold demeanor. Wang Chung, suddenly jolted back to reality, glanced nervously at Shauna, forcing a strained smile. Let us go. Having just narrowly escaped death, he could smile so soon. Ling Mo mused inwardly on the weight of his cunning, which seemed disproportionate to his age. He turned and grasped Yi Lian's hand, following Shauna and the others swiftly out of the building. Having temporarily vacated the area most densely populated by zombies, the journey ahead felt considerably safer. They even paused briefly in a supermarket to rest and scavenge for food to replenish their strength, hoping to find provisions for dinner. The supermarket in the urban area bore the marks of extensive looting. Knives that could serve as weapons, along with essential food supplies, had been snatched away. Although some remnants remained, they were often buried beneath collapsed shelves or amidst repulsive remnants of blood and bone. Yet, in the harshness of a post-apocalyptic world, merely finding sustenance was a blessing, prompting the survivors to begin their search as soon as they entered the supermarket. Noticing Shauna guarding the entrance, Ling Mo felt a sense of relief and wandered with Yi Lian through the relatively spacious supermarket. The supermarket was pervaded by a potent stench of blood and decay, with remnants of corpses scattered throughout. Many food items, such as rice, which could have served as raw materials, had completely deteriorated in this environment, rendering them inedible. However, even if something edible could be found, this group of individuals would be unable to ignite a fire for cooking. After enhancing his mental acuity, Ling Mo felt an increase in his perceptiveness. For instance, under identical visual conditions and employing the same observational techniques, he found himself noticing countless details that had previously slipped by unnoticed. To be precise, although he remained indifferent to these details, they were immediately etched into his memory upon entering his line of sight. This was precisely why Ling Mo had taken note of Wang Cheng's gaze. Initially, he had given little thought to this seemingly ordinary survivor, having merely glanced at him. As he meandered through the supermarket, though he had found little of value, Ling Mo sensed an underlying disquiet, as if he were being watched. Yet, a glance around revealed no one in sight. Frowning, he meticulously scrutinized the surroundings. Upon entering the supermarket, Shauna and Liu Yuhao had already conducted a sweep, neutralizing the zombies they encountered. Logically, besides themselves, no one else should be present. However, with an abundance of shelves, Ling Mo's field of vision was limited, making it challenging to fully comprehend the entirety of the supermarket. Yet, as he and Yi Lian approached one row of shelves, he suddenly stiffened, a flicker of joy crossing his face. In Yi Lian's instinctive reaction, there emerged a fierce desire and instinct to attack. This indicated the presence of mutated zombies within the supermarket. But why was he only sensing this now? A wave of ominous premonition surged within Ling Mo. Help! Indeed, a chilling scream erupted, and without hesitation, Ling Mo dashed toward the source of the sound. Yi Lian in tow. His intention was not to rescue anyone, but to confront the mutated zombie. After weaving through several rows of shelves, he was met with a gruesome scene. Before a half-open warehouse door lay a survivor, one arm torn off, intestines exposed, yet eyes wide open and twitching. A boy was charging towards him, and upon closer inspection, it was Liu Xin. Help! Help! No matter how much Liu Xin loathed Ling Mo in the past. At that moment, terror-stricken, he lunged towards Ling Mo, seeking salvation. Ling Mo, however, narrowed his pupils, scarcely glancing at Liu Xin before directing Yi Lian to flank him from the side. Behind Liu Xin lurked a massive figure, towering at least 6 feet tall, its corpulent body radiating an aura of ravenous insanity from its small red eyes. Yet it moved with surprising agility. In the blink of an eye, it closed the distance and swatted Liu Xin aside, who let out a horrific scream as he was sent flying several meters away. Goodness! Witnessing a living person being so effortlessly tossed aside was profoundly shocking to Ling Mo. Such swift movements and overwhelming strength, it is no wonder that one could be dismembered in the blink of an eye. The situation was abundantly clear. It was evident that Liu Xin and the nearly breathless survivor had recklessly opened the tightly sealed door of the storage room, inadvertently releasing the mutated zombie trapped within. In a world ravaged by the apocalypse, casually opening doors was tantamount to courting death. Chapter 20. Breaking through the bottleneck. However, this was not the time to assign blame. especially since Ling Mo still required the assistance of these two fools. Over the past couple of days, Lian had been ravenously eager for sustenance, and Ling Mo had reached a critical juncture in his own evolution. Perhaps, upon Lian's advancement, he too could transcend this barrier and grow stronger. Thus, the terrifying mutated zombie appeared to Ling Mo not as a source of fear, but rather as an opportunity. Yet, as his eyes gleamed with anticipation, Ling Mo sensed that this mutated zombie was different from those he had encountered previously. Its strength seemed to have increased. A slight augmentation in power was inconsequential. The urgent task was to eliminate it swiftly. Liu Xin's anguished cries echoed throughout the supermarket, and soon, Xiana and Liu Yuhao would arrive. Even if they managed to defeat the mutated zombie, extracting its cerebral gel in plain sight would be futile. The mutated zombie, upon spotting Ling Mo and Yi Lian, charged forward without hesitation. To Ling Mo's astonishment, its target was not himself, but Yi Lian. Indeed, unlike ordinary zombies, the mutated ones instinctively prioritized attacking their own kind over mere humans. How dare it assault Yi Lian? It was a death wish. Witnessing the mutated zombie lunge towards her, Ling Mo's rage ignited. He promptly loosened his control over Yi Lian, allowing her to unleash her full potential. He then unsheathed his short blade and circled stealthily to the side of the mutated zombie. Upon receiving her newfound freedom, Yi Lian's formidable aura surged dramatically, her dark eyes brimming with unrestrained, murderous intent. Influenced by their mental link, Ling Mo felt an invigorating rush of blood coursing through his veins, his focus solely on the mutated zombie. Although Yi Lian's strength paled in comparison to that of the mutated beast, her agile and petite frame afforded her greater swiftness in maneuvering and attacking. Yet, the environment was hardly conducive to their advantage. With one side against the wall and the other lined with shelves, the bulky mutated zombie could easily encompass both Yi Lian and Ling Mo within its attack range with a mere sweep of its arms. Thus, Ling Mo, armed only with a short blade, found it nearly impossible to approach for a close-quarter strike. While Yi Lian was not in immediate danger, she was not gaining the upper hand either. In fact, she began to feel the pressure mounting against her. This was partly due to Ling Mo's influence, which tempered her ferocity, unlike the mutated zombie that was driven purely by instinct. As long as it drew breath, it would not cease its assault, nor would it entertain the notion of defense. Despite sustaining several wounds from Ling Mo, the mutated zombie remained unfazed. In truth, it was the creature's grotesque bulk that afforded it some protection. Each strike failed to penetrate its sinews. At this moment, the sounds of Shana and others approaching could already be heard, necessitating a swift increase in pace. In the face of urgency, Ling Mo felt a surge of determination within. He abandoned his previous strategy of flanking attacks and charged directly at the mutated zombie. This way, even if the creature paid him no heed, it would have no choice but to retaliate. However, as the monstrous hand of the mutated zombie reached out to grasp him, Ling Mo's expression transformed into one of remarkable composure. In that fleeting instant, at this critical juncture between life and death, he harnessed the willpower cultivated over time to suppress the fear swelling within him, concentrating entirely on the spiritual orb of the mutated zombie. A wave of discomfort washed over Ling Mo, his chest tightening as though he had swallowed a mouthful of blood, his head spinning with dizziness. Controlling two mutated zombies simultaneously was indeed a novel challenge, for these creatures possessed instincts far stronger than ordinary zombies, generating a mental backlash against Ling Mo. This was particularly true while both creatures were engaged in combat. It was a matter of survival. Either he would perish, or they would. With resolve ignited, Ling Mo managed to endure. Those fleeting moments, mere fractions of a second, felt to Ling Mo as if an entire day had passed. Yet even so, as he sensed that he had gained control over the body of the mutated zombie, he could hardly contain his laughter. To his astonishment, he had succeeded under such dire circumstances. The growth of his mental strength had indeed augmented his prowess significantly. However, excitement aside, the moment the mutated zombie was subdued, Yi Lian, who had circled behind him, struck like lightning, extracting the gel from his brain. As the colossal body collapsed with a resounding thud, Ling Mo eagerly accepted the gel from Yi Lian, stowing it away with exhilaration. But as the battle concluded, Ling Mo suddenly felt a void in his head. and a warm liquid began to pour from his nostrils. Just then, Shauna and Lu Yuhao, who had just arrived, witnessed the fallen corpse and the spectacle of Ling Mo's nosebleed. "Are you all right?" Shauna asked, her expression fraught with concern, while Lu Yuhao stared in disbelief at the scene before him. "It's nothing," Ling Mo reassured them. A mere nosebleed was trivial compared to the monumental achievement of controlling 2 mutated zombies, a true breakthrough for him. He felt acutely aware that, although his combat prowess had not evolved alongside it, his mental strength had undeniably shattered that thin barrier. This was not a success derived from Yi Lian's evolution, but rather a reward for his own relentless effort and determination. This sense of accomplishment filled Ling Mo with uncontainable joy. Seeing that Ling Mo appeared relatively unscathed, Shauna's gaze shifted to the 2 individuals on the ground. The one who had been torn apart was undoubtedly doomed, yet to her surprise, Lu Xian had survived against the odds, despite a horrific gash across his back. His internal organs remained unscathed. When Lu Yuhao flipped him over, he was astonished to find that Lu Xian was still conscious. Lu Xian emitted pain groans, but few paid him any heed. Whether it be the horrifying corpse of a zombie on the ground or the individual still gasping for air, both draw more attention than Lu Xian. Only Lu Yuhao swiftly retrieved bandages and a hemostatic agent, beginning to tend to Lu Xian's wounds. Yet, amidst the groans of pain, Lu Xian's eyes, filled with deep-seated fury, remained quietly fixed on Ling Mo. Why? Why did he not save him? Ling Mo could have easily rescued him in that moment. Lu Xian's heart brimmed with profound hatred. Yet the death of this mutated zombie made it painfully clear that no matter how much he loathed, he dared not provoke Ling Mo. He was on the brink of death. Shauna approached the dismembered companion and whispered. Yet, he continued to convulse, to breathe, and even a flicker of pleading shone in his ashen eyes. Even in such dire circumstances, no one wished to succumb to death. It was evident from his gaze that he still wished to live, to avoid death, even in such agony. However, with the sudden sweep of the blade before him, that faint glimmer in his eyes swiftly dimmed, leaving his widened eyes reflecting the haunting shadow of Shauna's strike. A girl immediately gasped, while Ling Mo displayed a hint of appreciation. Chapter 21. A Time Bomb. In the face of the crowd's astonishment, Shauna slowly withdrew her long knife. Her eyes filled with sorrow as she softly stated, "The longer we delay, the more he suffers." It is not difficult to possess such awareness, but to summon the resolve to take action is a feat beyond the ordinary. This was clearly a mutated zombie, and you managed to resolve it so swiftly. Shauna then turned her gaze toward Ling Mo, her expression complex. Ling Montauk smirked, wiping away the blood from his nose as he replied, "Don't look at me like that. I've taken my share of wounds as well." "Is he all right?" Shauna cast a deep glance at Ling Mo before approaching Lu Yuhao and Lu Xian, inquiring. By this time, Lu Yuhao was nearing the end of his treatment, and his proficient movements indicated that he was quite adept in this regard. However, from another perspective, he was nothing short of a versatile caretaker. Seeing Ling Mo approach, Lu Xian bit his lip and lowered his head, attempting to conceal the venom in his eyes from Ling Mo. The bleeding had ceased. Yet Lu Yuhao's expression was clearly grim, though it seemed there were words he hesitated to voice in Lu Xian's presence. "Shauna, come here." Lu Yuhao tidied up the first aid supplies and helped Lu Xian to sit against the wall before walking toward Shauna, speaking in a hushed tone. Ling Mo, who was nearby, overheard everything clearly. Before he could speak, Shauna tugged at him. "You should join us too." This small gesture, though minor, effectively acknowledged Ling Mo's leadership within this small group and represented Shauna's recognition of his strength. It seemed that from the moment she laid eyes on the mutated zombie's corpse, this young girl had developed a thorough understanding of Ling Mo. Lu Yuhao led them around to the back of a shelf and then whispered, "Lu Xian is unlikely to make it." "I know." Shauna pressed her lips together in response. Ling Mo raised an eyebrow, unconsciously glancing at Yi Lian beside him. The virus is indeed infectious. The previous large-scale outbreak may have originated from airborne transmission. However, since the outbreak, there have been no survivors who have mutated. This is not difficult to comprehend, as viruses evolve and mutate, a fact vividly reflected in the changes observed in Yi Lian. The current strain of the virus is most likely transmitted through blood. Furthermore, it is rare for individuals to escape after being attacked by zombies with injuries, resulting in almost no newly created zombies. Even if there were, no one would be aware of them. Thus, Lu Yuhao and his companions now face a dilemma. Will Lu Xing mutate? Should they eliminate him now? Or observe him for a while longer? If he were to sustain injuries to his limbs, a swift severing might save his life. However, if the injury is on his back, where the hands of the mutated zombie are stained with blood plasma, the nails likely harbor the virus, leaving no time for intervention. According to Ling Mo's perspective, it would be best to resolve the matter cleanly with a single stroke. They still need to head to Sanzhong. And who has the energy to care for an injured person? Additionally, they must remain vigilant in guarding him, making him not only a burden, but also a ticking time bomb. Ultimately, the decision rests with Shauna and her companion. Nevertheless, Ling Mo has already begun to contemplate that if they choose to keep Lu Xin, he would certainly withdraw from this murky situation. Sanzhong is not far, and he believes that with Yi Lian by his side, they may reach their destination more swiftly, potentially encountering more mutated zombies, thus accelerating Yi Lian's recovery of rationality. After all, while he has formed a slight bond with Shauna and her companion, it does not impair his judgment. Even his previous act of bravery was undertaken only when he felt completely assured of success. Perhaps sensing the unfriendly glint in Ling Mo's eyes, Lu Yuhao hesitantly inquired, "What if we take him with us?" "Don't be foolish. How could we possibly take him along? Have you not noticed how no one dares to approach him?" Shauna, despite being a girl, displayed considerable decisiveness. She chuckled bitterly and remarked, "Indeed, just moments ago, Lu Xin was moaning in pain. Yet aside from Lu Yuhao tending to his wounds, the others have kept their distance, fearful of any contact. What do we do? We can't just kill him now. He is still a conscious human being. Let us give him some food and leave him here. If he is still alive and hasn't mutated when we return, we could take him with us." Shauna quickly made her decision, and it was indeed a compromise. Ling Mo sighed inwardly. Their efforts might not be appreciated by Lu Xin, and they would have to part with provisions. However, this was certainly preferable to carrying that burden along, so when Shauna looked at him, Ling Mo nonchalantly nodded in agreement. As expected, when Shauna and Lu Yuhao conveyed this decision to Lu Xin, his expression instantly darkened, filled with profound despair and intense resentment. Lu Xin, who initially wished to struggle, felt a chilling sensation wash over him upon witnessing the expressions of those around him. Not a single person voiced dissent. Not one cared for his survival. With great difficulty, Lu Xin squeezed out a few words from his throat, accepting the food Lu Yuhao offered with a cold smirk, then tightly closed his lips, falling silent. Nevertheless, his body trembled incessantly, and his lips quivered uncontrollably. Fear and hatred rendered Lu Xion's gaze exceedingly complex, causing nearly everyone to avert their eyes from him. "I shall escort you to the office over there. Rest assured, we will return for you," Lu Yuhao said with a hint of guilt. Leaving him in the office would at least spare him from being devoured by the zombies drawn by the scent of blood. This was the least they could do. Lu Xin merely nodded apathetically. Once Lu Yuhao had settled him in and closed the door behind him, all remained silent. The feeling of abandoning a comrade likely weighed heavier than granting relief to a suffering and severely injured individual, even if only temporarily. However, to be candid, Ling Mo felt no such inner turmoil. On one hand, he inherently despised Lu Xin, and on the other, he believed that Xian Na and the others had done nothing wrong. It was Lu Xin who expected this group to sacrifice themselves for his sake, who embodied true selfishness. Yet, for reasons unknown, Ling Mo found himself harboring a faint curiosity. Would Lu Xin mutate after being injured by the zombies, particularly the mutated ones? After a brief respite, they had already lost 2 companions. The casualty rate was astonishingly high. No one wished to linger in this place any longer, urging one another to depart swiftly. Fortunately, Wang Cheng had managed to procure some food, and even with Lu Yuhao sharing some of his provisions with Lu Xin, it sufficed for their needs that day. The primary reason for this was that aside from Ling Mo and Yi Lian and the temporarily abandoned Lu Xin, their group had dwindled to just 5 members. A girl, Wang Cheng, the boy who nearly killed Wang Cheng, along with Xian Na and Lu Yuhao. For reasons unfathomable, Ling Mo felt that despite the numerous losses, Wang Cheng appeared remarkably at ease. Although his expression was mournful, it came across as somewhat contrived. Never mind, it was none of his concern. These individuals lacked both courage and combat prowess. Yet paradoxically, they valued their lives above all else, leading to a mind filled with convoluted schemes. Chapter 22. The hunt begins. However, With the reduction in their numbers, their pace of progress experienced a remarkable transformation. Without the need to cater to the others, they naturally began to follow closely behind Xia Na and Lu Yuhao, mirroring Wang Cheng's example. This shift not only accelerated their speed, but also significantly increased their safety, as they encountered no further casualties until they laid eyes on the structures of the third middle school. Right ahead is the third middle school, Xia Na declared, slicing through a zombie in her path and turning to address the group. Despite the day's many tribulations, they had finally arrived here, and her expression conveyed a sense of excitement. Yet, Ling Mo furrowed his brow slightly. From the intense desire for battle conveyed through Yi Lian, it was evident that, as he had suspected, mutated zombies did indeed exist within the school, and possibly in considerable numbers, far more than just one. The difficulty of surviving in such an environment was palpable, and it seemed Xia Na and her companions would have made this journey in vain. To Ling Mo's surprise, the entrance was not teeming with zombies as he had anticipated. Instead, it was eerily desolate. Apart from a few zombies that seemed to have wandered in from elsewhere, there were no threats to be seen. Noticing the perplexed expression on Ling Mo's face, Lu Yuhao whispered, "When the disaster first erupted, many people fled. But we chose to remain until the initial chaos subsided. Only then did a portion venture out in search of safe havens. There are indeed numerous zombies within the school, but as long as we tread carefully, we should be fine." Upon hearing this, Ling Mo's expression shifted to one of understanding. Given that many had escaped, it was likely that any zombies at the entrance had been drawn away. However, in a boarding school like this, it was evident that the interior would serve as a substantial zombie nest, a conclusion he could reach even without Lu Yuhao's input. As for why the zombies did not leave the school, it was because they remained in a wandering state devoid of prey. Furthermore, the school was largely enclosed, with only a single large gate leading outside amidst numerous buildings. Unless survivors appeared to provoke them, the zombies would continue to meander in this space. But what would happen when they grew hungry? They would turn on each other. This was precisely why Ling Mo was convinced that mutated zombies must exist within the school. Perhaps when Lu Yuhao and the others departed, they were non-existent, but with the passage of days, compounded by Yi Lian's reactions, Ling Mo felt assured in his assumption. Just as they reached the entrance, Ling Mo halted Xia Na and the others, saying, "Our agreement was to meet at the gate, so we shall part ways now." Xia Na's expression instantly became complex, while Lu Yuhao's eyes reflected an unspoken reluctance. Although their time together had been brief, Ling Mo had saved them and fought alongside them, making parting a bittersweet affair. "Thank you all," Xia Na murmured, gently biting her lip. Ling Mo glanced at her and nodded. "Indeed, we may cross paths again, for I have some matters to attend to in this school." This revelation surprised both Xia Na and Lu Yuhao, but seeing Ling Mo's disinclination to elaborate, they refrained from pressing further. As they prepared to part, Lu Yuhao offered some of his meager food supply to Ling Mo, saying, "Take this. You've worked hard on this journey." Without Ling Mo's and Yi Lian's assistance, they might have faced annihilation, especially considering the treacherous stretch before the hospital. However, Ling Mo smiled and shook his head, indicating he did not require it. Lu Yuhao attempted to insist, but Wang Cheng subtly intervened, smiling as he said, "With Ling Ji's prowess, how could he possibly need our provisions? If he declines, let it be." Seeing Ling Mo's resolute stance, Lu Yuhao reluctantly acquiesced. Once they parted, Ling Mo quickly made his way with Yi Lian towards the nearby science and education building. With Xia Na's skills, she would undoubtedly be capable of self-preservation in such a familiar environment. Thus Ling Mo felt no concern. Moreover, given their modus operandi, it was clear that they could not survive alongside him. While it was relatively easy to conceal Yi Lian's identity in the short term, it was inevitable that it would be revealed over time. Upon entering the science and education building, Ling Mo was immediately greeted by the sight of the tightly shut elevator doors, which filled him with a surge of exhilaration. Given this state of closure, there was surely a mutated zombie on the upper floors. The emergency exit, which was the staircase, was not difficult to locate. It merely required pushing open the nearby door. However, as he approached the entrance, Ling Mo sensed the primal fury within Yi Lian, and at that moment, a dull thud echoed from behind the door. Ling Mo's eyes sparkled with anticipation. It appeared that a mutated zombie awaited him just beyond this threshold. Although mutated zombies are known for their ferocious attacks, they lack intelligence and do not comprehend how to twist a doorknob. despite the numerous gaps between the door and the wall. Forcing it open immediately would still pose a challenge. Peering through the crevice, Ling Mo discerned that the mutated zombie behind the door was a robust middle-aged man. And there were no others in sight. Just one was sufficient. A sinister smile crept across Ling Mo's lips as he grasped the doorknob and raised a short blade, while Yilian positioned herself beside the door. With a decisive click, the door swung open, and a powerful force surged forward. Fortunately, Ling Mo was prepared and deftly sidestepped. The mutated zombie charged out, but as soon as it revealed itself, Ling Mo's blade descended. Remarkably, the zombie's reflexes were astonishingly swift. It seized Ling Mo's short blade and yanked it toward itself. Ling Mo lost his balance, and in that fleeting moment of instability, the zombie lunged for his chest. Yet, in this critical instant, Ling Mo was not one to surrender easily. He quickly regained control over the mutated zombie, though he soon reached his limits. He seized that brief moment to reclaim his short blade and thrust it forcefully into the zombie. Simultaneously, Yi Lian reached out, grasping the mutated zombie's arm and twisting it with great force until it snapped. However, this mutated zombie was notably different. Not only did it react more quickly, but it also exhibited a greater resistance to control. In this life-and-death struggle, Ling Mo could not afford a second attempt. As he witnessed one of the zombie's arms being severed and his blade piercing the creature, he presumed the battle was nearing its conclusion. What Ling Mo did not anticipate was that the robust mutated zombie would still retaliate, even after its arm was torn off. It showed no signs of retreat, instead lunging directly at Ling Mo. At such close quarters, the sound of blade meeting flesh echoed as the mutated zombie closed the distance. Its hand, sharp as a blade and hard as iron, reaching for Ling Mo's throat. In this pivotal moment, Ling Mo maintained his composure, while Yi Lian acted swiftly, seizing the zombie's hand and with a decisive snap, severing it. Just as blood spurted forth, Ling Mo had managed to withdraw his short blade and evade the spray, or he would have been drenched in blood. Feeling a slight wave of fatigue, Ling Mo realized that this mutated zombie, much like the one in the supermarket, exhibited a fighting prowess far superior to those he had encountered previously. This was not surprising, given that the urban area was densely populated, and it was likely that many more zombies had been trapped alongside them. The more cerebral gel consumed, the higher the evolutionary level of the mutated zombies, thus augmenting their combat prowess. Chapter 23. Mutation. Once Yi Lian extracted the cerebral gel from this mutated zombie, Ling Mo promptly took it and compared it with the gel he had previously acquired. Both pieces of gel originated from mutated zombies, yet their hues differed significantly from those encountered before, more blood red, and their scent was markedly pungent. This indicated that the viruses within these mutated zombies were pure, resulting in altered manifestations of the ailments. Indeed, the decision to venture into the main urban area was sound. Only in densely populated zones could one find a greater number of formidable mutated zombies. Having secured the gel, Ling Mo led Yi Lian up the staircase. In a building that was largely enclosed, it was certain that more than just the single mutated zombie they had encountered lurked within. While hunting mutated zombies posed dangers, the potential rewards far outweighed the risks. In this apocalyptic world, those who shy away from challenges, even if they manage to survive, are destined for a life devoid of comfort. Ling Mo was acutely aware of this reality. As Yi Lian evolved, there were undoubtedly other mutated zombies rapidly undergoing their transformations, and the ultimate forms of these creatures remained uncertain. However, one thing was certain: the higher the degree of evolution, the greater the strength of the mutated zombies. If one were to remain complacent and seek only stability, they would not only weaken but also jeopardize Yi Lian's safety. It is worth noting that mutated zombies prioritize attacking their own kind. Currently, Yi Lian was under his control, and regardless of when she regained her senses, he must consider her well-being. What was a little risk in the grand scheme, before encountering even stronger mutated zombies? The foremost task was to enhance both his and Yi Lian's abilities. Ling Mo's speculations proved accurate. Several classrooms within the Science and Education building had been closed off during the chaotic escape, leaving the trapped zombies to turn on one another with no other means of egress. However, Ling Mo was somewhat surprised to discover that one classroom on the second floor had not yielded any mutated zombies. Instead, it was entirely devoid of life. This was an unexpected revelation, but upon closer inspection, he discerned the reason. a mutated zombie had escaped through a shattered window. For a moment, Ling Mo felt a pang of concern for Xiana. This situation suggested that at least one mutated zombie was roaming the campus, and they might cross paths. Surely, with her skills, she would manage? Peering out the window, he could see the playground beyond the tree-lined path, along with the tall teaching buildings not far off, and in the distance, several structures that appeared to be dormitories. The campus of the third high school was quite expansive, yet it now appeared desolate and dilapidated, stained with blood and teeming with shambling zombies. However, he could not spot any sign of Xiana or Lu Yuhao and their companions. Shaking his head, Ling Mo refocused his attention on the hunt. In the past hour, Ling Mo has skillfully hunted down 6 mutated zombies of varying strengths within the Science and Education building and the adjacent laboratory. Now, he cradles 7 gel-like specimens in his arms, apart from 2 that possess a slightly darker hue. The remaining 5 exude an unmistakable purity. While most would instinctively recoil from such viral conglomerates, Ling Mo's heart swells with joy at their presence. With these gels, he is certain to undergo another evolution, potentially elevating his physical prowess to unprecedented heights. Currently, Ling Mo's mental acuity has evolved, allowing him to control 2 mutated zombies simultaneously. Ordinary zombies pose no challenge either, as he can effortlessly manipulate 4 at once. Most importantly, he senses a newfound connection with Yi Lian. The previous barrier has vanished, as if she has become an extension of his own being. This profound bond naturally enhances their synergy in battle. However, there lies a slight imperfection in his situation. Despite the evolution of his mental strength, his physical capabilities have yet to experience a qualitative breakthrough. After an exhausting morning of combat, he feels fatigued, though not utterly depleted. If only his body could evolve as well, he would not find himself in such a state of weakness. Though Ling Mo's stamina surpasses that of the average person, witnessing Yi Lian's effortless composure fills him with frustration. Grasping Yi Lian's arm while taking deep, laborious breaths, he gradually begins to regain some strength. Yet, as he straightens up, his gaze inadvertently falls upon the neckline of Yi Lian's shirt. Clad in a shirt he had casually selected from store, the buttons have burst open due to the intensity of their skirmish, revealing a deep and alluring cleft. As he lifts his head, his nose nearly grazes this enticing divide, momentarily overwhelming him with dizzying sensations and igniting a fire within his core. Fixated on that enticing sight for a lingering moment, he finds himself inching closer, only to snap back to reality. Restraint. Restraint. While assisting Yi Lian with her clothing and bathing is a necessity, taking advantage of her in such a vulnerable moment is not how he wishes to treat someone he genuinely cares for. A fleeting glance suffices for his visual indulgence. After fastening her buttons, Ling Mo guides Yi Lian toward their next destination. After exerting so much effort to reach this school, they must hunt as many mutated zombies as possible to procure their cerebral gels. Unbeknownst to Ling Mo, shortly after their departure, a blood-soaked figure emerges ominously along the tree-lined path. With eyes filled with malice and an unsettling crimson hue, the figure fixates intensely on the distant cluster of buildings. The upper body of this individual is wrapped in bandages, yet the sight is grotesque. Every visible inch of flesh is marred, clawed to shreds. The gaps beneath his nails are caked with a gruesome mixture of blood and flesh. Most horrifying is the visage itself, scratched and ravaged, with a mouth slightly agape, revealing a raw, bloodied gum line and eyes so engorged that they are impossible to meet directly. Though transformed beyond recognition, almost unrecognizable as a human, it is not difficult to discern that this figure is indeed Lu Exant, left behind in the supermarket by Shauna and her companions. A harsh, rasping laugh escaped her throat, followed by a sudden lunge forward. She swiftly navigated through the tree-lined path and dashed into the nearby buildings. At that moment, Ling Mo had just led Yi Lian into the nearest teaching building, unaware that Lu Xian was racing past him, less than 50 meters away. As he ascended the stairs to the second floor, a flicker of desire emanated from Yi Lian, prompting a smile from Ling Mo, who realized that there were indeed mutated zombies within this building. Chapter 24. Shauna's Awakening. While Ling Mo and Yi Lian meticulously tracked the mutated zombies within the teaching building, Shauna and her companions were engaged in a fierce struggle against a mutated zombie in a dormitory building. This particular zombie was tall and, despite its bloodied visage, still bore the features of a strikingly beautiful young woman. However, as it emitted a low, guttural growl, forcing Shauna to retreat step by step, any semblance of beauty vanished entirely. Shauna fought valiantly against the frenzied assaults of the mutated female zombie, her movements revealing that her arm was injured, and she was relying solely on sheer willpower to endure. Not far behind her lay the lifeless body of another mutated zombie. Lu Yuhao, though still accompanying Shauna, appeared drained. He occasionally intervened to alleviate her burden, yet it was evident he was nearing his limits. Among the three who followed them, only two remained, Wang Cheng and the boy who had nearly killed Wang Cheng. Their expressions betrayed profound fear. In truth, they were indeed suffering a significant psychological blow. After parting ways with Ling Mo, they had made a beeline for this dormitory building. When they had departed, the remaining teachers and students stayed behind in the dormitory, while Shauna and Lu Yuhao had moved all the food from the school's supermarket inside. The supplies would not last long, and it was not sustainable for a large group to remain trapped there indefinitely, making it essential for some to venture out in search of alternative routes. Ideally, they would find rescuers, such as the military. At the very least, they sought a secure refuge to avoid being trapped indefinitely. However, those who chose to follow Shauna were not entirely motivated by a sense of community. Rather, they believed that staying close to her offered greater safety. To put it bluntly, they did not trust that Shauna would return. In reality, Shauna had not fully adhered to their agreement, returning several days later than promised. This was unavoidable. Many capable classmates had perished in their bid for escape, leaving only burdens behind. It was impossible for Shauna and Lu Yuhao alone to fight their way back, let alone safely retrieve those who remained. Despite this, Shauna did not yield. Thus, when she discovered that Ling Mo indeed possessed formidable strength and had taken advantage of their situation, she could not help but seek his assistance. Yet, as Ling Mo had surmised, from the very moment she stepped into this institution, Shauna had prepared herself psychologically. Perhaps those individuals had already met their demise. However, she could never have anticipated the horrific scene that awaited her. In what was once a dormitory housing more than 20 people, aside from 7 or 8 survivors, the remainder had been reduced to mere skeletal remains. Although Shauna had witnessed more gruesome sights, the sight of humans devouring one another filled her with an innate sense of revulsion and an icy dread. Lu Yuhao and the others were utterly stunned, with 2 of them even succumbing to nausea on the spot. While the act of zombies consuming flesh could be dismissed as monstrous, the individuals before her were rational. Normal beings. They preferred to slay their companions and feast upon their flesh rather than risk venturing out in search of sustenance. What repulsed Shauna most was their jubilant welcome upon seeing her and her companions. When a middle-aged teacher, smiling, rushed towards her, she instinctively swung the blade in her hand. Blood gushed from the teacher's neck as he clutched at the wound, his eyes wide with disbelief, fixated on Shauna's pale visage, before he slowly collapsed. The others stood frozen in shock, while Shauna unhesitatingly turned to leave. In that fleeting moment, she recalled Ling Mo's term, termite. Previously, she had regarded him as somewhat cold-hearted, but now she found herself gripped by an overwhelming disdain for the notion of termites. Being weak and in need of protection was not a sin. However, to lack ambition and even consider such behavior as acceptable posed a danger in the apocalypse that rivaled that of the zombies. Let them perish on their own. As Shauna departed, Lu Yuhao and the others, still in a daze, began to feel a growing sense of loathing and fear towards the cannibalistic madman before them. Almost in unison, they turned and followed Shauna. Yet, while Shauna wished for these individuals to await their doom, she did not foresee that they would soon regain their senses and spiral into madness. That wretched girl. We have waited so long, and she dares. Kill her. Kill her. A wave of intense hatred surged through their minds, and their impulsiveness spread like a contagious virus, stripping them of their final shred of reason. They charged forth, racing toward Shauna. What ensued in the corridor of the dormitory was a brutal massacre. From the moment they surged toward her, Shauna's psychological defenses crumbled entirely, and she fought back and struck with an almost instinctual ferocity. Even she was oblivious to the fact that when she displayed her unparalleled strength, some of those who had regained their senses immediately turned to flee. Yet, she had no intention of sparing them. Instead, with an enigmatic smile, she charged forth, swiftly dispatching them one by one with her blade. At that moment, a singular thought consumed Shauna. They all deserved to perish, for such people were unworthy of existence. It was not until the sudden appearance of two mutated zombies that Shauna was jolted from her near trance-like state. Clearly, these two aberrant creatures had been drawn by the intense scent of blood, and given Shauna's prowess, it was utterly impossible for her to contend with both simultaneously. After much effort, she managed to slay one of the mutated zombies, but the other lunged at her relentlessly. Within the confines of the dormitory building, apart from 7 or 8 fresh corpses, only Shauna and her 3 companions remained alive. The female student had been torn to shreds upon the emergence of the mutated zombies, her body now likely unrecognizable. Had Shauna not regained her composure in time, Liu Yuhao and the others would have surely met a grim fate. With Liu Yuhao's combat capabilities, he could only protect the remaining individuals from the madness around them, but confronting the mutated zombies was beyond his means. The effort to slay the first mutated zombie had drained Shauna significantly, and the ensuing chaos left her mentally and physically exhausted, placing her at a distinct disadvantage in her battle against the female mutated zombie. This creature was not solely focused on Shauna. Given the chance, it would also attack the others. Throughout this ordeal, Wang Cheng and the male student found themselves in peril repeatedly, yet they dared not stray too far, fearing assault from other zombies. As Wang Cheng observed the mutated female zombie, a flicker of resolve danced in his eyes. At the very moment Shauna was forced back, he discreetly raised his leg and delivered a forceful kick to the male student. A piercing scream echoed as the boy was thrust between Shauna and the mutated zombie. The creature's claw pierced through the boy's abdomen, but in that fleeting instant, Shauna seized the opportunity and plunged her blade into the creature's heart. Chapter 25, Betrayal. With a sigh of relief, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in Wang Cheng's eyes as he regarded the boy, whose abdomen now bore a gaping wound. His eyes wide, yet devoid of life. Wang Cheng felt an exhilarating rush of vengeance. However, just then, he sensed an unsettling chill run down his spine. Looking up, he found Shauna gazing at him with an indifferent expression. The moment their eyes met, a jolt of apprehension surged through him. "Don't say anything," Shauna interrupted, waving her hand. Although she had been forced back, she had clearly seen that the boy had not willingly charged forward. Nevertheless, without his actions, the remaining 3 would likely have perished. Wang Cheng's gesture was selfish and cruel, yet she felt no inclination to voice her discontent further. Perhaps, from a certain perspective, he had done nothing fundamentally wrong. If Ling Mo were here, he might very well appreciate such an act. However, if he were present, even 2 mutated zombies would pose no challenge for him. Shauna felt her thoughts swirling chaotically in her mind as she slowly made her way down to the dormitory with Liu Yuhao and Wang Cheng. In her momentary distraction, she failed to notice a shadow lurking in the darkness, intently watching her. Where could that person named Ling be? Never mind, it's best to deal with you first. At the very instant Shauna stepped down the stairs, the shadow lunged forward with alarming speed. A tremendous force struck her from behind, propelling her off her feet, and she landed heavily at the corner of the staircase below. Every part of her body felt as if it had come apart, yet her extensive combat experience urged her to rise despite the pain. However, before she could regain her footing, a blood-soaked figure appeared before her. "Shauna, didn't he expect to meet so soon?" Liu Exin sneered through gritted teeth. As Shauna exerted herself to stand, he struck her fiercely on the back of the head, rendering her unconscious and effortlessly hoisted her onto his shoulder. Liu Yuhao, still positioned at the top of the stairs, was utterly stunned by the scene unfolding before him. Yet, as soon as Shauna was knocked out, he snapped back to reality and dashed forward in a frenzy. However, Liu Exin, carrying a person, was far quicker than the completely drained Liu Yuhao. As he distanced himself from Liu Yuhao, he disdainfully flashed him a middle finger and declared, "Call Ling Mo to the boys' dormitory, or I'll kill Shauna." "Liu Xin, you bastard!" Liu Yuhao shouted in fury, but with his speed, he could only watch helplessly as Liu Xin vanished into the boys' dormitory with Shauna. Just as he contemplated pursuing them, Wang Cheng rushed over, breathless, grabbing his arm. "Don't go. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Did you not see Liu Xin's demeanor? He has definitely mutated. He is no longer human." Liu Yuhao cursed vehemently, but ultimately refrained from chasing after Liu Xin. Deep down, he recognized Wang Cheng's words held truth. Given the strength and speed Liu Xin had just exhibited, he was undoubtedly no longer human. Even if he was a zombie yet, he was certainly on the path to mutation. While Liu Xin might not kill Shauna immediately, If he completely lost his sanity after fully mutating, Shana would be doomed. But how could he and Wang Chung possibly contend with the current Liu Xin? Ling, where are you? Liu Yuhao anxiously scanned the empty campus, which, apart from the corpses of zombies slain by Shana, held no other presence. Instead, several zombies, attracted by the scent of blood and the commotion, suddenly appeared nearby, sprinting toward him and Wang Chung. Damn! In such dire circumstances, running was their only option. As they fled for their lives, Liu Yuhao internally cried out Ling Mo's name. When they parted, Ling Mo had mentioned that he had matters to attend to at the school. He just hoped he hadn't left yet. If Ling Mo truly had departed, he would have no choice but to risk everything to save Shana. At this moment, Liu Yuhao's heart was tumultuous, filled with a million raging alpacas. Had he known the consequences, he would have swiftly dealt with Liu Xin, thus preventing Xian'a from being placed in such peril. This ingrate. However, no amount of vitriol could alter the grim reality. Liu Yuhao, accompanied by Wang Chung, dove into the teaching building, managing to shake off a few pursuing zombies. They found refuge in a classroom, scarcely daring to breathe, drenched in perspiration. After a while, when the surroundings fell silent, Liu Yuhao cautiously peeked outside. The corridor lay deserted, prompting him to beckon Wang Chung, and together they slipped out of the classroom. What should they do now? Although Wang Chung had desperately followed Liu Yuhao, he was still trembling with fear, his voice quivering as he spoke. Liu Yuhao gritted his teeth and replied, "What else can we do? We must find Ling Mo. Xian'a must be rescued." Clearly reluctant to continue this perilous venture with Liu Yuhao, Wang Chung realized that Liu Yuhao was his sole support. Thus he began contemplating how to persuade him otherwise. Unexpectedly, as they cautiously approached the staircase, they encountered Ling Mo and Yi Lian descending from above. Startled by the sudden appearance of two figures, Ling Mo relaxed after a moment and, with a hint of surprise, inquired, "What are you doing here?" This building was devoid of anyone but zombies, unsuitable as a refuge, and it was unlikely that the individuals Xian'a sought would be present. So, how could Liu Yuhao and Wang Qing be here? Before Liu Yuhao could respond, Ling Mo sensed something amiss. The expressions on their faces suggested they had endured a fierce battle, and they did not appear to be with anyone else. Otherwise, Xian'a would have been with them. Where is Xian'a? A sense of foreboding washed over Ling Mo. Liu Yuhao had not anticipated encountering Ling Mo here, but upon hearing the question, he immediately reacted. Urgency lacing his voice. "Help us save Xian'a. She has been captured by Liu Xin." He rushed to Ling Mo, gripping his arm tightly, his eyes reflecting a mix of hope and fear. Captured by Liu Xin? The news struck Ling Mo as overwhelming and difficult to process. Yes, Liu Xin has mutated. Though he hasn't fully transformed into a zombie, his strength and ferocity are formidable, and I couldn't overpower him. He also ambushed Xian'a. He said you must find him, or he will kill her. Ling Ye, I implore you. Liu Yuhao spoke with fervor, his words tumbling out in a disjointed manner, yet he managed to convey his desperation. Throughout, he clung to Ling Mo's arm, as if terrified that he would refuse to help. Upon hearing this, Ling Mo's expression darkened. Liu Xin, despite his foolish demeanor, had revealed a surprisingly ruthless side. The revelation of Liu Xion's mutation didn't shock Ling Mo, but his act of capturing Xian'a and issuing threats clearly indicated that he retained some semblance of rationality. This notion piqued Ling Mo's interest immensely. To know that his greatest wish was for Yi Lian to swiftly regain her sanity. Yet aside from the initial signs of self-awareness she exhibited after the last evolution, there had been no further developments. This left Ling Mo feeling somewhat disheartened, despite understanding that this was not an issue that could be resolved overnight. He immediately set about hunting the mutated zombies, hoping to hasten Yi Lian's evolution and enable her to recover her true thoughts sooner. However, the peculiarities surrounding Liu Xin made Ling Mo ponder that perhaps he could glean new insights from this individual. As long as there remained a glimmer of possibility, Ling Mo was unwilling to relinquish hope, especially since Xian'a had been captured by Liu Xin, who had audaciously threatened him by name. For Ling Mo, the threat posed by a mutated zombie was negligible. Liu Xion's belief that a mere transformation from mouse to sick cat would allow him to seek vengeance was rather naive. Brother Ling, I implore you, we have fought side by side on this journey, and there is a bond between us. Liu Yuhao pleaded, his expression increasingly frantic. Where are they? Ling Mo resolved to inquire. Liu Yuhao was instantly elated, urgently dragging Ling Mo downwards. "It's in the boys' dormitory. Hurry. I fear Lu Xn might suddenly lose control. And then Sha Na will be doomed." Indeed, Ling Mo felt a tightening at the back of his neck and quickened his pace, with Yilian closely following his lead. Lu Yuhao, desperate to save someone, despite being exhausted, maintained a decent speed, while Ling Mo and Yilian trailed behind effortlessly. On the contrary, Wang Cheng was already panting heavily. Had it not been for the necessity of survival, he would likely have collapsed by now. Yet, the individuals ahead showed no intention of pausing for him. Consequently, as Wang Cheng gazed at the figures of the three ahead, a hint of malice flickered in his eyes, though he swiftly concealed it. The path to the boys' dormitory revealed several zombies, all attracted by the fresh corpses on the ground. This led Ling Mo to an unexpected discovery. These ordinary zombies, while refraining from attacking their kin, would consume the remains of their kind when available. The zombies gathered before the boys' dormitory were voraciously feasting on several corpses, and had the heads not been intact, their blood-red eyes would have made Ling Mo doubt the reality of his observation. So that was it. But wouldn't this lead to the emergence of even more mutated zombies? In fact, the zombies as a collective would gradually evolve to become stronger. Although their rate of evolution was nowhere near that of mutated zombies spawned from violent conflict in enclosed environments, this slow, collective evolution would eventually manifest its advantages. Damn it! Ling Mo cursed inwardly as he brandished his short blade, preparing to confront the few zombies that were rushing towards him. Utilizing his puppeteering abilities in conjunction with his increasingly adept combat skills, he dispatched the zombies in the blink of an eye. It is likely that these corpses of zombies will attract others of their kind to feast upon them. However, as a survivor, there is little time or energy to deal with the bodies. The slow evolution of the zombie horde is an unstoppable process. To my astonishment, zombies also consumed their own. Ling Mo glanced up at the mangled zombie corpse, his brow furrowing as he spoke. Lu Yuhao, somewhat perplexed, looked at Ling Mo and replied, "Of course they do." "Did you just discover this, Ling Ge?" Ling Mo, feeling a sense of resignation, promptly closed his mouth. Lu Yuhao and his companions had long been surrounded by zombies, so such knowledge was not surprising. Yet Ling Mo had previously kept his distance from the undead, controlling the corpses while foraging for food. Even after dispatching a zombie, he would not return to examine the remains, leaving him unaware of this gruesome reality. Nonetheless, this once again confirmed his suspicion. To thrive in an increasingly dire environment, one must rapidly enhance their strength. After dispatching several more zombies, Ling Mo and his group finally entered the male dormitory. The narrow corridor resembled a passageway to hell, with deep brown blood splattered across both the walls and floor. The partially opened dormitory doors added an eerie atmosphere, and one had to remain vigilant against the possibility of a zombie leaping out from behind one of them. The building stood 5 stories tall, housing roughly 100 dormitories, making the search for Lu Xin and Xia Na a daunting task. However, Ling Mo felt no apprehension, for he had quickly discerned the traces left by Lu Xin. Gently touching a fresh bloodstain on the ground, Ling Mo inquired, was it Lu Xin who sustained the injury, or was it Xia Na? He had observed similar marks on the stairs and along the way, but the presence of nearby zombie corpses had made him hesitant to draw conclusions. Yet with nothing around, it was evident that the blood belonged to one of them. "It's Lu Xin," Lu Yuhao answered hurriedly. "I just saw him covered in blood, and I have no idea what happened." "As long as it's not Xiana," Ling Mo nodded thoughtfully, following the trail of blood. The sporadic blood droplets, mingling with the brown stains on the floor, would be difficult for an ordinary person to notice. Without Ling Mo's keen observational skills, they would likely remain unseen. However, it seemed Lu Xin had no intention of concealing his trail. As Ling Mo and Lu Yuhao ascended to the 3rd floor, following the blood trail, they soon spotted Lu Xin in the corridor. It had been less than 2 hours since their separation, yet Lu Xin's appearance was utterly unrecognizable. Previously, he had merely seemed irritating, but now he was repulsive. His skin was not only torn and mangled, but had also begun to fester, with pus and blood dripping intermittently from his pant legs. The thought of having touched such blood made Ling Mo crave an immediate hand-washing. Nevertheless, the bloodshot eyes still conveyed the same arrogant demeanor, eliciting disdain. "Lu Xin, where is Xiana?" Lu Yuhao exclaimed upon seeing Lu Xin, his temper flaring. Had Ling Mo not intervened, he likely would have charged at Lu Xin in a fit of rage. Ling Mo perceived that Lu Xian's current demeanor was rather peculiar. He did not wish to witness a transformation akin to that of a zombie. Rather, it appeared as if he were slowly decaying. Indeed, decay was the apt description. The changes in his eyes and abilities bore resemblance to those of zombie, yet his physical transformation diverged entirely from that of the undead. Could it be that his direct exposure to the virus of the mutated zombies rendered him unable to withstand such an affliction? Compared to ordinary zombies, the virulence of the mutated zombies virus was decidedly more potent, and thus, the toxicity was amplified. Lu Xian's transformation indicated that an ordinary individual, upon being infected by the zombie virus and not succumbing immediately, would inevitably become a zombie. However, if one were to be directly infected by a mutated zombie, the abrupt encounter with the highly pure virus would overwhelm the body. Chapter 27. Infection. Have you had your fill? Do you not find my appearance rather terrifying? Lu Xian glared at Ling Mo and the others with a malevolent intensity, his voice tinged with madness as he bellowed. Ling Mo, this is all you're doing. If it weren't for your inaction in my moment of peril, I would not have descended into this state. As he spoke, he clawed at his own face, tearing away a piece of flesh, grotesquely revealing rotten meat beneath, sending shivers down the spines of all present. Do you see this? This is all your fault. You could have saved me, but what did you do? You really think you can act as if the world revolved around you? I cannot be bothered to engage in idle talk. I am here now. Where is Shauna? Ling Mo let out a cold snort and demanded assertively. Where is Shauna? Lu Xian erupted into a maniacal laugh. So you wish to see Shauna? Very well. First, sever your hand, the one you used to slap me. Chop it off. At this, Ling Mo could not help but roll his eyes. Lu Xian was truly absurd, setting aside the fact that his relationship with Shauna had not reached the point of self-mutilation. The sheer ridiculousness of his words was laughable. This fellow clearly had watched too many movies and genuinely believed that his newfound strength afforded him the right to act arrogantly. However, concern clouded judgment, as Lu Yuhao, filled with dread, turned to Ling Mo and then back to Lu Xian, urgently exclaiming, Lu Xian, how can you be like this? If it weren't for Brother Ling, we would have been utterly annihilated. To hell with your excuses. Lu Xian spat vehemently, blood frothing from his mouth. If it weren't for your meddling with Shauna, insisting that Ling join us, and dragging us back to school to seek those people, how would things have escalated to this point? Don't think for a moment that I don't harbor resentment. You all abandoned me. Lu Yuhao was momentarily taken aback, gritting his teeth as he raised the kitchen knife in his hand, declaring, Is it acceptable to chop me instead? As he prepared to strike, Ling Mo swiftly intervened. And by the time Lu Yuhao comprehended the situation, Ling Mo had already dashed toward Lu Xian. The distance between them was merely a span of over 10 meters. At Ling Mo's current speed, it was but a heartbeat before he closed the gap, confronting Lu Xian directly. Lu Xian sensed a shadow lunging toward him, and as a glimmer of cold light flashed before his eyes, he, being in a mutated state, was not slow to react. He executed a timely tilt of his head. Nevertheless, he immediately felt his right shoulder cleaved open, and a surge of power forced him to buckle at the knees, nearly collapsing to the ground. Ling Mo struck down upon Lu Xian's shoulder with his blade, showing no intention of halting. Instead, he swiftly cut horizontally, aiming directly for Lu Xian's neck. A profound shadow of death enveloped Lu Xian, yet driven by instinct, he managed to retreat just in time to narrowly evade this lethal blow. However, the tip of the blade had already grazed his throat, causing blood to spurt forth violently from the wound. Lu Xian's eyes reddened, and despite his severe injury, he screamed and lunged directly at Ling Mo. Yet, he was merely an ordinary man, incapable of matching the prowess of Ling Mo, who had endured countless life-and-death battles. Observing Lu Xian's desperate charge, Ling Mo merely bent forward and surged ahead, thrusting his short blade upward as he approached Lu Xian, resulting in a spray of blood. The sharp edge of the blade carved a deep gash into Lu Xian's abdomen, and he was subsequently kicked to the ground by Ling Mo. As he attempted to struggle, Ling Mo's foot pinned him down. Have you lost all sense of pain? Ling Mo inquired with a hint of intrigue, gazing down at Lu Xian. The skin on Lu Xian's body was nearly decaying and peeling away, marred by scratches, and despite being struck twice, he exhibited no signs of anguish. It was evident that he was not a man of remarkable fortitude. The only plausible explanation was his utter lack of sensitivity to such pain. Gritting his teeth, Liu Xin glared at Ling Mo. Though devoid of pain, the gaping wound his abdomen revealed his intestines, indicating that his time was limited. You dare to stand before me and threaten me after secluding Shauna? Ling Mo scoffed. Oh, you think I'm foolish? Liu Xin's expression shifted to a peculiar madness, followed by maniacal laughter. You truly believe I am naive? I know I'm doomed, but I will not let you escape unscathed. Though I may not have slain you, I've still made my mark. Ha 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 ha. You abandoned me, did you? I wish for you to experience the same feelings when such a fate befalls you. Ha ha ha. As he laughed, blood continued to spew from his mouth, and his grotesque visage resembled that of a madman. Yet, a foreboding sense stirred within Ling Mo. He swiftly severed Liu Xin's neck, silencing his jarring laughter, and turned his gaze towards a dozen or so dormitories behind him. Shauna should be within one of those rooms. Yet for reasons unknown, Ling Mo felt an unsettling apprehension. Liu Hao, however, did not linger on such thoughts. Witnessing Ling Mo swiftly dispatch Liu Xin, he rushed forward, frantically searching through the dormitories. Wang Chung followed suit, frowning as he glanced at Liu Xin's lifeless body before joining Liu Hao in the search. However, he displayed a certain cunning. While feigning concern for Shauna's safety, he remained closely behind Liu Hao, deliberately avoiding proximity to the dormitory doors. In moments of urgency, few would notice his subtle maneuvers. Ling Mo, accompanied by Yi Lian, continued to search along the corridor, but the dormitories they passed were largely in ruins, offering no sign of Shauna. However, Liu Hao's voice soon emerged from one of the dormitories. She's here. Shauna is here. Ling Mo felt a jolt of alarm and hurried over. Upon reaching the door, he beheld Shauna bound simply to the bed leg, seemingly restrained by what resembled a clothesline. Her head was bowed, and she appeared to be relatively unharmed. Yet, recalling the ominous words spoken by Liu Xin moments earlier, Ling Mo sensed that something grave must have transpired with Shauna. Shauna, are you all right? As Liu Hao anxiously attempted to untie her, Ling Mo's gaze fell upon her hand, and a chill coursed through him. He swiftly grasped Shauna's left hand, drawing it up, while Liu Hao, puzzled, turned his attention in that direction. Without a doubt, Wang Chung, standing nearby, also caught sight of the scene. Silence enveloped the room, and apart from the expressionless Yi Lian, the other three faces instantaneously turned to a state of shock. Ling Mo, glancing at Shauna's pallid countenance, clenched his jaw and muttered, Liu Xin, you truly are inhumane. On Shauna's left hand, a fresh wound was starkly visible, and after Liu Xin had inflicted the injury, she evidently pressed her own bloodied and mangled hand against Shauna's palm, leaving behind traces of blood and bits of flesh that unmistakably attested to the brutality of the act. Under the horrified gazes of those present, Shauna slowly lifted her head, her resolute eyes now brimming with despair. I've been infected. Chapter 28. The beginning of the mutation. A prolonged silence weighed heavily, nearly suffocating. Shauna's words and her lifeless gaze plunged Ling Mo's heart into an abyss, casting a pall over his spirits. I would rather die than become a zombie, Shauna murmured, somewhat dazed, as she steadied herself against the bed and began to rise. Liu Hao stared at her in disbelief, clearly engulfed in profound shock. When Shauna was struck unconscious, her long knife had been left behind, but she quickly shifted her focus to Liu Hao, determination flashing in her eyes as she suddenly seized the kitchen knife from his grasp. Yet, as she made her move, Ling Mo snapped back to reality and snatched the knife away. Shauna, utterly drained, could not resist Ling Mo's strength. I do not want to become a zombie. I refuse to turn into that kind of monster. Shauna's eyes glazed over once more as she frantically pushed against Ling Mo, attempting to wrest the knife from his hand. However, Ling Mo, with a fierce determination, hurled the knife to the ground and firmly grasped Shauna's shoulders, saying emphatically, Do not act foolishly. You have not transformed yet. There must be a way. Give me the knife. Give me the knife. Shauna, however, was completely impervious to Ling Mo's words, instead erupting into hysterics. Ling Mo, feeling helpless, resorted to gently striking the back of her head, causing her to collapse limply into his arms. Infection. At that moment, Liu Hao trembled as he stood up, gazing in disbelief at the unconscious Shauna cradled in Ling Mo's embrace, unable to articulate a coherent thought. Even Wang Cheng's face was ashen, without Shauna. The prospect of resuming his previous parasitic existence seemed almost non-existent. Could Shauna truly transform into something akin to Liu Xian? Liu Yuhao suddenly turned his gaze towards Ling Mo, murmuring a question. Indeed, Liu Xian's current condition was more terrifying than that of a zombie. If Shauna were to become like her, it would be unbearable not only for Shauna, but even for Ling Mo. Observing Liu Yuhao's eyes teetering on the brink of despair, Ling Mo sighed inwardly and spoke slowly, urging him to maintain his composure. You must remain calm. The one suffering the most is Shauna. Don't you want to devise a solution for her? A solution? Liu Yuhao, prompted by Ling Mo's words, began to regain some clarity, yet tears flowed uncontrollably down his cheeks. What could possibly be done? Based on Liu Xian's condition and the time elapsed since their separation, they could roughly estimate that the interval from infection to the onset of symptoms was approximately half an hour. In any case, they needed to brainstorm solutions within this half hour. Striving for a resolution was far preferable to waiting idly for death. In stark contrast to Liu Yuhao, who was nearing a mental breakdown, Ling Mo remained remarkably composed. The primary reason for his calmness was the presence of a mutated zombie, Yilian, by his side. Therefore, in Ling Mo's perspective, there was still hope for transformation into a zombie. However, if complete decay set in, there would truly be no salvation. What if we severed this hand? A glimmer of determination suddenly flashed in Liu Yuhao's eyes as he proposed. Ling Mo shook his head. It's futile. Too much time has passed. Then what other options do we have? Liu Yuhao's expression grew dim once more. Meanwhile, Ling Mo's mind began to race with considerations. Liu Xian had been infected by a mutated zombie, which had led to her body undergoing complete decay due to her inability to withstand the virus's potency. As for Shauna, she would be experiencing a secondary infection, receiving a diluted version of the virus from Liu Xian's body. Nonetheless, even this diluted strain was likely more potent than that found in an ordinary zombie. Could Shauna's physical resilience withstand it? The answer remained uncertain. Gazing down at Shauna cradled in his arms, Ling Mo felt a pang of empathy. His previous reassurances were merely words of comfort. In truth, he had no idea how to prevent Shauna's mutation. Deep down, he understood that Shauna would inevitably transform, with the only distinction being whether she would become an ordinary zombie or something akin to Liu Xian. Just as Ling Mo grappled with this dilemma, Shauna began to awaken slowly. Yet, in her semi-conscious state, she did not immediately push him away. Instead, she seemed drawn to him, burrowing closer into Ling Mo's embrace. A jolt of alarm coursed through Ling Mo as he looked down at Shauna, realizing he had underestimated the virus's infectious capabilities. Her eyes were half open, and a glimmer of blood was unmistakable. She had already begun to mutate, and it had likely taken less than 20 minutes since Liu Xian's blood had infected her. Liu Yuhao also noticed Shauna's abnormal behavior and quickly reached out to grasp her arm. Shauna, what is happening to you? However, Shauna did not respond. She pressed herself firmly against Ling Mo's chest, her other hand reaching out directly towards him. Ling Mo felt a sudden chill run down his spine as he hastily pushed Shauna away, yet a tear had already formed in his clothing. Shauna, however, fully opened her reddened eyes and lunged towards him again, murmuring indistinctly, "Give it to me." In a moment of desperation, Ling Mo attempted to restrain Shauna. Although he did not fully succeed, he managed to momentarily halt her actions. Within that fleeting fraction of a second, he comprehended the intense desire she conveyed. She craved the cerebral gel he had concealed in his possession. Shauna, Liu Yuhao stood dumbfounded by her behavior, while Ling Mo swiftly grasped Shauna's arm and pinned her against the nearby bed. In this posture, he shielded her from Liu Yuhao and Wang Cheng's gaze, all the while quickly retrieving a piece of the least potent gel from his bosom and placing it into Shauna's mouth. Unlike Yilian, Shauna retained some semblance of rationality, albeit overshadowed by an instinctual frenzy for the gel. Upon consuming it, she immediately calmed, lying back on the bed with her arms outstretched, her bloodshot eyes staring vacantly at Ling Mo. What has happened to her? Liu Yuhao inquired nervously, drawing closer, only to be met with Shauna's haunting gaze, causing a jolt of unease to surge through him, rendering him momentarily unsteady. Meanwhile, Ling Mo remained fixated on Shauna, observing her response. Were it not for her overwhelming yearning for the gel, he would never have considered this course of action. What if this backfired and accelerated her mutation? Such uncertainties dissuaded him from taking risks. Yet, the depth of her instinctual craving indicated that the gel must possess some beneficial properties for her. Perhaps it could neutralize the toxins within her and restore her to normalcy? The mere thought invigorated Ling Mo's spirits. Chapter 29. The Peculiar Mutation. However, after a tense 10 minutes, Shauna continued to stare blankly at Ling Mo, devoid of any reaction. Fortunately, aside from her blood-red eyes, her body showed no further changes. Nor did it exhibit signs of decay, which offered Ling Mo a modicum of relief. There was no choice but to leave this place. Ling Mo sighed resignedly and pulled Shauna up. Before moving her, he first attempted to exert control over her as a means of gauging her rationality. A considerable resistance met him, causing a headache, yet it also brought a flicker of joy. As long as she retained some rationality, it meant she had not yet fully succumbed to zombification. After all, the distinction between a human and a zombie lies significantly in the realm of consciousness. A human possesses the capacity for thought and emotional fluctuation, whereas a zombie operates like a machine driven solely by instinct, devoid of independent thought. Although Ling Mo's mental prowess was formidable, it had yet to reach a level capable of subduing another's thoughts. His previous momentary control over Shauna was purely due to her being driven almost entirely by instinct, her self-awareness at its nadir. Though Shauna currently displayed little reaction, her cognitive functions remained intact. Under such circumstances, controlling her was utterly implausible. For safety's sake, Ling Mo maneuvered both Yi Lian and himself to each grasp one of Shauna's arms, hoisting her up. This way, even if she were to suddenly lash out, the simultaneous intervention of both himself and Yi Lian would prevent her from causing harm. Ling Go, where are you taking Shauna? Lu Yuhao inquired, utterly at a loss. Ling Mo glanced back at him and replied, "This place is perilous. The scent of blood will attract the zombies roaming the school. If Shauna were to experience another episode, how will we manage? We should first seek a somewhat safer location." "Yes, you're right," Lu Yuhao responded, momentarily taken aback before nodding vigorously. He then sincerely added, "Ling Go and Yi Lianjia, thank you." That expression of gratitude held a depth of meaning, and Ling Mo smiled in acknowledgement, though he refrained from further comment. As for Yi Lian, being a mutated zombie, her exterior belied her true nature, and she exhibited no reaction to Lu Yuhao's words. Fortunately, Lu Yuhao seemed unfazed. In his mind, Yi Lian was simply a reserved and beautiful older sister. As they passed one of the dormitory buildings, Lu Yuhao suddenly requested that Ling Mo pause. Darting inside, moments later, he emerged breathlessly wielding Shauna's long knife. This knife was crafted by Shauna herself. Its quality is exceptional, and it would be a pity to abandon it. She would be heartbroken. Indeed, finding firearms was challenging, and even if one were acquired, there was no guarantee that an ordinary person could wield it effectively. The most pressing concern was that in a densely populated zombie area, using a gun without a silencer was tantamount to courting death. In such scenarios, cold weapons proved far more practical. However, quality cold weapons were scarce. Dispatching zombies was not akin to butchering pork, and they could easily suffer wear and tear, with excessive force risking fractures. Ling Mo's short knife was not only lightweight, but also remarkably sharp and of commendable quality. Shauna's lineage, rooted in the craftsmanship of the Wang family, suggested that her long knife was equally extraordinary, especially since she meticulously maintained it, clearly valuing it highly. Lu Yuhao's deep feelings for Shauna compelled him to retrieve the knife for her, despite the uncertainty surrounding her transformation. "You are quite devoted to Shauna." Displaying both affection and loyalty, Ling Mo remarked with a hint of sentimentality. He felt similarly for Yi Lian. Even after her transformation into a zombie, or even a mutated one, he still clung to hope. However, Lu Yuhao exhibited a peculiar expression. "Ling Go, you might be misunderstanding. Shauna and I do not share that kind of relationship. Shauna doesn't see me in that light." "Ah, I see," Ling Mo replied, having discerned Lu Yuhao's distinct feelings for Shauna, though her demeanor towards him was notably more aloof. "I'm not acting this way because I have feelings for Shauna," Lu Yuhao hurriedly clarified. "I understand." Ling Mo nodded in comprehension. In Lu Yuhao's feelings for Shauna, it is predominantly gratitude and admiration for the team. Akin to a parasitic entity, relies heavily on Shauna's support. Despite Lu Yuhao's relentless efforts, his combat prowess as an ordinary youth pales in comparison to Shauna's. Observing Lu Yuhao's exhaustion, his face ashen and breath rapid, yet lacking any inclination to seek help, Ling Mo felt a stirring within. He harbored a fondness for this principled and kind-hearted boy, prompting him to ask Yi to take the long knife from Lu Yuhao. As for Wang Cheng, though equally fatigued, he proved to be far more astute than Lu Exin, gritting his teeth and resolutely staying silent while closely following Ling Mo. The group swiftly exited the campus, entering an upscale residential complex across the street. The advantage of such elevator apartments lies in their semi-enclosed nature, with relatively few zombies wandering within. However, for Ling Mo, this was not an ideal refuge, but with Shauna in tow, he had to make do. Surveying his surroundings, Ling Mo led the group into a building surrounded by open space, which would facilitate an easy escape, and soon located a safe staircase. Initially seeking merely a temporary refuge, Ling Mo did not take the time to clear the zombies within the building, instead slipping into a chaotic apartment on the second floor. The door was ajar, and the interior was in disarray, yet no zombies lingered inside. After securely locking the door and meticulously checking the premises, Ling Mo settled Shauna into one of the bedrooms. At that moment, Shauna's emotional state appeared relatively stable, even bordering on a sense of mental emptiness. Were it not for her eyes growing increasingly red, Ling Mo might have believed she had returned to normalcy. However, as he laid her down, she suddenly began to thrash wildly, her gaze fixated on Ling Mo's chest. "I want more." A chill ran through Ling Mo, yet Shauna's hand grasped him, compelling him to retrieve a lower purity gel. The instant the gel appeared before her, she eagerly seized it, swallowing it whole, her eyes widening before she slumped, her eyelids gradually closing. This abrupt transformation startled Ling Mo, leaving him no time for contemplation as he pressed his ear to Shauna's chest. Thankfully, he detected a heartbeat. Could this reaction signify an impending evolution akin to Yilian's? Yet she had not fully transformed into a zombie. What was occurring? Ling Mo's gaze was a tapestry of confusion as he looked at Shauna, filled with uncertainty. With her now unconscious, it remained unclear how long it would take for her to awaken, leading him to conclude that they would have to remain here temporarily. Chapter 30. Is it liberation or abandonment? For safety's sake, Ling Mo decided to leave Yilian inside to watch over Shauna. Thus, even if Shauna underwent a complete mutation, he could swiftly control her through Yilian. Conversely, remaining inside himself necessitated a constant state of heightened vigilance, which was utterly exhausting. As a zombie, Yilian possesses an acute sensitivity to her kind. Once Shauna awakens, she will immediately sense it, without the need for a watchful gaze like Ling Mo's. The moment he stepped out of the door, Lu Yuhao anxiously inquired, "Brother Ling, how is Shauna?" The situation remains unclear. Shauna's condition is exceedingly strange, and Ling Mo, perplexed, could only respond vaguely. Noticing Lu Yuhao's anxious demeanor, Ling Mo suddenly felt a stirring in his heart and asked, "What would you do if Shauna mutated?" "Huh?" Lu Yuhao was taken aback. However, throughout their journey, this very question had been at the forefront of his mind. If Shauna were to mutate, should he end her suffering by killing her, or abandon her as he had done with Lu Exin? Yet, until Ling Mo posed the question, Lu Yuhao painfully realized that he remained utterly uncertain about how to proceed. "Forget it. Let us discuss it when she wakes up," Lu Yuhao thought, his expression complex and his mind somewhat adrift. Ling Mo couldn't help but let out a quiet sigh, patting his shoulder. As they brushed past each other, Ling Mo added nonchalantly, "If it were me, I wouldn't abandon the girl I love, even if she turned into a zombie." Lu Yuhao was immediately struck by this revelation. To not give up, even if she had become a zombie. Though it was merely a fleeting remark, Lu Yuhao stood in stunned silence for a considerable time. In his mind, the only thoughts had been to either kill Shauna or abandon her. He had never contemplated continuing to fight for her. Indeed, in his understanding, becoming a zombie meant there was no hope left. Otherwise, the calamity would not have spiraled so uncontrollably from its onset, ultimately leading to the destruction of human society. However, the absence of hope was one matter. The complete lack of any desire to strive for her was the most terrifying aspect for Lu Yuhao. In a moment of despair, he raised his hand and slapped his own face twice. The sting on his cheeks did little to alleviate the heaviness in his heart. At that moment, Ling Mo had already made his way to the balcony, gazing out through the window. In the distance, he could see several zombies wandering the campus of the third high school, likely lured by fresh corpses. There were also a few zombies within the community, though in limited numbers. Despite the scant visibility of zombies in the immediate vicinity, Ling Mo was certain that at the slightest disturbance, at least 100 zombies would emerge. Within this very apartment, who knew how many zombies lurked, and perhaps even mutated ones? It was indeed akin to residing within a den of zombies. Touching the gel in his possession, Ling Mo had to suppress the urge to enhance his abilities immediately. With Shauna's condition still uncertain, he and Yi Lian needed to remain vigilant and conserve their strength. Should they faint at this juncture, who could predict what might transpire during that time? However, Shauna's overwhelming craving for the gel puzzled Ling Mo greatly. She clearly retained some rationality and had not fully transformed into a zombie. At most, she was in a state of mutation. Yet, why was she so drawn to the gel? It was worth noting that as a normal human, Ling Mo had nearly fainted from just a whiff of its scent, let alone consuming such a substance. Even a mutated zombie, Yi Lian, who has undergone further evolution, would not consume 2 pieces of gel consecutively. The digestion of even a single piece requires a considerable amount of time before a new craving arises. Of course, as her strength increases, the time Yi Lian requires for her gel intake gradually diminishes, yet remains a significant disparity compared to Shauna, who could devour 2 pieces within half an hour. What clandestine transformation is unfolding within Shauna? Through Yi Lian's perspective, even while in the living room, he can observe Shauna's current state. However, she appears to be in a deep slumber, exhibiting no signs of movement, just as he left her. This situation leaves Ling Mo feeling quite despondent, as time seems to crawl at a glacial pace. Seeing Ling Mo and Lu Yuhao lost in their thoughts and remaining silent, Wang Cheng feels as though he is sitting on pins and needles. He is anxious, but not for Shauna. Instead, it is for his own uncertain future. At this moment, he wishes he could slap himself repeatedly, although events have unfolded as he suspected, and he is the last one remaining. That wretched Lu Xin has stripped him of his greatest support. To curry favor with Ling Mo, it is evident from Ling Mo's unabashed demeanor that seeking his favor is virtually impossible. With a tumultuous heart, Wang Cheng finds himself at a loss. He knows that with his abilities, he can only take one step at a time. However, at this juncture, it is best not to provoke Ling Mo resolving within himself. Wang Cheng begins to tidy up the house. Although there are no zombies or corpses within, there are plenty of bloodstains. While it may not be possible to clean everything thoroughly, he can at least strive to improve the environment as much as he can. Wang Cheng's diligent efforts do not go unrewarded. As the sun begins to set, Ling Mo tosses him a packet of biscuits and a bottle of clean water. This is far more useful than ordinary snacks. Upon receiving them, Wang Cheng's face lights up with surprise, but then he casts a deep glance at Ling Mo. No wonder Ling Mo is indifferent to the food offered by Lu Yuhao. It seems he has his own reserves. Judging by the size and bulging shape of that backpack, the supplies within are likely sufficient for a week's sustenance. Indeed, in a post-apocalyptic world, strength reigns supreme. Where could an ordinary person procure such an abundance of food? Especially not the leftovers? Lu Yuhao initially contemplates declining due to a lack of appetite, but Ling Mo shoots him a disdainful glance and states, "We will definitely take turns keeping watch tonight. If you don't eat or sleep, what will happen if something goes awry during your watch?" Lu Yuhao is momentarily at a loss for words. After a lengthy silence, he snatches the food from Ling Mo's hand and says, "Sorry, I'll eat." He chews slowly and meticulously, mirroring Wang Cheng's actions. In fact, before mastering the skills of the undead, Ling Mo used to eat in the same manner. Eating slowly allows one to derive maximum satiety from a small amount of food. By the way, is Sister Yi Lian not eating? Although Lu Yuhao feels troubled, he does not forget his role as the all-around caretaker. After taking a few bites, he turns to inquire of Ling Mo. Yi Lian's cravings extended beyond mere gel. It seems she also hungered for the flesh and blood of those around her. Ling Mo, with a faint smirk, rose and made his way toward the bedroom. I shall deliver her sustenance and check on Shauna's condition. Chapter 31, Awakening. Inside the bedroom, Shauna remained in a state of unconsciousness. While Yi Lian sat at the edge of the bed, her unusually bright eyes fixed intently upon Shauna. Naturally, Yi Lian would not consume ordinary food, and Ling Mo's actions were merely a fade. Yet, since he claimed to be bringing food, it was only reasonable for him to linger for a while. During this time, Ling Mo approached Shauna, meticulously observing her reactions. For someone who had ingested 2 doses of viral gel, Shauna's demeanor was astonishingly serene. Her breathing was steady, her complexion untroubled, devoid of any sign of pain. However, it was certain that beneath this calm exterior, a tempest of viral chaos raged within her body. Yet, no one could foresee the aftermath of such a storm upon Shauna. After scrutinizing Shauna for over 10 minutes, Ling Mo returned to the living room. The daylight had begun to fade, and for safety's sake, he fully drew the curtains on the balcony and barricaded the entrance with furniture. This way, should an unforeseen event arise, they would have a moment's respite. Wang Cheng and Liu Yuhao also grew tense. Spending a night in this entirely unfamiliar and unkempt environment was rather stimulating for them. Who could tell when a zombie might wander past the door? Let us not create excessive noise, Ling Mo advised, his demeanor remarkably composed as he uttered this simple caution. What are the arrangements for tonight's watch? Liu Yuhao, evidently regarding Ling Mo as their anchor, nodded and promptly inquired. Ling Mo pondered briefly before responding. Let each of us take turns for 3 hours. Yilian will keep watch over Shauna, and I shall also keep an eye on her during my shift. No, I will rotate with Wang Cheng instead. Ling Gu, you and Yilian should watch over Shauna. Liu Yuhao gently shook his head, asserting you cannot bear the burden of both watching over Shauna and standing guard. That would be too taxing. Wang Cheng and I have little else to occupy our time, and this is all we can do. Wang Cheng nodded in agreement, signaling his support for this arrangement. Seeing their determination, Ling Mo reluctantly acquiesced. In truth, keeping watch was no trifling task. As night descended upon the eerily silent building, various sounds began to emerge, with occasional noises echoing from above, not to mention the disturbances from outside. Sitting alone in the pitch-black room, listening to the myriad of faint sounds from all directions, one's fear gradually intensified, creating a slow, torturous agony. Occasionally, a louder noise would cause the sentinel to startle, akin to a startled bird, as they anxiously gauged the distance of the sound and assessed any potential threat. However, even Wang Cheng believed that remaining in the living room in solitary dread was preferable to being with Shauna in her current state. Thus, he not only volunteered to keep watch during the first half of the night, but even fetched a stool to position himself closer to the door, ensuring he would not miss any crucial sounds. After all, when trouble arises, it is likely that he will be the first to face dire consequences. Although Liu Yuhao was burdened with worries, exhaustion from the day's trials soon overtook him, and he fell into a drowsy slumber on the sofa. Ling Mo, on the other hand, moved a chair into the room and settled himself in the far corner, closing his eyes to feign sleep. Ling Mo was equally fatigued. Unlike the zombies, he needed to seize the moment to rest, for without recuperation, his strength would not be restored. In this apocalyptic world, such negligence was perilous. While one could still battle a few zombies, facing a horde meant that speed and stamina were paramount. Though not truly asleep, Ling Mo occasionally drifted into deep slumber, only to awaken moments later. This method of resting had become second nature to those struggling for survival in the wasteland, yet Ling Mo excelled in it, owing to his unique ability of puppetry. More importantly, his mental fortitude was superior to that of an average person and had undergone a form of evolution. In Ling Mo's perspective, mental strength encompassed concentration and observation. His puppeteering ability allowed him to partition his mental energy to control zombies, which were devoid of reason and acted solely on instinct. Juggling two tasks simultaneously was no simple feat, especially in the heat of battle where the speed of neural and physical responses was crucial. Without sharp focus, it was impossible to keep pace with the zombies. Initially, Ling Mo controlled the puppets during combat while remaining in the shadows, but gradually, he learned to fight under their protection. It was only after he mastered the control of Yilian that he began to synchronize his efforts with the puppets in combat. Throughout this process, Ling Mo's mental acuity was rigorously honed, and when Yilian underwent her evolution, he too experienced a boost in his mental strength, further enhancing his ability to control two mutated zombies simultaneously. The evolution of mental strength is a rather nebulous concept, yet Ling Mo understood it innately. To put it simply, when he controlled Yilian, particularly in battle, he had to exert immense mental energy. Otherwise, she would easily slip from his grasp. Although Ling Mo's neural reflexes were swift, the feedback from Yilian was often delayed. If one were to liken Ling Mo to a command center, his mental energy functioned as the connecting hub. During data transmission, the limitations of this hub resulted in latency. However, post-evolution, this hub was significantly enhanced. leading to more stable and rapid transmission of commands. At that moment, Yi Lian felt like an extension of himself, her control seamless. Of course, Ling Mo did not perceive her as merely an extension. Throughout the battles, he consciously cultivated his own abilities rather than relying entirely on Yi Lian. Most of the time, he took the lead while Yi Lian acted in support. Despite the stark differences between ordinary humans and zombies, the struggle was not entirely insurmountable. The fear that zombies instill in people arises from their unrelenting pursuit of prey. Once they detect a target, they launch into a frenzied attack, showing no signs of retreat even when severely injured. In contrast, ordinary individuals often exhibit hesitation, fearing injury, and are easily intimidated upon encountering a zombie, leading to a psychological disadvantage. However, for Ling Mo, who has consistently dealt with zombies, even cohabiting with one, the terror of the undead is somewhat diminished. Setting aside the advantage of numbers that zombies possess in encounters with solitary ones, ordinary people can actually hold the upper hand. Zombies act solely on instinct, which renders them wildly terrifying yet simultaneously reveals their inherent flaw. Ordinary humans, on the other hand, can employ strategy during combat rather than engaging in reckless assaults. Nevertheless, Ling Mo understands that this is merely theoretical. Most individuals still need to band together to survive, for in such sprawling urban landscapes, the sheer number of zombies is overwhelming. One madman may not be frightening, but what a horde of them! The sight of millions of bloodthirsty lunatics roaming the city is indeed a horrifying prospect. Even Ling Mo himself, despite relying on his puppet mastery and having the mutated zombie Yi Lian by his side, would find himself fleeing when faced with a larger group of zombies. This was evident during the incident at the mall's revolving door. Although they managed to eliminate that group thanks to the advantageous terrain, there were still casualties within their ranks. Ling Mo reflected that, in that scenario, if it were only he and Yi Lian, they would have been utterly overwhelmed without the fervent combat skills of Shauna. Suddenly, an unusual sensation jolted Ling Mo awake. He abruptly discarded the blanket and stood up, directing his gaze towards Shauna, who lay on the bed. Just moments ago, Shauna, under Yi Lian's watchful gaze, had inexplicably opened her eyes. Chapter 32. Split Personality. As midnight approached, the room was enveloped in darkness, and the previously motionless Shauna suddenly opened her eyes. Even from a distance, Ling Mo could discern the eerie red of her eyes, which remained strikingly visible in the dark. Moreover, he sensed a stirring from Yi Lian, whose instinctive reaction indicated a readiness, a behavior that emerged when confronted with her kind, particularly mutated zombies. Had Shauna undergone her transformation? Ling Mo cautiously approached, eager to observe her reactions more closely. However, as he reached the bedside, Shauna abruptly flipped over, lunging towards him through the nearly impenetrable darkness. For an ordinary person, the experience would likely be akin to feeling a sudden rush of wind, only to be completely torn apart without understanding what had transpired. In the dark, zombies possess a significant advantage over humans in terms of vision. While Ling Mo could not clearly perceive Shauna's movements, he could observe her every action through Yi Lian's perspective. Having raised his alertness as he neared the bed, the moment Shauna moved, Ling Mo leapt aside, while Yi Lian, who had been quietly seated at the bedside, sprang into action, seizing Shauna's arm from behind. Although Shauna reacted with extraordinary speed, immediately turning to attack Yi Lian, Ling Mo had already lunged forward, pinning Shauna down onto the bed. This exemplifies the inherent weakness of zombies, a lack of judgment, relying solely on instinctual aggression, and they can be easily distracted. However, Shauna's struggles proved to be quite a challenge for Ling Mo, were it not for his immediate control over Yi Lian, who firmly held her down. Shauna would likely have broken free by now. Yet, just as Ling Mo was about to flip her over and exert his control, Shauna suddenly spoke in a somewhat dazed voice, softly asking, "What are you doing?" If Ling Mo had not recently witnessed Shauna's formidable aggression, he might have thought her to be an ordinary person. Startled, he gazed into Shauna's eyes, only to find that the previously blood-red irises had returned to a semblance of normalcy. By now, Ling Mo's eyes had begun to adjust to the darkness. Though still somewhat blurred, he could just about discern Shauna's gaze and the expression on her face from such a close distance. From her reaction, it appeared she was somewhat bewildered by the current situation. That flicker of confusion struck Ling Mo as if he had been struck by lightning. Previously, after Yi Lian's evolution, a similar expression had briefly surfaced. It resembled a faint restoration of rationality, as if the seeds of thought were beginning to sprout, She was no longer merely a mindless killer. Although that expression soon vanished from Yilian's eyes, it had been indelibly etched into Ling Mo's heart. For him, it represented hope, the hope that Yilian could fully regain her sanity. Yet now, he saw the same glimmer in Shauna's eyes, and unlike Yilian, she could even speak. Shauna, Shauna? Ling Mo finally snapped back to reality, urgently shaking Shauna's shoulders and calling her name in a hushed, frantic tone. The commotion inside the room roused Wang Cheng, who was on guard in the living room, and even Lu Yuhao awakened from his slumber. Lingo, is something wrong with Shauna? Lu Yuhao anxiously inquired from outside the door. Without turning back, Ling Mo replied, "Stay out." The situation was unclear. Allowing them to enter would only complicate matters, and Ling Mo was eager to ascertain whether Shauna was a zombie or an ordinary person, perhaps stimulated by the noise. Shauna finally exhibited a flicker of reaction amidst her confusion, but instead of responding to Ling Mo, she began to struggle violently once more, her eyes transforming back to a blood-red hue. The ferocious rage characteristic of zombies once again consumed her mind. Ling Mo quickly ensured that Yilian maintained a firm grip on Shauna while he employed his puppeteering abilities to attempt to control her. Allowing her to continue in such a manner would lead to mutual destruction. It was essential to render her non-aggressive at this moment. Indeed, Shauna's mental energy sphere differed significantly from Yilian's. To Ling Mo, Shauna's sphere appeared to be a chaotic tangle. In contrast to the purely irrational zombies, Shauna's sphere was not indistinct. Rather, it radiated brightness. However, the alternating red and white hues were something Ling Mo had never witnessed before. At this moment, it is evident that the crimson elements are prevailing, causing Shauna to become exceedingly ferocious. Ling Mo, in his attempt to exert control, encounters unprecedented and immense pressure. Fortunately, after evolving his mental fortitude, he manages, albeit with great difficulty, to suppress Shauna's primal instincts, reclaiming dominion over her body just as he feels on the verge of losing consciousness. However, owing to the remnants of rationality within Shauna, Ling Mo refrains from exercising tyrannical control. Instead, he establishes a mental link akin to that which he had with Yilian, ensuring she does not attack and enabling him to intervene when she contemplates aggression towards others. Drenched in sweat from the exertion, he finally brings Shauna to a state of calm, and as he massages his temples, he slowly rises from the bed, casting a complex gaze upon her. Shauna's erratic transitions between a mindless zombie and fleeting moments of lucidity evoke in Ling Mo a singular term: schizophrenia. The infected and mutated Shauna has consumed 2 pieces of gel, yet the virus within her has not been neutralized. Instead, it gnaws at her psyche. Ironically, due to her ingestion of the gel, her physical form remains intact, having withstood the relentless assault of the virus, unlike Lu Xin who succumbed to decay. This can be considered a fortuitous misfortune. Once controlled by Ling Mo and her aggressive urges forcibly subdued, Shauna surprisingly regains a semblance of calm, her eyes gradually returning to a more normal state, although they still carry an air of confusion, indicating she is not fully awakened. Nevertheless, maintaining control over her in such a state proves to be a formidable challenge for Ling Mo. Indeed, being able to sustain a mental connection with her under these circumstances is an achievement. Manipulating her actions remains a daunting task. Simultaneously managing a mutated zombie and one exhibiting signs of schizophrenia places an immense burden upon Ling Mo. At this juncture, Lu Yuhao, unable to contain his curiosity, bursts into the room. However, upon witnessing the scene before him, he is rendered completely speechless, ignoring the disheveled state of the bed. He is instead struck with elation at the sight of Shauna seated there, exclaiming with exuberance that she has not transformed into a zombie. She is still herself. With that, he rushes toward her, brimming with excitement as he reaches out to grasp her. Do not touch her. Unfortunately, Ling Mo is a moment too late. As Lu Yuhao's hand brushes against Shauna's arm, the previously dazed Shauna erupts in a fury once more, her eyes igniting with a crimson glow. Had she not been firmly restrained by Ling Mo, she would have lunged at Lu Yuhao in that instant. The sudden shift terrifies Lu Yuhao, prompting him to recoil several steps before turning to Ling Mo with wide eyes filled with dread, inquiring, "What is happening?" Ling Mo, of course, cannot disclose his puppet manipulation abilities. However, he concocts a plausible explanation regarding Shauna's condition. "I surmise she is experiencing residual effects. it would be prudent not to provoke her, lest she lose her reason entirely. Residual effects? Lu Yuhao's eyes widen, and he harbors no doubts regarding Ling Mo's assertion. Indeed, apart from the lingering after-effects, there exists no better explanation to elucidate Shauna's current condition. At this moment, her eyes exude a bloodthirsty aura, fixated intensely upon her surroundings, resembling those mindless creatures driven solely by the urge to kill. Yet, she remains seated, unmoving, indicating that a faint semblance of rationality still lingers within her. Chapter 33, The Survivor Team. Throughout the night, she oscillated between consciousness and unconsciousness, only to find her condition finally stabilizing by morning. As Ling Mo had surmised, Shauna had indeed transformed into a zombie while simultaneously retaining a flicker of awareness. Compared to before, her schizophrenic tendencies had significantly improved, albeit only marginally. Now, there exists a delicate line separating her from the mutated zombies, though her capabilities surpass those of ordinary undead. Ling Mo discerned a pattern within her mental fragmentation. As long as she faced no imminent threat, Shauna would maintain a semblance of her former self, albeit somewhat disoriented and minimally responsive to others. Yet she still retained her basic linguistic abilities, occasionally engaging in brief conversations. However, the moment she perceived danger, that remaining vestige of rationality would be swiftly supplanted by instinct, transforming her into a fiercely aggressive zombie. Under Ling Mo's guidance, her emotions gradually stabilized, and her hostility towards Lu Yuhao and Wang Chung diminished considerably. Due to the unique mental connection they shared, it was evident that the one she felt closest to was Ling Mo. For instance, at present, Shauna gazed at Ling Mo with a hint of bewilderment, her hand gripping him tightly. "Shauna, do you recognize me?" After calling her name over 100 times throughout the night, she had begun to associate it with her identity, responding whenever summoned. Yet, regarding these inquiries, it would be more accurate to say she was engulfed in confusion, utterly oblivious to the questions posed. Interestingly, Shauna displayed a strong fascination with her long knife. Upon observing her grasp the blade, momentarily lost in thought, and then suddenly drawing it from its sheath, the intensity of her presence seemed even more formidable than before. However, she refused to relinquish the weapon, and Ling Mo remained convinced that, like Yilian, she too possessed the potential for complete restoration of her rational mind. Thus, he refrained from forcibly demanding the knife be surrendered. Having a fixation is certainly preferable to descending into utter mindlessness. Shauna's predicament has undeniably fortified Ling Mo's resolve. While zombies are indeed terrifying, it is ultimately the virus that governs their nature. Furthermore, given the current circumstances, Ling Mo's mind had begun to form a coherent idea. As the virus continues to evolve, the strength of the zombies will undoubtedly increase, and concurrently, they may gradually transform into sentient beings. Shauna's condition serves as a testament to this notion. She had absorbed an excessive amount of the virus at once, leading to her current state, while Yilian, following her evolution, also exhibited signs of regaining her awareness. Thus, unlike the sorrowful Lu Yuhao, Ling Mo was filled with vigor and determination. Ling Gu observed the current state of Shauna, while Lu Yuhao, now hesitant, dared not to approach her too closely. He could only sit at a distance, watching her every move. His expression revealed a mixture of confusion and sorrow for Shauna. Any rational being would dread the thought of becoming a zombie, even if the transformation was not absolute. Ling Mo cast a contemplative glance at him and remarked, "In comparison to the prospect of Shauna's death or her becoming like Lu Xine, do you not find our current circumstances rather fortunate?" A flicker of hesitation crossed Lu Yuhao's face, and he nodded solemnly. Indeed, this situation was preferable to death. At the very least, she did not exhibit malice towards you. Ling Yi. There was a hint of bitterness in his tone as he spoke the last part. Ling Mo had refrained from disclosing his puppet-controlling ability, leading Lu Yuhao to believe that Shauna's affinity for Ling Mo stemmed purely from instinct, while she harbored no memory of him, her comrade in arms. This, of course, left Lu Yuhao deeply troubled. Ling Mo, attempting to mask his own thoughts, casually touched his nose and suggested perhaps, and I emphasize perhaps, Shauna may gradually regain her rationality. "What?" Lu Yuhao exclaimed, momentarily forgetting his despondence, his gaze now fixed intently upon Ling Mo's face. Ling Mo continued, "You have seen that Shauna differs from ordinary zombies. While she may not possess complete rationality, she is not entirely governed by instinct. This condition might be unprecedented among zombies. Regardless, as long as her thoughts remain unobliterated, there exists a glimmer of hope for recovery. The duration of this process, however, could be brief or prolonged. Though his words were speculative, Liu Yuhao's eyes had grown fervently hopeful. As long as there is hope. Yet, he soon felt disheartened again, realizing that Shauna currently recognized only him. Given her current condition, he could hardly draw near her, let alone interact as they once had. Just as Ling Mo was about to utter something, Wang Cheng dashed over, stopping at a considerable distance from Shauna, his face alight with excitement. There are people on the street. Survivors. Survivors? Following Wang Cheng to the balcony, Ling Mo peered through the curtain-esque gap and indeed spotted the survivors he had mentioned. However, upon a closer look, Ling Mo could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his eye. There was not merely one survivor, but an entire team, approximately 20 young men and women, all laden with various backpacks and armed with an assortment of weapons, appear to have ventured out early in search of food, only to find themselves besieged by a horde of zombies. Ling Mo observed them for a while, noting that while they were ordinary individuals, several young men among them displayed remarkable agility and ferocity in their actions. What captivated Ling Mo's attention most was their approach to dealing with the zombies. The few agile young men led the charge, while the others quickly scattered into small groups, taking cover behind cars and other obstacles, skillfully maneuvering against the undead. Though their combat prowess may be lacking, they supported one another, forming a cohesive unit. Even if they could not confront the zombies as directly as those youthful men, they managed to eliminate the remaining undead during their evasive maneuvers. Witnessing this, Ling Mo could not help but applaud. To him, such a group epitomized the essence of a true survivor team. Yet, their insufficient fighting capabilities soon placed them in peril within this zombie-infested locale. Attracted by the scent of blood, an increasing number of zombies emerged from all directions, frantically lunging towards them. After a brief struggle, they were compelled to retreat, ultimately seeking refuge in this community and heading directly towards the building where Ling Mo and his companions were located. Soon, a resounding thud echoed from below, indicating that they had breached the secure stairwell. Almost immediately, a cacophony erupted as the zombies began to violently assault the stairwell door. It would not be long before the door succumbed to their relentless assault, allowing a horde of zombies to swarm inside, potentially endangering Ling Mo and the others hiding within. In such dire circumstances, the most prudent course of action would be to remain silent indoors. However, as the sound of hurried footsteps approached, Ling Mo felt a wave of frustration wash over him. These individuals had ascended the stairs and charged into the second-floor corridor. Chapter 34. To jump or not to jump? The decision of these survivors to retreat into this building is not difficult to comprehend. Their reasoning likely mirrors Ling Mo's own. Firstly, this structure is the closest to the entrance, and secondly, it possesses the most advantageous geographical position. With an artificial creek on one side and a fountain square on the other, it maintains a considerable distance from surrounding buildings, thus avoiding encirclement and offering multiple escape routes. It seems these individuals intended to use the building as a temporary refuge to buy time before attempting to escape from the opposite side. However, just as they reached the second floor, a thunderous crash resonated from below, indicating that the front door had been forcefully breached. The commotion, coupled with their footsteps, quickly attracted the zombies hidden within the building. A cacophony of slashing and anguished cries erupted, and on several occasions, the door to the residence where Ling Mo and his companions were hiding was slammed against. Whether by zombies or people remained uncertain. Ling Mo stealthily approached the door. Peering through the peephole, he observed that these individuals had retreated into a diagonally opposite residence and hastily locked the door behind them. A throng of zombies pressed tightly into the corridor, furiously battering against their door. Hearing the sounds of tearing and gnashing amidst the chaos, Ling Mo surmised that casualties had likely occurred, and the corridor was likely strewn with the bodies of the undead. Retreating into the room would not deter the zombies. It seemed that the group intended to escape by jumping from the building. This could indeed be a viable strategy, luring the pursuing zombies into the stairwell before leaping to safety. Though this plan may not completely shake off the zombies, it would afford them precious moments to flee. Jumping from a second floor could be perilous, yet Ling Mo recognized that the ground outside was covered in grass. which would likely prevent serious injury unless fortune turned against them. Moreover, in such a critical situation, finding a flawless solution is nearly impossible. Devising a plan that utilizes the building is certainly more resourceful than merely panicking and fleeing. What should we do, Ling Mo? Should we lend a hand? Lu Yuhao whispered anxiously as he drew closer to Ling Mo, his expression darkened by the ominous sounds emanating from outside. Ling Mo cast a sidelong glance at him and replied, "There are at least 30 zombies out there. If we open the door, we will be trapped here. How can we help?" Lu Yuhao was rendered speechless, while Ling Mo privately shook his head, pondering that this kind-heartedness of his could be seen as noble. Yet in a less flattering light, it was merely reckless meddling, a trait unlikely to change overnight. However, as the sounds of the approaching zombies intensified, some even beginning to pound against the door, Ling Mo's expression grew somber. "We can't stay here any longer. We must leave." The zombies battering at the door did not necessarily indicate they had discovered Ling Mo and the others, but rather they had lost their target and, driven mad by the scent of blood, were reacting violently. Not only were they at Ling Mo's location, other doors were being assaulted as well. Wang Cheng, already paralyzed by fear from the commotion outside, instinctively inquired, "Which way do we go?" "We jump," Ling Mo replied. Nonetheless, he was not about to recklessly leap without assurance. A leg injury would mean certain death. Fortunately, he had barricaded the doorway with furniture the previous night. Although the door was being battered fiercely, it had yet to be breached. Nevertheless, time was of the essence. Ling Mo quickly retrieved a climbing rope from his backpack, a resource he had collected from an outdoor equipment store, originally intended for dire situations. He fashioned a loop knot and secured it before guiding Yi Lian and Xia Na to descend first. The second floor was not high, and there was an air conditioning unit outside to assist their descent, with their agility surpassing that of ordinary individuals. The two soon reached the ground and immediately began clearing the nearby zombies for Ling Mo and the others. Though Lu Yuhao was pale with fear, he stubbornly refused to go down first. After urging him twice, Ling Mo grasped the rope, leapt onto the air conditioning unit, and then propelled himself downward. He released the rope when he was just over a meter from the ground and landed safely. Wang Cheng followed closely behind, but by the time Lu Yuhao jumped down, the door had been flung open by the zombies, and several of them surged toward the window, leaping without hesitation. However, the zombies were oblivious to the rope, and as they descended, they stumbled under the effects of inertia. Ling Mo and Yi Lian did not grant them the opportunity to regain their footing, and Xiana's long blade was not to be trifled with. Yet, upon witnessing her in action, her eyes reddened with fervor, causing Ling Mo to feel a jolt of alarm. He swiftly intensified his control over her to prevent any further aggression. "Hurry!" In the blink of an eye, several zombie corpses littered the ground. It was clear that this would soon attract a horde of zombies. So Ling Mo led Yi Lian and the others in a frantic dash toward the side gate of the community. They chose not to use the front entrance, as it was teeming with zombies, all drawn there by the commotion. To my astonishment, as I dashed along the rear alley of the residential building, I unexpectedly collided with a group of survivors. They had leapt from the opposite side, evidently also aiming to escape through the side entrance. Upon sighting this group, a wave of frustration washed over Ling Mo. With such a large target present, it was inevitable that the horde of zombies would follow suit. However, within that brief span of time, it seemed they had already lost 3 or 4 members. One of the young men, sprinting at the forefront, likely taking the lead, caught sight of Ling Mo and his companions and gasped in surprise. They must have never anticipated encountering any survivors within this neighborhood, let alone by such coincidence. Ling Mo rolled his eyes, realizing that it was prudent to flee while this group served as a distraction. Curiously, whatever method they employed seemed to have momentarily deterred the zombies from appearing. Ling Mo and Yi Lian, along with the others, sprinted out of the community, only to hear the unsettling sounds of zombies in the distance. Remarkably, the earlier young man, still persistent, followed closely behind, breathlessly calling out to Ling Mo and his group. Having been compelled to abandon their refuge so early in the morning, Ling Mo's expression was far from pleasant, and his tone carried a hint of irritation. "What is it?" The young man, not lacking in wit, promptly offered an apology, expressing regret for the unforeseen circumstances that had caused trouble for them. "This isn't a suitable place for conversation. Would you consider joining us at our camp?" A camp? The revelation that this group had an actual camp took Ling Mo by surprise. He initially intended to decline, but a glance at Liu Yuhao behind him shifted his perspective. While he had no desire to join any survivor camp and cared little for Wang Cheng's fate, he held a certain fondness for Liu Yuhao. Yet, his character dictated that Ling Mo could never allow him to remain by his side. The best outcome would be to ensure Liu Yuhao found a suitable place to be. Chapter 35. A strange encounter in broad daylight. In a state of urgency, the young man anxiously turned his gaze towards Ling Mo after finishing his statement. Since he had addressed Ling Mo, he had an inkling that this seemingly unremarkable young man was the one in command among the group. "Where's your camp?" Ling Mo inquired, furrowing his brow. The young man, taken aback by Ling Mo's contemplation during such a critical moment, likely did not expect him to be so discerning. Most individuals encountering a survivor group would cling to them like glue. His invitation to Ling Mo and the others stemmed not only from a sense of guilt, but also from astonishment at their combat prowess. Although there were few zombies on the path toward the side entrance, some had rushed out to obstruct their way. The young man had anticipated that this group would either falter and retreat or endure some losses. However, to their astonishment, this seemingly weak assembly of 2 girls, 2 boys, and 1 young man exhibited remarkable combat capabilities. The scattered zombies posed no threat to them whatsoever. This group was evidently not a liability, but rather highly valuable allies to recruit. Ginkgo community. How about it? Would you all like to accompany us back to the camp? The young man inquired with a hint of eagerness. The Ginkgo community was not far from here. It merely required a detour through 2 streets. However, it appeared that this group had just emerged from the camp. So why were they so quick to return? In matters such as these, Ling Mo did not withhold his curiosity and promptly asked. The young man hastily replied, "You misunderstand. We ventured out 2 days ago to gather supplies in the vicinity. Today, we intended to take a risk and search for something here, but we soon discovered this place to be a perilous den. Having met with some setbacks, we planned to return to the camp immediately to prevent further casualties." Understanding dawned upon Ling Mo as he nodded, glancing back at Yi Lian and Xiana. At that moment, Xiana's demeanor was calm, and like Yi Lian, her true identity was concealed beneath her exterior. However, for the sake of safety, Ling Mo discreetly directed Yi Lian to retrieve a cap from her backpack and placed it upon Xiana's head. This subtle gesture went unnoticed by the young man. As he was engaged in conversation with Ling Mo, "Very well. We shall accompany you back to the camp," Ling Mo affirmed. "Excellent. Let us proceed," the young man replied, a glimmer of joy illuminating his expression. The arrival of newcomers generally signified one of 2 scenarios for the camp: an additional mouth to feed or a welcome source of strength. In the young man's eyes, Ling Mo and his companions clearly represented the latter. Such individuals were invariably welcomed wherever they went. The team showed no dissent regarding Ling Mo and his companions' temporary inclusion, with most even nodding in acknowledgement as a gesture of welcome. Observing them closely granted Ling Mo a more vivid understanding of this group. Among them were both men and women, all appearing relatively youthful. The eldest seemed to be just over 30, while the youngest looked no older than 16. Despite having recently endured a harrowing life-and-death struggle, their expressions were not marked by terror. Rather, their foreheads glistened with sweat, revealing their exhaustion. The only one bearing a heavy expression was a girl of around 20. Her eyes were red-rimmed, though no tears fell. As they advanced with the group, Ling Mo heard the young man softly comforting the girl, learning that her elder brother had tragically perished while attempting to hold off zombies. He had jumped from a building but was pulled back through the window, likely leaving nothing but bones behind. Abandoning their quest for supplies, the group veered off the main street into a narrow alley. Ling Mo initially felt a tinge of uncertainty. However, reassured by the young man's evident familiarity with the route, he gradually relaxed. The alley housed few zombies, as it was nestled between 2 residential complexes, with walls flanking both sides and only the occasional abandoned vehicle serving as an obstacle. After traversing the alley for about 5 or 6 minutes, they emerged onto a moderately wide street, where the number of zombies increased. Their orderly combat approach, combined with Ling Mo's occasional interventions to alleviate their burden, allowed them to navigate the street without significant delay. Before long, they arrived at the Ginkgo community. Unlike the upscale community opposite the 3rd middle school, the Ginkgo community, though also a high-end development, has recently been completed and has few residents, which signifies a relatively pristine environment with only a handful of zombies roaming within. However, A few zombies can still be spotted at the entrance, a circumstance dictated by its geographical proximity to a bustling commercial street. The camp referred to by the young man is situated within an elevator apartment in the community. The entrance to the apartment is quite well constructed, providing a degree of protection. While it may falter against a horde of zombies, it suffices to deter a small number. Moreover, there are guards stationed at the door, who merely cast a scrutinizing glance at Ling Mo and his companions upon their arrival, without uttering a word. We take turns on guard duty here, and there are lookout personnel stationed upstairs. If the situation becomes precarious, we will organize a retreat or concealment, the young man explained, noticing Ling Mo's curiosity about the place. Ascending the secure staircase to the second floor, they entered a residence. To Ling Mo's surprise, it was uninhabited, save for a bespectacled woman assisting in unloading the backpacks of the group, meticulously cataloging their provisions in a notebook. Please wait a moment. The young man instructed Ling Mo before stepping forward to remove his own backpack. Ling Mo stood at the entrance for a moment, observing the substantial haul the group had returned with. In addition to various foodstuffs, there were assorted medications, clothing, and even some personal items for women. After the woman completed her registration, she instructed the young man to sign, indicating they could leave. The supplies were then sorted by her and moved into an inner room. Ling Mo glanced over and noted that the bedroom had been transformed into a storage space, revealing an impressive accumulation of goods when the door opened and closed. The young man emerged with a slight smile. "Oh, I didn't have the chance to mention earlier that I'm not actually in a position to grant you membership. That requires our leader's approval. However, you need not worry. Our leader is quite a decent person. Let me take you to him now." Ling Mo nodded nonchalantly, suddenly intrigued, and asked tentatively, "What was that about?" "Oh, just a registration process. We are divided into 3 teams, each taking turns to scavenge for supplies. Upon return, everything must be logged and stored, followed by a signature from the team leader. By the way, my name is Liu, the captain of Team 2, he added, a glimmer of pride in his eyes. Once the others had exited the storage, they returned to another residence. Liu led Ling Mo and the others to the 3rd floor. Ling Mo was quite curious about this so-called leader. After all, establishing such a survivor camp in a short period of time speaks volumes about the leader's capabilities. Before meeting this leader, Ling Mo had concocted numerous theories in his mind, but he was utterly unprepared for the sight that greeted him when the door on the 3rd floor swung open. Standing before him was a frail-looking young girl. However, the crux of the matter that left Ling Mo wide-eyed and momentarily stunned was the revelation that he recognized the young girl before him. It was Wang Lin, the neighbor's little girl whom he had presumed perished in the Wang sword and blade shop. As Wang Lin raised her gaze towards him, Ling Mo instinctively blurted out, "What the hell?" Chapter 36, Return My Dagger. Upon entering the gruesomely blood-stained workshop, which still bore the remnants of a mutated zombie, Ling Mo had firmly believed that this delicate and beautiful girl, whom he had encountered only a few times, would have long since been reduced to mere bones and fragments. He never imagined that he would encounter the living Wang Lin in such a place. Wang Lin, initially lifting her head with a mere hint of curiosity, suddenly widened her eyes in shock upon seeing the group of people at the door. She leaped from her chair, raising a slender arm and pointing at them, speaking rapidly and anxiously, you. "Ah, do you know Linjia?" Liu, with keen perception, immediately sensed the connection and asked in surprise, "Sister? How can a girl who looks no older than 17 or 18 be addressed as sister by a grown man?" Ling Mo, still grappling with the shock, found himself in a state of disbelief as he looked at Liu. Liu's face flushed with embarrassment as he softly replied, "Linjia is quite formidable. Even the boss sometimes cannot manage her. Last time, she even brought the boss back home." Before he could finish, Wang Lin took a deep breath, curiously regaining her composure. She slowly approached Ling Mo and the others, scrutinizing them with an odd expression. While Ling Mo was still racking his brain for an appropriate opening line, Wang Lin spoke in a tone tinged with disdain. "Oh, Xian'a, you're still alive?" Ling Mo's heart skipped a beat, having just been overwhelmed with shock. He had momentarily forgotten that Wang Lin was related to Xian'a. Yet, from Wang Lin's tone, there seemed to be an undercurrent of hostility toward Xian'a. However, considering her earlier exuberance, it was perplexing to witness her sudden coldness upon speaking. Wang Lin, it appeared, possessed a contradictory nature. Upon hearing her name, Xian'a offered a slight reaction. Her somewhat dazed eyes turned towards Wang Lin, but after a cursory glance, she silently diverted her gaze. This was not due to an air of arrogance. Rather, it was a residual effect of her transformation into a zombie. However, Wang Lin was oblivious to this, and upon witnessing Xiana's reaction, a flicker of irritation ignited within her. Is that all you can do? Wear a sour face? Well, it's no surprise. Someone like you wouldn't easily succumb to death. But now that you see I'm still alive, do you feel disappointed? Naturally, Xiana offered no response, while Ling Mo couldn't help but display a peculiar expression. Wang Lin's tone not only sounded somewhat envious, but also hinted at a touch of grievance. Could it be that she felt slighted by Xiana's unexpectedly calm reaction upon seeing her? However, if Yi Lian and Ling Mo could still manipulate her to exhibit some reactions, such as nodding or shaking her head, it would be a notable accomplishment that Xiana could restrain her from acting recklessly. The extent of control over her actions could only extend to ensuring she followed along. Although she was not a mutated zombie, the difficulty of manipulation was no less than that of a mutated zombie, perhaps even more intricate. Were it not for Ling Mo's evolved mental strength, he would not have been able to simultaneously control both Yi Lian and Xiana in a sustained manner. Xiana remained silent, and Wang Lin let out a heavy, disdainful snort. When she turned her gaze toward Ling Mo and the others, her expression grew somewhat unfriendly. Who are you? Ling Mo was momentarily taken aback, but quickly managed a wry smile. He had a distinct impression of this neighbor, and had even mourned her death. Yet he was astonished that she did not recognize him at all. This was hardly surprising. In every conceivable aspect, Ling Mo was quite ordinary, easily overlooked in a crowd. Although they had met face to face a few times, it was entirely normal for her not to remember him. After all, he was merely an unremarkable individual. Conversely, Liu Yuhao suddenly interjected with surprise. Lin, I believe Xia Na has a cousin named Wang Lin. Oomph. Wang Lin scoffed coldly, casting a sidelong glance at Xiana. Noticing that Xiana remained unresponsive, her eyes flared with fury. Just as she was about to unleash her anger, her gaze fell upon the short knife at Ling Mo's waist. Instantly, her attention shifted from Xiana to Ling Mo. Since Ling Mo had entered, Wang Lin had not given him a second glance, yet now her eyes were fixed on him. Ah, you are the one who stole my short knife. What are you doing with Xiana? Stole? What do you mean by stole? In this apocalypse, anyone can walk into an utterly abandoned shop. Are you suggesting that mutated zombies are the proprietors? Wang Lin's words held an underlying implication. Could it be that she had been lurking nearby when he visited the Wang's handmade knife and sword shop? Ling Mo pondered this, and a glimmer of understanding flickered in his gaze as he looked at Wang Lin. What are you staring at? Just return the knife. I made it. Why do you have to keep it? Wang Lin glared at Ling Mo and spoke quite bluntly. Return the knife? Ling Mo was momentarily stunned, but his shock gradually faded, replaced by a subtle indifference and a hint of darkness. Indeed, the short knife was crafted by Wang Lin. Yet it was Ling Mo who had taken it into perilous territory, slaying a mutated zombie to retrieve it. Now, this individual casually approached him, demanding the return of the knife. Such an arrangement seemed far too convenient. Furthermore, Ling Mo had already paid a price for this knife, having assisted Xiana and the others in advancing to a higher tier. By all accounts, he owed Wang Lin nothing. Observing Wang Lin's impatience, Ling Mo coldly retorted, On what grounds should I return it to you? Wang Lin was momentarily taken aback, while Yu beside him regarded Ling Mo with an expression of incredulity, subtly tugging at Ling Mo's sleeve. That belongs to Sister Lin. Do you dare to keep it? Just give it back to her. At this moment, his expression was rife with regret. Had he known that the group he brought back would immediately clash with Wang Lin, he would have refrained from meddling. Ling Mo merely grunted in response, choosing not to engage in conversation. Nevertheless, his demeanor unequivocally conveyed his stance. He would not draw his dagger. What do you mean by what? Wang Lin retorted, her voice brimming with indignation. This knife was crafted by me, and it is the first piece that truly satisfies me. You enter my shop, took my creation. How is that any different from thievery? Now that the master demands its return, you dare question the justification? Wang Lin's tone irked Ling Mo. An overwhelming sense of superiority emanated from her, coupled with an air of arrogance that belied her seemingly frail appearance. Even Liu Yuhao, who was typically unflappable, cast a displeased glance at Wang Lin, silently pondering that while they were cousins, Wang Lin paled in comparison to Xina. As for Wang Cheng, he had Wang Lin warily and discreetly step back, wishing to avoid being embroiled in this discord. Wang Lin appeared to hold a significant position within this survivor camp. Yet Ling Mo's prowess had left a lasting impression on her. He sensed that despite Wang Lin's brusque manner and fierce countenance, she would not sway him. Suddenly, the door to the inner room swung open, and a man in his 30s emerged, evidently disturbed by the commotion. He inquired with irritation, "Wang Lin, what are you arguing about this time?" Upon seeing Ling Mo and the others, his expression shifted noticeably, particularly when he laid eyes on Xina. His gaze mirroring the astonishment Ling Mo had felt upon encountering Wang Lin. "Was your cousin alive when she visited your home a few days ago?" The man blurted out, unaware of Wang Lin's disapproving glare. Ling Mo raised an eyebrow, realizing that the girl's demeanor toward Xina was indeed one of coldness covering a warm heart. However, this did not imply that Ling Mo would be swayed. Regardless of circumstances, he would not relinquish what he had risked to obtain. "You're here too." The man quickly turned his attention to Ling Mo, speaking as if they were already acquainted. "I witnessed you dispatch that mutated zombie the other day. Quite impressive. I didn't expect you to accompany Wang Lin's cousin to our camp. This must be the beauty who was with you that day." At this juncture, Liu interjected appropriately, "This is our leader, Song. Just call me Song Tian," the man replied with a smile. Ling Mo chose to disregard Wang Lin's hostile glare, offering a slight smile as he introduced himself. "I am Ling Mo, and indeed, Xina is Wang Lin's cousin." As he spoke, Ling Mo felt a twinge of conflict within. Now that Xina had transformed into a zombie, she was beyond his control, a mere monster. However, given Shana's formidable strength and the faint twinge of reluctance within, Ling Mo was not inclined to relinquish Shana so easily. Thus, for the time being, their relationship could be categorized as that of friends. "I'm a friend of Shana." Additionally, these two young men are Shana's classmates, Ling Mo stated. "How fortuitous!" Song Tian exclaimed, clapping his hands dramatically, though a hint of discomfort soon crossed his face. "Wang Lin, are you still fixated on that short knife?" "Of course," Wang Lin retorted, raising an eyebrow with an air of entitlement. "Ling Mo, is it? Return my knife at once." "Not a chance," Ling Mo replied with unwavering firmness. "Though you crafted this knife, I risked my safety to recover it. Your demand is akin to the logic of a thief." Upon hearing Ling Mo's blunt refusal, Wang Lin's expression darkened considerably. Nonetheless, Song Tian chuckled heartily, attempting to ease the tension. "Wang Lin, let us not quarrel. We can discuss the knife later. It's a rare opportunity to see your cousin. Let us invite them to stay for now, shall we, Mr. Ling?" Chapter 37. A Trade of Blade for Life. Song Tian, though unremarkable in appearance, possessed a robust physique, exuding a subtle military air in his movements. Wang Lin, despite her arrogance, seemed to heed Song Tian's words, merely snorting in response before turning away in silence. Yet, her gaze occasionally darted towards Ling Mo, and she would occasionally cast an impatient glare at Shana. Regrettably, both Ling Mo and Shana remained unperturbed by her antics. After inquiring about the situation with Liu, Song Tian dismissed him and invited Ling Mo and the others into his office. As the leader of the camp, his residence differed significantly from the bare rooms on the second floor. It had been renovated and was furnished, suggesting prior habitation before the apocalypse. Song Tian's office was a converted bedroom, stripped of excess furniture, leaving only a bed, a desk, and a four-seat sofa. For reasons unknown, Wang Lin followed suit, sitting on the edge of the bed with a disgruntled expression. "Please, make yourselves comfortable. Rest assured, everything is clean," Song Tian said as he leaned against the desk, gesturing for the others to take a seat on the sofa. However, his unnecessarily elaborate comment elicited odd expressions from Liu Yuhao and Wang Cheng, implying that the sofa had once been the resting place of a corpse. Yet, having navigated the trials of the apocalypse for days on end, even Wang Cheng had developed a certain resilience during this time. If one could sit amidst piles of corpses, surely a sofa that had merely witnessed death was no cause for concern. "Liu mentioned that our team's actions have caused you trouble, and for that, I sincerely apologize," Song Tian said. Upon hearing his words, Wang Lin huffed in discontent from aside. Ling Mo initially intended to downplay the matter, but upon witnessing Wang Lin's reaction, he let out a cold laugh. "We were living quite comfortably until your people arrived, forcing us to abandon our dwelling. Changing locations is one thing, but unfortunately, all the supplies we painstakingly gathered were left behind." Ling Mo's words elicited peculiar expressions from Liu Yuhao and Wang Cheng. They may have been in a hurry, yet aside from a climbing rope, it seems that Ling Mo did not suffer any significant loss. Did he? At this moment, could it be that he seeks compensation from the other party? Let us not forget that this is their camp. Moreover, in a world ravaged by the apocalypse, resources hold greater value than life itself. Even though Song Tian's demeanor appeared quite amicable, expecting him to part with something as compensation would be rather fanciful. However, could there be matters they could conceive that Ling Mo could not? His willingness to speak indicated he had some leverage. Firstly, there was the presence of Shana. Should Song Tian dare to engage in any egregious actions, Wang Lin would undoubtedly intervene, preventing any disgraceful altercations. Secondly, there was the backing of formidable combat strength. Without even considering Ling Mo himself, merely the presence of Shana and Yilian, those two female zombies, was sufficient to turn this camp upside down. While some individuals among them possessed considerable skills, their abilities paled in comparison to those of mutated zombies. Most importantly, Ling Mo had no intention of committing robbery. After he spoke, he cast an especially discontented glance at Wang Lin, which was promptly caught by Song Tian. Ling Mo's message was crystal clear. Not only had they implicated him, causing him to lose resources, but they also had the audacity to demand more from him. Song Tian immediately felt overwhelmed. He had witnessed the scene where Ling Mo eliminated a mutated zombie firsthand. Thus he regarded Ling Mo's strength with a degree of apprehension. It was for this reason that he had temporarily restrained Wang Lin, hoping to find a more diplomatic way to retrieve the short knife. However, with Ling Mo's current statement, even Song Tian, with his thick skin, found it difficult to voice his demands. To adopt a rigid stance and insist on reclaiming the knife? Although he was on his own territory, Song Tian had painstakingly established this camp and certainly wished to avoid any disturbances. It should be noted that the camp had only recently been founded. While it appeared orderly on the surface, many internal issues persisted. To forcibly seize a short knife was something others might do, but as the leader of the camp, he could never allow himself to stoop to such a level. In the post-apocalyptic world, strength equated to the currency of influence. Yet at this nascent stage of the camp's establishment, Song Tian understood the necessity of winning the loyalty of those beneath him. Crucially, the moment Song Tian laid eyes on Ling Mo, a thought struck him. To retain this group, a strong individual capable of single-handedly slaying mutated zombies joining their ranks would be akin to a potent tonic. Feeling quite embarrassed, Song Tian steeled himself to ignore Wang Lin's incessant glares and said, "Then, Mr. Ling, what do you propose?" "Just call me Ling Mo," he replied, furrowing his brow in contemplation for a moment before adding, "I understand your camp is populous, and resources must be scarce. I do not intend to demand compensation for this short knife." Enduring Wang Lin's nearly murderous glare, Song Tian feigned a bold smile and said, "It is merely a short knife. Consider it a gift. A short knife exchanged for a remarkably skilled new member is certainly worthwhile. As for Wang Lin, she can endure a few days of disdain." "Coward," Wang Lin retorted angrily before storming out. Song Tian, feeling somewhat awkward, chuckled sheepishly and continued, "I truly feel remorseful for the loss of your dwelling and your resources. How about this? Our camp is currently in need of manpower. Would you consider joining us?" Although the camp was modest in size, the methods employed by Song Tian revealed much about his capabilities, earning him a degree of admiration from Ling Mo. However, the idea of joining the camp was unappealing. Being in close quarters with two female zombies and a throng of survivors felt more perilous than dancing on the edge of a blade. Moreover, the two female zombies, particularly Yilian, required constant consumption of gel to evolve, and the constraints of camp life would hinder Ling Mo's need to hunt mutated zombies. Thus, he resolutely shook his head and stated, "Thank you, but I have matters to attend to with them, so I cannot join you at this time. However, I do have a friend who possesses considerable skills." With that, he shifted his gaze towards Lu Yuhai. This outcome left Song Tian greatly disappointed. Yet since Ling Mo had not completely shut the door on the conversation, he sensed a glimmer of hope. After all, Shan Na was Wang Lin's cousin. With this thought, the disappointment on Song Tian's face diminished considerably, and he followed Ling Mo's gaze to Lu Yuhai, asking, "Are you willing to join? And what about him?" The second individual he referred to was naturally Wang Cheng. Upon hearing this, Wang Cheng cast a somewhat anxious glance at Ling Mo before resolutely nodding, "I will join." Clearly, this camp was not a haven for idlers. A capable young man like him would certainly need to venture out to gather supplies. Therefore, Wang Cheng's decision reflected significant resolve. Not joining? Ling Mo certainly would not support him. The most crucial factor was that he knew Sha Na, who was by Ling Mo's side, was a zombie. The thrill of being in close proximity to a zombie was something Wang Cheng felt his heart could scarcely endure. However, with Wang Lin present, he dared not reveal his concerns. Who could ascertain Wang Lin's true feelings toward Sha Na? Furthermore, Sha Na appeared indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Would anyone believe him if he spoke out? Offending Ling Mo without certainty was tantamount to courting disaster. Chapter 38, The Agreement. When it was Lu Yuhai's turn, he appeared somewhat hesitant. His expression betrayed his reluctance to part with Sha Na. Yet he understood that, in her current state, it was impossible for her to remain with him. As for Ling Mo, their relationship could not be described as particularly intimate. They merely recognized each other's worth. And that was the extent of it. Keeping such a dangerous entity as Sha Na close at hand had already filled Lu Yuhai with immense gratitude towards Ling Mo. Had it been anyone else, they would have likely severed ties and fled without hesitation. Of course, this was because Lu Yuhai remained unaware that Ling Mo possessed a unique ability to manipulate puppets, nor did he know that, during Sha Na's mutation, Ling Mo had provided her with 2 pieces of viral gel extracted from the brain of a mutated zombie for her consumption. Nevertheless, in Lu Yuhai's perspective, the only way for Sha Na to continue existing as a human was to follow Ling Mo, and he could never provide her with such a means. Yet, the thought of departing with Ling Mo had crossed Lu Yuhai's mind more than once. However, Ling Mo's stance was clear. He did not require burdens. The question remained, did he consider himself a burden? Lu Yuhao pondered deeply within himself. He was acutely aware of Ling Mo's prowess. Although Yu Lian rarely took action, her strength was evident. As for Sha Na, it was needless to say. Even after her transformation into a zombie, her abilities not only remained intact, but had, to some extent, been heightened. In stark contrast, Lu Yuhao was merely an ordinary youth with a daring spirit and a modicum of combat skills. With this thought in mind, he cast a complex gaze towards Ling Mo, seeking some indication or guidance from him. Ling Mo, perceptive as ever, quickly sensed this unspoken request. He harbored a certain fondness for Lu Yuhao, especially when compared to his peers. However, the presence of 2 zombies and the necessity to hunt mutated ones made it impractical to have Lu Yuhao accompany him. Moreover, Ling Mo was not yet ready to disclose his ability to control zombies to anyone. Thus, from the moment he successfully subdued Sha Na, he had resolved to find a way to send Lu Yuhao away. The survivor camp established by Song Tian appeared to be quite suitable for this purpose. Consequently, when Lu Yuhao's gaze met his, Ling Mo regarded him intently before seemingly casually shifting his eyes toward Sha Na, ultimately nodding in acknowledgement. A flicker of disappointment crossed Lu Yuhao's eyes, yet simultaneously, a sense of determination began to emerge. Yes, I shall join as well. Though I may still be a burden now, one day I shall prove my worth. Despite Ling Mo and the 2 girls' reluctance to join, Song Tian was genuinely pleased to acquire 2 strapping young survivors. In a camp newly established like his, manpower was frequently lost in the daily pursuit of supplies. Bringing suitable survivors back to the camp had become a customary practice. Most individuals, unlike Ling Mo, were eager to join the camp, as the power of solitary survival was severely limited. Even if they did not join, was not Miss Sha Na a cousin of Wang Lin? It would be reasonable for her to remain today. Song Tian's proposal was quite reasonable. However, Sha Na remained silent on the matter. Ling Mo, sensing that Sha Na's situation was still precarious, believed that the longer she stayed, the greater the danger. If anyone were to discern anything amiss, it would spell disaster. Thus, he smiled and declined. I would indeed love for them to reminisce, but we have pressing matters to attend to. How about this? Once our affairs are concluded, I shall return with Sha Na. This statement was merely a ruse. Both Lu Yuhao and Wang Cheng understood the underlying truth. They recognized that once Ling Mo departed, he was unlikely to return in the near future, if ever again. This was the apocalypse, where zombies roamed freely, and the specter of death lurked at every corner. The survivors inhabiting this world existed in constant peril. In such circumstances, promises made seemed utterly feeble and insipid. Wang Cheng secretly sighed in relief. He feared Ling Mo, but was more terrified of Sha Na, who had already succumbed to the zombie plague. Lu Yuhao, on the other hand, felt his eyes welling with unshed tears, his gaze fixated on Sha Na, yet he dared not approach her. Aside from Ling Mo, Sha Na recognized no one. Very well, I shall not press you further. However, before you depart, let us allow Miss Sha Na to meet Wang Lin once more. Indeed, her manner of speaking is just as such. Do not take it to heart. As Song Tian found it futile to retain her, he shifted the conversation. Not take it to heart. Can one truly afford such an attitude? Although Ling Mo had previously felt some sympathy for Wang Lin, his sentiments had diminished significantly after their recent encounter. Nonetheless, Song Tian was correct. After all, Xian Na is her cousin, and it would seem remiss not to allow them one final meeting before departing. As Song Tian rose to leave, Lu Yuhao suddenly grasped Ling Mo's arm, earnestly whispering, "Brother Ling, I hope you will look after Xian Na. Though she's a zombie, you have seen for yourself that she poses no threat to you. If you could help her regain her sanity, that would be the best outcome. Even if not, please do not abandon her." Ling Mo was touched by Lu Yuhao's earnest gaze. He sighed softly and patted Lu Yuhao's shoulder, saying, "You take care of yourself as well." Just as Ling Mo was about to step forward, Lu Yuhao pulled him back once more, this time with a hint of determination in his tone. "I will become stronger than I am now. I believe that one day I will seek you out." Ling Mo was taken aback by this declaration, but soon a smile graced his lips, then do strive to improve. The likelihood of Lu Yuhao finding them again seemed exceedingly slim. Yet the mere hope of survival is indeed a precious thing. After searching the building for a considerable time, Song Tian finally emerged, reluctantly escorting Wang Lin, whose displeasure was evident. By this time, Ling Mo and the others had reached the entrance, ready to depart. Having failed to retrieve his dagger, Wang Lin's expression towards Ling Mo was far from amiable, and her gaze towards Xian Na was hardly more welcoming, perhaps out of a sense of defiance. Wang Lin boldly approached Ling Mo and Xian Na, delivering a forceful punch to Ling Mo's arm. Although Ling Mo could have easily evaded it, the light punch of this young girl bore no real impact. It was as if a mere feather had brushed against him. It was perplexing to Ling Mo that Li Yu feared Wang Lin so much and deemed her formidable. Apart from her bravado, he could discern no strength in this young lady. "Do not think that the two of you can bully me just because you teamed up. I will retrieve that dagger. Mark my words." After hurling this retort, Wang Lin turned and ascended the stairs. Yet, having climbed only a few steps, she abruptly turned back, declaring, "Do not mistreat my family. Otherwise, I shall not let you off lightly." Ling Mo stood there, dumbfounded, watching Wang Lin ascend the stairs. This girl certainly knew how to deliver a fierce threat, but wasn't it she who had been sold out by Song Tian? As for bullying, Ling Mo glanced at Xia Na beside him, a peculiar smile forming on his lips. Given her current condition, she required my assistance. Could that not be construed as bullying? Chapter 39. A small mark left upon you. From above, as she watched Ling Mo and his companions depart, a strange smile crept upon Wang Lin's lips. "Let us see where you run now." Behind her, Song Tian rubbed his temples in exasperation. "Did you tamper with him? Mind your own business," Wang Lin retorted. Wang Lin shot him a piercing glare, followed by a mischievous wink. "If you choose not to assist me, I shall find my own means." At that moment, Ling Mo, exiting the Ginkgo community, remained oblivious to the subtle mark that Wang Lin had stealthily inscribed upon him. It was only after he had distanced himself from the survivor camp that a sigh of relief escaped him. He wiped his forehead, only to find his palm drenched in cold sweat. Beside him, Shauna's eyes glimmered ominously with a hint of crimson light. It was indeed a formidable task to keep her firmly under control. "Shauna, what exactly is your current state?" Ling Mo gazed deeply at her. Upon encountering Wang Lin, Shauna's emotions had fluctuated dramatically. Had Ling Mo not forcibly restrained her, she would have surely revealed her true self. In hindsight, his decision had been rather hasty. Yet the outcome seemed to be fortuitous. After ensuring Lu Yuhao's safety and shaking off the burden of Wang Cheng, only two female zombies remained by Ling Mo's side: Yi Lian, an increasingly powerful mutated zombie, and Shauna, who retained a flicker of rationality. Caught in the dichotomy between zombie and human, this was indeed a source of great concern. On the other hand, the absence of others lightened Ling Mo's mood somewhat. With others present, his abilities could never be fully unleashed. However, the most pressing matter was not the immediate hunt for mutated zombies, but rather the search for a suitable refuge. Places like the Sanzhong community were decidedly unsuitable should Yi Lian consume the viral gel and commence her evolution. Ling Mo would be profoundly affected. If a situation akin to this morning's were to arise again, he would be left with no option but to await his demise. Thus, this refuge must be discreet. As he felt the viral gel nestled in his possession, a smile crept across Ling Mo's face. He began to jog alongside Yi Lian and Shauna, swiftly turning into a desolate street. Although unfamiliar with the local environment, Ling Mo was confident that such streets would lead him to an appropriate location. After all, given the bustling area, shops lined either side, with residential buildings above, zombies were bound to appear. Yet, with Yi Lian forging the path ahead, the zombies were swiftly dispatched before they could react. Nevertheless, Ling Mo did not dare to swagger boldly down the street. He exercised caution, stealthily maneuvering within the shadows. Suitable locations were not entirely absent, but their proximity to the ginkgo community rendered them somewhat perilous for Ling Mo. For others, such survivor camps would undoubtedly serve as ideal sanctuaries. However, for Ling Mo, managing 2 zombies amidst a throng of people posed a far greater danger than battling the undead. After traversing the street, a plaza unfolded before Ling Mo's eyes. He had visited this newly constructed square a few times before. It was surrounded by shops and even boasted a grand hotel. After observing from a distance, he set his sights on a 2-story building by the river. The ground floor housed a shop, while the second floor featured a tea house. Ling Mo was particularly drawn to the narrow staircase leading to the tea house, which was fortified by an iron door capable of being securely closed. Additionally, the distance from the adjacent small building and the gentle stream behind provided a potential escape route, should they find themselves cornered. Most importantly, the location was somewhat secluded, appearing rather inconspicuous. Upon reaching the ground floor, Ling Mo first instructed Yi Lian to enter the shop. As anticipated, 2 ordinary zombies lurked within, yet they showed no inclination to attack Yi Lian. After contemplation, Ling Mo decided against eliminating them. Leaving 2 mutated zombies alive meant that any survivors passing through would unlikely suspect anyone resided above. Of course, Shauna would not draw the attention of these 2 zombies either. Instead, Ling Mo held his breath, manipulating Yi Lian to deliberately create a small noise that captured their attention, allowing him to swiftly ascend the stairs. By this time, Shauna had already explored the tea house, discovering 3 zombies in total. She quickly dispatched 2, while the remaining 1 lunged at Ling Mo upon noticing him. The numerous obstacles within the tea house hindered the zombies' movements, and just as it was obstructed by a tea table, Shauna caught up from behind, thrusting her long knife downwards with ferocity. This method of attack, though lacking the finesse exhibited by Shauna when she possessed self-awareness, was markedly faster and more powerful. The strike pierced through the zombie with chilling efficacy. While technique is undoubtedly significant, once one's strength reaches a certain level, such straightforward attacks become more impressive. Ling Mo sensed that this so-called mutation was merely a transformation that left humans driven entirely by instinct, thus unlocking their physical potential but also exposing their glaring deficiencies, a complete lack of tactical understanding and an inability to discern when to advance or retreat. For instance, while Ling Mo might have outperformed Shauna in slaying zombies when she was conscious, in a direct confrontation, he would hardly stand a chance against her. His enhancements in various aspects did not equate to comparable combat skills, which he had acquired through practical experience, unlike Shauna's refined swordsmanship. Although the mutated Shauna appeared stronger, Ling Mo felt that, even if he could not defeat her in combat, evading her attacks would be relatively easy. Evolution, he mused, was what truly empowered zombies. After her evolution, Yi Lian exhibited the faintest stirrings of consciousness. Mutation might reduce a human to a mere monstrosity, but evolution could transform a zombie into a rational creature. What horrific killing machine would a bloodthirsty monster become upon gaining sentience? However, this thought flitted through Ling Mo's mind and was quickly dismissed as he shifted his focus to more pressing matters. After rummaging through the tea house counter for a while, Ling Mo found a large lock, presumably meant for securing the iron door below. He directed Yi Lian to descend and lock the door before beckoning Shauna to join him in disposing of the zombies one by one, casting them out of the window and into the waters of the stream behind. As for the bloodstains on the ground, they were best disregarded. Although the tea house lacked proper bedding, it did offer an abundance of 2-seater sofas, which could suffice for the time being. After securely locking the door and barricading the stairway with some heavy furniture, Ling Mo finally revealed a faint smile as he extracted the viral gel from his pocket. However, the moment he produced the gel, his expression shifted to one of peculiar intrigue. What could this mean? Chapter 40. Abilities are commendable, but discretion is paramount. It had been over a day since he obtained the gel from slaying the mutated zombies. During his journey, Ling Mo had given 2 pieces of slightly less pure viral gel to Shauna, carefully concealing the remainder on his person. To mitigate the risk of viral contamination, he He had deliberately stored these gels in a plastic bag, although he had previously handled them directly for a brief moment. The thought of keeping them close to his body evoked an unsettling feeling, compounded by the potential for infection. He had administered the gel to Shauna the previous day. Its appearance remained unchanged, but after more than a night, he now observed a transformation. Several pieces of gel, unbeknownst to him, had quietly amalgamated, leaving him with only 2 fragments to show. Strikingly, their overall volume had diminished by more than half. Was it possible that the viral gels could consume one another? Ling Mo raised the plastic bag to his face, and indeed, the viral gel in his hand was markedly different. It appeared more translucent and a deeper crimson, with the once red sections now resembling blood vessels intricately woven throughout the gel, nearly enveloping it entirely. What sort of virus was this? Ling Mo was engulfed in confusion. However, he lacked expertise in this domain. His knowledge of the viral gel was solely derived from observing Yilian. Nonetheless, it was universally acknowledged that the purer the viral gel, the more beneficial it was for Yilian. Yet, to Ling Mo's astonishment, the moment he removed the gel from the plastic bag, Shauna's emotional state exhibited a subtle shift. Her eyes swiftly glazed over with a crimson hue, fixated intently on the gel in Ling Mo's hand. Despite her infection and transformation into a zombie, Shauna's condition differed significantly from that of an ordinary zombie, even possessing a certain intrinsic distinction. The defining characteristic of typical zombies is their lack of rationality and extreme aggression. Yet Shauna, in moments of lucidity, would occasionally display a look of bewilderment, particularly in the presence of familiar faces such as Wang Lin, eliciting a response. Furthermore, the mere sound of her name would redirect her attention. Such behavior was certainly beyond the capabilities of a common zombie. Conversely, Shauna retained the quintessential traits of a zombie, including her aggression. Likely due to consuming 2 pieces of viral gel during her transformation, her strength, while inferior to that of mutated zombies, had nonetheless aligned her instincts with theirs, showing relentless hostility towards her kind and an insatiable craving for the gel. At this moment, Ling Mo retrieved 2 visibly refined virus gels, eliciting an immediate yearning from Yilian, with even Shauna becoming restless. However, Shauna's eagerness to consume the virus gel seemed rather excessive. She had only recently ingested 2 pieces of mutated gel, and it had been less than 48 hours since then. Ling Mo hesitated as he glanced at Shauna. A sharp pang of discomfort surged through his mind, and the crimson glow in Shauna's eyes intensified. It appeared that if he did not provide her with the gel, she would forcibly break free from her restraints and seize it. Reluctantly, Ling Mo handed one of the gels to Shauna, who accepted it with the reverence one might afford a divine delicacy, hurriedly shoving it into her mouth. Yet, after swallowing this exceptionally pure virus gel, Shauna suddenly stiffened, and a peculiar pale red hue swiftly emerged upon her skin. Ling Mo was taken aback, but as he reached to support her, he sensed an unsettling anomaly. Externally, Shauna's body temperature seemed elevated, yet her skin felt oddly cool to his touch. Almost immediately, a flicker of struggle appeared in her gaze, and her lips quivered, as if she wished to articulate something. Moreover, Shauna's mental fluctuations became alarmingly intense. Had it not been for Ling Mo's determination to endure, he would likely have been overwhelmed by her forceful attempt to escape. However, this state of turmoil lasted only a brief moment before Shauna's head slumped, and she fainted. Ling Mo, now utterly drained, collapsed onto the ground. The effort required to subdue Shauna had exhausted him to the brink. He could scarcely hold on for even a minute longer. Fortunately, Shauna succumbed to the overwhelming impact of the virus, rendering her unconscious, and her mental turbulence instantly transitioned from a tempest to a profound stillness. This silence was almost eerie. Even when Yilian had been under Ling Mo's control, her state had not been entirely devoid of sound. At that time, her primal craving had surpassed that of an ordinary zombie. Yet, typical zombies could not be described as silent. They were devoid of thought or emotion, existing in a void. Shauna's current mental state resembled a cessation of all fluctuations, yet beneath this superficial tranquility, there might be a tumultuous tide brewing. Regrettably, Ling Mo's mental prowess was not yet sufficient to delve into another's consciousness. He could only perceive the dissipating desires and resistance emanating from Shauna, which, intriguingly, did not resemble the complete emptiness of a typical zombie. After Shauna consumed the gel, Ling Mo sensed a subtle shift within himself, perhaps due to the still nascent bond between them and the tranquil state of her mental realm. The influence transmitted to him during her transformation by the virus gel was not profound. Nevertheless, he could feel a surge of ferocity rising from the depths of his mind, causing his heartbeat to quicken dramatically. Initially, this sensation piqued Ling Mo's curiosity. However, after a considerable wait, no further changes transpired. Ling Mo speculated that the transformation brought about by Shauna was likely of this limited nature. What, he wondered, would Shauna ultimately become? Observing the unconscious Shauna, who still clutched her long blade tightly. Her pallid visage and pressed lips evoked a flicker of compassion within Ling Mo. She had fought for survival in this apocalyptic world and had managed to sustain so many classmates, only to be betrayed by her own kind, resulting in her current state. And what of Yilian? Had she not been preoccupied with preparing dinner for him, she would not have found herself trapped in a bus. Perhaps she would still have had a chance at survival, yet now she had transformed into a mutated zombie. Ling Mo sighed inwardly as he lifted Shauna and placed her on the sofa before approaching Yilian with the last piece of virus gel. This piece was larger in size and boasted a more vibrant hue than the others. Unlike Shauna, Yilian had been without sustenance for several days. Since encountering Shauna and the others, she had not consumed any virus gel, and by today, her cravings had reached a critical threshold. This was also the reason for Ling Mo's eagerness to part ways with Liu Yuhao and the others. While he found Liu Yuhao to be a decent individual, he did not fully trust him, let alone consider him a confidant. The abilities he possessed and the method of artificially accelerating the evolution of zombies could not be disclosed to anyone. After all, such techniques would be perceived as not only bizarre, but also utterly insane and terrifying. Not to mention, among his subjects was Shauna. Even at the moment of parting, Liu Yuhao believed that Shauna refrained from attacking Ling Mo due to a lingering semblance of rationality, coupled with an inexplicable affinity for him. He could never fathom that an ordinary person like Ling Mo possessed the power to control zombies. However, had he known, the situation would likely have been drastically different. If Liu Yuhao found this reality intolerable, could Wang Lin accept it? Not only those connected to Shauna, but even ordinary survivors would undoubtedly recoil from such a fearsome ability. Thus, while the puppet-controlling power was advantageous, it was imperative to keep it concealed until one's strength reached a certain level. Chapter 41. Methods of diverting attention. Seeing that Shauna would not awaken anytime soon, Ling Mo handed the virus gel to Yilian. The mental connection between them had become remarkably robust. Although Yilian gazed at the virus gel with fervor, she showed no inclination to snatch it away. Moreover, her instinctive reactions towards Ling Mo had considerably diminished. It is no wonder their bond was so intertwined that controlling Yilian felt akin to directing his own limbs, thus avoiding the complications experienced with Shauna. Ultimately, it all boiled down to the inadequacy of his puppet-controlling ability. Managing several ordinary zombies was feasible, but maintaining simultaneous control over both Yilian and Shauna for an extended period was far more challenging. Go ahead and eat, Ling Mo said tenderly, caressing Yilian's cheek as he watched her consume the highly refined virus gel. As the gel permeates her body, the high-purity virus contained within it spreads throughout Yilian's entire being, eventually gathering in the region of her occiput. One cannot help but wonder just how pure the virus within the lesions of her brain truly is. However, as she gazes at Yilian, Ling Mo feels a sudden surge of anxiety. Unlike Shauna, Yilian's evolution will substantially impact him as well. During Yilian's last evolution, although he reaped considerable benefits, the process was excruciating. At that time, she merely ingested a fragment of gel, but now she is consuming an exceptionally pure viral gel. While it may not be as exaggerated as a 10-to-1 ratio, a 5-to-1 ratio is undoubtedly plausible. Indeed, after swallowing the viral gel, Yilian's throat emitted an eerie gurgling sound. Her eyes, which had turned black after her previous evolution, suddenly appeared to be threaded with countless crimson veins, transforming her sclera into a vivid scarlet. Even her pupils seemed to be shrouded in a veil of red mist. Fortunately, she exhibited no signs of resistance, nor did she faint like Shauna. Trembling all over, Yilian's eyes brimmed with a thirst for blood. If one were to turn their back on her, without observing her frail physique and beautiful visage, they might easily mistake her for a ferocious beast poised to pounce. Previously, Ling Mo believed that the notion of murderous intent was mere bluster, non-existent in reality. Yet now, observing Yilian, he profoundly comprehends the essence of true hostility. Though she remained seated and motionless, Ling Mo, standing close by, felt paralyzed with trepidation, as if any slight movement on his part might provoke her wrath. Of course, This was merely a fleeting sensation, for the mental connection between him and Yi Lian remained unshaken. She would not harm him. Even so, Ling Mo felt an overwhelming astonishment. This unrestrained, violent aura was something Yi Lian had never exuded before. At that moment, the influence transmitted through their mental link jolted Ling Mo, flooding his mind with a tempestuous intensity. Unlike before, he felt no physical discomfort. Rather, as his eyes flushed with red and his fists clenched, he experienced an unprecedented exhilaration. Every pore of his body felt as if it had been completely opened, and his mind was clearer than ever. Although his vision had nearly transformed into a sea of red, the sensation of wielding power filled him with immense satisfaction. Yet simultaneously, his thoughts were entirely consumed by the raging murderous intent, and everything before him appeared as a target for annihilation. Though the pleasure derived from his physical sensations was already immensely gratifying, Ling Mo sensed that only by unleashing his fury upon everything could his inner self attain genuine fulfillment. And the ecstasy would multiply. He even felt that at this very moment, his thought processes and the sensations coursing through his body mirrored those of a zombie. Had it not been for the enhancement of his mental fortitude, perhaps Ling Mo would have succumbed entirely to this overwhelming sensation. However, just as he was on the verge of losing his sanity, an indomitable will of resistance emanating from Yi Lian jolted him back to awareness. The moment he began to succumb to this inclination, Yi Lian nearly slipped from his grasp. It is no wonder that the zombies lose their reason and devolve into mere creatures of slaughter. That surrendering oneself entirely to instinct feels akin to pressing an exhilarating button. Once that floodgate is opened, it seems impossible to close it again. Awakening from his stupor, Ling Mo felt a wave of dread wash over him while he struggled mightily to suppress the peculiar sensations rising from the depths of his being. Yet, despite his exceptional willpower, he found himself gasping, his entire body quivering uncontrollably, not from pain, but from surges of pleasure crashing over him like tides. Sitting before him, Yi Lian's complexion flushed, her gaze fixed intently on Ling Mo, as if she too had succumbed to that intoxicating feeling. As he approached the brink of losing control, a low growl erupted from his throat, and driven by instinct, he lunged toward Yi Lian, clasping her tightly in his arms. This embrace was his only means of diverting his attention, of liberating himself from the all-consuming desire to annihilate. However, mere possession was insufficient. He craved more. Ling Mo cupped Yi Lian's face in his hands, trembling under the scrutiny of her blood-red eyes, and fervently pressed his lips against hers. The chill of her lips, combined with the warmth of her tongue, finally bestowed a semblance of tranquility upon his tumultuous heart. Time became abstract as he gradually regained his senses, only to find himself and Yi Lian sprawled upon the carpet. Her lips slightly parted, she remained motionless. In that moment of near spiritual capitulation, Ling Mo had instinctively awakened his yearning for Yi Lian, seeking to counteract the ferocity of his urges. In retrospect, the distraction proved effective. However, kissing a zombie? Surely, he was the only one capable of such an act. Yet who decreed that zombies were incapable of affection? The experience was rather delightful. Of course, to Ling Mo, Yi Lian was not merely a bloodthirsty zombie or a monstrous being. Perhaps she was no longer entirely human, but in his eyes, she remained the enchanting girl who stirred his heart. Nevertheless, as he began to regain his composure, an icy wave of realization washed over him. The fates of Liu Xin and Xiana had made it clear that the virus was transmissible through blood. But what of saliva? In a moment of near madness, he had drawn a considerable amount of essence from Yi Lian's mouth. Moreover, a pivotal concern loomed. Yi Lian had just swallowed a piece of virus gel. Did that not equate to directly ingesting the virus? When one's mind becomes foggy, the capacity for rational thought diminishes, and considering the external pressures at play, Ling Mo had managed to retain enough lucidity to avoid complete madness at that moment. Yet now, as he regained his composure, a cold sweat broke out upon him. Any sane individual would dread the prospect of becoming a zombie, and once transformed, it would spell doom for both Shauna and Yi Lian. Yi Lian might very well resort to hollowing out her own skull, vanishing in this terrifying city overrun by the undead. As for Shauna, she would likely find no escape from Yi Lian's grasp. What to do? Ling Mo sat there, his body chilled, staring blankly at Yi Lian. A bitter smile gradually forming at the corners of his mouth. My first kiss, and it could cost me my life. Chapter 42. A heavy burden lies ahead. 10 minutes elapsed. Whether it was mere psychological perception or an actual affliction, Ling Mo felt as though his blood was boiling, his heart threatening to leap from his throat. Strangely, he remained acutely aware, with no other alterations occurring. His mind raced with strategies. He was uncertain whether he might transform into something akin to Liu Xin or become an actual zombie. Yet, he was not ready to surrender just yet. In this moment, he deeply understood the despair that had once welled up in Shauna's heart. Nevertheless, Ling Mo harbored no regrets. Had he not expressed his yearning for Yi Lian, he might have already succumbed to madness. The overwhelming exhilaration and desire coursing through one's body and soul can easily drive a person to the brink of insanity. And now, even if he were to become a zombie, at least he would have resolved the matter of his first kiss. With Yi Lian, no less. Should he, like Shauna, consume some viral gel? Or perhaps a more direct approach would be to drink the blood of a zombie. There might remain a flicker of sanity, much like Shauna. With this thought, Ling Mo's attention shifted to the plastic bag he had tossed aside. It contained remnants of the viral gel, albeit in scant quantity. However, to consume such a substance while fully coherent was a daunting psychological burden, even for Ling Mo, who had been in close proximity to zombies. This was derived from the brain of a mutated zombie. Just a minuscule portion of its toxicity likely surpassed the viral load within an ordinary zombie. Yet, when faced with the choice between complete zombification and retaining a shred of sanity, Ling Mo's internal balance began to tip towards the latter. Frowning, he extended his hand, slowly retrieving the plastic bag. As he brought the bag closer, an intensely pungent odor wafted forth, causing a sharp pain in his head. Yet, rather than anger, he felt a twinge of relief. His previously heavy heart lightened somewhat. If he still found this viral gel repugnant, it indicated that he had yet to begin his transformation. The gel scent was overwhelmingly noxious. Ling Mo suspected that merely opening his mouth would result in him expelling the contents of his stomach. Thus, he opted to wait. Should any signs of mutation arise, he would consume this residue. A glimmer of hope was certainly preferable to complete resignation. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of the heartbeats resonated in Ling Mo's ears, and he felt as if his body had succumbed to weakness, a sensation akin to that of a person intoxicated. It had been 20 minutes, and he estimated that the critical moment for Shauna's transformation was imminent. Ling Mo sighed inwardly, anxiously gripping the plastic bag in his hand. The moment any sign appeared, he would consume its contents. Taking a gamble was preferable to waiting for death. Despite having survived in this apocalyptic world for so long, Ling Mo fundamentally did not wish to perish. He yearned to live. Yet, when faced with such a crisis, he harbored no lack of courage to confront it. Most importantly, having coexisted with zombies day and night, he did not possess an ingrained fear of them. Transforming into a zombie meant the obliteration of a living person's rationality, reducing them to a mere killing machine. While this was indeed more terrifying than death, it was still far preferable to being thrust into the abyss of oblivion. However, this wait extended for an entire hour. Ling Mo observed that not only were there no signs of mutation, but his heartbeat gradually steadied, and the strength he had lost began to return. What could this mean? Could it be that the saliva was not contagious? Ling Mo, whose heart had once been ashen, was suddenly filled with exhilaration upon realizing this possibility. If it was not transmitted via saliva, did that imply that it would not spread through his gaze? His eyes instinctively drifted towards Yi Lian's figure, particularly her elegantly aligned legs. This was excellent news. It was splendid indeed. With a surge of joy, Ling Mo leapt up. Had he not feared startling the zombies below, he would have laughed uproariously, just when he thought his demise was certain. He discovered the saliva was not infectious. However, in the midst of his ecstasy, Ling Mo failed to notice that during the protracted hour of waiting, his expression of aversion towards the contents of the plastic bag had gradually faded. He was oblivious to the fact that the once pungent odor had lost its potency. And once he was convinced he would not mutate, he discarded the plastic bag onto the ground. As Ling Mo silently reveled in his newfound hope, Yi Lian's eyes returned to normal. When Ling Mo turned to look at her, he found her gazing at him with a slightly bewildered expression, fixated on him with intensity. This sudden realization sent a jolt of anxiety through Ling Mo, prompting him to rush over and grasp Yi Lian's shoulders, shaking her vigorously. Yi Lian? She glanced at him, then unexpectedly reached out, brushing her hand against his. Subsequently, she furrowed her brow slightly, seemingly puzzled as she examined her own hand. This gesture was remarkably human-like. Causing Ling Mo's heart to leap with hope, Yet he found himself at a loss for words as he stared at Yilian. He had only maintained a spiritual connection with her, never deliberately controlling her actions. Thus her current behaviors were entirely her own. Indeed, as Yilian continued to evolve, her rationality would gradually be restored. However, upon noticing that Yilian showed no inclination to speak, Ling Mo's excitement began to wane. He understood well that her recovery was unlikely to be an overnight affair. Achieving such a degree of improvement was already commendable. As anticipated, after a brief moment of confusion, Yilian regained her expressionless demeanor. However, when she gazed at Ling Mo, her eyes no longer lacked emotion. Rather, they subtly conveyed a hint of dependence. Whether this change stemmed from their mental connection or some other reason, it was evident that Yilian's perception of Ling Mo had undergone a subtle transformation. Yet, upon realizing that Yilian's saliva posed no threat to him, Ling Mo couldn't help but embrace her tightly, planting a fervent peck on her lips. Am I perhaps the first human to kiss a zombie? Ha ha ha. The spiritual bond between Yilian and Ling Mo was remarkably strong. Even in the face of such intimate gestures, Yilian offered no resistance. Indeed, she displayed no reaction at all. Her humanity manifested solely in the changing glimmer of her gaze towards Ling Mo, while he remained unperturbed by everything else. Meals must be savored bite by bite, and paths walked step by step. At least now, he could confidently engage in more intimate contact with Yilian, as long as he was cautious to avoid contact with blood. The thought elicited a rather convoluted smile from Ling Mo. Avoid blood? Good grief. Chapter 43, A Collision. After swallowing a highly concentrated viral gel, Yilian not only made commendable progress in her rationality, but also seemed to undergo some physical transformation. Although her skin remained pallid and sickly, her frail body appeared to harbor immense strength. The confines of the tea house made comprehensive testing impossible. Yet when Ling Mo urged Yilian to attempt a small-scale maneuver, he discovered that her speed had become remarkably swift. Previously, Yilian resembled a leopard, but now she had almost entirely transformed into a shadow, darting about with astonishing speed. She had truly become a frenzied leopard. In terms of sheer speed, she could not match a full-speed running leopard, yet her agility was no less impressive. Remarkable. Ling Mo found himself momentarily stunned, but soon he was engulfed in excitement and exhilaration. The continuous wave of pleasure from their recent passionate kiss had been forcefully pushed from his mind, yet its physical effects were undeniably tangible. Ling Mo clenched his fist but felt no increase in strength, which caused him to furrow his brow. However, his gaze quickly shifted back to the now still Yilian, and a look of realization flickered across his face. His evolution was intrinsically linked to Yilian. Since her enhancement manifested in speed and agility, perhaps he experienced similar changes. With this thought, Ling Mo moved to a corner of the tea house, took a deep breath, and suddenly dashed forward. In an environment filled with obstacles, lacking sufficient neural response and corresponding physical reflexes would only result in a severe fall. Although Ling Mo sensed a slight increase in his agility and perhaps a marginal boost in speed, he had yet to reach the level of navigating swiftly through obstacles as Yilian did. Yet, Ling Mo had underestimated the situation. He never expected that when he sprinted with all his might, his speed would be so astonishing. Although it could not compare to Yilian, it was already swifter than that of many ordinary individuals. In such rapid motion, reaching the nearby sofa and table set was merely a matter of an instant. Most importantly, lying on that very sofa was the unconscious Shauna. Oh no, there was no escaping this. Ling Mo cursed inwardly, yet he could not halt his momentum in time. As he was about to crash into the coffee table before the sofa, Ling Mo instinctively twisted his body at the crucial moment. Executing an evasive maneuver while moving at such high speed was immensely challenging, but in order to avoid injuring himself and to spare Shauna from undeserved misfortune, he gritted his teeth and managed to do it. However, the hastily executed action, even if successful, diminished its effectiveness considerably. Ling Mo could only manage to slightly shift his body. Although he evaded the coffee table, he lost his footing and fell forward uncontrollably. Just as he let out a soft cry, his body lifted into the air before plummeting down. Ouch! His knees struck the ground. Despite the carpet, the sensation was far from pleasant. Fortunately, his upper body did not meet the floor, or else he would have undoubtedly ended up with bruises. A faint fragrance wafted into Ling Mo's nostrils, and, as he attempted to prop himself up with his hands, he inadvertently pressed against something. Huh? Instinctively, Ling Mo raised his head and was instantly taken aback. Although he had tried to avoid causing any trouble for Shauna, fate had other plans, and thankfully, Shauna remained oblivious to it all. However, Ling Mo's expression abruptly shifted to one of profound embarrassment. As he turned his gaze to Shauna's face, he realized she had opened her eyes, her gaze, indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person, fixated upon him. A jolt of alarm surged through Ling Mo, although it was unintentional, and he understood that Shauna, after transforming into a zombie, should feel nothing. He still cleared his throat awkwardly and gradually released her. Yet, what froze him in place was the sudden flash of anger on Shauna's face as she uttered two succinct words in a clear voice. What? What did she say? Had he misheard? Ling Mo sprang to his feet. Previously, when Shauna had consumed the viral gel and regained consciousness, she had spoken, but thereafter she had fallen silent. Thus, Ling Mo had presumed that she was still in the midst of her transformation and not yet a fully realized zombie. So uttering a few words in her dazed state seemed inconsequential. Yet, after observing her for a day, he could assert that even if Shauna had not completely transformed into a zombie then, she undoubtedly was one now. When Yilian was found, she had already become a mutated zombie, and even after undergoing a transformation, she could not speak. Although Shauna's situation differed markedly from that of a typical zombie. Could it be that after consuming a piece of high-purity viral gel, Shauna had not only resisted further mutation, but had instead become more human-like? However, who can truly comprehend the nature of a virus? Ling Mo, feeling dizzy and overwhelmed, gazed at Shauna, his heart brimming with excitement and perplexity. Shauna, in turn, looked at Ling Mo and then shifted her gaze to Yilian. After a brief moment of confusion, she furrowed her brow and uttered, "I recognize you." Of course, it was a given that she would recognize them. Upon hearing Shauna speak again, Ling Mo let out a shout, gripping Shauna's shoulder fiercely. "Have you returned to normal?" Perhaps due to his excessive force, Shauna, who had seemingly reverted to her usual self, suddenly had her eyes turn crimson. Although she did not directly attack Ling Mo, a palpable aura of bloodlust surged forth. This took Ling Mo by surprise. Fortunately, despite his excitement, his reflexes remained intact. With a firm grip, he pressed Shauna back onto the sofa. After several minutes of struggling, Shauna gradually calmed down and returned to normalcy. However, Ling Mo discerned that Shauna had completely transformed into a state of schizophrenia. When left unprovoked, she resembled an ordinary person, possessing a modicum of rationality and judgment. Yet, should anyone approach her or evoke a sense of hostility, her primal zombie instincts would be swiftly awakened. Ling Mo was vexed by the fact that although Shauna's mental landscape had undergone bizarre changes, upon her awakening, their connection remained intact. Yet he could no longer exert control over her. Moreover, deepening this control was temporarily impossible. Any attempt to do so would trigger a vehement backlash from Shauna's mind. Fortunately, despite merely maintaining a connection, she posed no threat to Ling Mo. He suddenly felt that Shauna at this moment was far more troublesome than an actual zombie. However, he took solace in the possibility of gradually strengthening their connection, pondering that perhaps when his mental prowess improved again, he might regain the ability to control her. With this thought, Ling Mo smiled, gazing down at Shauna sprawled on the sofa, and asked, "May I squeeze your shoulder again?" He did not genuinely intend to do anything, but this method served well to test how much rationality Shauna retained. Shauna stared at Ling Mo for a moment, her judgment evidently not fully restored. However, the recent violation had awakened her innate nature as a girl. In a bid for self-preservation, she stammered a refusal. "No. What about just 2 squeezes? I don't know. 3 then, it can't be less." Chapter 44, A Dark Night of Murder. On this night, Ling Mo's spirits were quite high. He even opened a beer to reward himself. A gift from Liu Yuhao. Before him sat Yi Lian and Shauna, 2 mutated female zombies. In Ling Mo's eyes, Shauna could also be classified as a mutated zombie, seemingly undergoing a form of evolution. However, her evolutionary trajectory was entirely different from that of Yi Lian. Yi Lian possessed formidable strength, and throughout her evolutionary journey, her rationality had restored at a sluggish pace. Yet the physical prowess she gained was evident after each transformation. Yet Shauna was different. She had been reinfected, and throughout the mutation process, she never completely succumbed. The relentless absorption of the virus did not transform her entirely into a zombie. Instead, it gradually restored her semblance of humanity. As long as she did not perceive any imminent danger or experience a surge of aggressive impulses, Shauna behaved like a normal person, albeit with a mind that seemed somewhat less functional. Conversely, when her instincts as a zombie awakened, she would engage in frenzied combat, exhibiting tireless tenacity. Though they appeared as two delicate beauties, only Ling Mo understood that both Yi Lian and Shauna were terrifying humanoid weapons of slaughter. Ling Mo's aspiration was to gradually restore rationality to these two weapons, ideally making them indistinguishable from ordinary humans. Shauna's fragmentation and Yi Lian's subtle changes further fortified Ling Mo's resolve. No longer would he have to confront Yi Lian's cold, indifferent gaze. Shauna occasionally uttered a few words, a development that surely delighted Ling Mo. Moreover, his own speed had significantly improved. While his strength had not increased, possessing a pair of agile legs proved advantageous against zombies. Sipping his beer, Ling Mo turned to peer through a corner of the curtain, gazing outside. The shadows intermittently flitting across the square were indeed zombies. In the darkness, they held an advantage over ordinary humans, rendering the streets devoid of survivors on such nights. When not attacking, zombies moved sluggishly, their bodies swaying in unconsciousness. Most would not venture beyond the vicinity unless lured by survivors. However, zombies too experienced hunger. Despite their lower energy expenditure compared to humans, their hunger required substantial sustenance. The square was open, devoid of supermarkets or places to gather food, leading Ling Mo to conclude that no living beings had appeared in this area for at least several days. Essentially, they were devoid of prey. Few, like Ling Mo, had the audacity to conceal themselves in a two-story building and quietly observe these zombies. Yet, Ling Mo's interest was piqued not by mere whimsy, but by subtle sounds emanating from the shop below. Most notably, this noise originated from the very establishment beneath him. Suddenly, a zombie lunged from the shop, startlingly close to Ling Mo's vantage point. Bathed in moonlight, he discerned the blood that coated her body. Had she just feasted upon another? This seemed quite plausible. The recent faint sounds resembled wild dogs gnawing on bones. Indeed, it was a night shrouded in darkness and peril. They refrained from attacking during daylight, opting instead for the obscurity of night. This marked Ling Mo's first encounter with a typical zombie attacking its kin. He had only witnessed them consuming the corpses of their kind. Never had he seen them take that initial step of mutation, attacking their own. Intrigued, Ling Mo focused intently on the middle-aged female zombie that had burst forth from the shop, eager to observe her next actions. After the female zombie dispatched her nearby kin, she charged directly towards the nearest zombie in the square. This unfortunate creature, likely not yet driven by hunger to attack its own kind, was completely unprepared. It failed to even struggle before the female zombie twisted its head off. She then hungrily feasted upon the severed head, and from a distance, Ling Mo could not discern whether she had devoured the brain as well. The sight of a zombie consuming flesh, even when the victim was another zombie, sent shivers down Ling Mo's spine. Although two mutated zombies were at his side, neither exhibited such a gruesome feeding habit. These zombies, to put plainly, were merely living beings infected by a virus, starkly different from the reanimated corpses depicted in films. Yet, due to their propensity to attack and consume the living, it seemed that no one regarded them as human anymore. The number of zombies in the square was already scarce, most congregating at a distance from Ling Mo's position. However, the actions of the middle-aged female zombie immediately drew the attention of the others. A dozen agile figures swiftly lunged towards her. If one had not witnessed it firsthand, who would believe that just a second ago, they had been aimlessly swaying? These zombies were not approaching to attack the female. Rather, they were driven by hunger. To them, the corpse of their kind was no different from that of a living human. As numerous zombies moved en masse in one direction, some inadvertently became torn apart by others or collided with obstacles, sustaining injuries that attracted further attention and subsequent consumption. Ling Mo suddenly pondered the plight of the zombies. However, their overwhelming numerical advantage was paramount. Even if zombies fell daily, what did it matter? The number of survivors dwindled far more swiftly than that of the undead. Upon seeing her fellow kindred rush to claim the meal, the middle-aged female zombie exhibited her ferocity anew, immediately pouncing on the nearest zombie. To Ling Mo's astonishment, this time she encountered resistance. This particular zombie had likely reached a threshold of desperation. Ordinarily, a morsel would have allowed it to continue its slow, unhurried wander. Yet, the female zombie was the first to attack. The scent of blood and the sharp pangs of hunger ignited a frenzy within this diminutive zombie. This was Ling Mo's first glimpse of a skirmish between ordinary zombies, and he widened his eyes, fearful of missing any detail. As the two engaged in a fierce struggle, a dozen other zombies had already stripped the corpse clean. Their speed in consuming flesh was nothing short of horrifying. However, it was clear that a solitary corpse could not satisfy their hunger, and at that moment, the two battling zombies bore visible injuries. When Ling Mo noticed the attention of the other zombies shift towards them, he sensed that a brutal melee was about to erupt in the square. Compared to ordinary humans, zombies possessed superior speed, endurance, and strength. Especially their reckless, all-out assaults would likely instill fear in any normal individual who witnessed them. As long as there remains a breath of life, these zombies shall not retreat, and their conflict resembles a brutal clash among feral beasts. The middle-aged female zombie, presumably the most gluttonous of the lot, exhibited the most frenzied behavior. Ling Mo witnessed her in the midst of chaos seize a zombie by the arm and brutally tear it away. The sheer force she displayed was terrifying. Typically, a lone zombie would struggle to accomplish such a feat, which is precisely why they predominantly rely on their biting power. Compared to their grip strength, their jaw strength is markedly superior. In an instant, the square was awash with carnage, the low growls of the zombies reverberating through the air. The grotesque scene enough to induce nausea at a mere glance. Despite Ling Mo's keen interest in the mutation and evolution of zombies, he found himself disinclined to watch any longer. Just as he turned away, he noticed that Shauna had risen at some point, staring blankly out the window. What impact might this scene have on Shauna, who still retained some semblance of rationality? Ling Mo pondered curiously. Chapter 45. The unluckiest zombie in history. The savage brawl among the zombies concluded swiftly. It was not the middle-aged female zombie that emerged victorious, but rather a seemingly frail male zombie. It appeared that physical advantage held no sway once one had transformed into a zombie. The middle-aged female zombie, a brute by nature, gradually succumbed to the overwhelming assault of several others. Though she showed no signs of retreat, her strength was ultimately insufficient to maintain her defense. In contrast, the previously inconspicuous male zombie, who had not even approached the middle-aged female zombie, ultimately triumphed through his agility and cunning. A dozen mangled zombie corpses lay strewn about at his feet, and the male zombie wasted no time in crouching down to feed. Although the process was revolting, Ling Mo steeled himself to observe the creature's actions in order to unravel the mysteries of zombie evolution. Initially, there was nothing particularly noteworthy. He merely consumed blood and flesh like the others. However, once he began to gnaw on the head of the middle-aged female zombie, he suddenly erupted into a frenzy of rolling on the ground. What on earth? The poor visibility of the night and the distance made it challenging for Ling Mo, despite his keen mental acuity and decent eyesight, to discern the male zombie's every move clearly. Fortunately, the creature soon regained its composure, but upon rising, he displayed no interest in the other corpses. Had he eaten enough? Ling Mo watched the zombie with curiosity. He wished to summon Shauna or Yi Lian to capture this zombie for study. But unexpectedly, upon standing, the zombie dashed off in a certain direction with remarkable speed. This was decidedly illogical. Unless prey had appeared, zombies seldom exhibited such leisurely pursuits under the moonlit night. Ling Mo immediately glanced in that direction. While it was difficult to make out, he discerned shadowy figures lurking in the distance. It appeared that some zombies had been drawn in. A cold smile crept across Ling Mo's face. The night belongs entirely to the zombies, and within this city, now reduced to a veritable necropolis, such occurrences may be unfolding everywhere. The evolution of the undead is far more complex than it initially appears. The skirmish among the zombies erupted at the far corner of the square, although he could not perceive it from such a distance. He was fortunate to have two mutated zombies beside him. Considering Shauna's unstable condition, Ling Mo guided Yi Lian downstairs to unlock the door, then turned to secure it before rushing towards the battleground. Under the cover of darkness, Yi Lian's agile form darted across the square like an elusive shadow, then silently took refuge under the awning of a shop, gazing at the distant conflict. This distance represented the limits of Ling Mo's control. Yet with Yi Lian's vision unbound by light, she could discern the unfolding chaos clearly. The male zombie was displaying remarkable prowess, swiftly toppling the undead that approached him. However, he did not consume all of them. Instead, he focused solely on their heads, specifically the rear cranium. Through Yilian's perspective, Ling Mo furrowed his brow in contemplation. It appeared that even within the ordinary zombies, there lay a focal point of infection, the viral gel. Yet, mutated zombies like Yilian had lost interest in the gel present in ordinary zombies' brains. What she sought was the gel from her own kind. Furthermore, Ling Mo noted that this male zombie did not extract the gel from their brains. Rather, he devoured their entire heads. This scene immediately conjured memories of the corpses he had encountered on the bus while searching for Yilian. He had not scrutinized them closely at the time, but in retrospect, it was evident that those zombies had been entirely hollowed out, unlike Yilian, who only targeted the viral gel. This realization stirred a peculiar sensation within Ling Mo, yet he swiftly dismissed it. What of consuming human brains? Yilian was his priority. Besides, these zombies could hardly be considered human any longer. After devouring the brains, the male zombie appeared unsatisfied, returning to extract the remaining brains from the other corpses. Even by the standards of zombies' appetite, he had consumed more than enough. Further indulgence might risk rupturing his stomach. Yet upon finishing, he tilted his head and emitted a low growl. Although the sound was faint, it sent a jolt of alarm through Ling Mo. Was this zombie on the brink of mutation? Despite the distance, he clearly observed the crimson glow in the zombie's eyes intensifying, and as it howled, its skeletal structure seemed to crackle ominously. Though merely a sensation, Ling Mo felt as if he had truly witnessed it. The creature's body expanded, and the bloodthirsty gleam in its gaze burned ever brighter. A mutated zombie, while perhaps slightly weaker than those he had encountered before, it was undeniably a new breed of the undead manifesting before his very eyes. Ling Mo was instantly filled with excitement, aware that the scent of blood would soon attract other zombies. As the newly born mutated zombie let out low growls, he maneuvered Yilian to rush towards it from behind. Though both were mutated zombies, this newborn paled in comparison to Yilian. It was only when Yilian was a mere 10 meters behind that the creature sensed her presence, a unique instinct shared among kindred. However, for Yilian, a mere 10 meters was hardly a distance. By the time the mutated zombie turned its head, she had already closed the gap, delivering a precise strike with her hand to its neck. The zombie's weaknesses were akin to those of a human. Non-fatal injuries would not impede their assault. With Yilian's blow, the mutated zombie's eyes rolled back, and it succumbed to unconsciousness. This marked the first instance of a zombie being knocked out. A typical human would engage in a desperate struggle against zombies, and no one would approach a zombie merely to incapacitate it. The conflict between zombies was even more relentless. Death was the only outcome for those who faltered in battle. Thus, this newly born, mutated zombie became the first of its kind to be knocked out by a fellow creature and dragged away in such a misfortunate manner. Yilian, despite her slender physique, effortlessly towed the adult male zombie, showing no sign of exertion. By this time, the shops downstairs were devoid of zombies, allowing Ling Mo to act without hesitation. He rushed down to personally open the door for Yilian and securely lock the iron gate behind them. Upon returning upstairs, Ling Mo eagerly positioned himself in front of the subdued zombie, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. Chapter 46. Research. Lacking knowledge in medicine or biology, Ling Mo's research methods were straightforward and brutal: dissection. To avoid dirtying their temporary refuge, he directed Yilian to drag the mutated zombie into a private room of the tea house, where Shauna was tasked with making a deep incision using a long knife. Though Shauna was not under Ling Mo's control at that moment, she remained his corpse puppet, obeying simple commands. Furthermore, having regained some semblance of rationality, she could still comprehend his words. The act of evisceration was something she could effortlessly accomplish. At this juncture, Shauna's zombie nature became evident. Her expression was eerily indifferent, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as if she were not cutting into a human body at all. Even as the pungent scent of blood filled the air, a glimmer of bloodlust flickered in her eyes. Fortunately, her feeding instincts mirrored those of the mutated zombie. She displayed little interest in the blood and entrails, merely responding to primal urges. After completing her task, she gazed blankly at Ling Mo, clearly perplexed by his intentions. However, despite her internal confusion, Shauna's muddled thoughts prevented her from articulating any questions, let alone voicing them aloud. Nevertheless, she quietly stood by, closely observing every movement of Ling Mo. Such a gruesome task, Ling Mo could not bear to let Yilian undertake, so he produced a short knife and carefully opened the long incision a little wider. To see clearly, He also took out a flashlight. Typically, he seldom employed such illuminating tools that could attract zombies. Yet fortunately, all the surrounding zombies had perished, and the thick curtains provided sufficient cover, allowing him to utilize it temporarily without issue. Under the focused beam of the flashlight, the situation within the opening became vividly apparent to Ling Mo. Although he felt a wave of nausea, it was quickly overshadowed by astonishment. Ling Mo was not a medical professional and had never engaged in live dissections before, but in the wake of the apocalypse, he had encountered countless corpses, most of which had been disemboweled, their entrails strewn about. Thus, he was acutely aware that the color of healthy organs would never resemble that of this mutated zombie. Even ordinary zombies would not present such a condition. The rapid spread of the virus was indeed astonishing. From the gash, aside from the blood that gushed forth, he could vaguely discern one or two organs. On the surface of these organs, a network resembling a viral gel manifested in a blood-red hue, akin to coagulated blood. Moreover, on some of the thicker blood vessels, this network was also visible. Though not dense, it continued to emerge as Ling Mo observed intently. No wonder the formidable strength of the mutated zombie likely stemmed from this. The virus was evidently transforming the flesh of the undead. It was probable that ordinary zombies also harbored a similar condition, but due to their minimal viral absorption, it remained inconspicuous. However, this mutated zombie had just consumed a significant quantity of infected brains, and now the absorbed virus was rapidly proliferating within its body. Although zombies lacked the sensation of pain, they retained instinctual responses, and at this moment, the creature was beginning to awaken. Yet, Yi Lian and Sha Na simultaneously stepped forward, each pinning one of its hands to the ground, rendering it immobile. Nonetheless, its body continued to writhe in desperate struggle, and as blood surged forth, Ling Mo found it increasingly difficult to see. "Fear not. Your liberation is imminent." Ling Mo smiled at the frenzied zombie and gently traced the knife across its throat. With the trachea severed, the previously almost inaudible breaths of the mutated zombie transformed into a sound reminiscent of a wheezing bellows as it futilely exhaled its last breath, its visage turning a ghastly shade of gray. As the mutated zombie succumbed, Ling Mo turned its body over. However, he knew he could not pry open its skull alone and would have to enlist Sha Na's assistance. To be frank, Ling Mo had no desire to gaze upon a living human brain, yet when the mass of brain matter was extracted, he could not resist casting a glance, revealing his astonishment. Within the newly formed mutated zombie's cranium, the viral gel had yet to materialize, but its surface was adorned with the same crimson network he had observed on the organs and blood vessels. Given a little more time, the intricate networks within his mind would gradually coalesce, forming a focal point, akin to a viral gel. Staring blankly at that mass of thought for a moment, Ling Mo suddenly slapped his thigh. Eureka! The brains of ordinary zombies are, in fact, saturated with these networks. However, due to the insufficient quantity and low purity of the virus, they remain invisible to the naked eye. The newly emerged mutated zombie, having absorbed a substantial amount of the virus, reveals these networks. At this moment, the influence of the virus on its psyche is at its peak, and amidst its primal craving for human flesh, a new desire emerges, the thirst for the virus itself. To absorb more of the virus, it must first eliminate other zombies. And further still, it must vanquish mutated zombies. Ascending the hierarchy, one encounters the true mutated zombies, whose brains are already infused with viral gel. At this juncture, the virus's erosion of the brain becomes concentrated at a singular point, allowing previously confined regions to gradually be liberated. The viral gels consume one another, and the purer the viral gel, the smaller its size becomes. Perhaps at a certain threshold, it may condense into a minuscule fragment, and at that time, the zombie possessing it might regain its sanity. Shauna's uniqueness lies in the fact that the virus within her was originally scarce, and before it could fully permeate her brain, she had consecutively ingested 2 pieces of viral gel, followed by one of exceedingly high purity. Consequently, before her brain was entirely consumed, it is likely that a focal point had already formed within her mind, resulting in minimal cognitive impact. Ling Mo remained uncertain whether his reasoning was correct, but based on the current condition of this mutated zombie, it seemed to be the most plausible explanation. Indeed, his direction was not misguided. For Ling Mo, there was no discovery more exhilarating than this. He was no medical expert, and his hypothesis might be fraught with flaws, yet the results suggested a significant possibility. Having established that this hope indeed exists and holds considerable probability, the next course of action was to swiftly transform this conjecture into reality. After reveling in excitement for a good 10 minutes, Ling Mo finally sensed something amiss. Regardless of the context, it was rather peculiar for him, a living person, to stand before such a grotesque corpse with a smile while indulging in fanciful thoughts. Perhaps he should toss it into the river. He would need to procure new attire by tomorrow, for the stench of blood would be unmistakable unless the zombies had rotting noses. "Why are you smiling?" Shauna inquired with confusion while assisting in lifting the corpse. Chapter 47. Cooperation. If circumstances permitted, Ling Mo would have relished the opportunity to accompany Yulien and Shauna to find a secure refuge, where they could enjoy a relatively leisurely and safe existence. However, after witnessing the birth of a mutated zombie the previous night, he could hardly remain still. What is the population of this provincial city? Million. Conservatively estimating the number of zombies, it would be at least in the hundreds of thousands. And what does it mean to have hundreds of thousands of zombies? Even 20 zombies could compel Ling Mo to flee, as confronting them head-on was nearly impossible. Survivor teams like Song Tian's, despite their geographical advantages in defense, could be annihilated by a mere 50 zombies. Imagine the terror of facing millions. The thought alone is enough to send shivers down one's spine. Fortunately, these zombies are disorganized and undisciplined, scattered throughout the city's nooks and crannies, even lurking within many buildings. Nevertheless, this serves as a stark reminder that peril lurks in every corner of this city. While zombies are already a frightful threat to ordinary individuals, mutated zombies pose an even greater danger. Were it not for his puppet-controlling ability, Ling Mo would scarcely dare confront a mutated zombie head-on. Such an act would be tantamount to courting death. Incidents akin to what transpired last night may occur at any moment in this city, as they swiftly evolve into formidable mutated zombies, continually advancing in their evolution. On another front, both Yulien and Xia now require constant sustenance, with their food source being the very mutated zombies that roam the city. Hence, from any perspective, this is not the time for complacency. As a survivor, Ling Mo is compelled to navigate this vast metropolis, hunting mutated zombies to procure more virus gel. As the night passed, several zombies appeared once again in the square, drawn in by the scent of blood. After indulging, they lingered in the area, aimlessly wandering. The ground was stained with desiccated blood and scattered bones and tattered remnants of clothing. After Ling Mo had torn Yi Lian's garments, he found himself without a replacement. Fortunately, a clothing store was situated nearby, and all he needed to do was eliminate the zombies standing in his way. Upon opening the iron gate, Ling Mo immediately caught the attention of the nearby zombies, who lunged at him in a frenzy. Bathed in sunlight, their faces smeared with congealed blood, hands filthy with grime, and even bits of flesh lodged beneath their nails were starkly visible. Even before they closed in, the overwhelming stench of blood assaulted his senses, compounded by their grotesquely contorted features, evoking sheer terror. These zombies did not merely rush forward to bite. Their movements were remarkably agile, exhibiting immense strength. As they approached, they stretched their arms towards Ling Mo with ferocity. One zombie even leaped high into the air, propelled by its momentum, aiming to pounce on him. Faced with multiple zombies attacking simultaneously, Ling Mo found himself in an almost inescapable predicament. Yet, he remained composed. When the distance between him and the zombies shrank to less than 5 meters, he adeptly utilized his puppet-controlling ability to seize control of the two leading zombies. Without the need to worry about revealing his capabilities, Ling Mo was finally able to unleash the full extent of his powers. The two zombies he controlled swiftly turned around to intercept the ones behind them, launching an immediate counterattack. Although the leaping zombie approached with alarming intensity, it was a simple task for Ling Mo to evade it with his current speed. Instead of retreating, he pushed off with his hind legs, soaring into the air. With a swift motion of his right arm, a glimmer of cold light sliced down towards the zombie's head. With a sharp crack, the blade met flesh, and the zombie tumbled heavily to the ground. Though its head was bloodied and battered, it was not a fatal blow. The relentless ferocity of the zombie immediately came into play. As it landed, it sprang forth, lunging directly at Ling Mo, who had just touched the ground. The zombie's arm struck with such force that it cut through the air, accompanied by a chilling rush of wind. The proximity to this ghastly creature enveloped Ling Mo in a suffocating miasma of blood and decay. Yet, in the face of such an assault, Ling Mo merely tilted his head aside. With a swift motion, a sharp long knife thrust forward, piercing through the zombie's arm and driving into its armpit before he forcefully twisted it. The sound of blood splattering echoed as the arm was severed, the sheer power of the strike sending the creature crashing to the ground. Without hesitation, Ling Mo flicked his wrist, the blade aimed downward, and, as the zombie rose, he plunged it into its heart. Behind him, the silhouette of Shauna emerged. For ordinary zombies, creatures like Shauna posed no threat. They would not attack unless they had undergone a transformation like the one witnessed the previous night. Meanwhile, the two zombies under Ling Mo's control had yielded commendable results, successfully intercepting and swiftly dispatching two others. The final remaining zombie fell easily to the hands of Yilian. However, the two subdued zombies were of no further use. With a subtle wave of his hand, Ling Mo commanded them to seize each other's throats and twist with force. His mastery of puppetry, combat prowess, and coordination with the undead, though still lacking perfect harmony, left Ling Mo quite satisfied. Mastery is not achieved overnight. Moreover, Shauna could not yet be controlled. She could only cooperate to a limited extent. Following last night's evolution, Ling Mo sensed an intricate web of connections binding him to his puppets. It was through these threads that they received his commands. The connection with Yilian had nearly solidified, while the bond with Shauna remained ethereal. It was evident that these threads visually represented the extent of his control over the undead. Indeed, he was a genuine puppeteer. However, while ordinary puppeteers manipulate dolls using their hands, he commanded zombies through sheer mental force. In an instant, having dispatched the zombies with ease, Ling Mo felt quite pleased. However, the sea of corpses around him made it clear that lingering was unwise. He promptly led Yilian and Shauna into an abandoned clothing store. This upscale boutique was a realm he had never entered before. Garments worth thousands were utterly foreign to him. Yet in this post-apocalyptic world, these clothes hung haphazardly, some even strewn on the floor, stained with blood, while most survivors paid them no heed. No matter how luxurious, in this dire reality, they paled in comparison to the value of a mere biscuit. Ling Mo casually selected a shirt to change into, and then chose a clean outfit for Yilian to wear. In this process, I could not help but observe Yilian's figure up close, brushing against her delicate skin. As for Shauna, she unexpectedly imitated Ling Mo's mannerisms and began to browse the shelves, soon retrieving a bright red shirt from within. Truly as a zombie, she had a penchant for the color of blood. This was far too conspicuous. Ling Mo swiftly snatched it away from her and found a black top instead, allowing a peculiar smile to grace his face as he turned to Shauna. However, when he handed her the shirt, she merely returned it to him with a look of confusion, gazing at him earnestly. After a moment of stupor, Ling Mo suddenly realized that Shauna's rationality was limited, and she appeared to be perpetually in a daze. Judging by her current demeanor, she was unlikely to change clothes. Since he had already touched her, he thought, why not proceed? Ling Mo, unperturbed, quickly undressed Shauna and helped her into the new top. Once she was dressed, he stepped back to appraise her, revealing a look of immense satisfaction. Surely, she must be the most alluring of zombies. Chapter 48. An endless entanglement is not a virtuous habit. Although the city was vast and teeming with zombies, Ling Mo was not utterly in the dark. He had already determined his next destination the night before, the city university, not too far from here. While it was not the only institution of higher learning in the city, it was the one he was most familiar with, given that Yilian was a student there and he had visited several times. Its expansive grounds, intricate environment, and bustling location made it rife with countless zombies, an ideal hunting ground for mutated ones. Ling Mo was acutely aware that potential risks always accompany rewards. However, as soon as he stepped out of the clothing store, he suddenly froze, then swiftly retreated into the shadows of the shop. In the square, 3 figures appeared. To Ling Mo's astonishment, he recognized all 3 of them. He had just seen Wang Lin, Liu, and Wang Cheng the day before. How could Wang Cheng be with them? Even if he were to flatter them, this was a rapid ascent to prominence. Almost immediately, a possibility crossed Ling Mo's mind. Could Wang Cheng have informed Wang Lin about Shauna's situation? If it were someone like Liu Xin, such a chance would be quite high. However, Ling Mo believed that someone like Wang Cheng would possess the discernment to know what to say and what to withhold. Moreover, since he had never directly clashed with Ling Mo, the latter had no thoughts of eliminating him. After all, despite possessing puppet mastery, Ling Mo was no murderer. Perhaps it was the first time Liu had strayed from the main group, as he constantly glanced around, gripping a sharpened iron rod with a somewhat anxious expression. Wang Lin led the way with a curved blade in hand, while Wang Cheng closely followed behind her. At first glance, Ling Mo noticed that the iron rod in Liu's hand was adorned with fresh flesh and blood, and his clothes were splattered with crimson stains. While the curved blade in Wang Lin's grasp continued to drip with blood, it appeared that both had engaged in a fierce battle on their way here. Liu exhibited commendable skills, so his appearance was not particularly surprising. However, the fact that Wang Lin, with her frail constitution, could also slay zombies was astonishing. As for any fear, it was difficult to discern from her typically pallid complexion. The most pressing question was how these two had arrived at this place. Wang Lin strode directly into the square, immediately taking note of the blood and remnants strewn across the ground. She approached to examine the scene briefly before shifting her gaze towards the surrounding edifices. Observing Wang Lin's scrutiny, Ling Mo silently retreated a step, while Yi Lian remained motionless under his direction. In contrast, Xiana appeared somewhat restless behind Ling Mo, though he quickly calmed her with a glance. Before long, Wang Lin spotted a tea house hidden in a corner. She waved at Liu, who was preoccupied with his musings, and then hastened to the tea house. Upon seeing the corpses of the zombies on the ground, a hint of satisfaction crept onto Wang Lin's face, prompting a surprised glance from Wang Cheng, who then complimented her. "Sister Lin, you truly are formidable. Did you not extol that surname Ling to the heavens?" Wang Lin retorted sharply, "It was you who asked me about his abilities. I would never deceive you. Whether or not you deceive me will be revealed once we catch up to him," Wang Lin continued. "I warned you before we left. If you dare to mislead me, I shall abandon you here to fend for yourself." A chill of dread washed over Wang Cheng as he felt a cold sweat break out. Annoyance flickered in his eyes as he regarded Wang Lin, cursing his own misfortune. Had he known better, he would not have sought her favor so eagerly. Initially, he had been pleased to answer Wang Lin's inquiries about Ling Mo, hoping to cultivate a favorable relationship with someone of her evident stature. However, he found himself ensnared in her plans and dragged out as soon as they entered the camp. Fortunately, Wang Lin's prowess was indeed impressive, rivaling that of Xiana, and throughout their journey, he had not faced any life-threatening situations. Yet, it was maddening to think that the target of her troubles was Ling Mo. The mere thought sent Wang Cheng into a panic. He longed to flee. But given his capabilities, distancing himself from Wang Lin was tantamount to courting death. Thus, despite his inner turmoil, he had no choice but to trail closely behind her. Meanwhile, Liu Yuhao remained silent, managing to avoid the turmoil. Upon arriving at the scene, Liu was momentarily taken aback. "See, did I not tell you he could not escape my grasp? Look at these corpses, the blood is still flowing. They have only just perished." Wang Lin cast a sidelong glance at Liu, seemingly satisfied with his reaction. Liu circled the pile of bodies, unable to suppress a gulp. "But Sister Lin, we have yet to fully catch up to them. It seems they have already departed. What is there to fear? I am determined to pursue them today," Wang Lin declared nonchalantly. However, Liu hesitated for a moment, casting another glance at the lifeless body on the ground before resolutely declaring, "Even if we catch up, we wouldn't stand a chance against him." As the words left his lips, a sudden chill gripped his heart, and he dared not meet Wang Lin's gaze. Upon hearing this, Wang Lin's expression darkened considerably. "Sister Lin, I sneaked out with you, and if we return, Boss Song is sure to scold me. Besides, as you have seen, this person possesses immense strength. All these corpses were slain by him." Liu pressed on with a forced bravado. Wang Lin shot him an exasperated glare and retorted, "Are you foolish? How could he possibly kill so many zombies alone? It must be Xiana assisting him. She wouldn't dare confront me. I refuse to believe that that thief could defeat me in a one-on-one." Wang Cheng intended to interject, but upon witnessing Wang Lin's displeasure, he instinctively closed his mouth. Liu was momentarily rendered speechless. After a brief silence, his curiosity got the better of him. "Sister Lin, could you tell me how you know which direction they went?" "I cannot disclose that," Wang Lin huffed coldly, turning her gaze towards the shops, murmuring inaudibly to herself, "It's a pity I cannot sense accurately. How frustrating." Nevertheless, they are undoubtedly nearby. After lingering for a while at the tea house's entrance, Wang Lin and her companions gradually departed down another street. Ling Mo, who had been hiding within a clothing store, let out a sigh. It was evident that the girl had come looking for him, seemingly unwilling to give up on her short knife. Yet, Ling Mo suspected that her desire for the weapon was merely one reason. Recovering her pride was the crux of the matter. Indeed, one should not judge a book by its cover. This girl appeared frail and sickly, and he had imagined her to be gentle, speaking in soft tones. To his surprise, she was not only bold and brash, but also possessed an unfortunate habit of being clingy. Even in this apocalyptic world, she was relentless in her pursuit of him. It was merely a knife she sought, not his dignity. But how on earth did she find him here? This conundrum left Ling Mo utterly perplexed. After muttering a few curses and assuming they had moved on, he finally stepped out of the clothing store with Yulian and Xiana, deliberately choosing a route opposite to that of Wang Lin and her group. This choice was not born out of fear of the girl, but rather because he had Xiana by his side. The best course of action was to simply shake her off. After all, she couldn't possibly search the entire city for him, could she? If she truly wished to find him, let her search. In such a vast city, teeming with zombies, he wondered where she would look. As Ling Mo grumbled inwardly, he turned into a narrow alley, oblivious to the fact that, just after he entered, Wang Lin's figure reappeared at the street's entrance. With a cold smile gracing her lips, she observed the alley into which Ling Mo had vanished. "I've got you now. How dare you steal my knife and brazenly extort Song Tian?" Having walked less than 200 meters into the alley, Ling Mo suddenly halted and glanced back, his expression shifting to one of deepening gloom. Yulian was momentarily left at the alley's entrance. Through her perspective, he could clearly see Wang Lin and her companions crossing the square towards this direction. Indeed, there was something amiss. This girl could discern his location. Ling Mo let out a low grunt, glanced around, and then took Xiana into an internet CAF, swiftly retracting Yulian as well. Inside the CAF, there were quite a number of zombies, roughly estimated to be around 10. Yet due to the spatial constraints, they posed little threat to Ling Mo. After leaving 4 zombies under his control, he methodically dispatched the others, and together with Yulian and Xiana, ascended to the second floor of the CAF. Along the way, he encountered several corpses of zombies he had slain, and with Wang Lin's tenacious nature, it was not difficult to surmise that she was hiding nearby. However, searching for her would prove to be a formidable challenge. Ling Mo understood that Wang Lin likely only had a vague idea of his whereabouts. Otherwise, she would not have returned empty-handed from the square. Nevertheless, she displayed commendable cleverness by returning. Yet Ling Mo was no fool. He did not believe that the square he had painstakingly navigated would be fortuitously discovered by Wang Lin, which was precisely why he had left Yulian at the alley entrance, as a precaution. Just as Yulian was about to surpass his control area, and he was about to signal her to follow, Wang Lin emerged unexpectedly. What an incessant nuisance. Ling Mo cursed under his breath, glancing back at the 4 corpse puppets behind him, a peculiar smile creeping onto his face. "Since you are so persistent, I shall not hesitate to give you a taste of hardship." Chapter 49. Heaven has a path you do not walk. Wang Lin, turning back, was filled with pride. However, upon entering the alley, she signaled Liu and Wang Chung to halt. Cautiously peering inside, she was startled to find a blood-soaked zombie silently lunging at her from the side, wielding a metal rod. As soon as she poked her head out, the rod swung down toward her. Although it narrowly missed her cheek without inflicting actual harm, Wang Lin was utterly petrified. She had never encountered a zombie that could conceal itself and launch a surprise attack, let alone one that wielded a weapon. Nevertheless, she reacted swiftly, instinctively retaliating amidst her fright. The curved blade descended rapidly, aimed at the zombie's hand that clutched the iron rod. Given the zombie's unyielding nature, as Wang Lin struck down, the zombie would certainly attempt to raise its arms to continue the assault, resulting in an inevitable severing of its hand due to the combined force. This had become an instinctive reaction she developed through her experiences in combat with zombies. However, what she did not expect was for the zombie to take a step back, evading her blade while swinging the iron rod back at her with ferocity. What kind of zombie is this? Wang Lin's eyes widened in astonishment, and at that moment, Liu and Wang Chung, who had rushed over upon sensing something amiss, were equally taken aback. As the iron rod swung down, Wang Lin hastily evaded. Yet her remarkable physical resilience allowed her to twist her body while simultaneously striking the zombie's iron rod with her curved blade. A sharp metallic clang resonated, and as she struck the rod, her wrist immediately twisted, transforming the downward chop into a slicing motion that aimed directly at the zombie's right hand gripping the weapon. Her movements were swift, her reactions prompt, and her technique impeccable. In her eyes, this strike was destined to succeed. Even Liu, poised to charge forward, halted in his tracks, silently admiring Wang Lin's skillful swordplay. However, none of them anticipated that, while their attention was captivated by this peculiar zombie, another undead creature would suddenly appear behind Wang Cheng, swiftly covering his mouth and dragging him away. Wang Lin's strike indeed found its mark, severing 3 fingers from the zombie's hand and causing the iron rod to clatter to the ground. This injury, however, held no deterrent effect on the zombie, a fact Wang Lin was acutely aware of. With the weapon now out of the creature's grasp, she advanced another step towards it, swinging her curved blade once more. In her experience, zombies were indifferent to their injuries. As long as their movements remained unaffected, their attacks would persist. Thus, when Wang Lin brought her blade down, she anticipated the zombie would charge right into her path. Yet, what transpired next exceeded her wildest expectations. The zombie, having lost its weapon, abruptly turned and fled into a nearby building. It was escaping. This zombie was actually running away. Wang Lin's expression turned to one of sheer astonishment, while behind her, Liu's jaw dropped in disbelief. A creature capable of employing tactics, wielding weapons, and now fleeing. Had they not seen its blood-red eyes and twisted visage up close, they would scarcely have believed it was a zombie. Having narrowly avoided being struck by the zombie moments prior, Wang Lin was now seething with rage at its retreat. Are you even a zombie? Do you not possess the instinct of one? In the midst of her shock, Wang Lin quickly regained her composure. But just as she prepared to pursue, she heard Liu suddenly exclaim, "Where's Wang Cheng?" Wang Cheng had vanished, slipping away silently right beneath their noses, without even a drop of fresh blood left behind. This unexpected turn of events darkened Wang Lin's countenance, while Liu's eyes were filled with unabashed horror. Wang Cheng had no combat capabilities and had remained practically glued to their side throughout. Neither Liu nor Wang Lin could believe he would voluntarily escape. Yet, how could a living person simply disappear before their very eyes? It must be that Ling Mo. Wang Lin's brows furrowed. It was possible that Wang Cheng had discovered Ling Mo and had stealthily slipped away to join him. This suggested that Ling Mo was indeed in the vicinity. Wang Lin cast her gaze towards the nearby buildings, her heart racing with trepidation. Who knows if that peculiar zombie exists alone? What if we encounter another one? Let us disregard Wang Cheng and leave, Liu cautiously suggested. That zombie seemed to possess some form of intelligence, which was utterly absurd. Wang Lin's lips twitched slightly, but she nonchalantly huffed. What is there to fear? That zombie couldn't even overpower me. Perhaps it is akin to the mutated zombies, merely with a slight difference. Did you not observe that it could only flee? Furthermore, when faced with such an unusual zombie, we ought to discern its nature, so we can provide valuable intelligence upon our return, lest we fall victim in the future. As she spoke, the astonishment in Wang Lin's eyes gradually transformed into excitement and exhilaration. The discovery of a new strain of zombie. Who would have thought that chasing after that thief would lead to such an unexpected delight? Although she had felt a twinge of panic moments ago, in retrospect, that zombie was hardly terrifying. In fact, it fled when confronted by her. As for Wang Cheng, whether he ran off on his own or encountered some misfortune, Wang Lin was indifferent. To put it bluntly, he was merely a burden, a newcomer who had just joined. Are we still searching for the knife? Liu inquired once more. Of course we are. However, we cannot allow him the chance to escape. You must stay here and keep watch, Wang Lin asserted decisively. As Wang Lin and Liu parted ways, Ling Mo, standing at the second-floor window of the internet cafe, revealed a satisfied smile. Competing with me? She is merely an underage girl. Although she possesses some skills, her judgment is severely lacking. A single zombie is sufficient to distract her. We are not in Song Tian's camp now, and I have no reservations about utilizing my abilities. Besides, who would have anticipated that I could manipulate zombies? As long as Yilian and Sha Na's identities remain concealed, it is unlikely that anyone would consider this angle. Moreover, his intention was to thoroughly deal with this girl and ascertain the methods by which she tracked him. Being followed and haunted was crossing Ling Mo's bottom line. Why could they not simply coexist in survival, instead of seeking trouble with him? This was a classic case of choosing to enter hell when there was a path to heaven. Now, he was unafraid of her relentless pursuit. The more she clung to the matter, the worse her fate would ultimately be. Following the blood trail left by the strange zombie, Wang Lin entered the building, while Liu, though filled with trepidation, reluctantly stayed behind. According to his personal wishes, he should not have pursued Ling Mo and his group. However, Wang Lin's insistence was a source of great distress for him. Fortunately, with her cousin Sha Na present, there should not be any major conflicts. Yet, the The recent appearance of that zombie had undoubtedly disrupted their plans. They initially came to find Ling Mo, but now they had to divide their attention to locate that zombie. Now, with Wang Chung mysteriously missing, the remaining two were forced to act separately. As Liu found himself alone in the narrow alley, an inexplicable sense of dread washed over him. He took a deep breath, gripping the iron rod tightly in his hand. Remaining calm, he reassured himself that although the zombie might ambush him, Wang Lin had already pursued it. There couldn't be many of these creatures, even if there were others nearby. He should be fine if he remained cautious, for their combat strength was hardly distinguishable from that of ordinary zombies, perhaps even weaker. Typically, ordinary zombies would not flee. Liu encouraged himself inwardly, feeling a flicker of courage. Yet, just as he straightened his posture, he suddenly heard a faint sound behind him. Chapter 50, Surprise. The noise was subtle, yet to Liu's ears, it resounded like thunder. He instinctively turned around, the iron rod positioned defensively before him. His gaze fixated on the source of the sound. However, before him lay only a small stone that was still rolling. Disaster. He realized something was amiss. But it was too late for him to react. With a muffled groan, a startling and somewhat chilling scene unfolded in the narrow alley. A grotesque zombie grasped the nape of a young man's neck, swiftly dragging him into a nearby building. It appeared that you two were not here of your own volition. I shall leave you here. Inside the internet CAF, Ling Mo's gaze flickered as he casually waved his hand. Simultaneously, the zombie that had seized Liu quickly transported him into a room filled with a stench of decay, unceremoniously tossing him onto the floor, which was covered in an eerie, viscous substance. The zombie's strength was formidable. Despite being unconscious, Liu emitted a pained groan upon impact with the ground. This served as a slight reprimand from Ling Mo. Under Ling Mo's control, the zombie swiftly closed the door behind it and returned to the street, subsequently entering the very building that Wang Lin had just entered. Meanwhile, as Ling Mo dealt with Liu, another zombie emerged, dragging a person behind it. With a dull thud, the zombie threw Wang Chung to the ground. However, Wang Chung lay beneath the zombie, eyes tightly shut, showing no reaction, clearly having lost consciousness. Even in his stupor, his body trembled involuntarily. Yet, his fainting was not a result of the zombie. Before it could even act, Wang Chung had succumbed to fear. Nevertheless, Ling Mo did not simply discard him in any random place. He directed the zombie to bring him closer. However, it was not the time to attend to Wang Chung, as Ling Mo still needed to manipulate those two zombies to orchestrate a surprise for Wang Lin. Having simultaneously controlled 3 zombies to perform 3 different tasks had exerted a considerable toll on Ling Mo, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. Yet, rather than feeling fatigued, he found himself invigorated. Each zombie functioned as an extension of himself. Wielding these extensions with such fluidity felt akin to commanding his own limbs, a sensation that brought him immense satisfaction. The 2 zombies stealthily entered the building, surrounding Wang Lin with silent precision. Yet Wang Lin remained oblivious to the fact that her escape route had been severed. Grasping her curved dagger, she cautiously traversed the corridor on the 3rd floor. This space had once been a quaint inn, with rooms flanking either side of the hallway. Some doors were tightly shut, while others stood wide open. However, even upon reaching the threshold, she could not discern the full situation within the rooms, particularly with the presence of bathrooms, convenient hiding spots. She had navigated the 2nd floor with utmost care, yet found nothing of consequence. Nonetheless, she was acutely aware that this small building comprised only 3 stories, and the zombie that had ambushed her must be lurking somewhere within. The oppressive atmosphere heightened her mental strain, yet the dagger in her hand afforded her a semblance of calm. That Ling Mo was likely nearby, awaiting the moment she dealt with this zombie. She mused with a furrowed brow. With a tinge of frustration, Wang Lin stealthily approached the nearest door, gently pushing it open with her dagger. The room was empty, but the firmly closed bathroom door piqued her interest. This type of zombie was known to ambush and flee. Perhaps it could even shut a door? The thought struck her as somewhat amusing. We're zombies, after all, mindless creatures devoid of intelligence. Yet, despite the surprising behavior of this particular zombie, she did not believe it would confine itself to the bathroom in hiding. Just as she was about to proceed to the next room, a faint sound emanated from within the bathroom, akin to something being knocked to the floor. Though indistinct, Wang Lin's keen senses picked it up. Initially startled, a cold smirk crept across her lips. Playing games with me, are we? Gripping her dagger tightly, she slowly approached the bathroom door, extending her left hand to grasp the handle. As she began to turn the knob, a sudden dull thud reverberated behind her. Bang! Instinctively, Wang Lin turned around, only to discover in horror that the door had been shut. The stealthy zombie had not only closed the door behind it, but was now lunging straight at her. Simultaneously, the bathroom door swung open, and a shadowy figure lunged forth from within. Although Wang Lin was adept with her blade, the bizarre turn of events left her utterly bewildered. Before she could react, the figure had tackled her to the ground. However, despite being knocked down, Wang Lin's response was fierce. Though alarmed, she immediately bent her knee to create some space for struggle, swinging her dagger with intent to sever the zombie's neck. Yet, the creature rolled away just in time, leaving her strike to cut through empty air. Before she could rise, another zombie lunged at her, seizing her wrist, the one holding the dagger. Wang Lin's expression shifted dramatically as she attempted to twist her wrist to break free, only to find the zombie that had evaded her attack had now pounced on her, pinning her down completely. Although Wang Lin immediately knelt and forcefully struck the back of the zombie, it simultaneously bent down, its mouth exuding a foul stench, rapidly approaching her pale face. Confronted by two coordinated zombies, Wang Lin completely lost her ability to think. Her mind was consumed by a singular thought. I'm going to die. I'm going to be devoured by them. As she watched the zombie's mouth draw ever closer, its blood-red eyes fixated on her, she struggled desperately to free herself, yet could not break free from the restraints. For the first time, an overwhelming fear surged within Wang Lin. Even during the initial outbreak of the apocalypse, she had been terrified, but never to this extent. The zombie moved slowly, unlike the typical ravenous undead that would instantly tear into their prey upon contact. However, it was precisely this slowness that gradually shattered Wang Lin's resolve. Her mind went blank, and even her body, which had been desperately writhing, suddenly froze, as if all strength had drained from her. In the internet CAF, Ling Mo's expression was one of satisfaction. Under his control, the zombie refrained from biting Wang Lin. Instead, it performed an astonishing act. Noticing Wang Lin's dim and vacant gaze, clearly devoid of fighting spirit, Ling Mo immediately commanded the corpse to seize her other hand, and both zombies exerted their strength, pulling her up from the ground. This sudden turn of events caused a flicker of change in Wang Lin's despondent eyes. What was happening? Were they not going to feast? In her mind, zombies existed solely to consume human flesh, and this was indeed their nature. Yet these two zombies were exceptions. After lifting her, they did not immediately dismember her. Instead, they executed another unfathomable action. The zombie with two functioning hands, after snatching her curved knife, astonishingly freed one hand and struck her firmly on the backside. The sharp pain from the slap and the resounding sound shattered Wang Lin's composure. She had been spanked by a zombie. Wang Lin could hardly fathom that she would experience such a humiliating moment, and that the perpetrator was an undead creature. For a moment, Wang Lin was utterly stunned. Ling Mo was quite pleased with her reaction. The spanking was merely the beginning of her education. In truth, had Wang Lin not been so persistent, Ling Mo would have preferred to avoid this confrontation and certainly would not have resorted to such actions. For someone like Wang Lin, who possessed considerable skill with a blade, as long as she was cautious and did not fall into the zombie's encirclement, self-preservation would pose no problem. This was her greatest leverage in seeking trouble with Ling Mo. Indeed, even Ling Mo had to concede that Wang Lin was quite formidable. Her peculiar knife techniques were on par with that of Shana. Alas, she was merely a young girl, and when faced with zombies that defied all logic, she had no choice but to submit. In the face of the unknown, especially when confronted with entities that subvert common sense, a person's spirit tends to wane. Wang Lin, no matter how formidable she may appear, remains an ordinary individual. She possesses a modicum of cleverness, yet lacks a broader perspective. Otherwise, she would not have clandestinely sought trouble with two others. Such a conflict of pride may have been permissible in a world prior to the apocalypse, provided one wielded wealth and influence. However, to engage in such folly amidst a post-apocalyptic landscape is truly foolish. With a swift series of slaps, 3 resounding strikes landed squarely on Wang Lin's backside. It was only then that she began to comprehend her predicament. As a cry of indignation escaped her lips, she suddenly felt her arms ensnared as if caught in a vice. The strength of the zombies rendered it effortless to subdue the delicate hands of a girl like Wang Lin. Enraged and terrified, she was akin to a sickly cat bereft of its claws, her futile kicks failing to inflict any pain upon the insentient undead. As the zombie behind her twisted her arms and compelled her to stand upright, a chilling realization dawned upon Wang Lin. She was on the precipice of a nightmare. Any normal girl would struggle to accept the horrifying sight of a grotesque, blood-scented zombie inching closer, with intentions that were all too clear. Under Ling Mo's manipulation, another zombie cradled Wang Lin's face, its rancid mouth agape, as it approached with blood-red eyes wide open. In that moment, Wang Lin's mind raced with a singular thought. The zombie intended to claim her. Overwhelmed by terror, she could not withstand the immense psychological strain, and with a piercing scream, her vision blurred, leading her to faint. The zombie, under Ling Mo's control, halted mere centimeters from Wang Lin's face. As the puppeteer, Ling Mo could fully perceive the zombie's perspective, making it seem as if he were attempting to kiss Wang Lin. Should he truly proceed? No. The benefits were not for him. Finding amusement in Wang Lin's swift descent into unconsciousness, Ling Mo felt a mixture of boredom and laughter at her inability to withstand such fright, despite her previously haughty demeanor. Chapter 51. The Tracker. Hey, wake up. Ling Mo grasped Wang Lin's chin, orienting her face toward him. In her stupor, Wang Lin's brow furrowed, her complexion pallid, betraying the profound shock she had endured. Upon hearing his voice, she gradually opened her eyes, only to thrash about in panic, exclaiming, "Don't touch me. Stay away from me. Calm down," Ling Mo asserted, firmly holding her in place. In her frantic state, her struggles were feeble, as she had just awakened and lacked strength. Although her movements were vigorous, they failed to dislodge Ling Mo's grip. His authoritative command caused her to momentarily freeze, before suddenly regaining her composure. "What are you doing here?" "Ah, the zombies. Where are they?" she exclaimed, anxiously glancing down at her attire. Observing her current demeanor, it was evident that the previous arrogance had vanished entirely. Ling Mo couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle. After incapacitating Wang Lin, he hurriedly brought Xia Na and Yi Lian along, while Wang Cheng remained under the watchful eye of the corpse puppet. His intention was not merely to teach Wang Lin a lesson, but to uncover the truth of how she managed to locate him. Noticing the lingering fear in Wang Lin's expression, Ling Mo subtly raised an eyebrow and gestured towards the doorway. "Over there." Following his, Wang Lin exhaled deeply in relief. The two zombie corpses lay sprawled at the entrance, while Xiana and Yi Lian stood outside. Turning to Ling Mo in surprise, Wang Lin inquired, "Did you save me?" This was precisely the desired effect. Although it was a self-scripted performance, who could have anticipated a connection to the zombies? Moreover, Wang Lin had indeed not foreseen this. She still believed that it was a new breed of zombie, and a particularly lewd one at that. Ling Mo scoffed, "Your screams were simply too loud." Wang Lin was momentarily taken aback, but her face flushed with embarrassment. She opened her mouth to retort, only to find herself silenced by the realization that he had just rescued her, prompting her to sulkily grunt through her nose. "What's this? I save you, and you can't even muster a thank you?" Ling Mo rolled his eyes. This girl was decidedly ungrateful. Wang Lin's expression turned awkward. Yet upon catching the mocking glint in Ling Mo's eyes, she replied nonchalantly, "Fine, you can have that short knife." Upon hearing this, Ling Mo's irritation flared. "So your life is worth merely a knife?" He let out a cold snort, rising to his feet. "Understand this. That knife is mine now. I don't need your gift." "You." Wang Lin felt a surge of indignation, but the disdainful look on Ling Mo's face made her feel somewhat guilty. Noticing that he showed no intention of helping her up, she gritted her teeth and gradually pulled herself up with the wall for support. "What do you want then? I have nothing else to offer." Suddenly, a realization struck her. "Ah, my curved knife." She searched the ground frantically, but found nothing. Her heart sinking as she turned her gaze toward Ling Mo. As she suspected, he drew the curved knife from behind his waist, toying with it in his hand. When she lunged to reclaim it, he showed no inclination to return it, instead sporting a slight smirk. "Don't push your luck. I've already given you the short knife. Do you wish to take this one as well?" Despite still feeling weak, Wang Lin persisted in her attempts to seize it. However, Ling Mo was no less agile. He merely sidestepped, causing her to miss entirely. Frustrated, Wang Lin shouted at Xiana, "Xiana, I'm your cousin. How can you let an outsider bully me?" At her outburst, Xiana glanced at her briefly before turning away with an expressionless demeanor. This action infuriated Wang Lin further. Yet as she took a step forward, she was halted by Ling Mo's raised hand. "Stop. Who did you say is the outsider? I was conversing with Shauna, so why do you interject?" Given your attitude towards her, What right do you have to complain? Let me inform you that while you bask in power through Song Tion, Shauna has single-handedly supported over a dozen individuals. Do you possess such capability? In every aspect, she outshines you by a considerable margin. Wang Lin was momentarily taken aback, but her expression quickly darkened, a smirk tugging at her lips. Don't think that just because you saved me, you can get away with this. Suddenly, a sharp crack resounded, causing Wang Lin's eyes to widen in shock, rendering her momentarily speechless. She cupped her cheek in disbelief, staring incredulously at Ling Mo. You actually dared to strike me? Yet before she could finish her sentence, a chill surged from her feet, creeping upwards. Ling Mo's gaze was icy, a look she had never encountered before. Strike you? That would be too lenient. Were it not for your connection as Shauna's cousin, you would already be torn apart by zombies. What gave you the right to hit me? Wang Lin stepped forward defiantly, only to receive another stinging slap across her face. I am superior to you. The force of the blow drained the color from her face, while Ling Mo approached with an expression of cold resolve, reminding her that in this world, strength reigns supreme. Under Ling Mo's disdainful gaze, Wang Lin, her cheeks ablaze with pain, began to feel a twinge of fear. She instinctively retreated 2 steps, her voice quivering. Did you not say you were my little aunt? That depends on whether I choose to acknowledge you, Ling Mo retorted. Weren't you just calling me an outsider? I return that sentiment to you. As Ling Mo raised her hand, Wang Lin trembled, instinctively squinting her eyes. However, Ling Mo merely smirked as she lightly patted her cheek. Listen, I'm not a cruel person, but when someone goes to great lengths to provoke me, I cannot guarantee how I might respond. What do you intend to do? Shauna won't allow you to act recklessly. Wang Lin's complexion paled at the thought, and Ling Mo's demeanor conjured images of a ravenous zombie. Would Ling Mo turn on her? Fear overcame her as she stammered, No, don't violate me. I am Shauna's cousin. You cannot treat me this way. Ling Mo paused, then laughed mockingly. Violate you? You flatter yourself. I have no interest in someone like you. Moreover, you are mistaken about one thing. Shauna is mine, and whether you can be considered her sister is for me to determine. Do you understand? No interest? How dare she? A profound sense of humiliation made Wang Lin tremble slightly, yet the chilling gaze and those 2 merciless slaps had utterly shattered her courage. I have a question for you, and you had better answer honestly, or I shall leave you here. Ling Mo's tone turned severe as she tightened her grip on Wang Lin's chin, her lips almost brushing against hers. Now tell me, how did you come to be here? You hurt me, Wang Lin protested. And don't mention any advanced technology. I have examined myself, and there is nothing. Ling Mo's expression revealed a hint of impatience. I cannot divulge that information. Ling Mo's expression suddenly took on a peculiar quality as he leaned closer to Wang Lin, whispering in her ear, Do you know what I saw when I entered? Would you like to experience that sensation for yourself? Wang Lin's complexion paled considerably, her eyes flickering as she gazed at Ling. Suddenly, she murmured, But you wouldn't believe me if I told you. Whether I believe you is my concern. Just speak, he insisted. What if I told you I possess a special ability? Wang Lin bit her lip and declared. After uttering those words, she fixed her gaze on Ling Mo, hoping to discern something from his expression. Noticing his silence, her anxiety began to mount. I knew you wouldn't believe me, but everything I said is true. In truth, Ling Mo was indeed taken aback. However, he had already come to accept her claim, for he too possessed extraordinary powers. Thus, it seemed he was not the sole possessor of such abilities. He scrutinized Wang Lin for a moment longer until she began to feel a tingle of discomfort, her gaze starting to evade his. Finally, he asked, What is your ability? Is it related to tracking me? You believe me? Wang Lin was astonished by Ling Mo's reaction. Yet under his intense scrutiny, she found herself compelled to respond. It's perception. It's an ability to sense. Indeed, it bore no resemblance to his own puppet manipulation skills. Upon further inquiry, Ling Mo gained a comprehensive understanding of Wang Lin's perceptive ability. Like his own, her power relied on mental energy. However, its efficacy appeared rather limited. The notion of perception seemed to transform her into a radar receiver, yet she required physical contact with her target prior to tracking them. As she recounted this, Ling Mo immediately recalled the moment of their parting when she had struck him. That physical contact had effectively installed an invisible tracker upon him, allowing her to sense his approximate location through mental perception. In fact, since Ling Mo departed from the camp, she had been continuously attuned to his position. Initially, she had worried that he might venture too far, severing their psychic link. Fortunately, he had merely circled the vicinity, although they appeared to be at a distance. The linear space between them was not extensive, remaining well within her perceptive range. Upon sensing that Ling Mo had ceased moving, just as dawn broke, she hastily gathered Liu and Wang Cheng and hurried towards his direction, fearing that if he ventured beyond her range, she would lose the ability to track him. Moreover, this tracking could only last for 12 hours. Once that time elapsed, it would similarly become ineffective. Nevertheless, she never anticipated encountering such a bizarre zombie in this place, almost falling victim to its assault. From the expression in Wang Lin's eyes, Ling Mo could ascertain that her words were indeed genuine. She had been thoroughly terrified. Although it was called a special ability, its limited efficacy left Ling Mo somewhat incredulous. His own puppet manipulation skills were ever evolving. So why did Wang Lin's ability seem so trivial? Wang Lin shook her head, expressing her uncertainty. I truly do not know. No matter how I utilize it, there seems to be no improvement. I've said all I can. Please let me go. She glanced cautiously at Ling Mo, and after her inquiry, she immediately added nervously, I promise I won't trouble you again. Truly, in her heart, she mused that he would not dare to retaliate. However, Ling Mo revealed a hint of a mocking smile. You might consider begging me. Beg. Wang Lin's eyes widened in disbelief. She had never pleaded with anyone in her life, yet now she found herself in a position to implore this person for mercy. However, the sight of Ling Mo's smile filled her with dread. She had no doubt about his words. If she disobeyed, he would undoubtedly turn his threats into reality. Wang Lin bit her lip, wanting to cry, but unable to do so. Apart from Ling Mo, she had never been subjected to such intimidation. She was genuinely frightened. When Ling Mo fixed her with that dead-eyed stare, a chill coursed through her. The words "I was wrong, brother-in-law" almost escaped her lips involuntarily. Upon uttering them, she felt utterly drained, as if all her strength had been siphoned away. You simply require some discipline, Ling Mo remarked with a smile, gently patting her cheek. Observing the glimmer of moisture in her eyes brought him a sense of delight. Considering her somewhat Na'vi nature, he thoughtfully devised a fitting descriptor. So I shall warn you once more, sister-in-law, do not engage in foolishness again. Wang Lin clenched her teeth and slowly lowered her head. Understood. Speak up. I cannot hear you. Understood. Chapter 52, Functional Beverages. The revelation that Wang Lin was an ability user caught Ling Mo by surprise. In truth, when he discovered his own puppet manipulating capability, he had entertained such speculation. Surely, in this apocalyptic world, he could not be the sole ability user. Even Ling Mo himself could not articulate how this ability manifested within him. In the initial chaos of fleeing for his life, everything had been too tumultuous and tense. Reflecting back, apart from living in constant fear, he scarcely recalled anything else. Rather than viewing this ability as a sudden occurrence, it seemed more akin to an instinct that awakened at the right moment. Nevertheless, Ling Mo's primary concern was how to leverage this ability for his survival. In contrast to his puppet manipulating skill, Wang Lin's ability appeared utterly trivial, rendering her reliant on her swordsmanship. It seemed that among ability users in this apocalypse, there existed a spectrum of strengths and weaknesses, each individual wielding a distinctly different power. He wondered how many others, like himself, inhabited this city as ability users. For some reason, Ling Mo felt an uncanny similarity between ability users and mutated zombies. If one were to consider abilities as a form of evolution, then the ability users among humanity could be likened to the mutated zombies born from their ranks. Might mutated zombies continue to evolve indefinitely? Could ability users similarly enhance themselves over time? I fear that only through personal experience can one truly uncover the answers. After Ling Mo and her companions departed, Wang Lin exhaled deeply, awakening from the suffocating grip of fear and humiliation. Tears welled in her eyes, and her legs gave way, causing her to collapse onto the ground. Ling Mo's parting words echoed relentlessly in her mind. Remember, do not do anything that displeases me. There will be no second chance. The chill in Ling Mo's gaze instilled a profound apprehension within Wang Lin. As they descended the stairs, Shauna, who trailed closely behind Ling Mo, suddenly whispered, "Why didn't you kill her?" Ling Mo paused momentarily. Shauna continued, "I sensed your desire to kill." Ling Mo's expression shifted dramatically. Indeed, she had contemplated taking Wang Lin's life, yet upon realizing that Wang Lin was Shauna's cousin, and likely her only relative in this world, she dismissed the notion. Although Wang Lin had sought to cause her trouble, The outcome revealed that not only did Wang Lin fail to inflict any harm, but she had also received a harsh lesson, ultimately losing her weapon to Ling Mo. What truly astonished Ling Mo was that the seemingly dazed Shauna was quietly observing and contemplating with great seriousness. "She is your cousin. Out of respect for you, I will not harm her," Ling Mo remarked with a smile. "I don't quite understand," Shauna nodded, "but if she were to be killed, I might feel uncomfortable for reasons unknown. Indeed, there's a blood connection between you." Just as Ling Mo prepared to escort them away, she suddenly noticed something peculiar adorning Shauna's neck, piquing her curiosity. She gently parted the hair, cascading over Shauna's chest. A flicker of resistance crossed Shauna's eyes. "Don't pinch. I'm not going to pinch your chest. Do you think I'm that kind of person?" Ling Mo shot a stern glare at Shauna and retrieved the object hanging around her neck. It was a finely crafted miniature jade dagger, exuding an air of antiquity. Although Ling Mo was no connoisseur of jade, she could sense that it was exceptionally valuable. The intricate workmanship felt cool and smooth to the touch. The hilt bore a seal character, Wang. Previously, during Shauna's bath, Ling Mo had not noticed this jade pendant. "When did this come about?" "Oh, right, just before we left." Shauna was the last to depart. Clearly, Wang Lin had seized that opportunity to gift the pendant to Shauna. Ling Mo momentarily stood in astonishment, involuntarily glancing back at the inn. Wang Lin's attitude toward Shauna was indeed inconsistent. Had she specifically come not only to reclaim her weapon, but also to present this object to Shauna? Regardless of her intentions, her methods were rather clumsy, evoking disdain. After this encounter, she would surely learn her lesson. "Isn't this a family heirloom of the Wang family?" Ling Mo sighed and tucked the jade pendant back into Shauna's collar. But at that moment, an unexpected thought struck her, and her face reflected a look of incredulity. "Shauna, you must have recognized Wang Lin, otherwise you would not have allowed her to approach you, nor would you have let her hang this jade around your neck." Shauna fell into silence for a moment, seemingly organizing her thoughts, while Ling Mo gazed at her eagerly. After a brief hesitation, she finally nodded affirmatively, gesturing to her head, indicating a tumult of thoughts. "It's all right. Take your time. You will surely remember everything eventually, and you'll return to the Shauna you once were," Ling Mo said, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he gently pinched Shauna's cheek. However, Shauna's next words left Ling Mo momentarily stunned. "I do not wish to revert to the old Shauna. I am akin to Lien, and thus, I prefer not to remember." The depth of this realization suggested that Shauna's rationality had indeed regained considerable ground. Ling Mo stared at her in a daze, a bittersweet smile emerging within him. Indeed, regardless of whether Shauna would ultimately reclaim her full rationality, her identity as a zombie would remain immutable. In fact, as they continued to evolve, both Shauna and Yi Lian would drift further from the essence of ordinary humanity. Even should they regain consciousness, they would never be perceived as human by others. Their perspective towards living beings would resemble that of predators towards their prey. Ling Mo suddenly felt that he ought to have recognized this truth long ago. Although Shauna had regained some clarity, she still exhibited a profound hostility towards unfamiliar individuals. Even upon recognizing Wang Lin, her demeanor remained markedly aloof. Perhaps, a flicker of familial memory had been awakened within her, prompting her to utter those previous sentiments. Yet, such emotions were mere echoes of memory, not reflective of Shauna's current feelings. They were instincts inherent to her existence as a zombie, though their diet had transformed into viral gel. Lacking the ferocity of consuming human flesh, as zombies, they could never extend kindness to the living. Outwardly, Shauna appeared as she once did, yet internally, she had undergone a profound transformation. It was likely that Yi Lian was similarly affected. Noticing Ling Mo's silence, Shauna seemed to sense his inner turmoil through their mental connection. Suddenly, she reached out and playfully pinched his cheek. "You are not akin to us, but you are different from others." A wave of warmth surged within Ling Mo at her words. As their mental bond deepened, he could feel their perception of him growing increasingly affectionate. Indeed, as long as they regarded him distinctively from others, that alone sufficed. Ling Mo chuckled self-deprecatingly, soon displaying a mischievous grin. "Remember, only I may pinch your cheek, but you are not permitted to do the same to me. In the future, express your affection for me in other ways." Just as Shauna appeared momentarily bewildered, Ling Mo leaned in and gently pecked her lips. "Do you remember?" he queried. "Yes. Show me once." I am merely guiding you, understand? All right. To maintain fairness, Ling Mo also planted a firm kiss on Yilian. However, to his astonishment, as he released Yilian, he suddenly felt his blood surge, his heartbeat amplifying dramatically. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of his heart throbbed in his ears, the rush of blood coursing through his veins. A wave of warmth erupting from his abdomen and flooding his entire being. Ling Mo's expression suddenly transformed. This sensation had first emerged during his initial kiss with Yilian. At that time, he attributed it to psychological factors as it did not manifest again. However, its reappearance now unequivocally confirmed the authenticity of this feeling, both then and now. It was evident that this sensation did not herald any mutation. Yet, why did he experience such a reaction after absorbing their essence? Were other bodily fluids, apart from blood, also virulent? If that were the case, why had he not undergone any mutation? Regrettably, these speculations could not be substantiated. Unlike the last instance, which lasted over 20 minutes, this peculiar feeling dissipated much sooner. After merely 2 or 3 minutes, Ling Mo returned to his normal state. It was only at this moment that he realized something profoundly astonishing. As the intoxicating lethargy receded, his mind became exceptionally clear, and it felt as if all the physical energy he had expended had been restored. The fluid produced by the zombie maidens appeared not only harmless, but also remarkably beneficial. Its effects seemed akin to those of stimulant. Much like the venom of bees or snakes, depending on the method and concentration used, it could be entirely benign or even advantageous to the human body. The once dreaded zombie virus, after being purified within their bodies and infused into the liquid, transformed into an edible stimulant. Ling Mo's eyes sparkled with newfound vigor as he gazed at Shauna and Yilian, his admiration intensifying. Indeed, his zombie maidens were treasures in every aspect. Chapter 53, A New Abode. Wang Lin was left in the hotel. Once she regained her composure, she would surely depart. Whether she could locate Liu depended on her fortune. Ling Mo hesitated briefly regarding Wang Cheng's fate. He harbored little affection for Wang Cheng, who had a cunning disposition and a ruthless, patient character. Initially, he had thought Wang Cheng would adhere to a low profile upon reaching the survivor camp. Yet he quickly aligned himself with Wang Lin. With him present, Liu Yuhao would likely have no opportunity to excel, and he might even be exploited to his detriment due to their schoolmate connection. Furthermore, Wang Qing knew far too much about Ling Mo. Although Wang Cheng had not revealed the matter of Shauna as zombification, there was no guarantee he wouldn't cause trouble in the future. Consider it a good deed. Ling Mo mused inwardly, his eyes gently closing. When he opened them again, the mental connection with the corpse puppet had been entirely severed. A zombie now beyond his control, and a still unawakened living person. What would transpire next was beyond contemplation. Perhaps influenced by that feral aura, Ling Mo felt surprisingly unperturbed during his first kill. However, this did not imply he would become a cold-blooded murderer henceforth. Thus, as he severed the connection, he hesitated momentarily. However, this fleeting hesitation was forcefully cast aside the moment he closed his eyes. In a post-apocalyptic world, a lack of ruthlessness would render one vulnerable, akin to a soft persimmon to others. A group of individuals cautiously traversed for half a day, slaying numerous zombies along the way, until they finally turned into a residential building. This was the refuge that Ling Mo had chosen. Initially, his destination was City University, but he had been delayed by Wang Lin and his entourage, rendering it impossible to reach City University today. Fortunately, this location was relatively close to it. Surrounding the residential building was an abandoned construction site, with the courtyard transformed into a parking lot, exuding an eerie atmosphere. Fortunately, there were not many zombies in the vicinity, and Ling Mo had no intention of completely clearing them out. Instead, he utilized the cover of the vehicles to conceal their presence and stealthily entered the building. Inside, the number of zombies was limited, and most of the doors were ajar, revealing only some dilapidated furniture and makeshift bedding. It appeared that the building had served as accommodations for workers during construction. As for the original residents, they had likely long since relocated. With the keen instincts of Yilian and Xia Na towards zombies, along with their swift lethality, they quickly eradicated the zombies within the building and consolidated the corpses into one room, securely closing the doors and windows. This way, the scent of blood would not easily attract other zombies. Ling Mo even contemplated seeking out some lime or similar materials to seal the door cracks completely. He deemed this place quite suitable for concealment. Just 100 meters away lay a bustling street, surrounded by densely populated areas of zombies. Yet this location, under construction, was relatively pristine. While Yi Lian and Xia Na dealt with the zombies, Ling Mo diligently searched for a suitable room for the three of them to settle in. Fortunately, on the third floor of the residential building, he stumbled upon several barrels of purified water, a gas canister, and pots and dishes, all remarkably unblemished by blood, merely coated in dust. Moreover, he discovered half a box of instant noodles and several cups of powdered milk tea. Indeed, the construction site held treasures. Ling Mo excitedly cleaned the few spring beds and set about preparing a steaming bowl of instant noodles. This secluded area, unlike densely populated zones, was less likely to attract zombie attention. With a bit of caution, there would be no issues. Moreover, it was still early, and the firelight would not provoke the undead. Having subsisted on dry rations for an extended period, Ling Mo was elated at the prospect of a warm meal. Regrettably, Yi Lian and Xia Na, being zombies, held no interest in ordinary food. Otherwise, they could have savored a delightful feast. How fragrant! Both before and after the apocalypse, Ling Mo had consumed his fair share of instant noodles, but in the aftermath he had mostly resorted to dry rations. The rich aroma of such food was a scent he had not encountered in ages. This quintessential staple of the pre-apocalyptic world now captivated him to the point of salivation. And even Xia Na and Yi Lian were drawn to the enticing fragrance, stealing glances in its direction. As the pancake unfurled, Ling Mo eagerly lifted the instant noodles from the pot with his chopsticks, savoring the moment as he blew a gentle breath to cool them before slurping them into his mouth. Ah, what bliss! In the apocalyptic world, indulging in a steaming bowl of instant noodles is undoubtedly a lavish affair for all survivors. It is indeed ironic to reflect upon, before the end of the world, one was burdened with countless concerns, living in a seemingly secure environment, yet rarely experiencing satisfaction. Conversely, in this realm fraught with peril, where death lurks at every corner, the mere delight of a bowl of instant noodles could elicit such exhilaration. Surviving, this is the singular focus of all survivors. However, for Ling Mo, a greater priority looms, restoring Yi Lian's sanity and gradually bringing Su Na back to normalcy. After finishing the noodles, he tidied up the pot and bowls before settling beside Yi Lian. Despite the day's arduous journey, neither Yi Lian nor Su Na exhibited any signs of fatigue. This is understandable. When zombies are not engaged in battle, their physical exertion is minimal. Although Yi Lian and Su Na had been active throughout their travels, Ling Mo predominantly utilized his puppet mastery to subdue their foes, allowing them to deliver the finishing blows with little exertion. Throughout the day, Su Na's performance particularly astounded Ling Mo. Initially, he could only maintain a mental connection with her without exerting control over her actions, which had proven somewhat troublesome. However, much to his surprise, as she regained fragments of her sanity, Su Na displayed remarkable cooperation during combat. Her innate skill with the blade, honed to the level of instinct, flourished once she regained some lucidity, significantly enhancing her combat prowess and revealing her advantages in swordsmanship. The mental link between them fostered a seamless synergy, rivaling that of his partnership with Yi Lian. Yet, observing Su Na wield the long blade, Ling Mo felt reluctant to allow Yi Lian to continue using her hands. Though her speed was impressive and her fingers remarkably strong, he couldn't shake the unsettling impression that those seemingly delicate hands were engaged in such a brutal and bloody endeavor, which struck him as rather unrefined. He had contemplated offering his dagger to Yi Lian, yet it was too short and lacked the lethality required for combat, proving more useful in everyday situations. Nevertheless, ordinary weapons seemed unworthy of Yi Lian, as they would neither augment her capabilities nor enhance her offensive power. The appearance of Wang Lin, however, presented a splendid solution to this dilemma. This little girl truly was a timely blessing. With this thought, Ling Mo couldn't help but smile as he reached for the curved blade from behind his waist. This blade, clearly designed for a woman, featured a short and slender handle, with a crescent-shaped blade that was remarkably lightweight. Even at a glance, one could discern its sharpness, although it was of a lower caliber than the dagger in his possession. It was perfectly adequate for dispatching zombies. Wang Lin, despite her haughty demeanor, undeniably possessed a sense of pride in her craftsmanship. At such a tender age, mastering such exquisite crafting techniques surely garners significant regard at home. Coupled with such formidable knife skills, It is unlikely that he would regard an ordinary individual like himself with any seriousness. However, after this training, it is certain that not only will she acknowledge Ling Mo, but she will also indelibly etch him in her memory. With the curved blade in Yi Lian's hands, and then deftly maneuvered by Ling Mo, it felt remarkably intuitive. At last, there was no need for Yi Lian to engage directly, for no matter how strong her fingers, they could never rival the efficacy of a blade. Before darkness enveloped the sky, Ling Mo busied himself as well. He cautiously ventured to the construction site, procured some lime powder, and scattered it outside the door of the room where the bodies were disposed of. Not stopping there, he then found a steel pipe and wedged it against the dilapidated entrance of the residential building, a far more effective measure than merely locking it. Once he completed these tasks, night descended, and the city once again morphed into a realm dominated by zombies, as all survivors likely returned to their hiding places. Inside the room, under Ling Mo's guidance, Yi Lian had managed to piece together two relatively intact spring mattresses and flipped the cotton filling, laying it atop. It seemed tonight they would have to share the same bed. Chapter 54, Reconnaissance. As dawn broke, Ling Mo awakened. He had much to accomplish today, including hunting mutated zombies, replenishing the nearly depleted virus gel, and restocking food supplies. The food collected previously was nearly exhausted, and although he had acquired half a box of instant noodles yesterday, it was still insufficient for Ling Mo. The extensive battles, prolonged walking, and constant mental exertion had rendered his appetite increasingly formidable. This situation was exacerbated by the fact that the food he could gather was often devoid of nutrition, rendering even copious consumption insufficient to replenish his energy reserves. Merely filling his stomach was far from enough. Before venturing out, Ling Mo preferred to prepare thoroughly. Thus, he began packing his backpack immediately after rising. He was quite satisfied with this residential building, deeming it an ideal refuge. Consequently, he had no immediate plans to depart. Although his ultimate destination was the city university, this location was already in close proximity. During his journey here yesterday, Ling Mo had discerned that navigating such a bustling urban area posed considerable challenges. The intricate terrain, numerous buildings, and staggering zombie population combined to render this area exceptionally perilous. Rather than plunging headlong into the unknown, Ling Mo preferred to establish a base here, ascertain the local circumstances, and then devise a plan. This is colloquially known as reconnaissance, albeit a task of considerable magnitude. Of course, the reconnaissance process also allowed for resource gathering. With a stroke of luck, he might even uncover potential sites harboring mutated zombies. Given that the zombie population in this vicinity was likely to exceed that near the third high school by more than double, Ling Mo resolved to leave behind some non-essential items in the room, thereby lightening his load. The location is rather remote, with zombies wandering the parking lot and construction site. Even if survivors were fortunate enough to venture nearby, they would likely not suspect that anyone resides within this residential building, making it a relatively safe place to conceal items. A short knife and a dagger were secured at Ling Mo's waist, while the last few chocolate bars were tucked into his jacket pocket for a quick energy boost. He also retrieved a military canteen, filling it with a generous amount of mineral water. The remaining items were emptied from his backpack and piled together with instant noodles into a box. After a long period of traveling with an empty backpack, Ling Mo felt a slight sense of relief despite the heavy task at hand. Out of caution, before departing with Sha Na and Yi Lian, Ling Mo deliberately hid all belongings under the bed, disheveled the bedding to create the illusion of an uninhabited space, and left the door wide open, finally feeling assured to step outside. Though this area is not a major thoroughfare, it remains a vibrant part of the city. Yet the number of zombies has reached alarming levels, and the destruction of surrounding shops has significantly escalated. The abandoned vehicles on the road and remnants of explosions evoked a sense of dread, while the congealed blood on the ground resembled a gruesome crimson carpet. As soon as he stepped onto the street, Ling Mo's expression grew grave. Despite the presence of the mutated female zombies, Yi Lian and Sha Na, the pressure of scavenging and hunting in such a perilous environment was immense. Any slight noise could potentially attract a horde of zombies. The previous tactic of luring them with music was utterly futile here. The area lacks sufficient space to accommodate the attracted undead, and its treacherous layout features numerous intersecting roads and alleys. With music blaring, zombies would swarm from all directions, and although his corpse puppet ability could ensure his survival amidst a tide of zombies, being trapped here was a certainty. Ling Mo would not engage in such self-destructive behavior. The safest, albeit simplest strategy was to eliminate them gradually while remaining as inconspicuous as possible to the distant zombies. Though these creatures possess all five senses, they are not without vulnerabilities. When they fail to detect prey, they tend to meander slowly within a confined range. Thus, while the streets are teeming with zombies, they are not densely packed together. By exploiting the gaps between them, success could be achieved. Such maneuvers are challenging for ordinary individuals, but with Ling Mo's corpse puppet ability, the execution becomes far more feasible. He first took cover behind an abandoned vehicle under Sha Na's protection, and then maneuvered Yilian closer to a nearby cluster of zombies. To avoid attracting distant zombies with blood, Ling Mo refrained from allowing Yilian to use her curved blade, opting instead for a more brutal method, snapping necks. With Yilian's strength, the moment she encircled her arms around a zombie's head, a faint crack echoed, and she gently lowered the lifeless body to the ground. However, even such a faint sound immediately drew the attention of the other zombies, who turned their heads in unison. Yet, under normal circumstances, zombies do not attack their own kind unless driven into a frenzy, so they merely glanced over without launching an assault on the nearby Yilian. At that moment, Ling Mo emerged from behind the vehicle, and, as the zombies noticed his presence, he swiftly employed his puppet control ability. It was then that Ling Mo discerned a subtle enhancement in his power. Previously, he could only manipulate the undead when their gazes met, but now, with unwavering focus, he found that he could control two zombies that had turned their heads slowly and had not made eye contact with him. However, there was no time for contemplation. As he activated his puppet control, invisible threads instantly ensnared the zombies, binding them firmly. A sinister smile crept upon Ling Mo's lips as he successfully commanded these creatures. Once under his influence, the zombies immediately turned upon one another, and under his deliberate guidance, their deaths were swift and decisive. Through this cautious approach to combat, Ling Mo soon found himself at the entrance of a small supermarket. Though modest in size, the store was surprisingly well stocked, which was not difficult to comprehend. After all, not all survivors possess the means to scavenge food from such locales. After leaving Sha Na to keep watch at the door, Ling Mo and Yilian swiftly began their search within. As their backpacks filled with an array of provisions, Ling Mo felt a slight easing of his spirits. In this apocalyptic world, indeed, the greater the risk taken, the more substantial the rewards reaped. Chapter 55. My true target is the tentacle monster. Employing this method of steadfastness, Ling Mo successfully looted 2 more small supermarkets, amassing a considerable bounty. During this process, he intentionally tested his puppet control ability and discovered a notable improvement. Previously, without being able to see the invisible threads, he relied on eye contact to connect with the undead's spiritual aura. Now, the ethereal threads appeared increasingly distinct, almost to the point of materiality, which significantly reduced the limitations of his control. To establish a connection with the undead, he merely needed to entwine the invisible threads around their vacant spiritual forms. Yet to exert control, the threads had to penetrate deeper. For instance, his link with Sha Na was maintained merely through the entanglement of threads, whereas with Yilian, it felt as if their spiritual essences had melded completely, making manipulation effortless. Ling Mo aptly named these threads spiritual tentacles, abbreviated as tentacles. Observing the myriad tentacles radiating from himself, binding Sha Na and Yilian closely to him, a sly smile played upon Ling Mo's lips. If these tentacles could truly materialize, before he could delve further into such thoughts, he chuckled to himself with self-deprecation, mere mental force. Even if they could become tangible, would that not make me a tentacle monster? On the other hand, during the course of battle, he uncovered a significant observation. As fellow corpses, Yilian and Sha Na exhibited a remarkably harmonious interaction, devoid of the aggressiveness they displayed towards their other kind. However, their lack of cooperation became glaringly apparent, particularly when Ling Mo diminished his control over Yilian, allowing her to engage instinctively. Fighting independently, combined with their nature as mutated zombies, they tended to attack relentlessly, which could easily lead to complications in such an area teeming with the undead. Yet, if Ling Mo assumed the lead with the 2 of them in support, this issue was effortlessly resolved. Both Yilian and Sha Na would synchronize their movements with Ling Mo's attacks, significantly enhancing their combat efficiency. It seemed that my presence was indispensable. These two mutated female zombies could only coordinate with Ling Mo, which posed a considerable challenge to his own combat prowess. Fortunately, after his physical enhancements, although his strength did not increase, his speed had escalated remarkably. He could not only keep pace with Yulian's attack speed, but also guide Shana to launch her assaults more swiftly. This trio, one human and two corpses, exhibited a remarkable synergy, and with their cautious advance, they managed to navigate through without a single injury, dispatching numerous zombies along the way. Having nearly exhausted the search for resources, and after 2 or 3 hours since their departure, Ling Mo shifted his focus to hunting zombies, continuously employing his corpse manipulation abilities while maintaining a mental connection with the two female zombies. Ling Mo found his mental stamina waning despite the strength of his psychic tendrils. Indeed, in comparison to physical enhancements, the augmentation of his mental faculties proved to be of greater significance. The viral gel was undoubtedly a coveted resource, and the more, the better. However, while ordinary zombies were abundant on the streets, mutated ones were far more elusive. Thus, as he progressed, Ling Mo remained vigilant. The New Era Mall. From a distance, he spotted a large shopping center, and he was quite familiar with this establishment, knowing it to be the largest mall in the vicinity, bustling with an impressive footfall before the apocalypse. Such a locale would surely harbor mutated zombies. Upon reaching the mall, however, Ling Mo did not rush inside. Instead, he took a moment to catch his breath in a corner while observing the interior conditions. A large mall situated in a bustling district, it was teeming with an inconceivable number of zombies. As he surveyed the expansive space, it seemed as though the floor was nearly carpeted with the undead. Yet, in stark contrast to the overwhelming number of zombies, the mall's exits appeared exceedingly narrow and unremarkable. Initially, Ling Mo had harbored concerns that survivors might have previously ventured here, luring the zombies outside. But as he approached, he realized his worries were unfounded. Such a grand mall was evidently avoided by survivors. The goods within bore no relation to sustenance, and aside from individuals like Ling Mo with ulterior motives, who would dare approach. However, the absence of survivors did not imply that this place was devoid of traces of violence. In stark contrast, the vicinity near the mall's entrance was almost entirely stained with blood. Layers of congealed plasma and shredded flesh amalgamated to form an exceedingly putrid carpet of gore upon the ground. Fragments of torn clothing and scattered human bones were visible everywhere, evoking the ghastly image of a repugnant feast of human flesh that had once unfolded here. Inside the mall, the scene was no less grim. Scarcely a clean spot could be found. Even Ling Mo was compelled to wrinkle his brow at the overwhelming stench, while surprisingly, the two female zombies, Shana and Yulian, appeared somewhat exhilarated, with Shana's eyes even glinting with a faint redness. In this regard, her composure seemed inferior to Yulian's. Thus, Ling Mo vaguely sensed that although Shana had regained a greater semblance of reason, in terms of primal instincts and physicality, Yulian's evolution surpassed hers. Regardless, the allure of the sanguine scent was undeniably potent for the zombies. However, with such an intense odor, there is little concern that these creatures would detect the presence of a living human through their sense of smell. As long as he remained silent and concealed his movements, navigating this seemingly meat grinder-like mall might prove feasible. Moreover, Ling Mo had previously visited this mall and was aware that the higher one ascended, the more upscale the shops became, naturally resulting in fewer patrons. Furthermore, during the outbreak, it was likely that everyone had rushed downstairs. So while the first and second floors were inundated with zombies, the upper levels might well be devoid of them. At the very least, with several staircases within the mall, Ling Mo felt confident in his ability to escape. Having resolved his determination, Ling Mo took a deep breath and quietly circled the mall's perimeter, ultimately slipping through a side staff passage. Although Yulian and Shana could freely mingle among the horde of zombies, Ling Mo felt an instinctual unease at the sight of so many undead wandering within the mall. Consequently, he decided to keep the two mutated female zombies close by his side rather than forcefully charging through the main entrance. Entering through the staff passage led to a semi-enclosed space, allowing him to glimpse the interior of the mall through the partially ajar door while stealthily ascending the staircase. Though he did not come into direct contact with the throngs of zombies within the mall, the proximity to such a large number of them was still somewhat unnerving. Chapter 56. The Zombie Concentration Camp. As Ling Mo and his companions stepped inside, they were immediately confronted by two zombies, which he managed to control in the instant they lunged forward. Simultaneously, Shana and Yi Lian each seized one, swiftly snapping their necks and almost synchronously collapsing the bodies to the ground. Indeed, these two mutated female zombies exhibited remarkable synergy when working in concert with him. As Ling Mo had surmised, the first floor of the New Era Mall was teeming with zombies, while the upper levels appeared rather desolate. In a massive 9-story mall, the number of mutated zombies was likely substantial. Ling Mo felt he understood the behaviors of mutated zombies better than anyone, considering he had a genuine mutated female zombie. Yi Lian by his side. In the throes of hunger, Yi Lian would launch an assault on ordinary zombies. However, once her cravings were satiated, her desire to attack these common foes would markedly wane. Yet, there existed one notable exception. The presence of other mutated zombies would instantaneously ignite within her an intense yearning. It seemed as though a form of resonance existed among these mutated beings, likely due to their shared possession of that viral gel. The pure virus contained within the mutated zombies stirred Yi Lian's aggression far more than that of the ordinary undead. This phenomenon held true for other mutated zombies as well. For instance, on several occasions, Ling Mo observed that when confronted by mutated zombies, their primary targets were invariably Yi Lian, a fellow mutated entity, rather than himself, a living human. However, Ling Mo found it peculiar that neither Yi Lian nor Sha Na exhibited any reaction upon entering this place. The zombies remained eerily still, and despite the mall appearing overrun with the undead, it was enveloped in a chilling silence. It was more fitting to refer to this location as a zombie concentration camp rather than a mall. This uncanny quietude caused Ling Mo to grip his short knife even tighter. With such a vast congregation of zombies, the emergence of mutated ones was inevitable. Had they all vacated this area, or had they perished in mutual slaughter? A myriad of speculations flickered through Ling Mo's mind. Yet the sense of unease only intensified. It seemed he was not as composed as he ought to be. What was there to fear in the face of so many zombies? Ling Mo chastised himself inwardly, and gradually, his anxious demeanor began to settle. Although he had acquired abilities, his strength was still far from sufficient to disregard the terrifying horde. Venturing into the lion's den, even in pursuit of potentially great rewards, was fraught with anxiety and trepidation. Conversely, this predicament also provided Ling Mo with an unusual thrill, as he felt an unprecedented level of mental focus, as if every nerve in his body had been tautened. Indeed, pressure breeds motivation, making it easier to unleash one's latent potential. The concentration of his mental faculties resulted in heightened observational skills and enhanced puppeteering abilities. While he had yet to confront the zombies, Ling Mo discerned that his connection with Sha Na seemed to have experienced a subtle breakthrough due to this very moment. Previously, his tendrils merely grazed the surface of Sha Na's mental sphere, but now they seemed to have forcefully breached deeper layers. The resistance he felt emanating from the depths of Sha Na's psyche no longer posed the same formidable obstacle as before, which was indeed a fortunate development. Ling Mo felt a surge of joy. Although this level of connection was insufficient for controlling Sha Na, he distinctly noticed that Sha Na, upon casting a puzzled glance in his direction, subsequently revealed a hint of warmth. Indeed, strengthening their bond could render her more affectionate towards him, much like Yi Lian. Was this akin to increasing one's favorability? Such a thought flickered through Ling Mo's mind. Upon reaching a certain threshold of affinity, he might successfully win over that beautiful form. The number of zombies in the safety corridor was significantly fewer than those outside. However, to avoid alarming the zombies in the hall below, Ling Mo had to exert considerable effort. The once bustling areas now felt the weight of survival's difficulty, a sentiment Ling Mo experienced firsthand. Such a grand shopping mall, once teeming with life, had now transformed into a forbidden zone. Were it not for the presence of a staff corridor, even Ling Mo would hesitate to venture inside. After all, the distinction between adventure and certain death is stark. At this moment, Ling Mo and his companions had ascended to the 3rd floor, where the number of zombies was noticeably diminished, allowing them to act more boldly. Yet, much to Ling Mo's dismay, neither Sha Na nor Yi Lian sensed the presence of any mutated zombies. Nevertheless, an unsettling feeling lingered in Ling Mo's mind, causing him a degree of agitation. Could it be that there were truly no mutated zombies here? Damn, what a wasted trip. As they continued upward, the zombie count dwindled further, and Ling Mo's hopes began to wane. It was truly unfortunate that in daring to explore this shopping mall, He had not even caught a glimpse of a mutated zombie. Was he really going to retrace his steps? Ling Mo felt a pang of reluctance. After some contemplation, he decided to venture a bit further inside. The third floor predominantly featured jewelry counters, with a portion repurposed into a supermarket selling household appliances and trinkets, lacking any significant value for collection. The number of zombies wandering here was sparse, and they mostly congregated in the center. With ample cover available, as long as they remained quiet, it would be difficult to attract the undead's attention. To avoid being encircled by the zombies, Ling Mo deliberately kept close to the wall as he approached the interior. His objective was the restroom, conveniently situated at the center of the third floor. He was resolute. If he reached that point and neither Yulien nor Xiana reacted, he would have to concede defeat and return the way he came. Fortunately, being in a bustling area, even if this mall yielded no mutated zombies, there were still other locations to explore. However, as they drew nearer to the restroom, Ling Mo's spirits began to sink. It appeared he would indeed return empty-handed. Unexpectedly, just as he halted to turn back, Xiana suddenly stopped and quietly remarked, "I have a bad feeling." No sooner had she spoken than a shadow erupted from the restroom, lunging at Xiana and dragging her back inside before Ling Mo's very eyes. Damn! Ling Mo's heart skipped a beat. The shadow had brushed past him so swiftly that he barely caught a glimpse of its form. Despite having enhanced his speed, it was evident that this shadow moved even faster, surpassing even Yulien, if its target had been him instead of Xiana, regardless of the shadow's identity. One thing was clear to Ling Mo. He was enraged. To snatch someone right before his eyes while he was powerless to intervene was infuriating. As Xiana was dragged away, Ling Mo was already sprinting after her. Under his control, Yulien followed him with the agility of a swift leopard. Chapter 57. Greetings, Sister Corpse. From a moment the shadow appeared to when Xiana was dragged away. Merely a blink of an eye passed. Yet, by the time Ling Mo and Yulien rushed in, the shadow had already pulled Xiana completely into the women's restroom. The door to the restroom lay shattered, and the once pristine interior resembled the disemboweled belly of a zombie. Deep brown streaks of blood adorned the walls, floor, and even the ceiling. The glaring sunlight streamed through the open window, but rather than offering warmth, it rendered the space even more sinister and chilling. At that moment, Xiana was pinned to the ground by the shadow. However, the instinct of her mutated zombie form was fully awakened by the attack. Her eyes had turned a blood-red hue, and she pressed a long knife firmly against the shadow, attempting to resist. Yet, the trembling of her arms betrayed the overwhelming force of the shadow, indicating that she could not hold out for long. With incredible speed and immense strength, Ling Mo quickly assessed the situation upon witnessing this scene. Without needing to exert deliberate control, Yulien, driven by her zombie instincts, charged forward. Her eyes gleamed with a crimson light, and as she suddenly approached the shadow, her curved blade was raised high, a glint of cold light slicing through the air. To Ling Mo's astonishment, Yulien's fierce ambush missed its mark. The shadow's reaction was astonishingly swift, almost imperceptible to the naked eye. When Yulien's blade fell, the shadow deftly evaded, retreating to the corner of the wall. A zombie capable of evasion, even if mutated, would not typically respond to attacks in such a manner, as evasion is contrary to a zombie's nature. Could it be that this shadow was not an ordinary mutated zombie? Despite his shock, seeing Xiana finally freed, Ling Mo hurried over to pull her to his side, while simultaneously commanding Yulien to step back 2 paces, adopting a defensive posture. This zombie was no ordinary foe. Allowing Yulien to recklessly attack would surely lead to disaster. At that moment, Ling Mo comprehended why he had felt an unsettling apprehension upon entering the mall. The source of this anxiety was undoubtedly the zombie before him. His mental acuity far surpassed that of the average person, rendering his senses extraordinarily sharp. And that feeling of unease was likely an instinctive intuition triggered by proximity to a formidable enemy. Reflecting on the vast expanse of the mall devoid of any mutated zombies, Ling Mo began to surmise the origins of this particular undead. It had evidently hunted down all the mutated zombies within the mall, culminating in the creation of this terrifying creature, one that surpassed mutated zombies in strength. It possessed intelligence, elevating it to an entirely new level, capable of stealth and ambush. It even understood how to dodge when attacked. This was an evolved zombie. Not only did this advanced zombie far exceed the typical mutated zombie in strength, but it had also transitioned from merely instinctual behavior to exhibiting a degree of consciousness. The blood-red eyes, flickering beneath its disheveled hair, no longer represented mere bloodlust, as they conveyed a more complex and sinister awareness. He caught a glimpse of a sinister glint within her gaze. Indeed, it was a sinister glint. This was the first time Ling Mo had observed an emotional fluctuation in a zombie's eyes, aside from the bloodthirsty frenzy typically displayed by Yi Lian and Xian'an. Under Ling Mo's scrutiny, the advanced zombie maintained a peculiar posture, its body hunched and knees slightly bent, resembling a ravenous wolf poised to pounce. After a tense standoff lasting mere seconds, the advanced zombie began to stir restlessly. As it cautiously advanced from the shadows, Ling Mo finally discerned her appearance. She possessed a wild mane of wavy hair, her blood-streaked face still faintly revealing traces of former heavy makeup, and her dress was tattered beyond recognition. However, what caught Ling Mo's attention was the sight of a pair of underwear, now unrecognizable in color, hanging from her left ankle. It appeared that when the catastrophe struck, this female zombie had not yet had the chance to don her undergarments before her transformation. A cold smirk crept across Ling Mo's face. At that moment, he felt an immense pressure emanating from this pantless female zombie, yet it paradoxically instilled a sense of calm within him. Despite her formidable strength and a hint of rationality, she was not invincible. She was merely more challenging than the typical mutated zombies. Had it not been for Ling Mo's reluctance to see Yi Lian and Xian'an harmed, he could have easily commanded the two mutated female zombies to pounce, ensuring the demise of this adversary in such a confined space. However, he would never resort to such a mutually destructive tactic. Yet, within this restroom, she was the sole zombie present, leaving him with no other minions to command. Otherwise, relying solely on his necromantic abilities, he could have overwhelmed her with sheer numbers. Seizing the moment while the zombie continued to cautiously advance, Ling Mo's pupils contracted sharply as invisible tendrils, formed from his mental energy, surged towards her. However, the instant the tendrils made contact with her mental aura, a powerful rebounding force jolted back. The tendrils were repelled, and a sharp pain shot through Ling Mo's head, causing his expression to change dramatically. Indeed, this mutated zombie exhibited a greater degree of restored rationality than Yi Lian. With his current puppet-manipulating capabilities, he was utterly unable to control her. Ling Mo's actions provoked the pantless female zombie, who emitted a low, raspy growl from her throat, retreating slightly before launching herself forward with alarming speed. Her target unmistakably Ling Mo. In that instant, Ling Mo felt a gust of wind rush towards him. Despite dodging to the side, just in time, and directing Yi Lian to swing her curved blade in defense, while Xian'an also gripped her weapon tightly and struck forward. The speed of the female zombie's reaction far surpassed Ling Mo's. Yi Lian and Xian'an's attacks arrived a fraction too late, and as Ling Mo barely managed to sidestep, he suddenly felt an overwhelming force. The female zombie had spread her legs apart, her hands pressing down on his shoulders, and with a powerful thrust, she sent him crashing to the ground. The impact knocked the wind out of Ling Mo, causing his stomach to churn violently as if his insides had been shattered. Coupled with the force of his head striking the hard floor, a wave of dizziness washed over him. Even his short blade slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. At the precipice of life and death, Ling Mo suddenly unleashed an extraordinary willpower, managing to suppress the urge to spit blood. He seized the neck of the female zombie, preventing her from biting down immediately. As he withstood her onslaught, Yi Lian and Xian'an had already lunged forward, their blades gleaming with lethal intent aimed at the undead creature. The female zombie exhibited a keen sense of danger, yet Ling Mo, having narrowly escaped her lethal grip, was determined not to let her evade this time. Despite his arms feeling as though they might shatter, he clung on resolutely, even gritting his teeth to free one hand, and, with all his might, delivered a powerful punch to her face. With a resounding thud, the impact caused the zombie's head to jerk to the side, and a spray of foul blood erupted from her mouth, accompanied by fragments of teeth. However, this blow did not incapacitate her. Rather, it ignited her ferocity. She grasped Ling Mo's shoulders with both hands and forcefully pressed down. Had he not fought back with all his strength, her razor-like claws would have surely torn through flesh. Nevertheless, the weight of her grip bore down relentlessly. Agonizing pain surged through him, and he could hear the sickening crack of his scapula, his arms involuntarily weakening. Seizing the opportunity, the female zombie darted over his head. her pale backside just evading the subsequent lethal strikes of cold light. The excruciating pain threatened to plunge Ling Mo into darkness. Yet he gritted his teeth and reached for a nearby short blade, swiftly rising to his feet. However, as he stood and looked up, he saw Sha Na rushing past him. A flash of crimson ignited in her eyes as she thrust her longsword forward, her waist twisting with the momentum, gracefully pivoting alongside the female zombie's body. In this critical moment, the significance of technique became apparent. Despite the proximity of the female zombie's swift strikes, her attacks were singular in nature. Sha Na, utilizing her remarkable agility, not only evaded the zombie's assault, but also struck her with precision. However, the blade aimed for the zombie's heart merely grazed beneath her left armpit as the creature narrowly dodged, inflicting a deep wound that gushed blood but did not compromise her core. Crucially, Sha Na's reflexes paled in comparison to those of the mutated zombie. Before she could stabilize her footing, the zombie, disregarding her own injuries, pivoted sharply and swung her arm back with force. In an instant, Sha Na was sent hurtling through the air like a severed kite. Yet, as a mutated zombie, she adeptly adjusted her posture mid-flight, landing gracefully on the ground, seemingly unscathed. Nonetheless, the sheer force that propelled her indicated the formidable strength of the mutated zombie. As Sha Na was sent flying, Ling Mo, in a swift response, rushed out alongside Yi Lian, seizing the precious opportunity while the female zombie was momentarily weakened due to her injuries. Both wielded their blades, striking at her with precision. With two arcs of crimson shooting forth, nearly half of the zombie's body was cleaved open. Before her corpse could hit the ground, Yi Lian had already pivoted to her rear, deftly using her curved knife to extract the viral gel from the zombie's brain. With a resounding thud, the body collapsed, and a torrent of blood erupted forth. "We must hurry." Ling Mo, disregarding the searing pain in his shoulder, urged Sha Na and Yi Lian to retrace their steps. As they entered the safety corridor, the third floor was stirred into chaos, with zombies flocking toward the restroom. These undead, which had recently appeared ghostly and lifeless, swiftly filled the restroom, ravenously tearing at the corpse of the female zombie, splattering blood and flesh in a frenzied display. Chapter 58. More than just puppetry. The advanced zombies exhibited significantly stronger combat abilities compared to their mutated counterparts, with the most notable distinction being their nascent awareness. Zombies like Yi Lian only displayed the faintest traces of consciousness. However, that recent zombie, lacking undergarments, clearly possessed a semblance of genuine self-awareness, perhaps still incomplete, yet a qualitative leap from those driven solely by instinct. One can imagine that, should she have the opportunity to further evolve, she would undoubtedly become a terrifying killing machine. Hidden within this maw, she would have ample sources of sustenance for a considerable time, as mutated zombies would continuously emerge to nourish her evolution. Yet, the sudden appearance of Ling Mo and his companions sealed her fate. This marked the first instance since Ling Mo had acquired his puppetry abilities that he had sustained injury from a zombie, nearly losing his life in the process. To claim he felt no fear would be a lie. In fact, even after fleeing to a safe distance, his heart continued to race. The ferocity of the encounter was astounding. He had not anticipated the emergence of a creature stronger than the mutated zombies. Ling Mo's expression darkened momentarily, but soon his spirits lifted. Clearly, advanced zombies were a rarity. In a sprawling metropolis teeming with millions of zombies, there might be a handful like her. However, these zombies evolved gradually on their own, while Ling Mo could expedite the enhancement of Yi Lian and Sha Na through his abilities. If one advanced zombie was formidable, what might two advanced zombies under his guidance become? Ling Mo's mind began to wander into possibilities, contemplating what being stronger than advanced zombies might look like. Rather than merely hypothesizing, he resolved to cultivate the two most powerful zombies himself. Ling Mo's gaze ignited with fervor. Sha Na had expressed her unwillingness to return to her former self, and it was reasonable to assume that Yi Lian felt similarly. Since returning to the human collective is no longer an option, it becomes imperative for them to possess formidable strength in order to survive in this world. Otherwise, they will inevitably attract the attention of more powerful zombies. Today, Sha Na was ambushed, which served as a wake-up call for Ling Mo. Moreover, the basic consciousness exhibited by the advanced zombies indicates that their evolution indeed signifies a dual enhancement of both physical prowess and intellect. This aligns perfectly with his initial aspirations. Just the thought of traversing this city, now transformed into a sea of corpses, alongside two of the strongest zombies, filled him with a sense of exhilaration. However, the sharp pain radiating from his shoulder abruptly shattered Ling Mo's delightful reverie. Gritting his teeth, he clutched his shoulder and sought refuge in a relatively quiet corner. Upon shedding his clothing, the corners of his eyes twitched involuntarily. The strength of the advanced zombie was overwhelming, leaving 5 dark bruises on his shoulder and causing it to swell slightly. The apocalypse is indeed fraught with peril. Despite possessing supernatural abilities and having 2 powerful mutated zombies by his side, the threat of death looms perpetually. While others might strive to avoid danger, Ling Mo found himself unable to do so. Fantasies, though enticing, are not easily realized. Elevating Yilian and Shana necessitates an abundance of virus gel. On another front, this battle revealed Ling Mo's shortcomings. When faced with mentally robust opponents like the advanced zombies, his puppet manipulation abilities proved ineffective, while close combat remained his Achilles heel. His combat prowess holds an advantage only against ordinary individuals and typical zombies. Against advanced zombies, he becomes utterly defenseless. If this continues, he would merely become a burden to Yi Lian and Shana, relying on their protection, an outcome Ling Mo could not accept. Ling Mo sensed that his puppet manipulation abilities still held significant potential for development. Today's encounter with the advanced zombies had thoroughly awakened him. Relying solely on controlling zombies would not suffice. He must explore the untapped potential of his abilities. Besides manipulation, could he not leverage this power to genuinely enhance his combat effectiveness? Of course, this exploratory process would likely not be straightforward. What does it matter? In comparison to those survivors with nothing, he at least possesses the capital to strive and a motivation greater than mere survival. Ling Mo inwardly scorned himself for a moment. Now that he has acquired these abilities, he must swiftly harness their advantages to the fullest, no matter how challenging. After all, compared to ordinary individuals, he is already fortunate. Typical survivors, apart from joining camps like the one led by Wang Lin, which rely on collective strength to seek survival, have few alternatives. Those with sufficient audacity and shamelessness may even cling to the strong. There will always be those willing to harbor parasites, such as Shana, who has now transformed into a mutated zombie, but was once a simple-minded girl. Most of those who have survived in this perilous, terrifying environment have likely lost their sense of purpose. Their existence revolves solely around the will to continue living. Ling Mo, however, is different. It is precisely because of a more significant purpose that one is propelled with the motivation and courage to navigate such perilous situations, and thus finds even greater justification to continue risking it all. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, he gritted his teeth and raised his arm, pressing on his shoulder, immediately drawing a sharp breath from the pain. Thankfully, it seemed he had not injured the bone. "Shana, please lend a hand." Ling Mo retrieved a tube of ointment from his pocket, a treasure acquired during a previous visit to a pharmacy, a pain-relieving balm. Such a commonplace remedy, worth merely 10 yuan, had now become a coveted item in these trying times. After all, constantly grappling amidst piles of corpses inevitably leads to injuries. Minor wounds could often be disregarded, but injuries to the limbs could prove to be perilously life-threatening. At present, Ling Mo could scarcely lift his hand, let alone engage in combat. Yet, as he handed the ointment to Shana, he couldn't help but smile wryly. Perhaps it was due to her earlier ambush by an evolved zombie, followed by a fierce struggle, that Shana's eyes remained a blood-red hue. In her mutated state, while she could comprehend his words, asking the fiercely aggressive Shana to assist him in applying the ointment was a daunting prospect. Observing the murderous glint in her gaze, as her lips subtly quivered in focus upon him, Ling Mo swallowed hard and discreetly shifted his gaze to Yilian. Although he was the one orchestrating the situation, it was ultimately Yi Lian who had taken the initiative. Under the cool touch of Yi Lian's small hand, despite the excruciating pain causing his entire body to convulse, Ling Mo managed to endure. By the time he donned his clothing again, a fine sheen of cold sweat had formed upon his forehead. Nevertheless, even with the application of this balm, full recovery would likely take several days. In this apocalyptic world, having access to medicine for application was an exceedingly lavish privilege. The remainder would depend on one's inherent regenerative capabilities. For zombies, such injuries would scarcely impede their function, and their recovery would be swift. Like the mutated Shana, even after being struck away, she sustained no harm. After catching his breath, Ling Mo produced a plastic bag. accepting the recent spoils from Yi Lian, viral gel extracted from the evolved zombie. Even through the plastic, the uniqueness of this gel was evident. It was smaller than the typical viral gel found within the brains of mutated zombies. It was almost entirely blood red, devoid of any other hues. When held up to the light, it resembled a lustrous ruby. Despite harboring resentment towards the evolved zombie, Ling Mo couldn't deny the gel's striking beauty. The longer he gazed at it, the more entranced he became. Who could ever guess that it had been extracted from a zombie's brain? This narrative, in essence, follows a young boy aspiring to become a hero, who, upon acquiring an invincible treasure pouch, embarks on a journey to charm maidens and ultimately vanquish the Demon King. Chapter 59. The future indeed holds tentacled beasts. Upon regaining his focus, Ling Mo suddenly displayed a look of incredulity. After gazing vacantly at the viral gel for a while, Ling Mo's lips twitched slightly. He slowly brought his nose closer and took a deep breath. After staring intently for 2 seconds, his expression shifted to one of peculiar bewilderment. Why did he find this substance appealing? This was an exceedingly grave and serious matter. As an ordinary human being, Ling Mo was astounded at the thought that he found the viral gel extracted from a zombie's brain to be fragrant. Previously, upon catching a whiff of the viral gel, his stomach would churn violently. It would not be an exaggeration to say that even a slight inhalation could render him faint. Only Yi Lian and Xiana, the 2 zombie maidens, could regard the viral gel as delectable. Ling Mo had often mused that it would be preferable if the scent were somewhat milder. Yet he had never imagined that one day he would find it aromatic. This was a delicacy belonging to the undead. Ling Mo stared blankly at the viral gel for an extended period before suddenly shoving it into his pocket, his expression becoming exceedingly complex. No, this must be an illusion. I have not transformed into a zombie. Surely, it cannot be that spending every day in the company of these zombie maidens has altered my sense of smell. Although both Yi Lian and Xian are mutated zombies, they carry no foul, sanguinary scent. In fact, Ling Mo was certain they were far cleaner than most survivors. Whenever he could find an ample water source, he would make it a point to wash the 2 zombie maidens. Of course, this was certainly not for the purpose of admiring their alluring figures. The influence he received from Yi Lian and Xia Na could only stem from their mutual spiritual connection. The more he thought about it, the more questions flooded Ling Mo's mind. When engaging in combat or enhancing the zombie puppets, he experienced a sense of ferocity, as though he too had transformed into a zombie, albeit within the confines of his control. With a modicum of restraint, he encountered no issues. The sole instance of losing control occurred in the tea house at the plaza, when he allowed Yi Lian to consume pure gel for evolution. However, Ling Mo disregarded this, attributing the intensity of the influence to his insufficient willpower. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed that after that incident, his reaction to the pungent odor of the viral gel had indeed changed. At the time, he had been engulfed in anxiety over the potential for infection and mutation, thus failing to notice this detail. If this alone did not suffice to elucidate the matter, then what of the continuous enhancement of his mental prowess through their spiritual connection? Although his appearance remained unchanged and his rationality was unaffected, it appeared that, in terms of his psyche and even his senses, subtle transformations were incessantly occurring. Could the ability to manipulate puppets gradually be transforming him into a zombie among humans? Ling Mo's heart skipped a beat. No, it shouldn't be this way. Furrowing his brow, he pondered, faintly sensing that he had grasped a crucial point. The spiritual connection between the undead and Ling Mo has brought about a profound transformation, primarily enhancing his mental fortitude, while the physical alterations are of secondary importance. For Ling Mo, mental fortitude encompasses concentration, observation, and willpower. If one were to attribute the sensation of frenzy to the influence on willpower, then the strength of his control over the zombies should stem from his concentration. Yet, what are the changes in his sense of smell? Could they be related to his powers of observation? In a moment of perplexity, Ling Mo retrieved the gel and scrutinized it closely. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could he attempt to utilize his mental fortitude to examine the gel, akin to how he observed the spiritual orbs of the zombies? With this notion ignited, Ling Mo felt invigorated. However, as seconds ticked by, the viral gel remained an ordinary substance in his eyes. At that moment, he also noticed that his mental tendrils appeared to be tinged with a faint crimson hue. Could this be the reason for his newfound acceptance of the viral gel? After all, his mental fortitude had grown alongside his control over the zombies. and through the continuous spiritual connection with them, he had become somewhat infected by their essence. Consider the mutated zombies like Yi. Their spiritual orbs are indeed of vivid crimson. This line of thought suggested that the frenzy he experienced and the changes he felt towards the viral gel were intricately tied to the infection of his mental fortitude. Indeed, although Ling Mo remained human, his mental prowess had been influenced by the undead. Yet, as long as his rationality persisted, this influence was trivial compared to the strength of his mental abilities. One cannot reap rewards without paying a price, and Ling Mo quickly reconciled with this realization. He even pondered further. His ability to share vision and hearing with the undead might stem from the fact that his mental fortitude and the zombie's spiritual orbs belong to the same category. Perhaps previously, his mental prowess was too feeble to manifest this connection, or he had possessed mental tendrils without being aware of them. Despite this discovery, he had yet to make any progress in controlling the viral gel. Just as Ling Mo began to lose hope, berating himself for being a fool, a sudden, sharp pain pierced his mind, and before his eyes, the viral gel underwent a startling transformation. Ling Mo's eyes widened in astonishment. A mental tendril extended forth, enveloping the gel, and he experienced a peculiar sensation. This gel was alive. This revelation startled Ling Mo, almost compelling him to discard it in fright. The gel, or more accurately, the virus within, was still viable. Even after the host's demise, the virus remained alive. What extraordinary vitality! No wonder it was so infectious. Yet in an instant, realization dawned upon him, and a smile spread across his face. Indeed, the ability to control the puppets was far from simplistic. His previous thoughts had been too narrow-minded. Failing to consider this deeper layer, what underpins the ability to manipulate puppets is the power of the mind. The capacity to command the undead stems from transforming mental energy into ethereal tendrils, thereby invading their psychic realm and achieving control. If one can infiltrate the mental domain of zombies, is it not conceivable to make contact with other entities through these tendrils? For instance, the essence of viral gel is constituted by viral organisms, and my mental tendrils could certainly interface with it. Furthermore, considering that living beings are indeed a form of matter, my ability to interact with them might extend to other objects as well. Once contact is made, could control be established? Since there is no immediate way to continue the journey and a respite is required, Ling Mo eagerly embarked on an experiment to exert control over the virus. With Yi and Sha Na on guard, safety was momentarily assured. Unlike zombies, which, despite their lack of reason, still possess some mental fluctuations, viruses are devoid of any mental energy. Thus, Ling Mo's tendrils encountered no hindrance whatsoever. In fact, it could be said that he infused the viral gel with his mental energy. The entry of the tendrils was seamless, yet once inside, the viral gel exhibited no remarkable transformations. Could it move? No. It was evident that the virus could not stir, leaving Ling Mo somewhat disheartened. However, he soon discerned an anomaly. Relative to the volume of the viral gel and its complete absence of mental energy, Ling Mo's mental tendrils were undeniably potent. This power manifested when, as he slowly retracted the tendrils, he felt the viral gel shift slightly. This was assuredly not a figment of his imagination. While vision may deceive, the sensations from his mental faculties would not err. Although he could not control the viral gel, he could influence its movement through his tendrils. After the initial shock, Ling Mo's expression transformed into one of sheer delight. It turned out that the tendrils born from his manipulation ability could be utilized in such a manner. Even without direct control over the entity, the tendrils could still affect its actions and perhaps even distort its perceptions, skewing its judgment. This revelation illuminated the true application of his manipulation ability. He could command not only the undead, but also harness his own mental prowess. Indeed, was my future evolving towards that of a tentacled entity? Ling Mo's countenance became increasingly complex. During the hour-long respite, Ling Mo diligently explored how to wield his mental energy with greater finesse, essentially seeking ways to enhance the lethality of his tendrils. With Yi and Sha Na taking turns as sparring partners, he quickly began to uncover certain techniques. Subsequently, he shifted his focus to utilizing mental energy for object manipulation. However, Ling Mo's experience was primarily confined to the control of living beings, and the abrupt transition to inanimate objects left him momentarily bewildered. It is also possible that his mental tendrils were not yet sufficiently robust, as he failed to succeed after several attempts. The closest encounter with success for Ling Mo occurred when he managed to make a single leaf tremble. However, that minuscule movement nearly caused his head to explode. Although this achievement left Ling Mo feeling somewhat dissatisfied, he recognized that progress is made step by step. Discovering an alternative application for his puppet manipulation abilities brought him considerable joy. He anticipated that with the further enhancement of his mental strength, the success rate of such attempts would significantly increase. The exertion of controlling mental energy proved to be exceedingly taxing for Ling Mo. After over an hour of research, he had reached his limit. Continuing further would only leave him gasping for breath. Noticing that his shoulders had improved considerably, Ling Mo promptly set out with Yilian and Sha Na. To his dismay, a torrential downpour began on their return journey. Nevertheless, in order to reach the construction site before nightfall, Ling Mo resolved to press on. While zombies are indifferent to rain, he could not bear the thought of Yilian and Sha Na becoming drenched. So he made a point of acquiring raincoats for them from a small shop along the way. The sight of 3 figures clad in deep blue raincoats trudging through the heavy rain was likely a rare spectacle in the city. This marked the first deluge since the onset of the apocalypse, with large raindrops pounding the ground and washing away the nearly congealed bloodstains. The rainwater formed small streams of dark red and black upon the earth, a heart-wrenching reminder of the countless lives lost to reach such a grim state. With Yilian and Sha Na leading the way, the trio moved swiftly through the downpour, returning to the construction site before the daylight faded further. After briefly sorting through the supplies they had collected and consuming a bowl of noodles, Ling Mo retrieved the advanced zombie virus gel. Originally, he had intended for Yilian and Sha Na to each receive half. However, when he handed the gel to Sha Na, she hesitated and then divided her portion, leaving herself with only about 1/3. Noticing Ling Mo's puzzled expression, Sha Na tentatively remarked, "Having too much of this is too pure." Ling Mo suddenly understood. Sha Na's level of physical evolution was not on par with Yilian's, and consuming too much could overwhelm her. For safety's sake, he instructed Sha Na and Yilian to take the virus gel sequentially. Perhaps due to their evolution having reached a certain threshold, neither succumbed to unconsciousness despite the gel being considerably more refined than previous doses. Their eyes rapidly turned crimson, awakening their instincts as mutated zombies. In this state, they struggled against the virus's further transformation. However, Ling Mo did not anticipate that this enhancement would persist for a full 3 days. Throughout this period, although Sha Na and Yilian remained conscious, they were entirely unaware of their surroundings. Ling Mo even refrained from probing deeper, fearing the tumultuous waves within their bodies and mental realms. Ling Mo once again sensed his own enhancement. However, similar to before, his physical improvements remained modest, with only slight advancements in strength and speed. In contrast, his mental prowess saw a significant increase, and his mental tendrils became more agile, taking on a hue closer to that of blood. This development greatly pleased Ling Mo, for he had uncovered the true potential of his puppetry ability, realizing that a stronger mental capacity was inherently advantageous. The first to consume the virus gel was Sha Na, who also emerged from her state of disorientation first. She cast a bewildered glance at Ling Mo, but soon her expression began to clear. "I seem to remember many things." Upon hearing this, Ling Mo was momentarily taken aback, and then his face lit up with sheer delight. Her tone bore an uncanny resemblance to Sha Na before her mutation. Although still somewhat aloof and lacking in emotion, she was remarkably close to her former self. If an uninformed observer were present, they would likely perceive nothing amiss about Sha Na, nor would they guess that she had transformed into a zombie. "What do you remember?" Ling Mo inquired, his excitement palpable. Sha Na fixed her gaze on Ling Mo's eyes and articulated deliberately, "I remember you." At this, Ling Mo's expression became notably awkward. "You took advantage of me under the pretext of giving me a bath." The more Sha Na spoke, the more complex Ling Mo's expression grew. What was this situation? Shouldn't the first act upon regaining rationality involve reflecting on life, reminiscing about the past, and expressing gratitude for Ling Mo's efforts? Even if she did not wish to offer herself, surely a tender kiss would not be too much to ask? Ling Mo had often envisioned the moment when Sha Na and Yilian regained their senses. Perhaps it would be deeply moving, or perhaps a spark igniting between them. Yet, this was decidedly not that scenario. Although Sha Na's tone was remarkably calm, devoid of emotional fluctuation if one disregarded her words. She bore a striking resemblance to her demeanor from 3 days prior. While she had remembered these things before, she had never articulated them, probably considering such matters unworthy of special attention. Could it be that Shauna's rationality had completely returned? At that moment, Shauna unexpectedly added in a detached manner, "I suppose this is what you humans refer to, right?" "Huh? You humans?" Ling Mo found himself momentarily stunned. Upon hearing this term, his gaze towards Shauna grew increasingly complex. Previously, Shauna had stated that she was no longer human, nor did she wish to revert to humanity, and she had been reluctant to recall her past. It was surprising that upon regaining her rationality to this extent, she still harbored such sentiments. However, this was also understandable. If she were to consider herself human, that would indeed be problematic. Setting aside other concerns, the mere memories of her consuming the virus gel were sufficient to drive her to despair. After her mutation, Shauna had become an entirely different species, a zombie. She could regain her memories, yet her essence would not revert. Essentially, regardless of how restored her rationality might be, she remained, at her core, a zombie. Regardless of how many memories she has reclaimed from her human past, at this moment, she can only approach problems with a mindset befitting a zombie. Chapter 61. The Restoration of Memory. Have all your previous memories returned? Ling Mo seized the opportunity to change the subject quickly. "No, I merely sense that there are many more things occupying my mind," Shauna replied, a hint of confusion flickering in her eyes. "Many, yet they seem so vague. It is no wonder, although these memories should have emerged over the past 3 days. The sheer volume of information is too vast to be assimilated so swiftly. It is likely that Shauna is now even more bewildered than before. With each evolution, fragments of her memories, sealed away by the virus, are released. Even during her constant observations and contemplations, her reason gradually restores itself. However, even with this foundation, recalling an overwhelming amount all at once is not easily done. To be able to speak so fluently right after awakening is a testament to her remarkable composure. Moreover, judging by Shauna's expression, she seems rather indifferent to these memories. This is perhaps the mentality of a zombie. She exhibits little interest in her experiences as a human. In fact, upon regaining consciousness, the first thoughts that crossed her mind were the shameless encounters she had with Ling Mo after becoming a zombie. Ling Mo vaguely sensed that Shauna might be deliberately avoiding those memories. Noticing Ling Mo's peculiar gaze upon her, Shauna shook her head and said, "I think this is perfectly fine now, so you need not look at me like that." It seems Shauna has indeed regained much, even to the point of understanding subtle social cues. Ling Mo couldn't help but let out a wry smile. In truth, he could not quite articulate his current feelings. He had initially hoped for both Yi Lian and Shauna to fully regain their sanity, even if their bodies remained as zombies. He wished for their rationality to mirror that of humans. Deep down, he has always believed that, despite their current state as zombies, there would come a day when they would restore their humanity in terms of reason, especially with Yi Lian. Since the moment he found her, she had already succumbed to zombification, and his hopes for her recovery were the highest. After all, his relationship with Shauna was mostly forged after her transformation, while with Yi Lian, it was rooted in her humanity. Yet now, it seems that this hope is utterly unattainable. Once one becomes a zombie, their very essence undergoes a complete metamorphosis. Aside from retaining a human appearance, nothing else bears resemblance to humanity. As a zombie, viewing humans as mere prey, how could one expect their emotions to reflect those of their quarry? For Yi Lian and Shauna, the only individual they regard differently is Ling Mo. This is partly due to the profound spiritual connection they share, and perhaps also because Ling Mo's mental strength resonates with theirs. Can he be considered a kindred spirit? "You don't seem very happy," Shauna remarked, fixing her gaze intently into Ling Mo's eyes. Suddenly, she leaned forward, her cold lips brushing gently against his. "Would this make you happy? You seem to enjoy this." Shauna's kiss momentarily left Ling Mo in a daze. However, he quickly emerged from his turmoil. Indeed, it was evident that Shauna and Yi Lian would likely never revert to their former human selves, but what of it? Ling Mo couldn't help but silently berate himself. He had never contemplated how Yi Lian and Shauna would perceive him as a zombie if they were to regain normal human cognition. For them, would not the best outcome resemble Shauna's condition? Although the memories shared with Yi Lian were plentiful, did the bonds forged after her transformation into a zombie not deserve to be cherished? The camaraderie of fighting side by side, reliant on one another for survival, was no less profound than the emotions experienced before the apocalypse. With this thought in mind, Ling Mo chuckled heartily and wrapped his arms around Shauna, suddenly posing the question, "Tell me, do you enjoy being teased?" This was indeed a momentous inquiry. Few men would dare to directly ask such a question of a young woman, let alone one who was a zombie. The opportunity to pose such a question, and the courage to do so, likely belonged solely to Ling Mo. In truth, the question had slipped from his lips before he had fully considered it, and now he eagerly awaited Shauna's response. "Pinching hurts. I dislike it." Although she was a zombie, Shauna asserted that her capacity for judgment was merely diminished. Yet she could still distinguish between pain and comfort. Ling Mo felt a surge of urgency. While pinching was painful, the first time would be even more so. Would Shauna not refuse? What if the pain drove her into a frenzy, reverting her to a pure zombie state? How would he navigate that situation? It was noteworthy that each time Shauna experienced pain, a hint of a transformation into a zombie seemed to arise. Yet, seeing Shauna frown again, seemingly overwhelmed by a torrent of memories, Ling Mo refrained from further discussion on the matter. After all, there would be ample time and opportunity. "Let us not dwell on this. Let us take a moment to rest," he said with a twinge of concern. A few hours after Shauna regained consciousness, Yilian also returned to her senses. When she suddenly turned her gaze upon him, Ling Mo felt his heart skip a beat. Shauna's evolution was fundamentally different from Yilian's. She had not completely lost her rationality from the outset, and her subsequent evolution had primarily enhanced her mental faculties. In contrast, Yilian was a true zombie, her evolutionary journey mirroring that of typical undead. Upon witnessing the advanced zombie, Ling Mo had already steeled himself for the transformation. Compared to Shauna, Yilian's evolution would likely lean more towards physical prowess, while her rationality would evolve from a mindless beast to a being with a semblance of intelligence, akin to the advanced zombie. However, instilling her with human-like emotions in a timely manner would prove quite challenging. As Yilian concluded her transformation, Ling Mo immediately sensed a profound change within her. Her eyes were gradually regaining their normal hue, yet the terrifying aura emanating from her made it impossible for him to shake the feeling that he was confronting a ferocious beast. Compared to the advanced zombie, the differences were negligible. Having consumed nearly 2/3 of the viral gel, the enhancements Yilian had acquired were undeniably formidable. Ling Mo faintly sensed that she was on the brink of advancement, requiring merely one more enhancement to transcend into an advanced zombie. However, after maneuvering Yilian's body, Ling Mo discerned the distinctions between her and the advanced zombie. Although that advanced zombie exhibited remarkable speed, it was evidently superior in strength. In contrast, Yilian lacked in power, yet demonstrated significant improvement in agility. In a brief span, her speed could rival that of a cheetah. It appeared that different zombies evolved in diverse directions. Furthermore, Yilian's nascent consciousness had finally blossomed into a semblance of true awareness, and Ling Mo could perceive a more intense fluctuation within her mental realm. When she gazed at Ling Mo, the ferocity and indifference in her eyes dissipated instantaneously. Yet, even that fleeting moment allowed Ling Mo to profoundly realize that this once frail and endearing girl had transformed into a formidable zombie. Chapter 62, Visual Distortion. In the ensuing days, Ling Mo focused primarily on exploring the surroundings of the city university, frequently traversing this bustling area. Besides surveying the environment, he also managed to procure a wealth of supplies, particularly the most scarce resources, medications, and high-energy foods. With both Yilian and Sha Na having undergone enhancements, their formidable combat prowess rendered the process of hunting mutated zombies considerably easier. Nevertheless, in most instances, Ling Mo refrained from allowing them to engage, instead seizing these precious opportunities to hone his puppetry skills. However, as he was still a novice in this practice, his dexterity with the tentacles was not yet sufficiently refined. Bang! A mutated zombie lunged out from behind the counter, prompting Ling Mo to perform a roll, using the shelf behind him as a temporary barrier. His mental tentacles were barely obstructed, yielding minimal effect, merely causing the towering mutated zombie to momentarily hesitate. Frustrated, Ling Mo maneuvered around the obstacle while contemplating the appropriate application of his tentacles. Listening to the shelves being toppled behind him, it felt as though the entire shop would soon be demolished by this powerful mutated zombie. With no other choice, he steeled himself and turned back. charging towards the mutated zombie, while his intangible mental tentacles lashed out wildly at the foe. In truth, against such mutated zombies, Ling Mo's puppetry abilities were unlikely to yield significant results, especially when the adversary was as aggressively inclined as this one. Should he fail in his manipulation as before? Given their proximity, he would likely be torn to shreds on the spot. Even Sha Na, observing from a distance, displayed a flicker of hesitation, uncertain whether to intervene. Yi Lian's reaction was even more immediate. Her eyes abruptly transformed into a shade of crimson, her knees slightly bending as if poised to charge forth at any moment. Had Ling Mo not distracted her with a calming gesture, she might have already surged into action. Since Yi Lian experienced yet another enhancement and finally attained self-awareness, her aggression has surged to more than tenfold compared to before. Although Ling Mo's control has not diminished, he has always favored gentle guidance over coercive manipulation. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. His mental tendrils entwined with the psychic orb of the mutated zombie, momentarily bewildering it. However, it quickly broke free from this mental confinement. Its claws, tainted with various dubious substances, assaulting Ling Mo directly. Yet, at that moment, an unusual occurrence transpired. The target of its attack was undoubtedly Ling Mo. Yet its hands landed more than a meter away from him, resembling a misstep as it suddenly lost its footing, causing its body to veer off course and its attack to miss entirely. Visual distortion. Although Ling Mo's mental tendrils could not immediately control the zombie, they could influence its actions in a fleeting moment, subsequently affecting its judgment. As the mutated zombie's attack veered off, a smile flickered in Ling Mo's eyes. In the instant he brushed past the creature, he thrust the dagger in his hand into the ribcage of the mutated zombie from the side and twisted it forcefully. Blood erupted, and the mutated zombie staggered a few steps before collapsing to the ground. Yi Lian's restless desire for violence was quelled, while Sha Na regained her composure, swiftly extracting the viral gel from the zombie's brain with impressive speed and precision. Ah, this is exhausting, Ling Mo thought. The utility of mental power is vast and potent, yet its flexible application is indeed challenging. He felt his legs weaken. Had he not leaned against Yi Lian in time, he might have embarrassingly fallen onto the corpse. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, and a throbbing pain surged in his head, yet his heart brimmed with a sense of joy. This mutated zombie was the most effortlessly dispatched one he had encountered in recent days, using his puppet abilities. Although still not fully adept, the true potency of his puppet skills was gradually revealing itself. I can't go on. We should call it a day and head back, Ling Mo said as he accepted the viral gel from Sha Na. Training and employing mental power, much like physical strength, must be balanced. Overexertion could lead to foundational harm. Moreover, he needed to maintain the mental connection with Yi Lian and Sha Na, necessitating restraint. Sha Na cast him a curious glance, nodded, and then couldn't he help but remark, "Your fighting style is rather peculiar." Peculiar? Ling Mo replied, perplexed before regaining his focus. His mental tendrils were visible only to him, and it was likely that in Sha Na's eyes, he appeared to be desperately fleeing, then reluctantly confronting the foe, ultimately achieving victory only when the unfortunate mutated zombie stumbled. Currently, he was still unpracticed in using his mental tendrils, leading to somewhat clumsy combat. However, Ling Mo felt he had begun to discover some tricks, and he believed that his next encounter would not be as chaotic. I must practice more. In recent days, the city has been draped in a gentle, persistent rain, signaling the onset of autumn. As the weather gradually chills, a more formidable trial looms for humanity. The undead remain unperturbed by the cold, yet humans are not so fortunate. The recent downpour has diluted the pungent stench that once permeated the streets, yet the lingering scent of blood has intensified in the air. While passing a clothing store, Ling Mo took the opportunity to rummage through several reasonably thick coats, dressing Yi Lian and Xian on them, while he donned a sleek black trench coat himself. However, at Ling Mo's insistence, and with a hint of malice, beneath their coats, both Yi Lian and Xian Na wore remarkably alluring outfits. After donning the clothes, Xian Na exhibited an unexpected fascination with the lacy sections, and Ling Mo couldn't help but ponder that if she were to wear lacy lingerie, she would likely be equally compliant. In recent days, their area of activity has gradually expanded. If it were not for Ling Mo's exceptional stamina, others would find it challenging to return to the construction site before dusk. Yet, even from 100 meters away from the residential building, Ling Mo suddenly halted, his expression darkening ominously. The few zombies he had deliberately left at the site were nowhere to be found. A sudden sense of foreboding surged within him, and under the cover of the rain, he swiftly led Yu Lian and Xia Na toward the residential building. Along the way, he indeed stumbled upon a fresh zombie corpse beside an abandoned vehicle. The continuous rain in recent days had kept other zombies at bay. The presence of this corpse indicated that someone had passed through here, entered the parking lot, and dispatched the zombie. Ling Mo's brow furrowed as he drew a short knife from his waist, crouching to use the blade's tip to pry open the clothing that had clung to the corpse due to blood and rain. A gruesome wound gaped across the zombie's chest and abdomen, and under the relentless torrent, the pale flesh had turned outward, revealing a horrifying gash that extended deep enough to fit half a finger. Such an injury could not have been inflicted by an ordinary blade. It seemed likely that the assailant had wielded a weapon of considerable heft. It appeared that a person capable of wielding such a weapon possessed a certain level of strength. Rising to his feet, Ling Mo's gaze shifted toward the nearby residential building. Chapter 63. The Knife Strikes. Regardless of the identity of the individual who attacked the zombie, it was improbable that they had ventured here solely for the sake of the populace. The only valuable asset at the construction site was that residential building, which also served as Ling Mo's hiding place for some supplies. The adversary's target was most likely the same. Encountering survivors in a post-apocalyptic world is not necessarily a harbinger of good fortune. Ling Mo approached the residential building with vigilance, and upon observing no peculiarities below, he silently slipped inside. Just as he ascended to the second floor, he heard the laughter of several men. Fortunately, judging by the sounds, these individuals had merely entered the second floor, perhaps seeking refuge from the rain. This suggested that the supplies hidden on the third floor had not been discovered. Yet, their laughter rang in his ears with a dissonant sharpness. "Ha ha, boss, you're not going to kill her, are you? Do not play with death. My friends have yet to indulge. Why are you crying? I know that women like you once looked down upon us, but now, you had better serve me well, or I shall slice your flesh piece by piece to feed the zombies. Haha, boss, you've terrified her. Don't actually kill her. Finding women these days is quite challenging. What is there to fear? With the rain falling, no zombies will hear us." Haha. Ling Mo's expression darkened, yet his steps did not falter as he slowly ascended the staircase. Initially, his intention was merely to drive these individuals away, but upon hearing them violate a woman, his grip on the dagger tightened, and a flicker of murderous intent gleamed in his eyes. Indeed, in this apocalypse, most women can be considered a vulnerable demographic. Furthermore, in a world where order has unraveled, the powerful inevitably claim greater resources, including women willing to depend on others for survival. However, Ling Mo felt a profound loathing for those who would humiliate women. The absence of order does not mean one should descend into the realm of beasts. Damn it. Have you not resolved this after all this time? A man leaned against the stairwell on the third floor, a slender wooden stick clenched between his teeth, while he held a kitchen knife in hand, visibly agitated. "Hurry up and send someone to relieve me. Damn it. Am I the only one standing here in this cold wind? With such heavy rain, not even a zombie can be seen. What is there to fear?" Just as he turned to shout down the corridor, a figure suddenly lunged up from around the corner of the staircase. In the fleeting moment, he turned back. A dagger was thrust straight into his throat, pinning him against the wall. The man's limbs went limp, and the knife slipped from his hand, only to be deftly caught by Ling Mo, observing the terror and despair in the man's wide eyes. Ling Mo swiftly withdrew the dagger, and, with a firm grip on the man's arm, lowered him to the ground. Blood gushed from his mouth, pooling from the gaping wound at the back of his head. Though his body twitched slightly, he had already drawn his last breath. The entire process was silent, not disturbing the others in the vicinity. Meanwhile, in an exceedingly filthy room on the second floor, a sordid scene unfolded. For men within the room were eagerly cheering for the bald leader. Yet as he turned, he spotted a gaunt figure appearing at the doorway. Whoosh! A cold glimmer, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, shot toward the man who had just stepped forward. Completely oblivious to the anomaly behind him, he was suddenly struck by an intense pain radiating from his rear. He let out a horrified scream and collapsed. This abrupt turn of events left the men in the room momentarily stunned. The gleaming kitchen knife had nearly cleaved the man's backside in two, the force behind it astonishing. After numerous enhancements, while Ling Mo's physical improvements may not have been drastic, he was still far stronger than the average person. The chrysanthemum was severed, and the man had yet to draw his last breath, convulsing on the ground and emitting anguished cries. The first to regain his composure was the bald man, who seized an axe from the side and glared furiously at the figure of Ling Mo appearing at the door. To the untrained eye, Ling Mo appeared to be merely an ordinary youth. However, his ruthless demeanor and the overt murderous intent reflected in his gaze made the bald man feel an undeniable sense of trepidation. "Who are you?" The bald man retreated a half-step, increasing the distance between himself and Ling Mo. "What is wrong with you? You come here to kill me?" His expression conveyed his utter astonishment, seemingly oblivious to the fact that Ling Mo's actions were motivated by the humiliation inflicted upon the woman. The rationale was painfully simple. In the eyes of these men, women were mere vessels for their release, a truth they accepted without question. Yet, Ling Mo harbored a different perspective, especially with two young girls by his side. Upon hearing the bald man's furious shout, he remained silent, fixating his cold gaze upon the room, ultimately landing on the woman. The sight of her elicited a tightening of his jaw. Her face was smeared with dirt, her features obscured. Yet she appeared to be quite young. However, under the torment inflicted by this group, she seemed to be on the brink of death. In a grotesque display of sadism, they had carved numerous small cuts into her flesh, transforming her into a vision of crimson. Her hands were bound, her nails cruelly torn away, blood streaming from her wounds, while a foul sock was stuffed into her mouth. Although muffled cries escaped her lips, they sounded weak and breathless, suggesting a deficit of air. "Who the hell are you?" The bald man sensed an ominous presence emanating from the young man before him. Yet, as the leader of this band, he felt compelled to muster his courage and bellow defiantly. Indeed, his booming shout jolted the other three men back to attention. They were not fools. Upon noticing the bloody dagger in Ling Mo's grasp, their expressions shifted to one of vigilance, and they hastily retrieved their discarded weapons. Ling Mo seemed to disregard their movements entirely. Yet this indifference only deepened the chill in the hearts of the bald man's crew. They could feel that Ling Mo was not intimidated by them. Rather, he was completely unconcerned by their actions. This group, notorious for their ruthless disposition, felt a surge of apprehension in the face of Ling Mo, but this very pressure ignited their ferocity. Although the scene of Ling Mo throwing the knife and severing the chrysanthemum was horrifying, he was but a single individual wielding a single blade. However, just then, two delicate figures emerged behind Ling Mo. Though both bore pallid complexions and expressions that were almost devoid of emotion, their exquisite features and statuesque forms, which the raincoats could not conceal, momentarily stunned the man. If Shauna's visage still bore the innocence of youth, with features not fully matured, then Yilian's beauty could undoubtedly be classified as extraordinary, especially those nearly pitch-black eyes, along with the distinctive aura inherent to her as a mutated zombie, rendered her an epitome of profound mystery and irresistible allure. In this apocalyptic world, it is rare to encounter such an exceptional beauty. In comparison, the woman they had just tormented could only be deemed ordinary. The gazes of the men were transfixed, yet the bald man furrowed his brow. To have survived until now with such a stunning beauty, the youth must possess considerable strength. Moreover, the remarkable display of skill he had just exhibited, albeit in a moment of surprise, demonstrated a level of force and precision beyond the average person. However, he soon revealed a sinister grin and proclaimed loudly, "This brat has slain our comrades and has delivered two exquisite prizes to us. Let us eliminate him," and seized the two women. His incitement immediately bore fruit. In the chaotic aftermath of the apocalypse, these men had long since abandoned reason, engaging in acts of violence and theft. Although Ling Mo appeared formidable, they believed that by eliminating him, they could indulge in the company of the two beautiful women. Naturally, they were not foolish enough to covet beauty at the expense of their lives. They understood from Ling Mo's expression that he was no benign presence, making inaction impossible. Instead of waiting for the inevitable, they resolved to strike first. No matter how strong he was, a single fist could not contend against multiple hands. As for Yi Lian and Xiana, they had prematurely judged them as ordinary girls devoid of power. At the bald man's signal, two of the men exchanged knowing glances. Abruptly raising their weapons and closing in on Ling Mo, Xiana grasped the hilt of her long knife, ready to draw it, only to be halted by Ling Mo. There was no need for Xiana and Yi Lian to soil their hands with the blood of these scoundrels. Taking a deep breath, he tightened his grip on the short blade, slowly retreating his right foot and leaning forward, adopting an aggressive stance. Ling Mo was acutely aware of their intentions. However, they mistakenly believed they could only rely on stealth, an error of grave proportions. While he might struggle in close combat against advanced zombies, these men, despite their daunting appearance, were ultimately mere mortals, incapable of matching him. Just as the two men shouted, they were horrified to witness Ling Mo suddenly vanish from sight. No, he had not disappeared. At the moment they approached, he had surged forward. His speed was astounding. The first man barely registered a blur before an icy sensation coursed through his chest, accompanied by a tearing pain. As he comprehended Ling Mo's visage, blood erupted from his chest, while Ling Mo, with no mercy, delivered a kick that sent him sprawling. The velocity of Ling Mo's assault left the second man aghast. Yet as he attempted to halt, Ling Mo had already lunged before him. In a critical moment of life and death, the man summoned a fierce resolve, thrusting his fruit knife at Ling Mo. At that moment, the bald man also initiated his attack, swinging his axe with surprising agility, his corpulent form leaping high into the air to strike downwards. Surrounded on all sides, even if Ling Mo could evade the man's fruit knife, he would inevitably be struck by the bald man's axe before the axe had fully descended. A cruel smile flickered across the bald man's grotesque face. As the fruit knife lunged directly towards him, Ling Mo's pupils constricted slightly. In a sudden twist during his forward charge, he narrowly brushed past the blade, his back almost grazing its edge. He moved as if colliding sideways with the man, thrusting the short knife straight towards the adversary's abdomen. This maneuver was a technique Ling Mo had learned from Shauna's battles. Although he was merely an ordinary person with some experience in survival during the apocalypse, his combat skills could not compare to those of a professional like Shauna. Her knife techniques were fierce, and her movements were extraordinarily agile. Throughout the fight, Ling Mo absorbed every bit of experience he could learn, meticulously transforming it into his own combat style. Simultaneously, his mental tendrils extended outward. His intention was not to control anyone, but to influence the bald man behind him. As the bald man lunged forward, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his temples, causing his vision to blur and his axe to veer off course. Seizing the momentum from this impact, both Ling Mo and the man staggered back a few steps, crashing against the wall. The bald man's ambush thus resulted in a miss. The man wounded by the knife let out a cry of agony, dropping his fruit knife to the ground as blood spilled from his mouth. The bald man, having missed his attack, landed heavily on the floor, shaking his head in shock. A flicker of horror crossed his eyes, and the flesh on his face quivered as he let out a bellow, swinging down at Ling Mo's back once more. However, sensing the rush of wind behind him, Ling Mo had already drawn his short knife. As he turned, bending his knee, he thrust the blade upward towards the bald man's abdomen, appearing as though he was propelling himself into the attack. Yet, this bald man, having risen to the position of leader among his group, possessed considerable skill. Despite his outdated techniques, witnessing Ling Mo's agility caused the veins on his forehead to bulge. With a mighty roar, he managed to twist his body in a desperate maneuver. Still, he received a deep cut across his ample waist, instantly staining half of his body with blood. The expression on the wounded bald man's face contorted into one of sheer rage, but unlike a mindless zombie, he could not retaliate immediately after sustaining such a severe injury. Instead, he staggered backward several steps. In the blink of an eye, the only one remaining unscathed was another dark-faced man standing nearby. "Damn you!" The bald man cursed angrily. Yet he refrained from attacking Ling Mo again. Instead, he hurled the axe he held with all his might, targeting Yi Lian and Shauna, who stood outside the door. Chapter 65. The Heart That Was Crushed. It was evident that this bald man was indeed ruthless. Realizing he could not defeat Ling Mo, he intended to take others down with him. He had calculated well, for witnessing Ling Mo's nimble movements, he deduced that an ambush would be futile, thus setting his sights on Shauna and Yi Lian. However, at the very moment he hurled the axe, Ling Mo had already taken notice. He swiftly maneuvered Yi Lian to step aside, while Shauna calmly wielded her long blade. As a mutated zombie, she possessed no inclination to retreat. Upon sensing the imminent danger posed by the flying axe, she instinctively reacted. With a powerful swing, her blade clashed heavily against the axe, producing a sharp, resounding clang. The tremendous force jolted Shauna's arm, causing a small fragment of her blade to shatter. Although she had successfully intercepted the axe, her arm weakened, rendering her momentarily incapable of exerting strength. Fortunately, zombies possess remarkable self-repair abilities. while ordinary humans also have some capacity for regeneration. Their speed and extent of recovery pale in comparison to that of zombies, though they cannot achieve the miraculous feat of regrowing severed limbs. Superficial wounds typically do not impede them. Nevertheless, witnessing Shauna's injury ignited an inferno of rage within Ling Mo. Gritting his teeth, he charged forward, and in an instant, as he reached the bald man, he swung his short knife with ferocity. Though the bald man narrowly dodged, his shoulder was still struck, the blade embedding itself into his bone, eliciting a harrowing scream. Before he could break free, Ling Mo swiftly withdrew a dagger from his waist, his gaze cold and unyielding as he plunged it into the man's abdomen, gradually twisting his wrist. The excruciating pain drained the color from the bald man's face. His mouth agape, every inch of his flesh trembling, his small eyes brimming with despair. This agonizing ordeal persisted for a full minute, with the bald man's wails echoing throughout. Had it not been for the torrential rain outside, his cries would have undoubtedly attracted the attention of nearby zombies. Throughout this, Ling Mo did not loosen his grip, nor did his expression waver. This scene rendered the weapon-wielding, dark-faced man utterly paralyzed with fear, stripping him of any courage to intervene. It was only when the bald man's eyes rolled back that Ling Mo forcefully drove the dagger deeper, extinguishing his life. As he withdrew the short knife and kicked the bald man's lifeless body aside, turning towards the dark-faced man, he found him utterly devoid of fighting spirit, his weapon clattering to the ground. "Please, don't kill me," he pleaded, as Ling Mo slowly approached the dark-faced man with his knife in hand. He gradually emerged from the chaotic frenzy of battle. He steadied his breath, suppressing the surge of fury within him, and his eyes, slightly reddened, regained clarity. Since the incident involving Liu Xin, which harmed Shauna, Ling Mo had taken several lives. Yet this dark-faced man was the first to beg for mercy. In the heat of slaying the bald man and his companions, Ling Mo had been completely consumed by rage. But now, facing this dark-faced man, he had regained his composure. He regarded the man coldly, and despite the latter's desperate pleas, Ling Mo's murderous intent remained undiminished. These people deserve to die. The woman from earlier must have pleaded for mercy in a similar manner. Yet did they show her any compassion? Perhaps sensing the murderous intent in Ling Mo's eyes, the dark-faced man suddenly shouted and charged frantically towards the door. Despite Shauna's earlier display of bravery, he believed that the two girls could not possibly impede his escape. Survival was all that mattered. However, he was unprepared for the moment he reached the threshold. Wen Yilian appeared before him with a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye, her hand shooting out like lightning. Her powerful fingers, tipped with sharp nails, pierced through the dark-faced man's chest in an instant. In that moment of disbelief, he watched as Yilian's fingers accurately seized his heart. Thump! Thump! In an instant, the only sound that filled his ears was the rhythm of his own heartbeat, while his despairing eyes remained fixed on Yilian, unable to comprehend how this seemingly fragile girl could embody such terror. All that remained in his vision were her eyes, which abruptly glowed crimson. As the words "zombie" barely escaped his throat, Yilian, with an expression devoid of emotion, tightened her grip. With his heart crushed, a fleeting shadow of death crossed the dark-faced man's face, and he instantly collapsed. Yilian swiftly withdrew her hand, her delicate, pale palm stained with blood, droplets of thick crimson cascading from her slender fingertips. Even Ling Mo was momentarily stunned. It was only in this moment that he truly realized Yilian was an exceptionally formidable and ruthlessly efficient mutated zombie. This was the authentic Yilian, capable of tearing apart flesh with her bare hands and effortlessly overpowering ordinary zombies. Her earlier actions had been purely instinctual, considering that she had now developed her own consciousness. Ling Mo's control over her had significantly diminished. Yet he felt relieved that Yilian had merely dispatched him without displaying the typical zombie's insatiable hunger for flesh. In the blink of an eye, 5 bodies lay in the room, the air thick with the stench of blood. Even the man who had been wounded was gasping and screaming before succumbing to silence. "Shauna, are you all right?" Ling Mo exhaled deeply as he approached and grasped Shauna's hand to examine her closely. Fortunately, she appeared unharmed. Shauna showed no signs of pain, slowly shaking her head. Her gaze drifted past Ling Mo, curiously fixating on the woman lying on the bed. Following her line of sight, Ling Mo couldn't help but let out a silent sigh. To be frank, although he had slain these beasts, he had no desire to confront this woman. Given her condition, she was undoubtedly doomed. Even if he were to rescue her now, it would not alter her fate. No, There were people in this world whom I cannot save. Ling Mo's emotions were complex. He understood that he was never the epitome of virtue. Rather, he would assist when it did not compromise his own interests. After all, we are all human. Yet, this world harbors many beasts akin to the bald-headed gang. Driven to madness by the apocalyptic circumstances, they find amusement in destruction and derive solace from tormenting the weak, as a means to alleviate their own profound fear and despair. Could I possibly assist them? The answer is, of course, negative. For Ling Mo, merely ensuring that Yi Lian and Xia Na could continue to live well is already sufficient. As he guided Yi Lian to the window to wash her hands in the rainwater, he gradually approached the woman. At that moment, she turned her gaze towards Ling Mo, and a flicker of light unexpectedly sparkled in her lifeless eyes. Was a moment of clarity? Hastily, Ling Mo removed the foul sock from her mouth and severed the ropes that bound her hands. The woman fixed her gaze on him, yet she struggled to catch her breath. Ling Mo discerned that she was near her end. She parted her lips and weakly uttered 2 words. "Thank you. I have not aided you in any significant way. There is no need for gratitude." The woman slowly shook her head, tears streaming from her eyes. "No, I am truly grateful to you. I never imagined I would be saved." She attempted to raise her hand with great difficulty, but her limbs, restrained for so long, were paralyzed. Just as Ling Mo reached out, she became still. Though her eyes remained open, her expression had frozen, succumbing to death in such utter humiliation. "Alas, may you rest well." Ling Mo sighed, gently closed her eyelids, and draped a tattered blanket over her lifeless body. Chapter 66. This part of you will deform. This group appeared to be scavenging for supplies, carrying a considerable amount of goods. Although their haul did not match Ling Mo's, given their numbers and capabilities, it was commendable. During the recent skirmish, it was evident that they were not only ruthless but possessed a degree of cunning. Had they not crossed paths with Ling Mo, they might have survived much longer. Aside from their weapons, which Ling Mo found unimpressive, he collected all usable items. To his surprise, the bald man possessed a Swiss Army knife. This versatile tool is quite valuable in the apocalypse, and Ling Mo unceremoniously liberated it from his waist, stowing it in his pocket. Additionally, he discovered a pack of cigarettes in the bald man's pocket, which he also accepted without hesitation. As he rummaged through the corpses, Ling Mo reflected. Although he wielded puppet mastery, seemingly reducing his survival difficulties compared to other survivors, each day spent hunting mutated zombies brought him perilously close to death. Other than when he playfully toyed with the 2 mutated female zombies, he maintained a state of utmost caution. While scavenging for supplies, he primarily sought essentials, neglecting luxuries like cigarettes for enjoyment. Scoundrels are indeed scoundrels, focused solely on indulgence rather than striving for a better existence. Ling Mo expressed his disdain. In these harsh times, maintaining a proper mindset is crucial. While trivial matters like smoking may be set aside, their propensity to vent their frustrations upon women is utterly contemptible. In recent days, Ling Mo has experienced a bountiful harvest, having acquired a considerable fortune, his large travel bag now brimming to the brim. In order to alleviate the burden, he found himself compelled to part with some inferior items. Nevertheless, in Ling Mo's perspective, these resources pale in comparison to the loss of Shauna's longsword. A fierce clash with an axe has resulted in a chink on the blade, which, while not immediately impairing its functionality, has undoubtedly diminished its lifespan. He remains determined to assist Shauna in procuring another weapon when the opportunity arises. Regrettably, in this post-apocalyptic world, finding a suitable armament is no trivial task. The weaponry possessed by the gang of bald individuals is of varying quality, aside from the axe, which demonstrates significant lethality. The other weapons are scarcely adequate for combating the relentless undead. This predicament is largely attributable to the stringent regulations on bladed instruments. While common kitchen knives, such as cleavers and paring knives, can readily be found in supermarkets, the notion of an ordinary person wielding a kitchen knife in close combat against a zombie is ludicrous. Mere courage is insufficient, even if one dares to engage in close quarters. The lethality of a kitchen knife pales in comparison to the ferocity of a zombie that will persistently attack unless dispatched. It was precisely for this reason that Ling Mo took the risk of venturing to Wang's handcrafted knife and sword shop in search of an appropriate weapon. Although his current short sword measures only a foot in length, it boasts exceptional sharpness and superior quality, perfectly matching his current level of prowess. A fine steed deserves an equally fine saddle. He was about to offer his dagger to Shauna when, to his surprise, She shook her head, stating, "No. I have memories attached to this knife. It is of great significance to me. The damage is inconsequential. It remains usable. As for yours, it was crafted by my sister, and I do not favor her work." Ling Mo felt momentarily speechless, realizing that even after her transformation into a zombie, her disdain for Wang Lin remained unchanged. The two sisters exhibited contrasting traits. One headstrong and fierce, the other, though seemingly aloof, possessed a warm heart, having been a kind-hearted girl before the mutation. The serendipity of such divergent personalities manifesting in them is indeed remarkable. Upon returning upstairs, Ling Mo discovered a trail of muddy footprints in the corridor on the third floor, indicating that this group had cautiously inspected the building. However, they failed to see through Ling Mo's disguise, leaving his room untouched with the remaining bottled water still intact. This outcome slightly uplifted his spirits, yet the thought of the several corpses downstairs extinguished his desire to linger any longer in this place. Those bodies would undoubtedly attract an increasing number of zombies, complicating the situation further. Moreover, the presence of the bald gang indicated that this residential building was rather conspicuous. While it may serve as a temporary refuge, remaining here long-term would inevitably lead to trouble. In recent days, Ling Mo has become quite familiar with the surrounding environment, discerning which routes would allow for a safer approach to the university. However, he currently lacks any leads regarding the situation within the university itself. Judging solely by the conditions in the vicinity, it is likely to be utterly dire. Complex surroundings and a multitude of zombies would render free passage exceedingly challenging. However, the obstacles that would deter most survivors were not particularly daunting for Ling Mo. Possessing the ability to manipulate puppets, he could rely on the zombies to scout ahead, thereby significantly reducing the level of danger. Consequently, Ling Mo swiftly made the decision to head to the city university the following day. Before departing, however, he could not allow the pristine water and gas that could not be transported to go to waste. A hot shower? Or perhaps indulge in a romantic bath? In the apocalyptic world, a survivor who could bathe with water was already considered fortunate, and one who could enjoy hot water was undoubtedly living in luxury. And to have the assistance of two beautiful women for a back scrub, it was likely that no one else could relish such a privilege at that moment. Yet, as Ling Mo settled in front of the two beauties with a contented smile, he soon discovered that the experience was not as delightful as he had envisioned. Having two curious and inexperienced female zombies assist him in bathing resulted in an experience that was both painful and pleasurable. Upon waking the next morning, Ling Mo was still apprehensive about the previous night's encounter. "When will you bathe again?" Shauna inquired with a hint of anticipation. Although Shauna had gradually regained much of her memory after being infected and turned into a zombie, she lacked the typical notions associated with an ordinary girl. In simple terms, she was like a blank slate when it came to certain common-sense issues. Initially, Ling Mo had no intention of disrobing, but Shauna and Yi Lian eagerly tugged at the towel around his waist. Observing Ling Mo's physique, which differed from their own, the two female zombies were stirred with curiosity. Yi Lian's reaction was somewhat subdued, as her awakening was not rooted in memory, but rather in the true consciousness of her mutated zombie form. She merely regarded Ling Mo's body with mild curiosity, touching it briefly. Conversely, Shauna was different. Her mind was filled with numerous memories. Although her thought processes diverged from those of humans, the more she learned, the more susceptible she became to corruption. Only with sufficiently strong mental fortitude could these two female zombies maintain their composure when confronted with unfamiliar phenomena. Fortunately, neither of them harbored any intentions of viewing Ling Mo as prey. Chapter 67, Red Light District. As the rain began to diminish, Ling Mo quickly packed his backpack and departed with Yi Lian and Shauna. As for the corpses left inside the building, they would soon attract the attention of zombies. The inevitable fate of every individual who perished in the apocalypse was to vanish without a trace. The direct distance between the construction site and the city university was relatively short, yet traversing such a bustling area filled with towering buildings was simply impossible. After several days of exploration, Ling Mo chose a route with comparatively fewer zombies. To expedite their journey, he skillfully dealt with a single zombie and sent it ahead to lead the way. With his enhanced mental abilities, he could control zombies from nearly 500 meters away. However, to conserve his strength, he typically maintained this distance between 300 and 400 meters. This approach allowed for better control over the zombies while minimizing his own exertion. A zombie led the way ahead, and upon detecting an enemy presence, it was up to Shauna and Yi Lian to resolve the situation, while Ling Mo trailed behind, conserving his energy to the utmost. As the rain diminished, the city, shrouded in mist, gradually unveiled its true form. Towering edifices loomed under the ominous clouds, and the once thriving streets now resembled a perilous meat grinder fraught with danger. The path Ling Mo chose had once been a bustling food street, teeming with life in the evenings, yet during the day, it saw relatively few passers-by. Consequently, the zombies lingering here were but a handful. However, the disparity between the few in the bustling downtown and the multitude on the outskirts was negligible. Fortunately, with the zombie leading the way, Ling Mo had already discerned the presence of those lurking within the shops. With no need for confrontation, he felt little inclination to eliminate the ordinary zombies. Instead, he manipulated the zombie to close several shop doors densely populated with the undead, effectively trapping them inside. It wouldn't be long before they would turn upon one another, and perhaps even a mutated zombie would emerge from the fray. As they reached the middle of the food street, an unexpected roar echoed from a distance. Ling Mo halted abruptly, furrowing his brow as he turned toward the source of the sound. Yi Lian and Shauna also paused, their eyes glimmering with a faint crimson hue, as if influenced by some unseen force. Another zombie. Why had the cries of zombies been so frequent lately? This was not the first time Ling Mo had heard such sounds. During the past few days in this area, he had faintly caught wind of them several times. Unlike the low growls typical of ordinary zombies during combat, this sound was markedly higher-pitched, evoking an unsettling sensation, as if the zombies were calling out for something. Regrettably, when Ling Mo inquired about it, Shauna shook her head without hesitation, expressing her confusion. This zombie was woefully inadequate in its role. Nevertheless, Ling Mo was not one to let her off the hook easily and probed further. The only certainty Shauna could offer was that the cries originated from male zombies and did not seem to be a call to arms. A rare flicker of displeasure crossed her features, her eyes subtly changing color, indicating her discomfort upon hearing it. Could it be a demonstration by the zombies? Ling Mo mused, his brow furrowing in perplexity. He even speculated that the source of such roars might be a mutated or advanced zombie. However, upon stealthily approaching, he was met with merely a few ordinary zombies, and the ground bore no traces of fresh blood. Initially intending to observe from a distance, he was thwarted by an unfavorable wind direction. The scent of blood on his short knife was immediately detected by the nearby zombies. Frustrated, Ling Mo had no choice but to eliminate them all, transforming the incident into a minor mystery. Yet today, as they traversed this area, that same sound resonated once more. Moreover, upon glancing at Yi Lian and Shauna, he sensed an oddity in their reactions. However, the direction from which the sound emanated was exceedingly distant. In order to trace its origin, they might have to traverse an entire street. While Ling Mo hesitated, Shauna had already grasped her long knife tightly and turned to him, urging, "Let us proceed. That sound shall not resound again." Ling Mo gazed at Shauna with a hint of confusion. Shauna appeared at a loss for words. Contemplating before she remarked, the final sound seemed to have received a response. Thus, he shall not call out again. Since they are all zombies, you must comprehend what he was shouting, correct? Ling Mo inquired with curiosity. Shauna cast a glance at him and replied, "Not entirely certain. I merely sensed that after he shouted, I too felt an urge to approach. However, you are my connection, and I cannot abandon you, which leaves me feeling quite uneasy. Could this be akin to some form of kinship summons?" The connection Shauna mentioned likely referred to their spiritual bond. During the duration of their connection, Shauna indeed could not voluntarily leave Ling Mo's side. Nonetheless, considering that they had shared life and death during this time, Ling Mo speculated that even if their spiritual link were to dissipate, Shauna would not regard him as prey. Would she? Noticing Shauna's lack of understanding and her apparent aversion to the shout, Ling Mo suppressed his desire to investigate further and continued to guide the leading zombie onward. Approximately an hour later, the trio had traversed the food street and entered a narrow lane leading directly to the back gate of the city university. In contrast to the bustling food street, this area appeared markedly desolate. Small buildings, 2 to 3 stories high, lined one side of the street, while the other side was bordered by the university's wall. Those buildings, albeit aged, were adorned with an array of posters, and the neon lights at their entrances made it abundantly clear what sort of establishments they housed. Bars like Music Boat and Red Spider, along with various nightclubs, dazzled the eye, while the second floor featured an assortment of signs, hourly rooms, accommodations, and inns. Conversely, shops akin to convenience stores were nearly non-existent. This was the renowned red light district adjacent to the city university, where it was said that many young and attractive female students would take up part-time jobs. As for the nature of their work, it was all too evident. For those with limited funds who could not afford upscale venues yet sought a bit of amusement, this locale was deemed the most fitting choice. Hence, business here had once thrived abundantly. Logically, such a red light district ought not to be situated near a university. However, matters unresolved in the past had ultimately solidified into an irreversible conclusion. In light of the current circumstances, Ling Mo harbored little belief that humanity could reclaim this world entirely from the clutches of the zombies. Most survivors, yearning for rescue, had yet to see any sign of salvation. Clinging to the illusion of reliance on others was, frankly, laughable. Of course, this was merely Ling Mo's personal opinion. Yet for him, whether or not rescue was forthcoming, the undeniable reality remained that he was accompanied by 2 female zombies. In proximity to other survivors was unlikely to bring any favorable outcomes. Although he had visited the city university to escort Yi Lian a few times, this marked Ling Mo's first encounter with the red light street at the back gate. However, this place is only frequented at night, making it the least populated area by zombies when disaster strikes. Perhaps a suitable dwelling can be found here. Ling Mo touched his nose, still maneuvering the zombie ahead, venturing into the red light district. Chapter 68, Radar. At this moment, the rain had ceased, and a chilling wind swept through the narrow, desolate street, carrying an unsettling coolness laced with a peculiar scent that made Ling Mo involuntarily sniff and furrow his brow. The odor of blood and decay lingered, undeterred even by days of relentless rain. This was a city in the throes of decay, where not only survivors perished, but this civilized world as well. Ling Mo felt a pang of melancholy, but failed to notice that Shauna had been quietly observing the changes in his expression. In stark contrast to his reaction, a glimmer of intoxication flashed in the eyes of both Shauna and Yi Lian as the stench of blood and rot wafted by. "You seem to dislike this scent," Shauna remarked slowly, inhaling deeply before turning to Ling Mo with a puzzled expression. "Why is that?" Ling Mo was momentarily taken aback. Then he managed a wry smile and shook his head. "It's hard to explain. I rather enjoy it." After a few seconds of silence, Shauna suddenly became serious and said, "But if you truly abhor it, I can pretend not to like it. My memories tell me that, as a female, I should act this way to please you." What on earth has Shauna been thinking? Ling Mo felt a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead and quickly replied, "There's no need for that. And please don't refer to yourself as a female. You're a girl, a female zombie. It's perfectly normal for you to like this scent. Is that so?" Shauna seemed unsure, prompting Ling Mo to nod and encourage her. "No matter what you are, I will never disdain you. Just be like your sister Yi Lian. Oh, at times I really want to bite you. Is that also acceptable?" Shauna fixed her gaze on Ling Mo, asking earnestly. At her question, he distinctly felt her eyes linger on his neck like a needle prick, and she even licked her lips unconsciously. "That would be even better if we could split the word bite apart." Ling Mo felt a chill run down his spine. In truth, he had noticed this inclination long ago, particularly when Shauna and Yi Lian fully embraced their zombie states. Their gaze towards him would subtly shift. However, due to their mental connection, they had never exhibited any aggressive behavior towards him, unless they were on the brink of breaking that bond. As his connection with Yi Lian deepened, she had completely shed any hostility towards him, yet his bond with Shauna remained superficial. Although their last encounter had fortuitously intensified their link, it still lacked depth. Nevertheless, Ling Mo felt he should not demand too much. It was already quite a feat to restrain the zombie's inherent nature. To expect her to suppress it entirely would be unreasonable. Indeed, seeing that Ling Mo appeared unfazed, Shauna averted her gaze and said, "I don't know why, but I will not attack you. You are special." "Nonsense. If even the puppeteer is attacked, then the ability to control puppets would surely become a farcical power." Ling Mo secretly rolled his eyes, but at that moment, he suddenly furrowed his brow. While conversing with Shauna, the scouting zombie was traversing the store to ascertain the presence of other zombies, thus preventing the trio from being ambushed. However, as the scouting zombie entered a bar, it was suddenly struck on the back of its head by an unseen force, and Ling Mo distinctly heard the sound of its skull shattering. The connection between him and the zombie allowed for a shared sensory experience, and he felt every moment of its demise, save for the sensation of pain. Thus, when the scouting zombie collapsed, Ling Mo's complexion paled, and his heartbeat quickened. Yi Lian and Shauna immediately perceived Ling Mo's emotional turbulence through their mental link and turned their gazes toward him. Although their expressions held no discernible emotion, Ling Mo was acutely aware of their deep concern for him. The moment the scouting zombie perished, the connection between them was abruptly severed. The sensation of this mental disconnection was quite uncomfortable, akin to a sudden crack echoing within his mind. In Ling Mo's perspective, it felt as though one of his tendrils had been brutally severed. Was he assailant a zombie or a human? With a sense of vigilance, Ling Mo led Yi Lian and Shauna to a concealed position, peering cautiously from behind a neon light to observe the scene. The location of the scouting zombie's demise was a bar named Inhuang. Just moments ago, he had controlled it to approach a row of private rooms when it was unexpectedly ambushed from behind. The door was ajar. Typically, survivors would not leave it that way. Could it be a zombie? A zombie capable of ambush would at least be a mutated variant of Yi Lian's caliber, or even an advanced zombie. Ling Mo found it perplexing that such a formidable zombie could exist in this area, yet the allure of the viral gel overshadowed his doubts. That exceptionally pure viral gel was a rarity, truly a treasure that one could scarcely hope to encounter. With that thought, a sinister smile crept across Ling Mo's lips as he unsheathed a short knife. The glimmering blade, marred by deep brown stains that could not be washed away, accentuated the chilling aura of this handcrafted weapon. A knife that had tasted blood was inherently different. "Shauna, can you sense anything?" Ling Mo inquired, aware that mutated zombies seemed to possess a unique form of perception. Before proceeding, he felt compelled to ask once more. Shauna glanced at him and shook her head. "It's too far." Indeed, the distance between them was not negligible, at least 400 meters. To sense something from such a distance would be akin to a radar. Conversely, Yi Lian's eyes glimmered with a faint redness. Mimicking Ling Mo, she drew her curved blade and crouched behind him. Observing Yi Lian's movements, Ling Mo's heart leapt. It was evident that with her newfound consciousness, Yi Lian's learning speed had significantly accelerated. She was consciously imitating the combat movements of both him and Shauna. The zombie species indeed harbors an incredibly terrifying potential. "Yi Lian, have you discovered something?" Ling Mo asked solemnly, snapping back to reality after his moment of shock. In comparison to Shauna, Yi Lian exhibited a higher level of evolution, and by lineage, she was a purer form of zombie. Thus, in terms of sensing mutated zombies, Yi Lian might possess a slightly stronger ability. Upon hearing Ling Mo's inquiry, Yi Lian merely cast him a glance without responding. It appeared she understood that Yi Lian was a reference to her, yet she did not grasp the meaning behind Ling Mo's question. However, Ling Mo was not disheartened. Yi Lian's reaction confirmed his suspicion that there were indeed zombies within the Inhuang bar. As long as they are not human. "I would much prefer to deal with zombies than humans," he thought, taking a deep breath and striving to adjust his state to its optimal condition. Soon, they might face a life-and-death struggle, but for the sake of the viral gel, it was worth it. Chapter 69, The Apparatus of Shadows. The door swung open, and a gust of wind brought with it a series of creaking sounds, revealing, through the crack, a floor and furniture cloaked in dust, alongside harrowing traces of slaughter. This was a common sight left behind in most stores during the apocalypse. Compared to the desolate streets, these darkened shops instilled a greater sense of caution and dread. Perhaps lurking behind the counter, beneath the shelves, or even in the corners behind the door, there lay a zombie silently waiting. The moment someone approached, it would pounce with lightning speed. By the time one realized the danger, it would often be too late, having been torn apart by the zombie. No one dared to venture close to these places, as the open store doors resembled gaping maws eager to devour life, instilling fear in those who beheld them. The Inhuang Bar, located on the red light street of City University, epitomized such a place. From the outside, there was no indication of any peculiar happenings. Considering that it did not operate during the day, the number of zombies inside was minimal, making the emergence of mutated zombies highly unlikely. However, it could not be ruled out that an advanced zombie had taken refuge within. The advanced female zombie encountered earlier at the New Era Plaza had already learned to conceal its presence and was adept at finding suitable ambush positions. If ordinary beasts understood the tactics of ambush, how much more so would zombies with true consciousness? Though infected and stripped of their humanity, zombies as a new species were gradually evolving their own systems and behavioral patterns. This was a conclusion Ling Mo had drawn from his observations. The advanced zombie inside was skilled at concealment, capable of delivering lethal strikes in an instant. Thus, Ling Mo dared not allow Yulian or Shana to take unnecessary risks. He wasted a bit of time searching nearby shops until he found a short zombie, which he subdued and used as bait to lure into the Yinhuang bar. As the bait, under Ling Mo's control, approached the location where the scout zombie had been killed, the three of them quietly followed at a distance of approximately 10 meters. Soon, through the bait's perspective, Ling Mo caught sight of the slain scout zombie. To his astonishment, the corpse puppet had not been devoured, and even the body bore no signs of damage. What kind of zombie refrains from feasting on its prey after a kill? It is in their nature to attack humans. Yet they only turn on their own kind out of hunger. How could they possibly let such a sumptuous meal slip away? Ling Mo felt a flicker of suspicion. Considering the possibility of a more advanced zombie lurking within, he deliberately made no effort to conceal the bait under his control. On the contrary, his intention was to lure out this ambushing advanced zombie. Thus he made noise deliberately. Observing that the doors of the nearby private rooms were tightly shut, Ling Mo decided to take a bold step and kicked open the door of the first room. Bang! The first private room was empty, but such a commotion would surely attract even the deafest of advanced zombies. After kicking open the door, Ling Mo swiftly maneuvered the bait against the wall, vigilantly scanning his surroundings. The continued silence only deepened his sense of unease. Gradually, he maneuvered the bait to the entrance of another private room. However, just as the bait turned to face the door, Ling Mo, concealed at a distance, witnessed a figure suddenly darting out from the private room behind the bait. The figure appeared diminutive yet moved with remarkable speed. Upon bursting through the door, it leapt high, brandishing a glinting weapon that plunged fiercely into the bait's nape. As the bait collapsed, the figure landed, stepping on its back and forcefully withdrawing the weapon. A survivor, Ling Mo was taken aback. He had not anticipated the presence of a survivor in such an inhospitable setting. However, upon reflection, he realized he had initially misjudged the situation. He presumed that the one to quietly eliminate the corpse puppet must be a stronger zombie. Yet in truth, any survivor who had managed to endure until now possessed some skill. Even the bald-headed group maintained a level of vigilance, alongside a certain tenacity and strength. This figure remained composed in the face of a zombie that kicked down doors and demonstrated an understanding of seizing opportunities. Most crucially, when the moment to strike arose, the individual exhibited no hesitation whatsoever. Had they faltered even slightly, Ling Mo would have immediately commanded the bait to evade. Indeed, he had been momentarily stunned by the unexpected turn of events, and by the time he gathered his wits, the bait had already been eliminated. With two zombies having appeared consecutively, the figure did not retreat back into the private room after dispatching the bait. Instead, it cautiously edged along the wall, moving outward. As the survivor drew nearer to Ling Mo and his companions, he was filled with trepidation. He had merely been trailing the bait, and although he had concealed his presence, the confines of a bar offered little in the way of hiding spots. Given the survivor's intent to investigate the doorway, it was inevitable that they would soon discover Ling Mo and his companions. Rather than skulk and risk being discovered, it seemed wiser to step forward proactively. Regarding the matter of the bait, who could possibly discern its connection to the zombies? Although he was trailing a zombie accompanied by two young girls, such behavior inevitably aroused suspicion. Yet, as long as he remained silent, it was unlikely anyone would fathom that layer of complexity. With this thought in mind, Ling Mo resignedly rose to his feet. To his astonishment, as soon as he exposed himself, the shadow immediately detected his presence, pressing itself against the wall and swiftly retrieving an object from its pocket, hurling it forcefully towards Ling Mo. When a dark mass surged towards his face, Ling Mo remained unfazed, casually swiping his short blade to deflect the shadowy object. However, he was unprepared for the explosion of crimson mist that erupted upon contact. A scream escaped his lips as his vision was instantly obscured. A searing sensation engulfed his nose and throat, rendering him utterly uncomfortable. Fortunately, Yulian and Xiana were at a distance, unaffected by the chaos. Chili powder, it turned out, was the contents of that package, wrapped in tissue. The moment his blade made contact, it released a cloud of spice. This was undeniably a cunning tactic, effective even against zombies. Though it was Ling Mo's first encounter with such a method, and he never expected to be the victim. Reeling from the discomfort, Ling Mo pressed himself into a corner, his short blade poised defensively in front of him. As anticipated, upon witnessing Ling Mo's predicament, the shadow wasted no time rushing towards him, agile as a monkey. Leaping forward in mere strides, weapon raised high, ready to plunge it into Ling Mo's chest. Yet, just as the arm was lifted, a glint of cold steel swept past, and the figure suddenly felt a chilling presence at its neck. Though Ling Mo's eyes were blinded, he could perceive everything unfolding through the perspectives of Xian Na and Yi Lian. Moreover, there was no need for him to exert control. Xian Na would ensure his safety. In truth, had Ling Mo not exercised a modicum of influence over Xian Na's actions, the assailant would have already met with a swift demise. With the blade pressed against the neck, a sharp pain registered, causing the assailant's raised arm to freeze mid-air, a flicker of panic flashing in their otherwise composed gaze. Just as they contemplated a move, Xian Na firmly planted her foot upon their instep, her immense strength contorting the attacker's expression, compelling them to stifle a pained cry. Xian Na, devoid of any empathy towards humanity, remained unmoved by the cries of anguish, instead twisting her ankle slowly, inflicting excruciating pain upon the survivor, who was now drenched in cold sweat, feeling as though their foot might shatter under her pressure. It was only at this juncture that the assailant realized they were not confronting a zombie, but rather a formidable human adversary, a tough nut to crack indeed. Just this girl alone possessed such formidable strength. Chapter 70. The Malicious Weapon. Listening to the survivor's muffled cries, Ling Mo chose not to intervene, but instead opened his water flask and began to rinse his eyes immediately. Although he could perceive the surroundings through Shana and Yi Lian's perspectives, the situation within the bar remained enigmatic, necessitating a swift restoration of his vision. As for this survivor, having wounded himself, he deserved to endure a measure of suffering. It was not until Ling Mo cleansed his eyes that the survivor was finally liberated from the relentless agony. When Ling Mo, with his crimson eyes, gazed upon him, the survivor's hair was already drenched in cold sweat, and his once handsome visage had become contorted with pain. Had he not gritted his teeth, his wails might have summoned the zombies lurking on the street. "All right, Shana, release him." Ling Mo's words felt like a reprieve to the survivor, who dared to cast a fearful glance at Shana, his eyes brimming with trepidation and vigilance. The girl appeared to be holding back her full strength, yet she had nearly crushed his feet with her formidable might, a strength not common among ordinary individuals. Moreover, her strike had been timed impeccably. Had she exerted even a modicum more force, he would have likely found himself severed in two. Upon hearing Ling Mo's command, Shana shot a cold glance at the survivor before gradually lowering her blade. The survivor's body tensed immediately, a flicker of menace flashing in his gaze. However, before he could take any action, a shadow darted before him, and a fist struck his right eye. As he let out a muffled grunt, Ling Mo seized the weapon from his grasp. At the first sight of the weapon, Ling Mo's eyelids twitched involuntarily, recognizing the survivor as a formidable opponent. To be precise, this was no true weapon, but merely a kitchen sharpening rod that had been deliberately ground down. While the quality of such an object was adequate, its tip was not sharp. The young man had evidently spent considerable time flattening the end, and the entire rod was smeared with the blood of zombies. Given the virus's extraordinary vitality, this makeshift weapon, when used against a survivor, could cause infection with just a mere scratch. It was evident that this preparation had been made specifically for combat against survivors. Looking at the survivor, who had been knocked to the ground by Ling Mo's punch, Yi Lian silently placed her foot upon his wrist. The intensified pain caused him to curl up like a shrimp. While Shana's earlier assault was driven by her personal volition, the situation had now shifted under Ling Mo's control. Initially, the survivor's attack could be deemed accidental. Yet when Ling Mo instructed Shana to release him, it was clear the survivor had intentions to advance. Had Ling Mo reacted a moment slower, that tainted weapon could have inflicted a grievous threat upon him. Ling Mo never showed mercy to those harboring malicious intent towards him. The survivor, displaying remarkable resilience, despite the agony that had him hunched over, refrained from uttering any loud cries of distress. From his physique, he appeared to be a young man in his early 20s, clad in a filthy men's jacket, his feet adorned with a pair of athletic shoes, and his hair a disheveled mess, likely untouched by water for quite some time. However, the pointed chin and the tightly pressed, cracked lips led Ling Mo to form an immediate judgment. He was a delicate-faced pretty boy. After Yi Lian released him, Ling Mo crouched down, pressing the sharpened stick against the survivor's neck. This action caused the survivor, who was about to struggle, to freeze instantly, fully aware of the lethal potential of the makeshift weapon. "What do you intend to do?" He asked warily, his tone betraying a hint of anxiety. I didn't mean to attack you, but you did so intentionally just moments ago, Ling Mo retorted coldly. A flicker of something unusual crossed the man's eyes as he replied, I merely wish to escape alive. Of course, you reside in this bar. Escape? Ling Mo scoffed, finding the man's claims absurd. Despite his evident agility, his lies were woefully inept. No one would deliberately venture into such a bar to hunt zombies, especially given that, in Ling Mo's estimation, apart from the 2 zombies he had orchestrated to enter, this establishment probably hadn't seen a zombie in ages. Thus, it could be considered a relatively decent refuge. Yet, as soon as the thought crossed his mind, Ling Mo suddenly sensed an oddity. He scrutinized the man closely and inquired, Are you attempting to lure us outside? Is there someone else here? At this point, he glanced at Yilian. Her earlier demeanor had clearly indicated the presence of zombies. Yet unexpectedly, a survivor had appeared. However, Yilian's instincts could not be mistaken, and the man's peculiar behavior suggested there might be some clandestine secret within this bar. Could there be another like him, capable of controlling zombies? If such were the case, they would likely not risk exposing the living to danger. Regardless, this bar undoubtedly had its mysteries. Indeed, upon hearing Ling Mo's question, a flicker of panic crossed the man's face. Although he endeavored to conceal it, the dim lighting rendered it difficult for anyone to discern his unease. Yet Ling Mo, alongside Xian'a and Yi Lian, possessed a shared vision. Unfortunately for him, the zombie's night vision capabilities were formidable. You seem quite anxious. It appears I have struck a chord. Ling Mo remarked nonchalantly. The man displayed signs of struggle, gritting his teeth before suddenly asking, What do you want? Supplies? To be honest, I'm quite poor and have little food. Ling Mo was initially taken aback, then dismissively replied, I'm not here to steal your food. I merely sought to inquire. Oh, never mind. It's evident you want to divulge anything. I shall investigate on my own. With that, Ling Mo stood up. Seizing the opportunity, the man attempted to rise. But Ling Mo swiftly kicked him back down, while Yilian directly yanked him up, pinning his hands behind his back. The man was not tall, slightly shorter than Yilian, and although she was a girl, he found himself entirely devoid of any means to resist under her grip. However, as Ling Mo cast a cold glance, he noticed the evident panic in the man's eyes, which only solidified his suspicions. There was undoubtedly something amiss. After opening the private rooms along the corridor, he found no clues. Ling Mo even ventured into the restroom, searching thoroughly. Ever since that advanced zombie had ambushed him, he had harbored a lingering thought that perhaps this particular breed of undead possessed a peculiar affinity for the dark, confined spaces of restrooms. Alas, his search yielded nothing. Upon returning to the corridor, Ling Mo furrowed his brow in frustration, only to observe that the survivor's expression seemed to subtly reflect a sense of relief. Ling Mo scrutinized him for a moment before breaking into a faint smile. Wherever I go, your gaze follows, yet I have noticed one place you have deliberately avoided. Why is that? The man's expression shifted to one of utter shock, and he began to struggle violently. Unfortunately for him, in Yi Lian's grasp, he resembled nothing more than a feeble, sickly cat. How did you discover this? He stammered, his eyes betraying a hint of madness as he whispered in a frantic tone. The intensity of his reaction only served to strengthen Ling Mo's conviction. The man had presumed that in such dim surroundings, his furtive glances would go unnoticed by Ling Mo, who had been leading the way, making it nearly impossible for him to be seen unless he possessed eyes on the back of his head. Ling Mo surmised that the man would never unravel this conundrum, and he had no intention of providing any explanations. Don't come any closer. I merely injured you by accident. Is my apology not sufficient? The man appeared exceedingly anxious, repeating his plea. Ling Mo let out a cold scoff. I have already stated that whether your actions were intentional or not remains uncertain. However, your previous intent to kill me was unmistakable. Saying this, Ling Mo waved the sharpened stick menacingly. You seem rather unfriendly toward survivors as well. This is merely my weapon, the man attempted to justify himself. If you find my apology lacking, feel free to strike me again. Ling Mo chuckled softly, shaking his head and choosing to ignore him. Indeed, it was challenging for an ordinary person to discern whether the blood on the sharpened stick belonged to a human or a zombie. Yet, Ling Mo's mental acuity was akin to that of the undead. Though his perception of blood had not altered, he possessed a uniquely heightened sensitivity to the scent of the virus. To Ling Mo, The weapon emanated a potent aroma of blood, intermingled with a faint, elusive fragrance. It was subtle, yet indicative of the virus's presence, suggesting it had been smeared several times to achieve such an effect. Perhaps the man might claim he had never cleaned his weapon after dispatching a zombie, but such an excuse would only be believed by a fool. Most would approach zombie blood with trepidation, treating it as one would a venomous snake. Even Ling Mo, after a battle, would meticulously clean his dagger, barring any intractable stains. Furthermore, his desperate attempts to conceal the truth only underscored the gravity of the situation. The ruthlessness of one's methods is not inherently wrong. For an ordinary person striving to survive, it is inevitable that they may resort to extreme measures. However, employing such malevolent tactics leaves Ling Mo with an utter lack of sympathy for this survivor, rendering them impervious to the other's words. Chapter 71. The Extraordinary Girl. As Ling Mo resolutely advanced toward the end of the corridor, the survivor's expression darkened considerably. At the corridor's terminus stood a door. Though it was deliberately obstructed by a pile of debris, and the absence of light made it difficult to notice. Had it not been for Ling Mo's keen observational skills, the anomaly would likely have gone unnoticed. Upon opening the door, a kitchen revealed itself, shrouded in dimness. Ling Mo surveyed the surroundings and discerned that the sole window had been blocked with various objects, allowing only a sliver of light to filter through the crevices. The room contained few items, yet they appeared meticulously arranged. Against one wall lay a makeshift bed, accompanied by a plastic basket filled with food, mostly expired bread and some dried fruits, presumably scavenged from this bar. Additionally, the survivor's stock of beverages was notably ample, neatly displayed upon the countertop. What struck Ling Mo as peculiar was the absence of any other presence within the room. Could it be that Yilian's instinctive senses had faltered? At that moment, the survivor, escorted by Yilian, entered the kitchen. Observing Ling Mo's apparent lack of findings, he hastily declared, "I truly have nothing. If there's anything you desire, feel free to take it." This reaction instilled a sense of resolve within Ling Mo, who had been momentarily uncertain. As the survivor's anxiety escalated, Ling Mo began to methodically search along the wall, ultimately halting before a double-door refrigerator. As Ling Mo placed his hand upon it, the survivor's eyes widened in alarm, his gaze fixed intently upon Ling Mo's every movement. However, as Ling Mo maneuvered to the side of the refrigerator and began to push it, the survivor's last vestige of hope evaporated. Ling Mo pondered curiously what might lie concealed behind it that would incite such trepidation. In truth, the subterfuge was rather transparent. A mere glance revealed that the refrigerator's placement was decidedly odd. Ling Mo suspected that a door must be hidden behind it. Sure enough, when the refrigerator was shifted aside, a security door came into view, marked conspicuously with a sign, "Warehouse, authorized personnel only." It dawned on Ling Mo that the assortment of spirits on the countertop likely originated from this very warehouse. He slowly turned the doorknob, but as he opened the door, a shadow lunged toward him, startling him into a swift retreat, his mental tendrils instinctively unfurling. The assailant halted abruptly mid-attack, as though colliding with an invisible barrier, an effect of Ling Mo's psychic influence. Having narrowly avoided an assault, Ling Mo felt a twinge of frustration. His mental tendrils were not yet adept at control deployment, and their usage lacked finesse. It seemed clear that further practice was necessary. Upon closer inspection, Ling Mo was momentarily taken aback. The figure rushing towards him turned out to be a delicate girl, seemingly of a similar age to Yilian. However, her complexion was exceedingly pale, and her lips were chapped, indicating that she had suffered from a severe illness. It was no wonder that the survivor had been so anxious. From his perspective, a person as ruthless as Ling Mo might very well pose a threat to this girl. Clutching a sharp piece of metal, the girl stared at Ling Mo in bewilderment, clearly unable to comprehend how her attack had inexplicably missed its target, failing even to reach him. "Who are you?" she inquired, her gaze somewhat unfocused, yet quickly regaining clarity as she spoke. Ling Mo, too, found himself in a state of confusion, based on Yi Lian's reaction. There should have been a zombie present, yet here stood a girl. Moreover, she appeared to bear no signs of mutation, undeniably a human being. Noticing Ling Mo's silence, the girl shifted her gaze behind him, her brow furrowing, particularly as she caught sight of the bruise around the pale face's eyes, her anger flaring. "Release Sherbin." Without hesitation, she launched herself into action. It was then that Ling Mo discerned the girl's remarkable abilities. Her speed appeared unremarkable, yet as she approached him, His defenses inexplicably faltered, and her metal shard grazed his outer garment. Had he not skillfully misdirected her with his mental tendrils, he might have sustained an injury. This revelation startled Ling Mo. A single miscalculation could be excused, but after narrowly avoiding harm several times, a singular notion flickered through his mind. Ability user. This girl was undoubtedly an ability user. Did it mean that Yi Lian's reaction stemmed from her awareness of another ability user? Though he had previously encountered Wang Lin, an ability user, Yi Lian had not yet developed a true consciousness at that time. Perhaps it was her newfound awareness that triggered her response now. Yet this situation left an unsettling feeling in Ling Mo's heart. An ability user among ordinary people was akin to a mutated zombie among the undead, both caught in a state of evolution. Was there a subtle connection between the two? Nonetheless, the fact that Yi Lian could sense ability users was encouraging. After all, ability users bore no visible markings on their foreheads, making them difficult to identify at first glance. As Ling Mo's focus wavered, the girl's attacks became increasingly fierce. Although her movements seemed slow, she effortlessly evaded all of Ling Mo's counterattacks, finding gaps in his defenses. A chill ran down Ling Mo's spine as he sensed her actions. It was as if his mental tendrils enveloped her completely, persistently interrupting her onslaught. After several interruptions, he finally seized an opening, pressing his sharpened stick against the girl's throat. Her reaction was indeed swift, likely due to her abilities. Even with the sharpened stick at her throat, she managed to escape in a rather uncanny manner. Since Ling Mo seized the opportunity, there was no way he would easily let her go. As she sidestepped to evade him, her arm was already grasped by Ling Mo, who forcefully pinned her against the nearby wall. After a fierce struggle, a flush appeared on the girl's face, yet her eyes dimmed further. Exhausted from the encounter, she lacked the strength to fight back. Were it not for her peculiar abilities, she would have never been able to confront Ling Mo. Don't touch her. The survivor shouted hoarsely. What kind of skill is it to bully a girl? Provocation? Ling Mo scoffed, turning his head to reply. Wasn't she the one who attacked me first? You two, a man and a woman, both seem to have issues, insisting on provoking me. You captured Sherbin and left him in that state. Cough. I merely intervened to save him, the girl said weakly, her energy drained. Ling Mo decided to release her. In her current state, she posed no threat. I didn't capture him. He was the one who attacked me first, Ling Mo stated, pointing to his eyes. See? Upon noticing the lingering redness in Ling Mo's eyes, the girl paused, then weakly smiled. My chili powder is quite effective. I assent it? Did you come up with this method? Ling Mo was momentarily taken aback. Humph, the girl muttered before suddenly saying, if he didn't apologize to you, I wouldn't be here apologizing to you. I see you've already given him a beating. Can you let him go? Not so fast. I have some questions for you, Ling Mo replied with a slight smile, while the girl displayed a look of confusion. The man named Sherbin shouted again. What do you want? Don't touch her. The girl coughed a couple of times and said, Sherbin, stop worrying. Can't you see he is with two beautiful women? He is not interested in me. But last time, Sherbin argued with a flushed face. Enough. We can't fight back, nor can we escape, the girl noted, her illness appearing severe. However, Ling Mo sensed that she seemed gravely injured, her left hand lacking strength. From Sherbin's tone, it seemed there had been past incidents where survivors had ill intentions towards her. Yet, the girl was quite clever. Even if Ling Mo lacked women around him, he would never target someone as frail as her. He was not the type to act as a ruthless thug. Ling Mo's curiosity was piqued, but he had more pressing matters to inquire. You possess special abilities, don't you? The girl looked at Ling Mo in astonishment, but quickly realized, right? It wasn't just my imagination. I was affected by your abilities. You're also an ability user. Hearing this, Sherbin's eyes widened in disbelief, and the complexity in his gaze towards Ling Mo intensified. I know Sherbin's actions might have been a bit extreme, but he was looking out for me. Can you let him go? The girl asked again. Ling Mo rubbed his nose. He may be looking out for you, but what does that have to do with me? How about this? I'm quite curious about your abilities. Bullet time. My ability is called bullet time, the girl replied succinctly. Ling Mo was momentarily stunned. He understood the concept of bullet time to some extent. It could slow down movements. This extraordinary ability, if harnessed effectively, could undoubtedly serve as a formidable weapon. However, given the girl's frail condition, such powers seem to hold little utility. It is rather surprising how candidly she reveals her abilities, leaving Ling Mo taken aback. The girl smiled. After all, You're also an ability user. Sharing this with you is of little consequence, especially since I am now your captive, and my friend is in your hands. Can I truly refuse? Indeed, this girl displays remarkable intelligence. Previously, Ling Mo perceived Sherbin as a composed and calm survivor. Yet upon encountering this girl, he sensed that Sherbin's demeanor might have been influenced by her guidance. Her sudden aggression earlier was a culmination of her stored strength, leveraging her abilities to catch others off guard, a tactic that easily ensnares the unprepared. However, she miscalculated, failing to anticipate that Ling Mo too was an ability user, and he had the upper hand. In the wake of this defeat, the girl exhibited an unusual composure, leading Ling Mo to believe that had she been in good health, she would never have found herself in such a predicament. Chapter 72. The Nest of Corpses. The warehouse was quite well arranged. Although dim, it was not damp. Ling Mo instructed Yu Lian to release Sherbin, and he took the liberty of seating himself upon the sole single bed in the room. His eyes still stung slightly, and he realized that without a brief respite, comfort would elude him for some time. Thanks to your chili powder, I must now rest here for a while and contemplate how to address my losses. Did you not already administer a beating to Sherbin? It appears to be more than one. What further compensation do you seek? The girl's tone bore an air of resignation. But given the overwhelming strength of Ling Mo and his companions, her objections held no weight in the face of their might. She spoke the truth. Sherbin had indeed been struck multiple times, and after being released, his movements were awkward, limping as he walked. He regarded Ling Mo with caution, slowly approaching the girl. Despite passing by Yi Lian and Shana, he seemed to have lost his resolve to resist. These two seemingly delicate females were beyond his capacity to confront. Moreover, his weapon was still in Ling Mo's possession, rendering him essentially defenseless. However, when Sherbin reached out to assist the girl, she merely shook her head in rejection. He did not press the matter, evidently familiar with her disposition. Ling Mo observed with a detached eye, gradually discerning that this girl was likely quite resilient and strong-willed. Yet, her earlier words were spoken with a gentle tone, starkly contrasting with her earlier aggression. When that fierce intensity was subdued, it was nearly impossible to perceive her as an ability user. Ling Mo had managed to completely counter her initial assault primarily due to Yi Lian's unique reaction, which had afforded him prior warning. Even so, he had come perilously close to being caught off guard. This suggests that should the girl recover, her strength would be formidable indeed. The girl struggled painfully to rise to her feet, unashamedly making her way to Ling Mo's side, where she seated herself at the edge of the bed. I hope you don't mind. As you can see, my health is poor. Ling Mo thought to himself. If you don't mind, why should I? It is you who lacks the strength to resist, not me. Sherbin, anxious, hurriedly followed suit, casting a fierce glare at Ling Mo. However, having learned from past experiences, he dared not approach Ling Mo too closely, nor exhibit his hostility overtly. Amused by the discomfort on Sherbin's face, Ling Mo couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. During their earlier encounter, he had already noted that while Sherbin could launch a surprise attack with caution, facing a multitude of zombies on the streets would likely prove insurmountable for him. The food he had gathered made it evident that he lacked the capacity for such challenges. The girl's frail condition also barred her from venturing outside. She had evidently been enduring this hardship until now. In a world ravaged by catastrophe, illness poses a grave danger as access to doctors and appropriate medications is scarce. Especially when one lacks the means to procure such necessities, fate becomes the only recourse. Judging by the girl's appearance, it seemed unlikely that she could survive on her own. Nevertheless, Ling Mo felt that Sherbin's reactions were somewhat excessive, likely influenced by the incident he had mentioned previously. I have a vague recollection of that, sister. The girl suddenly pointed at Yi Lian and remarked. Ling Mo paused momentarily, then scrutinized the girl more closely. Are you also from City University? Yes. She replied with a slight smile. If I recall correctly, she was the campus belle. My name is Lin Wanxiu, a first-year student in the English department. Sherbin is from the physical education department. Please don't hold it against him. He is actually quite kind, albeit a bit hypersensitive. Sherbin, upon hearing Lin Wanxiu's words, showed no ire but rather retorted vehemently. It's not me being hypersensitive. It's those people from last time. From Sherbin's repeated mentions, Ling Mo began to piece together some details, surmising that this girl had likely encountered individuals akin to the bald man. If that were indeed the case, it would not be surprising for Sherbin to regard other survivors, especially males, as potential threats. In the apocalypse, nearly everyone bears the weight of tension within. Particularly at the onset of such a disaster, even Ling Mo himself had felt lost, struggling to survive each day like a rat in a maze. There may exist individuals with an exceptionally positive mindset, but they are certainly not the majority. Ling Mo, with thoughts of Yi Lian still in his heart, had managed to overcome this hurdle, while others, unable to do so, may find their psyche distorted. Most individuals likely appear normal on the surface. Yet once that internal tension is provoked, they can plunge into a state of hysteria. Sherbin seemed to embody this, while Lin Wanxiu had evidently transcended that threshold. You mentioned they're not like that. How then did you end up here? Did you escape from City University as well? She inquired. Her tone was calm, seemingly unfazed by the prospect of Ling Mo's potential actions. Ling Mo shook his head. No, I intend to enter City University. What about you? Did you escape from within? Sherbin let out a grunt and interjected, both Lin Wanxiu and I managed to escape just a few days ago. I advise you not to go there. Lin Wanxiu's gaze appeared somewhat intricate. With your strength, it shouldn't be difficult to escort them to the outskirts. Once there, find a secluded spot to stockpile some provisions until help arrives from the country. Although there are currently no rescue teams and all communication with the outside world has been severed, I believe some semblance of order will eventually be restored. Indeed, Lin Wanxiu was a girl of considerable insight. However, she remained unaware that Yi Lian and Xiana, who were by Ling Mo's side, were in fact zombies. Without the gel, they would perish. While the outskirts did harbor zombies, mutated ones were scarce, and higher-tier zombies were virtually non-existent. Thus, confronted with Lin Wanxiu's well-meaning suggestion, Ling Mo had no choice but to shake his head in refusal. I have matters to attend to. I must go in. Since you have just escaped, could you enlighten me about the situation inside? The more detailed your account, the more I shall regard it as compensation. Coughing once more, Lin Wanxiu's complexion flushed with an unhealthy hue, causing Ling Mo to feel a pang of concern, fearing she might cough herself into oblivion. Having exerted herself to save Sherbin, she likely exhausted all her strength, perhaps even worsening her condition. Consequently, when Lin Wanxiu coughed, Sherbin shot an indignant glare at Ling Mo. Ling Mo internally rolled his eyes, thinking that had Sherbin been more forthcoming, he would not have had to bring him in like this, nor would Lin Wanxiu have been compelled to act. After a prolonged bout of coughing, Lin Wanxiu finally caught her breath and slowly spoke. All right, it was Sherbin's fault earlier. I acted hastily without understanding the situation, and that was my mistake. You are fortunate, Sherbin added. Lin Wanxiu was a key member of the self-rescue team at City University, and she is most knowledgeable about the circumstances at the school. This remark earned him another glare from Lin Wanxiu. Ling Mo mused to himself that while Sherbin had commendable skills, his intellect left much to be desired. They were currently in a precarious position, and boasting about the self-rescue team would not intimidate anyone. Instead, it revealed their cards. Moreover, had they maintained contact with the self-rescue team, Lin Wanxiu would not have found herself in such dire straits. What Sherbin said is true. I was indeed part of the self-rescue team. However, it was merely a temporary gathering of students and teachers. After discovering my abilities, I was brought into what they termed the higher-ups. Yet, my ambitions do not align with theirs. I simply wish to survive until rescue arrives. Lin Wanxiu explained her background with resignation. In a large institution, the existence of a self-rescue team was commonplace. After nodding in acknowledgement, Ling Mo inquired, how many survivors remain at City University? And how many zombies are there? Lin Wanxiu pondered for a moment before responding. The previous tally indicated approximately 55,000 students at City University. Considering some were not on campus at the time and others fled, the remaining survivors and zombies likely total around 40,000. This figure was indeed alarming. Yet Ling Mo found it rather satisfactory. The greater the number of zombies, the higher the likelihood of the emergence of mutated or even advanced zombies. I'm uncertain of the exact number of zombies, but I estimate it to be above 30,000. The number of survivors is approximately 3,000. After a moment of silence, Lin Wanxiu provided a relatively precise figure, 30,000. Indeed, coming to City University was the right choice. With so many zombies, how many mutated ones could arise from this? Entering City University signifies stepping into a den of zombies. Although the danger is immense, the abundance of viral gel is equally noteworthy. Is your self-rescue team comprised of 3,000 individuals? Although it seemed improbable, Ling Mo could not help but inquire. Lin Wanxiu chuckled softly and shook her head, saying, "Not at all. A larger group would lead to chaos, and no one possesses the ability to maintain control. We are primarily scattered throughout the campus. In my self-rescue team, there are only about 30 individuals. However, the resources available on campus are dwindling. So I ventured out with a few others in search of a way out, only to encounter unforeseen circumstances." At this point, a flicker of sorrow flashed in her eyes, indicating her reluctance to continue. "So, you're quite familiar with the routes?" Ling Mo's gaze flickered momentarily before he shook his head with a wry smile. Given Lin Wanxiu's condition, it would be rather unfair to ask her to lead. In truth, he longed for someone to guide him. While he could manipulate zombies to scout ahead, he was still navigating the unknown himself. Wandering aimlessly across such a vast campus felt cumbersome. However, he had not anticipated encountering survivors within City University so swiftly. Thus, he had not considered this possibility. Yet, even though he had met Lin Wanxiu and Sherbin, one possessed a sharp mind but a frail body, while the other was physically capable yet lacking in intellect. These two, in a sense, complemented each other. Ling Mo thought with a hint of mischief. Chapter 73, Value Laid Bare. "So, there are many such self-rescue teams at City University?" Ling Mo asked curiously. Lin Wanxiu nodded. "Yes, the largest among them seems to have over 200 members. However, resources at the school are severely limited. I suspect most are preoccupied with thoughts of escape. Yet the sheer number of zombies makes it exceedingly difficult. We have sacrificed greatly to save merely a handful of individuals. Now, only Sherbin and I remain." She paused, her surprise evident as she said, "It seems you are determined to go to City University. However, even if your strength is remarkable, gaining entry will not be an easy feat, let alone the challenge of exiting. That place is not suitable for prolonged stays." "Well, I have my own methods," Ling Mo replied with a smile. He then expressed regret. "It is unfortunate that your condition does not permit you to lead." Sherbin interjected, somewhat angrily. "What are you joking about? Given her condition, how could you possibly have such thoughts?" Interrupted repeatedly by Sherbin, Ling Mo felt a growing irritation. He had merely expressed his thoughts without any genuine intention of having Lin Wanxiu lead. He could not discern whether Sherbin truly failed to grasp his words or simply found him particularly disagreeable, seeking to provoke him. He cast a sidelong glance at Sherbin, a cold smile gracing his lips as he inquired, "It seems you are quite concerned about her." Sherbin's face immediately flushed slightly. Had it not been for the bruise around his eye, his countenance would have exuded a certain righteousness. "Of course, setting aside the past, I am now her companion. Moreover, had she not protected me back then, I would not be standing here alive today. It is only right that I consider her well-being." After speaking, he deliberately straightened his posture and stole a glance at Lin Wanxiu. "Oh," Ling Mo drawled, suddenly rising with an icy demeanor. "Then what have you done for her? Confined her here to watch her await death? What did you say?" Sherbin exclaimed in anger, jumping to his feet. However, as he raised his fist, Lin Wanxiu promptly intervened. "Don't do anything foolish." She then turned back to Ling Mo, remarking, "He is a bit thick-headed. There is no need to provoke him deliberately. Just find an excuse to give him a beating." As she spoke, she deliberately glanced at Xian Na and Yilian. The two girls had maintained a considerable distance since entering the room, seemingly reluctant to engage with strangers. Yet, when Sherbin appeared ready to strike, Xian Na's grip tightened around the hilt of her knife, and Yilian's gaze turned ominously cold. Lin Wanxiu had no doubt that had she not intervened in time, even if Ling Mo had not retaliated, Sherbin would have ended up battered. As for Xian Na, that was one matter, but how was Yilian so formidable? However, upon reflection, Lin Wanxiu realized her knowledge of the campus bell was based solely on hearsay, and she had heard that Yilian was quite low-key. Perhaps she truly was a martial artist in the past? The more formidable these two girls appeared, the higher Lin Wanxiu's regard for Ling Mo grew. Unlike Sherbin, she did not believe that Ling Mo was coercing them. If that were the case, why would they be so focused on him? As for confinement, you see, I am quite weak. It is merely a precaution, Lin Wanxiu sighed, explaining. Yet, Ling Mo sensed that the situation was likely more complex than it appeared. Even accounting for the shadows of past traumas inflicted by survivors, it seemed unlikely that she would hide away in such a small storage area. Reflecting on Sherbin's extreme reaction only deepened Ling Mo's suspicions. However, this was ultimately someone else's private affair, and he had no intention of prying. After casting a glance at Lin Wanxiu, he inquired, "I wonder if you could assist me in drawing a route map?" "No," Lin Wanxiu replied. gazing intently at Ling Mo before suddenly declaring, "I wish to accompany you back to the university." What? The exclamation escaped Sherbin, who had just gasped and was about to say more when Lin Wanxiu interrupted him. "I have delayed for far too long, yet my condition has only worsened. I do not wish to die, at least not from illness." Lin Wanxiu's tone was calm, but it left Sherbin's face flushed with embarrassment. Having just endured Ling Mo's interrogation, hearing Lin Wanxiu's words felt akin to receiving a series of slaps from both sides, leaving him thoroughly disconcerted. As Sherbin pressed his lips tightly together in silence, Lin Wanxiu offered a faint, apologetic smile before turning to Ling Mo. "Rest assured, I shall not be a burden to you. Sherbin is capable of looking after me. In return, I will guide you and share with you the circumstances within the school. I have but one condition, that I accompany you back to the school infirmary." "What? Do you not wish to return to that self-rescue team?" As Ling Mo posed the question, he instinctively cast a glance back at Shauna. It was Shauna who had insisted on returning to the third middle school, only to fall victim to Liu Xan and become infected, transforming into a zombie. Lin Wanxiu shook her head. "What purpose would my return serve? Look at me. I would likely be expelled the moment I set foot inside. I merely wish to locate some medical supplies at the infirmary. It is far better than awaiting death. You need not worry. I will not impede your progress. With my guidance, you will undoubtedly save considerable time. No matter where you wish to go, I can identify the most suitable route for you. I see that you possess considerable strength. I trust you, and I hope you can trust me as well." Her words were delivered with conviction, indeed moving Ling Mo. Having someone familiar with the environment as a guide would undoubtedly save them much time, given Lin Wanxiu and Sherbin's capabilities. Reaching the infirmary safely would be a Herculean task. Her decision to ensure her survival was entirely rational. What pleased Ling Mo the most was that she was an intelligent girl, aware of the concept of reciprocal exchange. Although her previous statements might have sounded somewhat arrogant, Ling Mo appreciated her candidness in valuing her own worth. The only aspect that left Ling Mo somewhat dissatisfied was Sherbin's presence. However, given Lin Wanxiu's frail condition, while he could allow her to lead, it did not imply he was willing to act as a caretaker for her. After a moment of contemplation, Ling Mo nodded and replied, "Very well. However, let me clarify. If you act recklessly along the way and it leads to danger, my priority will be the safety of my group." "Fear not, I will not act recklessly," Lin Wanxiu responded, her spirits evidently lifted by Ling Mo's agreement, even jesting. "Look at me. How could I possibly create chaos?" Sherbin, in a gruff tone, added, "As long as you do not act foolishly, that is sufficient." "When do you plan to depart?" Lin Wanxiu inquired. Ling Mo rubbed his nose and replied, "I suppose it will be too late to leave today. I had initially intended to find a place to rest here and gradually ascertain the situation inside. Then let us stay here for the night. Although the space is small, at least there are no zombies around." Just as Lin Wanxiu finished speaking, Sherbin grumbled, "There weren't any before, but today, two have suddenly appeared. How unfortunate." His words were laden with implication, yet Ling Mo chose to ignore them, simply nodding in agreement. Upon hearing that zombies had indeed appeared in the bar, Lin Wanxiu exhibited a trace of surprise. However, having resided in the area, she was not overly suspicious, perhaps buoyed by newfound hope for survival. Lin Wanxiu's spirits were unexpectedly high, and the two engaged in conversation for quite some time. Upon establishing a cooperative relationship, Lin Wanxiu no longer concealed her knowledge, disclosing all pertinent information to Ling Mo. Although Shauna and Yi Lian remained silent, their attentiveness was unmistakable. While they may not have fully comprehended the conversation, their curiosity was piqued by the interaction with Ling Mo, especially for Shauna, who listened with particular diligence. Through Lin Wanxiu's elucidation, Ling Mo gained a rudimentary understanding of the circumstances at X City University. The number of self-rescue teams, akin to the one she belonged to, was indeed considerable at X City University, given that there were over 3,000 survivors, a substantial figure, to say the least. Although she was unsure of the internal dynamics of other self-rescue teams, hers had experienced a notable division. One faction advocated for steadfastness, while another, led by Lin Wanxiu, contended that an early escape was imperative. Only outside could they endure until national rescue arrived. Additionally, some individuals had completely lost faith, deeming steadfastness futile and doubting any potential rescue. This latter group particularly vexed Lin Wanxiu, who, during her conversation with Ling Mo, subtly likened them to parasites. Indeed, regardless of location, parasites seemed to persist. Unlike the survivor camp where Song Tian and Wang Lin resided, many survivors likely congregated temporarily, devoid of effective organization and established regulations. It was indeed remarkable that such a self-rescue team had not disintegrated. However, despite Lin Wanchio's extensive discourse, she refrained from revealing the nature of the earlier incident she had alluded to, merely hinting that her current predicament was closely tied to that unforeseen event. By the way, how many individuals with abilities do you think there are? How many capable individuals exist in this city? Lin Wanchio suddenly inquired. This question left Ling Mo momentarily speechless. He pondered. How could he possibly know? He had been consistently on the move within the city, and thus far, he had encountered relatively few survivors. With only two possessing abilities, one being the almost trivial Wang Lin, and the other the formidable, yet physically frail Lin Wanchio. Ling Mo felt a twinge of fortune, realizing that it was precisely because of his ability that he could keep Yi Lian and Shauna by his side. Chapter 74. Clearly, she intends to bite me. The number of individuals with abilities should be limited. Within our school, as far as I know, aside from myself, there is only one other person. However, that individual is rather unfortunate, so it would be best to avoid an encounter if possible. Lin Wanchio smiled knowingly, yet it was evident she did not wish to elaborate on that particular individual. Among the over 3,000 survivors, only two possessed abilities, a rather minuscule ratio. However, using the survivors at X City University as a baseline was evidently inaccurate. Yet, a more profound question lingered in Ling Mo's mind. He cast a glance at Lin Wanchio and finally posed the inquiry. How did you acquire your abilities? Lin Wanchio hesitated briefly, and in her dim, yet composed eyes, a flicker of something unusual appeared. After a prolonged silence, she uncertainly replied, I do not know. It feels as though I have possessed it since birth. Is it possible that you are the same? Ling Mo sighed internally, nodding helplessly. Could it be some advanced technology or an alien invasion? Sherbin interjected suddenly, reminiscent of scenes from movies where a chip is implanted in one's brain. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanchio lowered her head in speechless disbelief, while Ling Mo could not suppress a derisive chuckle. He considered Sherbin to be a foolish, mindless youth. As Ling Mo thought, both the ability users and the mutated zombies are essentially evolutionary groups of their respective races. Such phenomena cannot simply be explained by advanced extraterrestrial technology. Even if aliens did exist, why would they implant chips in human brains to assist a select few in overcoming zombies and securing survival? Ling Mo could not concern himself with others' opinions, as he was entirely skeptical. Lin Wanchio, exhibiting a demeanor of unfamiliarity, clearly found this explanation ludicrous as well. Ultimately, pondering this matter seemed futile. Mastering the use of their abilities was of greater importance. Ling Mo's apparent indifference prompted Lin Wanchio to scrutinize him more closely. As an ability user, one would expect heightened concern over such issues. Yet it must be acknowledged that Ling Mo's assertion was indeed valid. Speculation is futile when faced with unsolvable problems. After exchanging a few more words, Lin Wanchio adopted a demeanor intended to appease Ling Mo, proposing, I will sleep outside. This space is yours. However, Ling Mo smiled and shook his head, saying, no need. I can stay in the kitchen. It was absurd to think he could remain in such a completely enclosed environment. Although Lin Wanchio appeared astute, Sherbin was evidently a simpleton. Furthermore, this was merely a superficial impression. Ling Mo had yet to fully trust Lin Wanchio. Should they seal the door? A mere fire could end his life within. If they intended to plunder his belongings, they could easily employ smoke as a means. In any case, one must always be wary of others. Even when seeking refuge, his foremost consideration was always an escape route. While some survivors might believe that the more enclosed a space, the safer it is, Ling Mo was convinced that one must always leave sufficient avenues of retreat. This habit likely stemmed from his early experiences controlling zombies. During that time, he frequently severed connections with the corpses during sleep, escaping death on several occasions. Had he been in a completely sealed location then, he would have long since become a mere pile of remains. Although this issue could be resolved by leaving Yi Lian and Xiana outside, one could not predict whether those two female zombies would eliminate Lin Wanchio and Sherbin once he fell into slumber. Seeing Ling Mo's reluctance, Lin Wanchio did not press the matter further and instead said, very well. Tomorrow, Sherbin will be taking care of me. He likely won't be of much assistance to you. Let him keep watch in the private room outside tonight. As the recent zombie encounter suggests, this place may no longer be entirely safe. This proposal also carried the implication of Bin redeeming himself through action, and Ling Mo had no grounds to disagree, thus he nodded in agreement. However, he thought to himself that this place was, in fact, exceedingly safe. Those two zombies had entered solely under his command. The sight of Bin sitting wide-eyed for an entire night was, after all, a source of amusement. Time flew swiftly, and before long, night fell. Along the way, Ling Mo produced an assortment of food, an overwhelming visual feast for Lin Wanqiu and Bin, who had grown accustomed to stale bread. Bin gnawed on his bread with gritted teeth, while Ling Mo paid him no mind, merely handing a packet of biscuits to Lin Wanqiu, urging him to eat for some strength so that they could move faster the next day. Bin's eyes widened in astonishment, yet Lin Wanqiu appeared oblivious to his gaze, graciously accepting the biscuits and inquiring, "Aren't you two going to eat? This place is quite uncomfortable. Let us step outside for some fresh air," said Shauna, who had remained silent until now, her tone somewhat stiff as she pulled Yi Lian along with her out the door. Ling Mo felt a stir of admiration. It seemed Shauna had a keen sense of the atmosphere and even mastered the art of diversion. "I shall step out to see how they fare." Ling Mo seized the opportunity to slip away. Though Yi Lian and Shauna's demeanor was somewhat peculiar, they wouldn't be together for long. And as long as he remained cautious, he would not be exposed. Seeing Ling Mo's figure vanish at the doorway, Bin could no longer contain his frustration and muttered an expletive under his breath. Lin Wanqiu slowly tore open the packaging, a flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes as he regarded Bin. "He is quite manageable. Otherwise, if he were to threaten me, would I dare to defy him? You may despise him, but you must recognize his strength. Just like now, you can only curse him in silence." Bin's face flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment, and he finally clenched the bread in his hand, reluctantly stating, "Lin Wanqiu, why do I feel as though you have changed?" "How have I changed?" Lin Wanqiu leaned back, fatigue etched on his face. "I have been teaching you how to fight these past few days, yet your progress remains limited. I do not wish to perish. It has been a struggle to survive this long. As a supernatural being, I cannot afford to die easily. I wish to return home to find my parents. He possesses strength, and I wish to follow him to seek a glimmer of hope. Is that so wrong? If you truly care for me, do not provoke him any further. Once we reach the school hospital, we will naturally part ways. There is no need for this. I fear he is just like those others," Bin retorted, gritting his teeth. Lin Wanqiu's disappointment deepened as he looked at him. "I no longer wish to explain this matter. In any case, just trust me." This exchange was, of course, unheard by Ling Mo, who was now fixated on Shauna and Yi Lian. The two female zombies, upon entering the kitchen, exhibited a remarkable interest in the array of alcoholic beverages on the counter. Leading the charge was Shauna, who had regained many memories. She seized a bottle of liquor, a contemplative expression crossing her face. "I remember drinking this. It seemed to feel quite pleasant." It seems the former Shauna was not the obedient girl she appeared to be, harboring such recollections of alcohol. When Ling Mo emerged, Shauna had already exerted her brute strength to uncork a bottle of beer. Not only had she taken several gulps herself, but she had also encouraged Yi Lian to partake. Although he was unsure how they, as kindred beings, communicated, it seemed likely that Yi Lian had attained true consciousness, making basic interaction with her peers a relatively simple endeavor. Fortunately, Yi Lian demonstrated a commendable tolerance for alcohol, and Shauna likely fared similarly. Ling Mo pondered this and refrained from snatching the bottle away. In his view, allowing these two female zombies to engage with new experiences was beneficial. Even though their nature could never revert to that of humans, gaining a deeper understanding of human society and customs could prove advantageous. However, to Ling Mo's astonishment, before the bottle was finished, both female zombies became intoxicated. Their complexions remained pallid, yet their eyes exhibited a slight flush, comparable to Ling Mo's current state, rendering them indistinguishable from humans. The crux of the matter was that their mental fluctuations intensified, and their gazes towards Ling Mo became rather peculiar. Could it be that zombies were incapable of consuming alcohol? Indeed, the alcohol might awaken their primal instincts. As these unsettling thoughts crossed his mind, Ling Mo slowly began to retreat. Yi Lian was the first to lunge at him, but as she opened her mouth, a flicker of struggle crossed her face, causing her to halt. Shauna, however, was different. She lunged directly at Ling Mo, seizing his arm with fervor. Ling Mo strained to use his mental tendrils to prevent Shauna's further advances, while saying, "Did you not promise not to bite me?" Shauna paused momentarily before insistently advancing again, declaring, "I won't bite you. I merely wish to kiss." Her arms wrapped around Ling Mo's, her reddened eyes fixated on his lips as she gradually leaned closer. Perhaps due to their existing mental connection, Ling Mo's mental tendrils had little effect on Shauna, who became increasingly difficult to control after consuming alcohol. The situation worsened when Yi Lian lunged at him again, gripping his other arm. "What kind of kiss is this? You clearly intend to bite me." Ling Mo found himself retreating step by step until all three of them tumbled onto the floor. Although these two female zombies were driven mad by alcohol, their mental connection with him ensured they would not harm him. Nonetheless, Ling Mo dared not indulge in their affections, despite being ensnared like an octopus. He felt compelled to remain vigilant. It was then that Sherbin emerged from the warehouse, drawn by the commotion outside. Upon witnessing this blush-inducing scene, his expression transformed dramatically, and he stood frozen for several seconds before hastily turning to shut the warehouse door. Adopting a what-I-did-not-see mentality, he quickly traversed the kitchen. Only after slamming the kitchen door shut did he exclaim in frustration, "It's not even dark yet, and they're already so shameless." Fortunately, Shauna and Yi Lian sobered up as quickly as they had become intoxicated. However, when they finally released him, Ling Mo felt utterly exhausted. Surviving was no easy feat. As he gasped for breath, he resolutely declared to Shauna, "From now on, you are forbidden to touch alcohol." Shauna's eyes, which had slightly reddened, had returned to their normal hue. Yet, perhaps due to her undead nature, they appeared exceptionally bright even in the dim light. Yi Lian was no different. Physically, Yi Lian had evolved to a greater extent than Shauna and had awakened before her. Without Yi Lian's assistance, Ling Mo would have long succumbed to his exhaustion. Being passionately kissed by a girl is typically a delightful experience, especially when two girls come at him simultaneously. However, the joy was significantly diminished when both girls turned out to be zombies, particularly in their reckless enthusiasm. Ling Mo couldn't help but recall the tragedy that had unfolded during his bath, igniting a surge of anger within him. He abruptly pulled Shauna close and kissed her fiercely, exclaiming, "This is for your earlier attempt to bite me." Though Shauna possessed the ability to resist, she seemed to sense Ling Mo's genuine anger and thus complied eagerly. "Oh, she is quite quick to learn," he mused. A sweet liquid flowed down Ling Mo's throat, instantly warming him from within. Soon, he felt a partial replenishment of the energy he had just expended. After releasing Shauna, he glanced at Yi Lian, smirking as he pulled her into his embrace as well. While Yi Lian was not as eager to comply as Shauna, she offered no resistance. Although Ling Mo could easily compel Yi Lian to cooperate, he was reluctant to treat her in such a manner. Once Yi Lian had fully regained her strength, Ling Mo reclined comfortably on the floor with both female zombies in his arms. Due to the cramped space, the three of them had to huddle closely together, which was, to Ling Mo, a rather unique pleasure. Despite this not being their first night sleeping in such proximity, he solemnly remarked, "I'm doing this to prevent you from harming anyone in the middle of the night. After all, there are two others here." Shauna gave him a look of vague understanding, then glanced at Yi Lian, lying on the other side before slowly nodding. "Such a thoughtful one," Ling Mo complimented her, though his brow soon furrowed in concern. Living with survivors was indeed stifling. Otherwise, he could have engaged in more playful activities with them. Sensing Ling Mo's sigh, Shauna seemed to find their position slightly uncomfortable and shifted her body. "What kind of game?" she inquired. "You'll only know once you play," he replied. "Are we playing now?" A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Shauna's remarkably bright eyes, and she added, "Sister Lian would want to play too." Ling Mo was suddenly filled with sorrow. "No, we can't. There are outsiders present. Let us get some rest. We need to head to the university tomorrow." He wondered if Yi Lian would recall anything once they entered the school. Although the likelihood was slim, a vague intention lingered in Ling Mo's heart. After a while of commotion, the trio finally quieted down. Lying on a single bed, Lin Wanqiu couldn't help but smile wryly. She raised her hand to touch her cheek and sighed in relief, grateful that Ling Mo had not truly gone off the rails. Time swiftly passed, and early in the morning, Sherbin, with wide eyes, knocked on the kitchen door, exclaiming, "Awake! The day has dawned." He hesitated to push the door open, fearing that he might behold something even more unbearable than the previous night. However, to his surprise, as soon as he finished speaking, the door creaked open, revealing Yi Lian. her face a mask of indifference, her gaze chilling. Although her features were exquisitely delicate, particularly her fair complexion and slightly tousled long hair, Sherbin could not help but shudder at the sight of her, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Yilian did not spare him from torment, even twisting his hands behind his back without a hint of mercy, leaving him with the sensation that his arms might snap. After some rest, the physical pain had subsided, yet the psychological scars lingered. Healing would take time. With Yilian staring at him in silence, Sherbin averted his gaze and remarked, "It's daylight. We should set off. Also, please call Lin Wanxiu." Yilian shot him a cold glance before slamming the door shut. A flicker of irritation crossed Sherbin's face. But as Lin Wanxiu had pointed out, though he felt anger, he dared not direct it at Ling Mo and his group. He could only stew in his frustration. In truth, Ling Mo was not intentionally leaving him in the lurch. He was occupied with a significant task, assisting Xian Na in undressing. Having cultivated the habit of rising at dawn, he did not require Sherbin's reminder. Just as he had finished helping Yilian into her clothes, Sherbin came knocking. The various garments were indeed challenging to remove. In her eagerness, Xian Na had moved too abruptly, failing to notice that the hem of her garment was caught beneath Ling Mo's arm, resulting in a tear. Fortunately, there were 2 spare outfits in the backpack. After assisting Yilian into her outerwear, Ling Mo proceeded to help Xian Na remove the damaged clothing. Noticing Ling Mo furrowing his brow as he assisted her, Xian Na found the situation amusing and remained still. However, before Ling Mo could complete his task, a soft click resonated, followed by a cough. Lin Wanxiu stood blushing at the warehouse door, appearing somewhat revitalized, her expression a mix of curiosity as she regarded Ling Mo and the partially undressed Xian Na. "Well." Ling Mo hastily draped the retrieved clothing over Xian Na, helping her into her jacket, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as he chuckled. "Don't mind it, haha." Internally, however, he lamented, thinking that most people would instinctively turn away in such circumstances. For instance, Sherbin, despite being rather irritating, at least understood the principle of not witnessing impropriety. Yet here was Lin Wanxiu, a clever girl, fixating her gaze on Ling Mo and Xian Na, as if deliberately causing his flustered state. "You treat your girlfriend quite well, even assisting her with her clothing," Lin Wanxiu remarked with a slight smile. Had it not been for the lingering blush on her cheeks, one might easily assume she had seen nothing at all. Ling Mo smiled gently, then reached in her bag to retrieve a bottle of milk, tossing it toward Lin Wanxiu. "It hasn't expired. Replenish your strength," she urged. Given Lin Wanxiu's physical condition, it was clear she would struggle to catch the bottle. However, her extraordinary ability, which allowed her to manipulate time, proved invaluable. As the milk descended toward her, Lin Wanxiu appeared unfazed, extending her hand with precision to grasp the bottle effortlessly. The union of rapidity and slowness created a remarkably fluid sensation. The capacity to slow down time indeed embodied an exceptional power, one that, like his puppeteering skills, held potential for growth. To truly become stronger, one must discover new methodologies of application, gradually unearthing the latent capabilities of their abilities. This epitomized the genuine evolution of superhuman. "Thank you." Lin Wanxiu expressed her gratitude sincerely. Her health was compromised, attributed partly to illness and partly to inadequate nutrition. Although Sherbin reserved the better food for her, the nutritional value was hardly substantial. After consuming an entire packet of biscuits the previous day, she felt a marked improvement in her energy, clearly indicating that it wasn't merely a matter of poor quality, but a lack of sufficient sustenance. Contemplating this, Ling Mo felt a wave of sympathy for Lin Wanxiu. Despite being a superhuman, she led a constrained existence. Yet, her condition likely mirrored that of many survivors. The apocalypse was undeniably harsh for ordinary individuals. Even Ling Mo had to tread cautiously with each step. A slight misstep could lead to dire consequences, reminiscent of her narrow escape from an advanced zombie at New Era Square. Such perils lurked at every turn. "Shall we enter through the back door today?" Ling Montak inquired, pulling out some food from her backpack, munching as she spoke. Lin Wanxiu shook her head. "That's not feasible. The back door is swarming with zombies. It would be best to take the route we escaped through and scale the wall." "Very well. Since you are familiar with the path, I shall follow your lead." Ling Mo nodded, then added, "Let me share my objective. I intend to venture into the most densely populated area of zombies." Lin Wanxiu appeared taken aback by Ling Mo's unexpected request, Yet after a moment's hesitation, she chose not to question it, nodding in agreement. That area is indeed near the school hospital. Where do you think the zombies congregate the most? Ling Mo asked, sensing Lin Wanchio's straightforwardness. Lin Wanchio chuckled. Naturally, the dormitory area. I can assure you that the density of zombies there is unparalleled. Rest assured, I won't lead you astray. After all, I am without any means to resist before you. Chapter 76. The proper utilization of abilities moments later. Ling Mo and her companions emerged through the wide-open doors of the Yinhuang bar. Lin Wanchio and Bin trailed behind. Although weakened, she persevered in walking, ensuring Bin remained close by to mitigate any unforeseen circumstances that might hinder Ling Mo. Ling Mo was quite pleased with this arrangement. An excess of pride or weakness was detrimental. Autumn had arrived, and daylight lingered longer into the morning. Though the dawn was still dim, it was likely around 6 or 7 o'clock. However, the morning breeze remained quite frigid. Despite having undergone several enhancements to his physical constitution, Ling Mo felt little discomfort, while Bin and Lin Wanchio could not help but shiver. Noticing that Yi Lian and Xian Na were dressed lightly, yet seemed unaffected, Lin Wanchio couldn't resist casting them a few more glances. Just how formidable must Ling Mo be to have two exceptionally talented girls by his side? Lin Wanchio pondered. You mentioned climbing over a wall. From which location? Ling Mo, preoccupied with scrutinizing the towering wall, failed to notice Lin Wanchio's gaze. Lin Wanchio glanced deeper into the red light street and suggested, let us use the spot we escaped from previously. Although it requires a longer detour once inside, at least the path is relatively safe. By the way, could you return that sharpening stick to Bin? It was originally my weapon. Yohannes as well? You certainly possess an abundance of patience, Ling Mo remarked, recalling that the sharpening stick had remained in his possession since its confiscation, though it held little utility for him. Rest assured, I did not accompany you to court death. I will not engage in any self-destructive actions. Right, Bin? Lin Wanchio added, turning to Bin. After a sleepless night, Bin's eyes were bloodshot and his pallid complexion appeared particularly bleak. Upon hearing Lin Wanchio request the weapon on his behalf, a flicker of anger crossed his features, yet he swallowed his frustration. He grunted heavily, acknowledging her request. Ling Mo quietly thought that if he sought to court disaster, he wouldn't mind and tossed the sharpening stick towards him. As the dark object hurtled toward him, Bin was startled, causing every hair on his body to stand on end, and he hurriedly stepped back. However, Lin Wanchio remained composed and reached out, firmly grasping the stick's handle with steady hands. Bin's embarrassment was palpable, his face flushing crimson. Yet, when he glared at Ling Mo in anger, he found that Ling Mo had barely acknowledged him. Let us proceed. Ling Mo had no intention of tormenting Bin. It was merely a casual act. He adjusted his backpack, stretched his neck, and led the way in the direction indicated by Lin Wanchio. Xiana and Yi Lian followed closely, while Lin Wanchio, after a lingering glance at Ling Mo, also trailed behind. Although Bin's face was marked by discomfort, no one derided him, and thus, he sullenly kept pace beside Lin Wanchio, taking the sharpening stick from her. Inevitably, they encountered a few zombies along the way, seemingly drawn from elsewhere. As remnants of blood-stained clothing and relatively fresh human bones littered the ground, their original hues stubbornly persisting despite the rain's efforts to wash them away. Ling Mo sidestepped a half-crushed skull, still bearing remnants of flesh, now decayed, leaving behind only a deeply sunken cavity and taut skin. As several zombies, previously swaying in place, suddenly surged toward them, Bin's expression changed drastically, and he quickly positioned himself in front of Lin Wanchio. Yet Lin Wanchio gazed calmly at Ling Mo and her companions, pondering how a group of individuals with their prowess could possibly encounter difficulties against mere zombies. Not to mention, Ling Mo was an ability user. As the horde of zombies surged forward, Ling Mo took a slow step back, immediately unleashing her mental tendrils. In an effort to conceal her ability to manipulate the undead, she refrained from employing her usual offensive tactics. Instead, she distorted the zombies' line of sight with her mental tendrils, causing their movements to falter momentarily. Seizing this opportunity, Yi Lian and Sha Na flanked the zombies from either side, swiftly dispatching 4 of them with precision. The remaining few, just regaining their bearings, were once again influenced by Ling Mo, stumbling and nearly collapsing. Taking advantage of this moment, Yi Lian plunged her curved blade into the back of one zombie's head, while Sha Na's long sword shimmered ominously, creating a deep gash in the chest of another. As the zombie fell backward, a gory mist erupted like a fountain. Sherbin watched, his eyelids twitching at the gruesome scene, while Lin Wanchio's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The two girls exhibited exceptional synergy in their close combat prowess, displaying no hesitation in their lethal actions, which clearly indicated a psychological fortitude beyond the ordinary. Ling Mo's ability appeared to be of a psychic nature, akin to her bullet time, both relying on the strength of one's mental faculties. Indeed, on the surface, their abilities bore a striking resemblance. Lin Wanchio's bullet time slows the actions of her opponents within her line of sight, yet it does not actually affect their movements, making this ability self-referential. Conversely, Ling Mo's power directly influences her enemies, altering their speed and direction of attack, though they may seem similar at first glance. Lin Wanchio sensed that Ling Mo's ability was far superior to her own. Had she known that Ling Mo's power was, in fact, a form of puppet manipulation, her astonishment would have deepened. "Your ability is impressive," Lin Wanchio couldn't help but remark. Ling Mo glanced back at her, smiling. "Yours is quite commendable as well." However, after a moment's hesitation, Ling Mo continued. With further evolution and expansion, it could become even stronger. To be honest, Ling Mo did not possess the leisure to guide others. Yet there was something about Lin Wanchio that genuinely resonated with him. He understood her desire to survive. She had awakened her abilities, displayed excellent psychological preparedness, and demonstrated sound judgment in various situations. Yet she found herself in such dire straits. Even in her ailing condition, she had not given up. Upon hearing Ling Mo's words, a peculiar light flickered in Lin Wanchio's eyes, and she fell into contemplation. Along the journey, zombies blocking their path were relatively scarce. Yet the numerous corpses strewn across the ground would surely attract others soon. After traversing a considerable distance along Red Light Street, Lin Wanchio finally spoke. "This is it." Ling Mo immediately halted. The section of wall Lin Wanchio indicated bore numerous deep brown stains, glaringly conspicuous against the white surface. These were the remnants of someone who had had an arm torn off by a zombie, leaving behind a trail of blood. However, that classmate passed away not long after, and among those bones, there must be a part of him. A hint of sadness flickered in Lin Wanchio's eyes as she spoke softly. Sherbin also displayed a trace of regret. It seemed that returning to this familiar place profoundly impacted both of their psyches. The walls of Chung University were not particularly high, and the shards of glass atop them had been shattered, though it remained uncertain whether it was Lin Wanchio and her companions who had done so. Ling Mo took a few steps back, then, after a brief run, leaped up to grasp the top of the wall and climbed over. He crouched for a moment, observing the small grove beyond the wall, where no signs of zombies were visible for the time being. After descending, he assisted Yi Lian in climbing over as well. Her movements were considerably more agile than his. Without needing a running start, she leaped high and gracefully landed beside Ling Mo with a single hand on the wall. Witnessing her impressive agility left Lin Wanchio and Sherbin momentarily astonished. Realizing that this campus beauty was indeed not to be underestimated, she appeared delicate yet possessed remarkable athleticism. However, Xiaona did not immediately scale the wall. Instead, she turned to Lin Wanchio and Sherbin. Lin Wanchio coughed lightly. Ordinarily, given her frail condition, climbing would be quite challenging for her. Yet, emulating Ling Mo's approach, she managed to leap up, barely grasping the top of the wall before slowly pulling herself up. As she landed, her footing faltered, and she stumbled towards Ling Mo. He instinctively caught her, a faint scent wafting into his nostrils, causing him to pause momentarily. It was unexpected that she could still exude such fragrance after spending time in that warehouse. Nonetheless, he quickly steadied Lin Wanchio and inquired, "Are you all right?" This scene was witnessed in full by Sherbin, who had just jumped down. His expression changed dramatically as he hurriedly pulled Lin Wanchio away, glaring fiercely at Ling Mo. "What are you doing?" Ling Mo rolled his eyes, disregarding him, while Lin Wanchio offered a slight apologetic smile to Ling Mo, saying, "Thank you," before softly addressing Sherbin. "Don't make a fuss. Ling Mo merely helped me, or I would have fallen." After this wall climb, Lin Wanchio's complexion paled further, and her breathing became noticeably heavier. Sherbin cast a suspicious glance at Ling Mo before sulking in silence. Xiaona, with her adept skills, effortlessly leaped over as well, landing almost silently. Although her movements were not as swift as the more physically evolved Yi, they were certainly more graceful than Ling Mo's. During this time, Ling Mo had come to realize that regardless of his physical enhancements, he was still merely stronger than an average person. Achieving the ability to withstand advanced zombies in close combat would likely be a daunting task. His strength lay in his mental prowess, while Yi Lian and Xia Na, as formidable female zombies, complemented him perfectly. With their exceptional close combat abilities, Ling Mo could effectively wield his puppet mastery in battle without the fear of being overwhelmed in melee encounters. This should be the correct application of his puppet mastery, controlling the undead to compensate for his close combat weaknesses while maximizing the potential of his formidable mental strength. However, his physical enhancement cannot be deemed a misstep. After all, lacking sufficient stamina, relying solely on mental fortitude, proves to be quite disadvantageous. Moreover, a certain degree of self-defense capability is essential. Chapter 77, Ambush in the Forest. The sprawling grounds of the university encompass this secluded grove, merely a remote corner of the campus. Traversing through the obscured woodland inevitably induces a quickening heartbeat, a palpable tension in the air. Following the escape route taken by Lin Wanxiu and others, one can observe mottled bloodstains along the way. The countenance of Sherbin and his companion visibly darkens, as it seems their courage has been utterly depleted by their narrow escape. Were it not for dire necessity, they would likely never wish to return to the university again. Though this area appears relatively secure, Ling Mo is acutely aware that the moment they leapt over the walls, they entered a vast den of corpses. Over 30,000 zombies congregated in a nearly enclosed environment presents a horrifying reality. In stark contrast, the mere 3,000 survivors are undeniably a vulnerable minority amidst such a horde. Resistance? A group of ordinary students and faculty, each scattered in their own state of disarray, is hardly capable of mounting any effective opposition. Once a certain number of zombies gather, individual combat prowess becomes a mere joke. Ling Mo vividly recalls the harrowing experience when he attempted to control a zombie decoy with a phone, only to be torn apart by hundreds of undead. Thus, among this group, the most cautious heart is not that of Lin Wanxiu or Sherbin, but rather Ling Mo himself. Yet, in comparison to the precariousness felt by the others, Yi Lian and Xia Na remain unfazed, walking boldly at the forefront. As mutated zombies, they are impervious to the attacks of ordinary undead, and they possess an instinctive awareness should any mutated zombies be nearby. Ling Mo allows them to lead the way to safeguard against any sudden zombie appearances. However, their nonchalance astonishes the oblivious Lin Wanxiu and Sherbin. Lin Wanxiu cannot help but express concern. When we escaped, there were zombies pursuing us. Perhaps some linger here in the woods. It would be prudent for them to exercise caution. Before Ling Mo could respond, Xia Na turned to Lin Wanxiu, her demeanor icy as she stated, "No need. I am merely reminding you, as it is my duty to lead." Unperturbed by Xia Na's brusque reply, Lin Wanxiu chuckled amiably. Upon hearing Lin Wanxiu's words, Ling Mo subtly instructed Yi Lian and Xia Na to maintain a distance, enabling them to detect any threats more promptly. As for Xia Na engaging in conversation, Ling Mo is not surprised. He has observed that since Xia Na regained her human memories, she still views humans as prey, but exhibits a flicker of interest. Since she is inclined to interact in this manner, Ling Mo does not oppose it. Rather, he subtly encourages her. After all, the closer her thoughts align with humanity, the deeper their communication will grow. Most importantly, she can impart a more positive influence on Yi Lian. Ling Mo did not mind their zombie identities, but she hoped they would not exhibit aggression towards others, as such behavior would not bode well for them. The ability to communicate could at least provide an additional layer of disguise, preventing suspicion regarding their true nature. How much longer must they traverse this forest? Their path was not the usual woodland trail, but rather a meandering route through dense underbrush and trees, obscuring their line of sight and making it difficult to discern how far they had yet to go. Thus, Ling Mo inquired, "How much longer?" Lin Wanxiu pondered for a moment before responding, "Perhaps another 7 or 8 minutes. This forest spans a considerable width, but if we proceed directly through, the distance we must cover is not overly long." No sooner had she finished speaking than a shadow lunged suddenly from behind a thicket, and before it even approached, a pungent stench of blood assaulted their senses. The target of this shadow was unmistakably Lin Wanxiu. Though Sherbin was taken aback, he swiftly raised his makeshift weapon. Yet he was a moment too late. The creature was a male zombie, appearing to be around 20 years of age, with a pale, bloodless face twisted in a grotesque manner. Its blood-red eyes glimmered with malice, and its slightly parted mouth dripped with glistening saliva. It bore severe injuries from before its transformation. Its left shoulder had completely collapsed, and one hand was a gruesome sight, bloodied and mangled, though it had since healed. Most alarmingly, this zombie moved with remarkable speed, suggesting it had possessed considerable physical prowess even prior to its mutation. It appeared in their line of sight, and, in the blink of an eye, had lunged towards Lin Wanqiao from behind. Despite Lin Wanqiao's supernatural abilities, it was challenging for her to evade entirely. Yet she was not the type to resign herself to fate. Sensing the rush of wind behind her, she tightened her grip on the iron shard and swiftly turned to face the oncoming zombie. The creature, relentless in its assault, aimed its unscathed hand towards Lin Wanqiao's heart. Should it succeed, even if it did not immediately rend her flesh, it would surely restrain her, leaving her vulnerable to a bite. Generally, once a person is seized by a zombie, escape is nearly impossible unless the grip is on a limb that one might be willing to sacrifice, rather than the torso. With the zombie's rapid advance upon her, Lin Wanqiao maintained a remarkably calm demeanor. She casually swung her iron shard and, at the critical moment, deflected the zombie's arm, pulling it down with force. Although her weapon was insufficient to sever the limb, blood gushed forth, and the zombie's arm slackened, rendering it unable to exert strength. However, this did not deter the zombie. Despite its incapacitated arms, it lunged forward, intent on biting. Lin Wanqiao bent low and crashed into the zombie's embrace, managing to stagger the creature momentarily. This was the extent of her capabilities, yet as her stamina waned and motion became impossible, the zombie surged forward once more. A flicker of despair crossed Lin Wanqiao's eyes. In the blink of an eye, everything transpired, leaving an ordinary person no time to react. However, Ling Mo's mental fortitude was formidable, and his reflexes were swifter than those of the average individual. As the zombie lunged once more, he swiftly deployed his mental tendrils, causing the creature to veer sharply off course, barreling past Lin Wanqiao. Meanwhile, Yi Lian, akin to a hunting leopard, had already dashed back, and, as the zombie brushed past Lin Wanqiao, plunged her curved blade into its abdomen. With a powerful tug, the vibrant entrails, mingled with blood, spilled forth. The zombie staggered a few steps before collapsing lifelessly. At that moment, Lin Wanqiao jolted back to reality, having genuinely believed she was destined for death mere seconds before, only to find herself miraculously spared. The creature's peculiar movement at the critical juncture was evidently influenced by Ling Mo. This she perceived clearly. Despite her weakened state, she inhaled deeply and turned to Yi Lian and Ling Mo, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you." Yi Lian maintained her frigid demeanor, her speed having left no trace of blood upon her blade. Ling Mo merely nodded, replying, "You were leading the way. It was a trifling effort." It was then that Sherbin finally grasped the situation. He had intended to rush forward to assist Lin Wanqiao, but suddenly pointed at the fallen zombie, exclaiming, "Isn't that Lu Chuan? He wasn't devoured, but has turned into a zombie." His exclamation ignited Ling Mo's ire, who admonished him in a hushed yet furious tone. "What are you shouting for? What if more zombies are attracted? Who knows how many lurk here? If surrounded, can you escape? Fool!" Upon being called a fool by Ling Mo, Sherbin's expression darkened considerably. Yet, gripping his makeshift weapon tightly, he restrained himself. He vividly recalled Lin Wanqiao's earlier words, and crucially, he recognized his own lack of strength to assert himself. Yi Lian's recent ferocious assault had far surpassed his expectations. He now realized that she had not even exerted her full prowess against him. Nevertheless, Sherbin privately mused that Ling Mo didn't appear particularly formidable either, merely a dependent individual. Noticing Sherbin's subdued demeanor, which was a stark contrast to his earlier fury, Ling Mo felt a flicker of surprise. He was not the type to swallow his pride easily. Had Lin Wanqiao said something to him? Yet in his heart, he resolved to find an opportunity to teach this fool a lesson. After having been so thoroughly bested, it was bewildering that Sherbin had not learned his lesson. In this apocalyptic world, strength was the currency of survival. Did he still believe things would remain as they once were? "This Lu Chuan is from our rescue team, a fellow student who escaped with me." Lin Wanqiao finally managed to catch her breath and approach for a closer look, quickly covering her mouth in shock. Ling Mo had already noted that the zombie's injured hand appeared to have only recently healed, but he had not anticipated that this individual would be Lin Wanchio's companion. Their astonishment at a friend's transformation into a zombie was palpable. Yet Ling Mo merely regarded the scene with quiet contemplation. After being wounded by a zombie, the process of infection typically occurs at the moment of injury, as the zombie's claws and hands are smeared with various unidentified remnants of flesh and blood. Once the wound comes into contact with these, infection is inevitable. However, it seems that no survivors have lived long enough after such injuries to witness their own transformation, making cases like Lu Chuan's exceedingly rare. Ling Mo, however, has witnessed two instances, one being Lu Xine, who was infected by a mutated zombie and succumbed to the virulence, and the other being Shauna. Surprisingly, Lin Wanchio quickly regained her usual color, though her inherently vacant gaze appeared even dimmer. Perhaps due to some emotional stir, or because she had exhausted her strength. Xiao Zhong had inexplicably survived and mutated during the chaos. Everyone had merely fled upon hearing he had been bitten, hardly sparing him a glance. Ling Mo gazed deeply at her and remarked, "This is the apocalypse." Indeed, the longing to return to the past is a simple desire, yet its realization is far from easy. Furthermore, in Ling Mo's heart, this scarred world seems unlikely to revert to its former state. Not only the city, but likely other regions have also descended into desolation. Even if humanity manages to regain a foothold, can they truly eradicate the zombies? Initially, Ling Mo held on to hope, but the absence of any rescue has gradually altered his perspective. Once again, he reiterated that rather than waiting for an uncertain rescue that may never arrive, it is wiser to enhance one's own strength and rely on oneself for survival. Let's move on. This corpse will soon attract zombies, Ling Mo sighed. Yilian's swift and brutal attacks had left the body nearly disemboweled, with entrails strewn across the ground, and the pungent scent of blood would soon draw the zombies like ravenous wolves. Noticing Lin Wanchio's struggle to move after the recent battle, Ling Mo instructed Shauna to support her, allowing them to proceed while remaining vigilant. Sherbin, with his penchant for ambushes and inadequate reaction during combat, proved unreliable. As anticipated, zombies soon emerged from various corners of the woods, most of which were drawn here by Lin Wanchio's group previously and had remained nearby. With Yilian leading the way, the approaching zombies were effortlessly dispatched, while those attacking from other directions were largely subdued by Ling Mo's psychic tendrils, swiftly dealt with by a single, precise strike. However, he chose not to intervene with the zombies approaching from Sherbin's direction, forcing Sherbin to clumsily maneuver around the trees to evade them. Had it not been for his relatively nimble movements, he likely would have met a dire end. As Lin Wanchio observed Ling Mo's in action, she understood his intention to teach Sherbin a lesson. However, she was indeed quite astute, recognizing that she owed Ling Mo a life. Thus, she had no leverage to plead for mercy and could only helplessly pretend not to see. Utilizing the advantage of the terrain, Sherbin managed to eliminate a few zombies. Yet he was utterly exhausted, resembling a dead pig, barely able to catch his breath. In stark contrast, Ling Mo single-handedly dispatched over 10 zombies, maintaining a composed demeanor. Apart from a slight sheen of sweat on his forehead, he exhibited no signs of strain. Just as Sherbin begrudgingly acknowledged Ling Mo's impressive capabilities, he immediately clenched his teeth in anger, thinking, "Bah, compared to those two girls, he is nothing. So what if he has special abilities? If I had powers, I would surpass him." Yet, he could only vent his frustrations inwardly. Zombies continued to emerge from the thickets, slowing their pace significantly. What was initially a 7 to 8 minute journey extended to nearly half an hour. By the time they finally emerged from the woods, they encountered nearly 30 additional zombie corpses. This forest would soon become a banquet for the undead. Beyond the trees lay an expanse of grassland, intersected by a narrow path, where a few zombies wandered, approximately 20 in total. Unfortunately, the open nature of the meadow posed a challenge. Although Ling Mo could effortlessly eliminate these zombies using his puppeteering ability, he preferred to keep his powers under wraps. Lin Wanchio and her companion still believed that his abilities were merely a form of mental prowess. While revealing his capabilities might not be detrimental, it could incite unnecessary speculation. It seemed that a gradual approach was warranted. Ling Mo's strategy was straightforward. He picked up a small stone and tossed it into a nearby cluster of zombies. Although the sound was faint, it was sufficient to capture their attention. As the zombies stirred, Ling Mo discreetly exerted control over 3 of them, guiding their movements to face his direction while subtly revealing himself from his hiding spot. This tactic created the illusion that the zombies had noticed him due to the noise, thereby obscuring his manipulations. As the zombies lunged towards him, Ling Mo calmly stepped back, allowing them to charge into the fringes of the woods, where Yi Lian and Xia Na swiftly dispatched them. To save time, he boldly charged forward, appearing gallant. However, to avoid injury, he remained on the periphery, eliminating zombies with caution, with his puppeteering ability and mental tendrils influencing their movements and judgments. Ling Mo found the skirmish with these few zombies to be a trivial endeavor, although his approach may seem somewhat underhanded. He understood the gravity of his human vulnerability. Any injury from a zombie could spell his end. Consider this. The assaults of zombies are relentless and unyielding, driven by an insatiable hunger, while humans often exhibit trepidation, fearful of even the slightest graze. Thus, when confronted by the undead, humanity frequently lacks the audacity to engage, holding back in combat. However, Ling Mo is an exception. He skillfully directs Yi Lian and Xia Na into the heart of the zombie horde, while simultaneously utilizing his puppet mastery to influence nearby zombies, dispatching them with ease from a position of safety. Lin Wanqiu conserves his energy, refraining from action, and Sherbin, utterly exhausted, slumps nearby. Yet, Ling Mo denies him the luxury of spectator's role, manipulating one of the zombies to take a few steps toward Sherbin before relinquishing control. Sherbin, already on the brink of collapse, is taken aback when a zombie suddenly lunges at him, prompting him to spring into action. As he grapples with the creature, he muses in frustration about why it would target him instead of the seemingly carefree Ling Mo. Through this relatively cautious yet secure strategy, Ling Mo effectively eliminates the zombies closest to the forest. The distant zombies, having caught the scent of blood, advance without any prodding from Ling Mo, only to meet their demise. While these ordinary zombies pose a threat in numbers to the average person, they're mere fodder for Yi Lian and Xia Na. During the skirmish, Ling Mo observes that although these zombies do not proactively target the more advanced mutated variants, they're not entirely devoid of resistance when attacked. The previous oversight stemmed from Yi Lian and Xia Na's efficiency in dispatching foes with a single blow, leaving no room for retaliation. However, in this instance, the presence of trees as obstacles allowed for moments where the zombies were not immediately slain. One zombie, after having an arm severed by Yi Lian, roared and lunged at her, only to be swiftly felled by Ling Mo's psychic influence. Another, wounded by Xia Na, staggered momentarily before turning to charge at Yi Lian, only to be cleaved in half by her swift blade. While one instance could be deemed an anomaly, the recurrence of such behavior raises concerns. It remains uncertain whether these ordinary zombies possessed an inherent instinct for resistance or if such awareness arose from recent enhancements. After all, when ordinary zombies consume their fallen kin, they undergo minor evolutionary changes which, albeit subtle, can accumulate into significant transformations over time. Ling Mo had previously entertained this hypothesis. Ordinary individuals, striving to survive in the apocalypse, have developed various survival techniques and gradually fortified their mental resilience. Concurrently, among the populace, a subset of individuals with abilities is enhancing their powers. Meanwhile, the vast zombie horde is also evolving, giving rise to formidable entities such as mutated and advanced zombies. After vanquishing the last horde of zombies, Ling Mo and his companions hastily traversed the grassy expanse, making their way towards the heart of the city university. As an institution capable of accommodating 50 to 60,000 students, City University sprawls over a vast area. According to Lin Wanqiu, the regions housing the classrooms and dormitories are teeming with the undead, and the sheer number near the main entrance is appalling. Survivors are scattered throughout the campus, struggling to subsist amid the throngs of zombies with scant provisions. To escape from within the campus to the outside world, one must be psychologically prepared. Hence, unless absolutely necessary, few are willing to risk such an endeavor. Moreover, there exists a psychological tendency to conform. Even those who understand that remaining here is tantamount to awaiting death prefer to stay with the majority, lacking the courage to venture alone. Those who genuinely resolve to brave the journey outside and survive are but a handful, such as Lin Wanqiu and Sherbin. Your previous rescue team should be relatively close to the back door, correct? Ling Mo mused, contemplating Lin Wanchio's insights. Lin Wanchio cast a surprised glance at Ling Mo before nodding. Indeed, otherwise we would not have chosen this escape route. Do you see that theater over there? She gestured towards a distant red brick structure. That is where my rescue team is stationed, and now there are fewer than 20 individuals remaining inside. Do you truly not wish to return and check on them? Ling Mo inquired, a fleeting glimmer of curiosity in his eyes. Lin Wanchio hesitated for a moment before offering a wry smile. When I made the decision to leave, I severed ties with them. Our paths diverge, and I shall not return. Furthermore, I refuse to subject myself to humiliation. With the reaffirmation of Lin Wanchio's resolve not to return, Ling Mo felt a sense of relief. His purpose here was to hunt zombies, and he had no desire to engage with the survivors. Once entangled in complications, extricating oneself would prove exceedingly difficult. What is the approximate location of the school hospital? Ling Mo inquired further. Lin Wanchio raised her arm and pointed towards a distant direction. Behind Building 3, that area should be considered the center of the campus. It is also where the zombies are most densely concentrated. Chapter 79. The Mutated Zombie in the Grass. Indeed, City University, with its 30,000 zombies, presents an alarming density even in areas where the undead are relatively sparse. Once renowned for its picturesque environment, navigating through this campus, replete with lush greenery and remarkably wide roads, has become an excruciating ordeal. Zombies lurk within the buildings by the roadside, hide among the shrubs, and roam the streets. It is no wonder that Lin Wanchio's group has suffered significant casualties. This is no place for ordinary individuals to traverse safely. What troubled Ling Mo the most was his unfamiliarity with the surroundings. To avoid drawing out more zombies from various corners, he had no choice but to adopt a more cautious approach, advancing slowly. In simple terms, he took one step at a time, steadily overcoming each obstacle. With Lin Wanchio leading the way, the journey was indeed more manageable than charging recklessly. Yet the challenges remained formidable, especially when Ling Mo realized that the mutated zombies could not be completely disregarded in comparison to the ordinary ones. He became reluctant to allow Shana and Yi Lian to charge recklessly, lest any mishaps occur. Although this cautious approach slowed their progress, it ensured a greater degree of safety, which ultimately reassured Lin Wanchio, who had harbored doubts about Ling Mo and his companion's capabilities. Through their journey, Lin Wanchio came to recognize that the trio not only possessed strength, but also exhibited remarkable teamwork, particularly Ling Mo, who, as the decision-maker, displayed an admirable calmness and prudence. It was precisely this careful demeanor that bolstered Lin Wanchio's confidence in her judgments. Initially, she had approached the situation with a tentative mindset, uncertain of the likelihood of success. After all, having recently escaped from the university besieged by zombies, the lingering terror of navigating through such perilous circumstances still haunted her. Although Ling Mo's demeanor appeared relaxed and approachable at first glance, she understood that this impression was merely superficial. True knowledge of a person transcends mere appearances, especially in the context of a first meeting. It was only after witnessing Ling Mo's performance in battle that Lin Wanchio felt completely reassured. She could indeed glimpse a flicker of hope by following him. A rather perilous moment arose at an intersection. Initially, seeing fewer than 50 zombies, Ling Mo believed they could stealthily bypass them. However, as they rounded the back of a building, they unexpectedly encountered a mutated zombie head-on. The shadow surged forth from the thicket behind the structure with astonishing speed, prompting Ling Mo to retreat abruptly. Lin Wanchio reacted swiftly, pulling Sherbin aside as both of them hastily moved to safety. Having spent time in a zombie-infested area like the university, Lin Wanchio and Sherbin were no strangers to mutated zombies. As an ability user, Lin Wanchio had even engaged in combat with them before, a harrowing experience. For someone like Sherbin, an ordinary person, encountering a mutated zombie signified certain death. If a group were to face such a creature, it could very well lead to their annihilation. These mutated zombies were not foes they could withstand. Even a slight approach could spell instant doom. The attack speed of mutated zombies far surpassed that of ordinary ones. Although Ling Mo was startled by the mutated zombie lurking behind the building, his mental faculties, having been engaged in continuous use for half a day, instinctively activated to counter the creature's charge. In that moment of retreat, Yi Lian had already caught up from behind, her curved blade aimed directly at the mutated zombie's neck. However, This particular mutated zombie appeared to be significantly evolved, likely just a step away from becoming an advanced zombie, possibly on par with Yilian. As it regained its footing, it immediately retreated 2 steps. Yet, this mutated zombie bore a congenital flaw. It had a limp leg. Nonetheless, even with this disadvantage, it was not a foe that an ordinary person could confront directly. Surrounded by a horde of zombies, Ling Mo found it futile to engage in prolonged entanglements. The likelihood of escaping alive, should he be besieged by over 50 zombies simultaneously, was exceedingly slim. Thus, as Yilian pursued ahead, Ling Mo wielded a short blade and circled around. Meanwhile, Sha Na raised her long sword and, from the side, thrust it diagonally, forming a strategic triangle with Ling Mo. The 3 blades struck simultaneously at the mutated zombie. Although the creature attempted to evade, Ling Mo's mental tendrils momentarily halted its movements, causing it to stagger unsteadily. With a swift thrust, the 3 blades pierced flesh, rendering the mutated zombie motionless. Yilian, upon withdrawing her curved knife, deftly extracted its cerebral gel and, with a swift turn, handed it to Ling Mo. This sequence of actions flowed seamlessly. Even with extensive practice, one might struggle to achieve such synchronicity. However, both Sha Na and Yilian shared a mental connection with Ling Mo, enhancing their compatibility. Additionally, Ling Mo had already vanquished a considerable number of mutated zombies, erasing any fear he once held towards these terrifying creatures that sent ordinary survivors into a frenzy. As the gel fell into Ling Mo's grasp, Lin Wanxiu and Sherbin were left bewildered, failing to comprehend how the battle concluded, their view completely obstructed by Sha Na and Yi Lian's angles of attack. Observing the flawless cooperation among Ling Mo and his companions that resulted in the instantaneous annihilation of a notably evolved mutated zombie, Lin Wanxiu's eyes widened in astonishment, while Sherbin's mouth hung agape, speechless. Once he regained his composure and turned to speak to Lin Wanxiu, he noticed her deep contemplation fixed on Ling Mo. This sight prompted Sherbin to clench his fists, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Merely an ability user. Without his powers, he was nothing. Lin Wanxiu, unaware of Sherbin's unusual demeanor, returned to reality and exclaimed, "You must have encountered such zombies before, right? Your cooperation was remarkably elegant." Ling Mo mused that the girl was indeed observant. Fortunately, he had intentionally blocked her line of sight earlier. "Yes, I refer to these as mutated zombies. However, there are variations among them. The one we just faced is among the more evolved types. Some have only recently mutated, aside from their speed and strength. They pose little threat, thus they are not invincible." The term mutated zombie seemed apt to Lin Wanxiu, who nodded in understanding, her eyes gleaming as she remarked, "So, you 3 are not just lovers, but comrades in arms as well." Though her comment seemed somewhat disjointed, Ling Mo grasped her meaning immediately. As a man accompanied by 2 striking women, and having been seen in a rather compromising situation by Lin Wanxiu earlier that morning, she likely perceived their private lives as rather indulgent. Yet, the bond forged through shared peril and combat held a profoundly different significance. The emotions cultivated in the face of life and death were undeniably strong, making their intimacy entirely natural. Lin Wanxiu remained somewhat skeptical about the entanglement of Ling Mo with the 2 girls. However, observing his unwavering attention on the combat between Shana and Yilian, as if fearing any misstep from them, her perception of Ling Mo began to shift gradually. The vast expanse of City University proved daunting. After an entire day, Ling Mo's group had scarcely reached the vicinity of the gymnasium, still facing a considerable distance to the centrally located Building 3. Before the gymnasium lay an open square, devoid of any shelter. Yet fortunately, the number of zombies was relatively sparse, allowing for a cautious approach without imminent danger. The relentless battles had rendered Ling Mo's spirit weary. He had single-handedly dispatched nearly 100 zombies, a feat accomplished only through stealth. Such a number was no trifling matter, and any miscalculation would spell disaster. Thus, while engaged in combat, Ling Mo was compelled to consider numerous factors meticulously. The intense concentration and considerable depletion of mental energy left him utterly fatigued. Thankfully, after several enhancements, his physical resilience had significantly improved. Otherwise, he would have already collapsed. Nonetheless, upon reaching the vicinity of the gymnasium, he felt dizzy and disoriented. Even Yu Yin and Shana exhibited signs of fatigue, Despite their enhanced stamina, they too were not impervious to prolonged combat. Yet, the most pitiable among them was neither Ling Mo nor the physically weakest Lin Wanxiu, but rather Sherbin. Initially, Ling Mo had deliberately redirected danger away from him, preventing any respite. But as the horde grew, even without intent, Sherbin found no opportunity to rest. By this point, he was drenched in sweat, his disheveled hair plastered to his forehead and cheeks, his complexion flushed, lips trembling, and the arm gripping the makeshift weapon quivering slightly, a truly disheveled sight. With the overwhelming number of zombies along the way, and everyone feeling exhausted, it seemed prudent to seek refuge inside the gymnasium. Ling Mo, unfamiliar with the university's circumstances, did not hesitate to inquire. Throughout their journey, Lin Wanxiu had been diligent and her assessments were generally reliable. The gymnasium typically saw few visitors, with many club activities not coinciding with the outbreak. Most students preferred the larger gymnasium, which boasted superior facilities. Thus, it was reasonable to presume that the number of zombies inside would be minimal. Lin Wanxiu's astute analysis instilled confidence in Ling Mo. Let us proceed inside for a brief respite. Carefully navigating the square, they entered the gymnasium through a side door, and Ling Mo's mind was consumed by a singular thought: to find a place to sit and rest. Yet, the harsh realities of the apocalypse compelled him to muster his strength, guiding the group further within. Remaining near the entrance would easily attract the attention of zombies. The eyes of these zombies are not only not blind, but their vision is even superior to that of ordinary humans. Although they usually seem to drift like phantoms. Once they detect a target, they spring into action with astonishing vigor. Therefore, despite their exhaustion, under Lin Wanxiu's guidance, Ling Mo and his companions hastily ascended the building. According to Lin Wanxiu's account, the second floor of the gymnasium, aside from housing some exercise equipment in the lobby, also contains an indoor volleyball court and a taekwondo studio. Ling Mo felt a sense of relief as they did not encounter any zombies during their ascent. The survivors who had fled during the outbreak likely drew them away from the gym. The taekwondo studio, which was undergoing renovations, could be observed through a floor-to-ceiling window. Lin Wanxiu suggested that, although it might be a bit dirty inside, it would be the most suitable place for them to rest. Ling Mo nodded and cast a surprised glance at Lin Wanxiu. How did you come to know so much? After all, the campus is vast, and, as a freshman, how could she be so well informed about such minor details? When I was with the rescue team, I conversed with everyone. I inquired thoroughly about matters related to the number of people and the internal structure of the buildings, regardless of the conditions before and after the disaster. Lin Wanxiu replied with a slight smile. A girl who wishes to survive must invest more effort than the average person, even if I possess special abilities. Moreover, I was never inclined to remain stagnant. I contemplated many strategies, but their feasibility was minimal, so I ultimately chose to flee. I hope you recover, Ling Mo said thoughtfully and sincerely. Although their acquaintance had been brief, he held great admiration for a clever and self-reliant girl like Lin Wanxiu. Like Shauna, she belonged to a resilient type of person with her own ideals. Such individuals, regardless of gender, deserve respect. Upon hearing Ling Mo's words, Lin Wanxiu smiled faintly. Thank you. The group quickly traversed the corridor and arrived at a door marked under renovation, which was likely the taekwondo studio. However, just as Ling Mo grasped the doorknob, he abruptly stepped back, alertly gazing at the door. Observing Ling Mo's reaction, Shauna silently shifted to the side, raising her long knife high. This posture made Lin Wanxiu instantly comprehend the situation. A hint of unease crossed her face as she whispered, I was unaware that there would be survivors here. Ling Mo remained silent, fixated on the door. The moment he grasped the doorknob, he distinctly felt a slight tremor, indicating that someone was behind it. Indeed, as soon as Ling Mo released his grip, the door swung open to reveal the haggard face of a middle-aged man. Which department are you from? Ling Mo furrowed his brow, peering past the man into the room, where about 10 people sat listlessly. Directly opposite the door was a large floor-to-ceiling window, through which they had evidently spotted Ling Mo and his companions early on. As the door opened, the individual inside exhibited a hint of wariness, which led Ling Mo to comprehend their intentions. They likely wished to avoid any interaction with Ling Mo and his companions, fearing that if they too were seeking refuge, it would undoubtedly exacerbate their own burdens. However, to their surprise, Ling Mo and his group made their way directly to the taekwondo gym, making an encounter inevitable. This was not merely a coincidence. The gym was strategically located, serving as an effective alert system while remaining sufficiently concealed, with one side connected to a corridor and the other adjacent to a secure staircase. At that moment, Sherbin suddenly exclaimed with excitement, "Sukai, is that you?" Upon hearing Sherbin's call, one of the boys, gazing out the window, swiftly turned around. After squinting to assess Sherbin, a shadowy expression on his face instantly transformed into a grin as he eagerly sprang to his feet, appearing genuinely delighted. As he approached the door, Ling Mo realized he was a tall, muscular young man, likely a student from the sports department or at least an avid athlete. "Sherbin, you're still alive?" Sukai's eyes widened as he scrutinized Sherbin. Then he let out a couple of exaggerated chuckles and turned to the person who opened the door, saying, "Teacher Luo, this is Sherbin from my department." Teacher Luo shifted his gaze to Sherbin, observing him for a moment before expressing disinterest, muttering under his breath, "We're barely surviving ourselves." His voice was low, seemingly wary of the muscular Sukai. "That's fantastic. Where did you come from?" Sukai, undeterred by Teacher Luo's complaints, continued to engage Sherbin enthusiastically. "We just returned from Red Light Street," Sherbin replied, a glimmer of pride flashing in his eyes. Sukai had always been regarded as a top student in the sports department, having participated in numerous district Sanda competitions with commendable achievements. And he was adept at charming the ladies. Although he was open-hearted and had a wide circle of friends, there was an underlying jealousy towards individuals like Sherbin, who feigned camaraderie while harboring envy. As Sukai and his companions found themselves ensnared in this predicament, the fact that Sherbin had managed to navigate the outside world added a layer of satisfaction to his demeanor. This revelation not only astonished Sukai, but also prompted everyone in the room to rise in surprise and gravitate closer. It was then that someone recognized the individuals standing behind Ling Mo, exclaiming, "ISNT, that Yulian, the acknowledged campus beauty. What is she doing with Sherbin?" Another man nearby remarked, "ISNT, that guy from our school too?" Initially, Sherbin felt quite pleased with himself, but suddenly he sensed a tug at his clothing. He quickly turned around, meeting Lin Luanchio's warning gaze. A chill surged through him, and he felt a prickling at the back of his neck. When he glanced at Ling Mo, he found him wearing an impatient smile, his eyes cold and piercing. "Everyone, please quiet down." Sherbin hastily silenced the crowd, casting a wary glance at Ling Mo as he awkwardly retreated to the side. Shutsai's gaze was quite perceptive. Upon noticing Sherbin's peculiar reaction, he swiftly directed his curious eyes towards Ling Mo. "Pardon my intrusion. May I inquire which department you belong to?" Ling Mo shook his head. "I am not a student of your institution. I am merely here to attend to some matters." Though his expression appeared indifferent, Ling Mo's mind was rife with scathing remarks directed at Sherbin. This individual had previously divulged Lin Luanchio's background upon their first encounter, and now he was revealing the origins of their group to this assembly of survivors. He was undoubtedly a professional at betraying his comrades. Having just returned from the Red Light District, was this not an overt declaration that they possessed the capability to traverse half the campus, urging others to cling to their strength and beseech them for an escape? It is not inherently wrong to boast, but it becomes a fault when one has no merit to back it up, essentially rendering oneself a burden while pretentiously claiming possession of that strength. Fortunately, such remarks would likely not be taken too seriously by the average person. Ling Mo had also witnessed Lin Luanchio's admonition toward Sherbin, yet that could not salvage his already poor impression of Sherbin. Seizing this opportunity, he decided to leave Sherbin behind. Nevertheless, it was imperative to inform Lin Luanchio of this development in advance, as they were, after all, collaborators, and such matters warranted prior notice. Indeed, Sherbin's earlier comments stirred considerable reaction among the onlookers. Although they ceased their loud discussions, their gazes towards Sherbin had become notably fervent, with some even exhibiting restlessness, eager to approach. Alas, Shutsai's physique was nearly blocking the entire doorway. "Oh, it's quite all right. We are all the same kind. All human, yes? Since we are here, it signifies our fateful connection. Please do come inside and take a seat." While Shutsai might appear brawn without brains, he was, in fact, rather astute. He surmised that Ling Mo was likely superior to Sherbin, though the extent of that superiority was indeterminate. The crux of the matter was that Ling Mo seemed to lack any remarkable attributes, while Shauna, wielding a long blade, exuded a fierce aura that suggested considerable prowess. Thus, he pondered, perhaps the most formidable individual among them was this young woman. However, as he cast his gaze upon Shauna, she too regarded him with a peculiar look. For reasons unknown, Shu Tsai felt an unsettling sensation of being viewed as prey within her penetrating gaze. He quickly averted his eyes, ultimately resting them upon Yelyan. This was the universally acknowledged campus beauty, appearing even more stunning than the photographs circulating on the forum. Moreover, Yelyan seemed quite capable. Yet he had never heard of this campus flower possessing any skill with a blade. Noticing Shu Tsai's unwavering stare fixed on Yelyan, Ling Mo furrowed his brow. "What are you gazing at?" Shu Tsai, taken aback, glanced at Ling Mo before shifting his questioning gaze toward Sherbin. Realizing he had likely offended Ling Mo, Sherbin spoke with diminished conviction. His voice barely above a whisper, "He is Yelyan's boyfriend." "Boyfriend?" A flicker of shock crossed Shu Tsai's face, but he quickly regained his composure, inquiring, "Haha, my apologies. I didn't realize. Are you not coming in? Though the space is limited, it will be manageable for you all." Ling Mo had completely lost any semblance of affection for the individual before him. At his inquiry, she merely let out a cold snort and replied, "There's no need. We are merely taking a brief respite." Shu Tsai intended to continue persuading her, but Ling Mo had already turned her gaze towards Lin Wanqiu. "Surely, there are other places we can go?" Lin Wanqiu nodded, glanced at Shu Tsai, and then addressed Ling Mo, "Follow me." With that, she led the way. Turning towards the other end of the corridor, Ling Mo cast a frigid glance at Shu Tsai before turning to leave with Yilian and Xia Na. Chapter 81, The Final Frenzy. As Ling Mo and her companions departed down the corridor, Shu Tsai's expression darkened significantly. He abruptly seized the trailing Sherbin and whispered, "What exactly is that person's background?" Sherbin was momentarily taken aback. He opened his mouth to utter the words ability user, but recalling Ling Mo's icy gaze, he hesitated and altered his response. "How would I know who he is? In any case, he is Yilian's boyfriend." He then added, his demeanor deflated, "And he possesses quite impressive skills." "Oh," Shu Tsai nodded, leaning in closer and lowering his voice to a near whisper. "You must have some provisions on you, right? Could you spare us a little? To be frank, we have very little food left." Sherbin grimaced. "I have no supplies. That fellow named Ling has plenty, but he loathes me and has never shared a morsel." He revealed a flicker of indignation at this. "I see." Shu Tsai patted Sherbin's shoulder, saying, "It appears life isn't treating you well either, my friend. Do you have any idea how long you will be here?" "I have no clue, but judging by the fading light, we will likely stay for the night," Sherbin replied. "How about this? You find an opportunity to slip out later. I will wait for you in the stairwell." Shu Tsai's proposal elicited a hint of skepticism from Sherbin, but he soon responded, "I merely wish to discuss a matter with you." "No need to worry. Aren't we good pals? Surely that Ling fellow cannot restrict your freedom." "Very well. I shall take my leave," Sherbin said hurriedly, bidding farewell to Shu Tsai as he rushed to catch up with Ling Mo and her group. Meanwhile, Shu Tsai lingered at the doorway, remaining silent for a moment before revealing a chilling smile. It appeared that Sherbin was indeed feeling suppressed by that young man named Ling, harboring a deep-seated resentment. This individual possessed a ruthless streak, yet his nature was narrow-minded and riddled with jealousy, traits he believed he concealed well, yet Shu Tsai had discerned them long ago. With such a large backpack and several weapons, Shu Tsai tightened his fists slowly, seemingly resolute, and turned to face the group of astonished students. "Shu Tsai, why did you obstruct us just now? Didn't you hear what that person said? They are returning from Red Light Street. We cannot remain here awaiting our demise. We must implore them to take us away." A boy pushed through the crowd, speaking with fervor. Shu Tsai slammed the door shut and shot a furious glare at the boy. "What did you just say?" Though the young man was tall, he bore an excess of flesh and harbored a palpable fear of Sukai. Upon hearing the words spoken, he promptly sealed his lips, timidly averting his gaze, unwilling to meet Sukai's eyes. The crowd fell into an immediate silence, yet soon another boy, summoning his courage, interjected, "He is not wrong. Sukai, every time you venture out with a few others in search of sustenance, you return alone, and the meager provisions you bring back scarcely last us a few days. At this rate, we are not keen on meeting our demise. Go plead with them, will you?" "What, do you imply that I have abandoned them, leading to their demise? Do you mean to say that if this continues, we shall all perish?" Sukai's eyes widened in disbelief, his tone turning menacingly sharp. "You all consume the very goods I have procured at the cost of my life. Yet you dare to speak to me in such a manner? Without me, you would have met your end long ago. Do you truly believe I have obstructed your path to survival? You simpletons fail to ponder, with their mere handful. How could they traverse from the red light district back to here? Absurd. I know precisely what sort of man Sherbin is. Another fellow, scarcely more robust than he, is only marginally better. Although Yi Lian and another woman appear to possess some skill, they are encumbered by a sickly companion. At this point, he licked his lips and let out a cold chuckle. Do you genuinely believe they can make it back from the red light district? Let me ask you, what motive do they have for returning? Having narrowly escaped, why would they come back? The man claims to have business. Nonsense. Do you think I lack the wit you possess? At this juncture, even if his mother or father were here, he wouldn't make a special trip back. I suspect they are primarily intent on fleeing. Su Kai's words prompted the attendees to exchange glances, though the previous boy hesitated momentarily before inquiring. But why would they lie? Su Kai's fervor erupted. Why? Simply to instill fear in you fools. Did you not see that man? He carries an enormous backpack. What treasures could be contained within? Moreover, he, along with Yi Lian and that girl with long hair, brandishes fine knives. Look at the weapons we possess. Baseball bats and disassembled thin pipes. If our armaments were adequate, would so many of us have perished? Su Kai spoke with fervent intensity, his eyes reddening with emotion. It was afternoon now, and from my perspective, they must be exhausted by this point, burdened as they are with a sickly companion. Departing tonight seems improbable. Are you suggesting? One person tentatively ventured. Su Kai clenched his fists, shaking them vigorously before him, his gaze betraying an unmistakable ferocity. Tell me, is it easier to seize food from the living or from the undead? A profound silence enveloped the dojo. They had been ensnared in this place for some time, encountering their fair share of survivors. Yet those survivors possessed no food, often beseeching them for refuge, which brought no benefits, only additional burdens. Su Kai, being the strongest, naturally became the undisputed leader among these survivors. Though he invariably enlisted a few unfortunate souls for his food expeditions, the remaining individuals clung to a sense of misplaced hope. As long as the sacrifice does not fall upon me, it is as if I have seen nothing at all. Some even entertain the thought that if a victim is necessary to procure sustenance, then selecting a few individuals as bait is a trivial matter, provided that the bait does not include themselves. In the face of an inescapable fate, and lacking the courage to resist, they have gradually become desensitized. This is the prevailing mindset among the students. Therefore, when Su Kai proposed such a suggestion, although they were initially taken aback, their faces quickly morphed into expressions of greed and excitement. Indeed, they must be deceiving us. With all those treasures they possess, surely sharing a morsel with us is no great loss, right? After all, are we not classmates? Would they truly have the heart to let us starve? That would be utterly inhumane. Let us first demand from them. If they refuse, we shall resort to force. As the fervor of their discussions intensified, a sly smile crept across Su Kai's face. Prolonged hunger, coupled with the looming shadow of death, had extinguished the last vestiges of their conscience. They had become a rabble of lunatics, needing merely a spark to ignite their madness. However, at that moment, a jarring voice broke through. Are you suggesting that they plan to escape from the school? In other words, they were trapped here, just as we are? Even if the food is what they have scavenged, what are those 3 knives? Our school prohibits the possession of regulated weapons, does it not? The questioner was a petite girl, of whom Su Kai had little recollection, knowing only that she was usually reticent. He was taken aback by her audacity to stand against him. Yet, her incisive query struck a chord, and the group, momentarily blinded by self-interest, began to sense an unsettling dissonance. Su Kai felt a surge of disdain for the girl, wishing to strike her across the face. Yet he restrained himself and replied with a feigned smile. Perhaps they stealthily brought them in. After all, inspections are not particularly stringent. Have you forgotten? Just days before the disaster, the news reported that over 5,000 illegal firearms and various prohibited knives were discovered in our city and subsequently destroyed. Does that not elucidate the matter? Indeed, who among us does not have something in our dormitories that is against school regulations? Another chimed in. If we simply let them go, we might very well starve here. I refuse to perish from hunger. Moreover, we may not even need to resort to violence. Perhaps they would be willing to share their provisions with us. Though doubts lingered in their hearts, the allure of this rare opportunity was far too tempting to forsake. Su Kai's lips curled into a subtle smirk as he cast a cold glance at the helpless girl. In truth, Su Kai was not foolish. He was acutely aware that the strength of these individuals was formidable, particularly that of Xian'a and Yelian, who were not easily provoked. After all, the 3 fine weapons they wielded were sufficient to overpower them. If they were truly as weak as he claimed, Would Sukai ever consider sharing such a bounty with them? He would not resort to such underhanded tactics, nor would he wait for Ling Mo and his companions to depart. Instead, he acted on the spot. His intent was merely to exploit these classmates. He planned to have them charge ahead, for even the strongest among them could not possibly emerge unscathed from the onslaught of so many. Meanwhile, he would remain hidden in the shadows, reaping the rewards. The most favorable outcome would be their mutual destruction, allowing him to acquire food and weapons, and perhaps even enjoy an intimate moment with Yilian. Even if she were to perish amidst the chaos, as long as her visage remained unblemished, he would be satisfied. Heaven offers paths untraveled, while hell has no doors to breach. Do not blame me, Sukai, for my ruthlessness. If blame is to be assigned, let fall upon your misfortune, for I am driven by desperation. Sukai chuckled coldly to himself, his gaze now fixed upon the girl who had just dared to question him. He seized her abruptly, covering her mouth just as she was about to scream, and then flashed a sinister smile at the astonished crowd. I know none of you have engaged in combat before. To enhance our chances of success, we should practice our courage in advance, don't you think? This young lady has graciously volunteered to sacrifice herself, allowing you to relish this experience. It will serve both as a test of your mettle and a pre-battle rallying cry. Upon hearing this, the boys exhibited immediate astonishment. Yet Sukai's demeanor suggested he was not jesting. The girl was nearly lifted off the ground, her eyes brimming with tears, filled with a pleading expression as she gazed at the boys who stared at her with intent. Sukai's cold, piercing gaze suddenly shifted towards Teacher Luo, who had been standing by the door, and a peculiar smile crept across his face. Upon meeting Sukai's gaze, Teacher Luo felt a shiver run down his spine.